Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain. Part 2 Chapter 14. Combat Training, Izuku vs Bakugo, Part 2. Back in space, on board the Blue Typhoon, Sonic and the Freedom Fighters were still in the cargo bay who found the Lightning Bolt Society in one of the supply boxes thanks to Cream's scream. Both Silver, Shadow, Knuckles, and Rouge arrived in the room. They were interrogated the group who mysteriously sneak into the ship. Question was, when they did sneak in? No doubt, likely that happened before the group were heading for Earth. Alright, you better start talking right now or you're gonna be hit with my Pico Pico hammer. Amy said, threatened the group, who were tied all together in a rope. First, how did you manage to sneak in the ship? And don't try to change any subjects. Well, you see, Chameleon was the first who saw the ship at Crater Lake. It was during that day when something appeared in the water and it turned out it was a launch pad appearing from below the lake. Then he saw your ship landing on it. After that, he rushed over to our hideout and told us about a ship on the pad. Then at night, we decided to come to the lake and saw the ship. From there, we just sneak in and thought of a plan to take you guys on now that Eggman is no longer on Mobius. Plus, there is food we ate to at least keep us out of starvation, Dave explained. You guys ate our food, too? Amy asked, ready to use her hammer on the group. Amy, wait. Sonic jumped in, blocking her attack. Let's calm down. I know what they did was wrong. Plus, these guys really do deserve a second chance. Second chance? Dude, they scarred Cream and Cheese when they were hiding in the boxes. Plus, they ate all the food we need during the journey. Knuckles said, cracking both his fist. I think it's time to teach these bozos a lesson. By putting them in an escape pod deep into space. That's a great idea. I wouldn't mind throwing a couple of fists at them, Vector said, cracking his fist as well. Alright, everyone. Calm down, Sonic said. First, I'm not happy to have the Lightning Bolt Society here on this ship. Including the mission we're currently in that is dangerous and all. So for now, we can go ahead and punish the Lightning Bolt Society by doing us a favor. That is by becoming our servants for this ship. Servants? The Lightning Bolt Society asked. That's right? Sonic said, glaring at the group. I know that Dave is a fry cook and manager at Meb Burger, and since they ate some of our food, Dave will be a personal chief on board this ship. Willie here is gonna be carrying cargo to other things that belongs in the ship. Chameleon, though he still wear the costume of a tree, will be doing laundry for the time being. And the Weasel Bandits will be our custodians by moping, dusting, and cleaning everywhere on the ship. What? The Lightning Bolt Society asked in a shocking tone. Or do you like to have both Knuckles and Vector happily escort you to the escape pod and send you deep into space? Sonic asked as both guys cracked their fist, smiling at them. Whatever you say, Sonic, Dave said. After that, the Hedgehog untied them as both Vector and Knuckles escort them out of the cargo bay to their respected positions. I hope this works, Sonic. I still can't trust them one bit, Amy said. Don't worry, they'll harmless. They can't do any bad guy stuff. Those kind of things goes wrong every day when we're involved with them, Sonic said. Well, they better. I got ton of clothes they need to wash. They better finish it or else, Amy said, with the hammer in her hand before walking off with Cream and Cheese. They won't last for a week, Tails said. They will. They understand the situation, Sonic said. Are you gonna tell the others about your dream? Tails asked. We'll wait until we reach Earth. Right now, I don't want to deal with anything until I find out what that dream meant, Sonic said as he and Tails exit from the cargo bay. Back on Earth, at Ground Beta, the combat training continued with both Team A aka the heroes versus Team D aka the villains. Izuku and Bakugo look at one another, face to face with angry looks. Uraraka still lays on the ground behind the bully. The two were to get it on. Izuku has the green Chaos Emerald active with the green aura surrounding his body. Bakugo was ready to go at the boy when Iida's voice on his earpiece was heard. Bakugo, come in. Give me a status report. Where are you? Iida asked via earpiece. Just shut up and defend the weapon. I got more important things to worry about, Bakugo responded in anger. Are you forgetting what our mission is? Hell, Iida couldn't be heard as Bakugo cut his earpiece off. Back in the monitor room, All Might in Class 1A looks on at the fight through the 5 screens by the camera angles of the building. First screen at the top right shows Iida in the room of where the fake bomb was located. He's not happy that Bakugo cut him off, but not knowing the bully destroyed the earpiece. The second screen shows where both Izuku, Bakugo, and Uraraka in the hallway. The third screen shows Bakugo's angry look. The fourth screen shows Izuku's angry look with the green aura surrounds him. And the fifth screen shows Uraraka's worried look as she looks on at the boys ready to fight. "Hey, who's Bakugo talking to?" Kirishima asked. "I'm not hearing anything. Can we get any sound from the video?" "He's got a radio in his ear. So he can talk to his partner," All Might said, showing the boy the same earpiece he has on his ear. "I gave it to him before the match started. Along with the map of the building. Also this." All Might pulled a roll of tape from his pocket. A roll of capture tape. "Wrapping this around your opponent means you apprehend them and they're out for the rest of the game. So there's a 15-minute time limit and the good guys have no idea where the nuclear weapon is hidden on, right?" Mina asked, seeing the time already hit at the 13-minute mark. "Correct," All Might answered. "Then the heroes are clearly at a disadvantage here." "A big one," Mina said. "Real pros have to outwit villains on a daily basis," All Might said. "That's life. Even with the odds aren't favor, we fight." Momo continues to watch with a worry feeling. Her eyes settle on both Izuku and Bakugo on screen, thinking who's gonna strike first in this fight. Suddenly, she felt a finger tapping on her shoulder. She flinched before turning around to find out it was Mina that touched her. "I see that you're worried about that Midoriya kid. I'm just wondering if you have a crush on him or something," she said in a whisper tone. That caused Momo to blush a little. "Izuku is just a friend. That's all." "What kind of a question is that?" she asked, whispering back. "Really? Then why did you just now his first name then his last name? Pretty much when a boy and girl says their first names to one another, it means they're boyfriend and girlfriend. Plus, you were whispering to him with a smirk on your face earlier. That make that Uraraka girl jealous," Mina whispered with a mischievous grin on her face. Momo covered her face, with a red blush on it. "Like I said, he's a friend and that's that. You don't know who he is anyway when you meet him," she whispered back. "Don't worry, I'll be meeting him when the combat training is over. Just make sure he's okay in one piece. Who knows, maybe I need to get in the fun since you have a hot hero costume to seduce him. Maybe I can seduce him with mine," Mina said, referring to her costume, grinning even more as Momo has a vein forming on her forehead. "Why you little—" Momo was about to say something with angry look when Aoyama interrupted the whole class. "Monsieur, he's on the move," he said as they saw Bakugo made the first move to attack. Music. Bullets by Creed. Skip to 45-second mark to hard rock part on YouTube. "Uraraka, get to the bomb, I deal with him," Izuku yelled as the zero-gravity girl ran to the other way. Bakugo used his explosive quirk, launching himself towards his punching bag. He used his left leg to deliver a kick towards Izuku's head. But the boy blocked it within a second, using his right arm to block the kick attempt. "Bossy move. Think you can take me alone?" he yelled but realized the kick attempt was a bad idea. Instead, Izuku quickly pulled out the capture tape from his belt patch to tie the bully's left foot. "He's using the capture tape," he thought. "Good thing I saw Mr. Aizawa's quirk when capturing Kachan during the assessment test yesterday," Izuku thought. What does he do now? Knowing him, he'll be impatient, and let out another big punch. Bakugo used his right hand to deliver a punch towards. Izuku did a quick step, dodging the punch and the explosive quirk at the same time. The bully was surprised by the boy's move. It was how quick he would move to the side within a second. Back in the monitor room, Class 1A was surprised by the move Izuku did when he dodged. All Might wasn't surprised since the boy went through the gauntlet training with a ton of pro heroes during the 10-month training he did. He saw every move with the Chaos Emerald, including the entrance exam. "The little guy's really good," Ricardo said. "Well, of course he's good. He came in first in the entrance exam. That green aura surrounding him has to be his quirk. Whatever it is, it's really awesome," Zero said. "That emerald really holds some big power. Seeing it in action during the training young Midoriya went through really paid off." All Might thought, relieving the memories of the day he saved Izuku from the sludge villain. Including reading his notebook. He spent years of taking notes on different heroes. He internalized everything he learned. Those lessons are in his blood now. That fanboy knowledge is paying off, and driving him forward. Momo watched the green aura around Izuku's body. She was amazed by it, knowing it was coming from the emerald itself. Impressive. So that's the kind of power the emerald has on Izuku. If this is like at the entrance exam, then Izuku can win this thing after all. Come on, Izuku. You can do this. Believe in yourself, she thought. Back in the building, Izuku looked to see the smoke clearing up. Bakugo stood there, having his angry face towards his punching bag. Turning around, with arms stretching back, he was about to use his quirk again to launch an attack. You're dead, Deku, he yelled, using his quirk to blast himself like a rocket again towards him. Izuku flinched as he got closer. The boy quickly jumped in the air, dodging the attack. Bakugo looked up and Izuku did something like Sonic would do. A power stomp. He slams the bully on his back, delivering a big hit, causing pain to him. The entire hallway shook thanks to Izuku's attack. Izuku stood to the right. Bakugo shook up, slowly looking up at Izuku with a more rageful look. He was stunned to see the person he always bullies is now fighting back. You, piece of filth, you want make me angry, huh? He got up on his feet, slowly, and let out another rage of anger. You're gonna get your ass kicked for sure, he yelled, launching his explosive quirk towards him. Izuku dodges another attack by doing a slide. The two face one another as the boy delivers a punch to Bakugo's face, sending him flying upwards to the ceiling. The bully came crashing back on the floor. Izuku got back up to look at Bakugo, who was slowly getting up, looking back at Izuku. Bakugo slowly turned around, facing Izuku with teeth clenching together in anger. He touched his right cheek, seeing a bump on it, feeling the pain. He spit out blood to the floor. That was a big mistake, Deku. Now it's my turn, he yelled, but then saw Izuku ran through the hallways. What that? Where the hell you think you're going? Come back here, I'm gonna inflict pain on you. Move. Don't worry, it won't hurt that much, quirk or no quirk. You'll never beat me, Deku, and that emerald you have will be smashed again. Izuku could hear Bakugo's voice throughout the hallway while running. He had an angry look. Don't worry, Kachan. I'm just getting started. That was the first act. The next one is coming, he thought, continuing to run. Back in the monitor room, Class 1A was more stunned to see how Izuku was fighting and beating Bakugo. They didn't expect him to go all in on the bully. Both Kaminari, Kirishima, and Shiro, who just became friends with Izuku earlier today in class, were all rooting for the boy. But many were curious on why Bakugo was all angry at Izuku so much. Many think he was getting his ass kicked. But both All Might and Momo already know the story between the two. That guy has some real anger issues. Kinda scary, Kaminari said, referring to Bakugo. Because he's getting his ass handed to him by Midoriya. I wish I had that type of quirk that he has, Kirishima said. They said that Bakugo had 77 billion points but no points on the Riku's points. Almost feels like he cares for himself. Seeing Midoriya kicking his ass is worth something, Shiro said. Of course Bakugo cares for himself, Momo said, with a serious look on her face. And the way he's going after Izuku is something none of you should know. What you saying? Kaminari asked as the class were curious as well. Izuku told me about his history with Bakugo. Let's just said that what he told me is not a great friendship between the two, Momo said, looking back at the screen. Everyone was confused by what she said, but All Might knew what she was talking about. Midoriya told me about his history with young Bakugo, and what young Yaoyorozu just referenced was the time that Midoriya was bullied by him. All because he had a great quirk and wants to bully someone else. He did mention the time that Sonic showed up and saved him from young Bakugo. Guess that's how he ended up getting the emerald, he thought, seeing Bakugo blew through a door to search for Izuku. This level of pride is something else. But it could be his demise. Music and, back in the building, Izuku was in the second floor, sitting on the ground near the corner of the hallway. He was already sweating after going through running in the fight with Bakugo. He was breathing in and out, trying to get himself controlled, knowing that the bully will be looking for him soon. Good, he's completely forgotten about Uraraka, just like I thought. Thanks to my fighting skills, it gives her a chance to get to the bomb, he thought, thinking of a plan while hearing explosions getting closer. If they want to send someone to stop us, it should have been Iida. He's way faster after all. That's probably means Kachan's gone rouge. Not surprised since he only cares for himself than others. I have to think of something. I just gotta keep on fighting with Kachan since he wants me and me only. While that happen, Uraraka can get to the bomb. Question is, can she try to get there with the Iida guarding it? I'm the only person that have a chance to win it. But time's on a side and it's a 15-minute combat training time limit. I can do it. Just gotta keep doing this. Stop hiding, come out and face me, you coward. Izuku flinched when he heard Bakugo's voice. The boy heard those words. It made him more angry at that. I'm not a coward, Kachan. I proved it earlier to you in the first act. The second act is coming. Get ready, I'm coming for you, he thought, clenching his fist in anger. In the hallways, Bakugo continues his search for Izuku. Going from door to door in every room, he was getting angrier by the minute. He mind flashback to the day Izuku was gonna attend UA. He took him to the rooftop, threatened him about going to the academy. The boy mentioned he was gonna be the #1 hero and saying those words in front of Bakugo. That made him even more angrier. He's just a little bug, he thought, angrily. He started getting flashbacks on the day there were still children. Flashback years ago at a nearby park. A young Bakugo was using his legs and head by hitting the ball upwards. Next to him, a young Izuku stood there holding another ball in his arms. He was amazed by the boy's skill with the ball. Wow, you're so awesome, Izuku said with excitement. Whatever. This is nothing, Bakugo said, still playing with the ball. Is there anything else you can do with it? Izuku asked, when Bakugo formed a smirk. There is one, he said when he kicked the ball, hitting Izuku's face on purpose. The boy fell to the ground, feeling the pain on his face. Oops. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Bakugo could only smirk while Izuku had tears coming from his eyes. What they didn't notice, a blue hedgehog was hidden in a nearby tree. He saw the whole thing and could only shook his head in disappointed. He knew Bakugo did it on purpose. The next day, Bakugo and his friends of 3 were at the park yet again. Izuku was among them, though they didn't like having him there with them. The bully was holding up a yellow toy bucket with a piece of tape on it saying, Izuku, Deku, Midoriya, he was showing to his friends. Look, you can read the last part of Izuku's name is Deku, he said. Really? One boy asked. So you can read that? The second boy asked. Well, obviously, Bakugo said, turning to Izuku, who was smiling. Deku. That what it's called to be a helpless loser who's complete useless. The 3 boys were pointing their fingers at Izuku, laughing at the child while the boy's smile turned to sadness with tears coming from his eyes. Why you being so mean, Kachan? Izuku asked with more tears coming from his eyes. The blue hedgehog hid in the same tree like yesterday. He could only shook his head again in disappointment. The next day, Bakugo and his friends, along with Izuku, were at a nearby creek throwing pebbles in the water. The bully threw a pebble, hopping multiple times on the water. The boys were amazed by it, including Izuku. Dude, that has to be a new record, one of the boys said. I bet it is. Bakugo said, turning to Izuku with an arrogant look. Where's yours? Izuku's smiling face turned to sadness. Well, it sank, he said, looking down in shame. Bakugo and the boys laughed at Izuku. Across the creek, the blue hedgehog stood hidden in the bushes seeing the confrontation. He clenched his fist in anger, eager to go out there and beat Bakugo real bad. The next day, at preschool, Bakugo began showing his quirk in front of the class with an arrogant smile. Small sparks were coming out from his hands. The class were amazed by it, including the teachers who were in charge of the building. Awesome, one of the boys said. You're so lucky, Izuku said. Yeah, another boy said. Impressive. I betcha that's going to grow into an amazing quirk, the male teacher said. Definitely. A flashy quirk for our future hero, the female teacher said. Outside, the blue hedgehog stood in a tree seeing Bakugo showing off his quirk. He shook his head again, rolling his eyes at the same time. He could hear what the teacher said. That day changed when Bakugo began bullying more and more on Izuku. And it was gonna get more violent along the way. Days ago, at preschool, Izuku sat there on the floor, with a face of disbelief and trauma. His body shook where the other kids were around him. That day changed him when he was born quirkless. Many whispers from the kids were making fun of him, laughing, and taunting. Even the teachers didn't care for the world of him being quirkless, as they just ignore him for the rest of day. Bakugo stood there, smile evilly at Izuku. He was glad that Izuku was being made fun of. It made him very proud of it. The hedgehog outside stood there, getting angrier by the day. Want to go in there and just beat Bakugo for good. He just couldn't handle it anymore. Days later, Bakugo and his friends were in a nearby forest walking. Izuku came along, still feeling saddened after being made fun of for being quirkless. He hoped it was gonna be a good day away from preschool. Unfortunately, this day was gonna more worse than expected. They came across a fallen tree, over a creed to be a bridge-like tree. Forward. Marching, and here we go. Members of the agency, Bakugo, he said, leading the group over the creek when his left foot slipped on the edge, falling to the water. Kachan, one of the boys yelled. Hey, you okay down there? The second boy asked. Oh, don't worry. Kachan is super tough, the third boy with red wings said as Bakugo came out from the water. See? Hey, come back up here. One of the boys said. I'll be up there. Just give me a sec. Bakugo said, as he was about to get up when he heard footsteps near him. He turned around and had a shocked look when he saw Izuku came up to him. Are you alright? Are you hurt? He asked, using his right hand to help Bakugo on his feet. I was worried that you might hit your head or something. Suddenly, Bakugo's face turned from shock to an angry look. He slowly got up and stared at the boy. How many times I told you? I didn't need your help, especially from a quirkless person like you. He said, where his tone was getting angrier. Is something wrong? Izuku asked when Bakugo grabbed Izuku by the shirt. I told you before, I don't need your help, he yelled, getting more angrier by the minute. Let go of my shirt. You're scaring me, Izuku said, trying to pull Bakugo's hand off his shirt. Bakugo's other hand shows sparks appearing as he was ready to use his quirk on Izuku. Like I said, I'm better than you and you'll never be like me, he yelled, using his explosive quirk on the boy, sending him flying towards the edge of the creek, hitting his back really hard. Bakugo breathed heavily, letting his anger cool. Izuku slowly got up, breaking himself into sobs until he fully started crying. The other boys saw that moment and they were mocking him badly. Bakugo could only smile, evilly, taunting the young boy. That's right, Deku. Go home to mommy and see what it feels like, he said as he and the boys laughed at him. With that, Izuku ran away from them, heading home crying to be with Inko. Somewhere, the blue hedgehog stood at a nearby bushes, cringing at what Bakugo just did to Izuku. He was just about to jump out, but he heard a voice. Sonic. The hedgehog turned to a fox cub, approaching him. I was wondering where you were at. What are you doing? Tails asked. There was no answer from the hedgehog. The two decided to leave the forest for good, but in Sonic's mind, he couldn't wait for the day he returned a favor to Bakugo. And it did came days later at the park where he saved both Izuku and the boy from Bakugo and his bully friends. End flashback. After relieving the past, Bakugo was more fueled with anger, ready to give Izuku the biggest beating of his life like in childhood past. While walking, he began thinking of how Izuku has the emerald when he broke it during junior high. How did Deku get that emerald fix? Plus, how in the world does he gain all that powers from it, unless? Then it hit Bakugo. The day when he encounters Sonic after being beaten by a hedgehog after failing to attack Izuku for defending the boy at the park when they were children. He got that emerald from that blue rodent. I swear, the day I see that blue sewer rat again, I'll kill him along with Deku. Nobody won't be me, nobody, he thought, angrily as he continued his search for Izuku in the hallways. On board the Death Egg, Eggman and his minions were watching the fight scene. Mostly the minions were getting excited to see Izuku giving Bakugo a beating of his life. Scratch could see the emerald's powers through the Chaos Emerald tracker and the power strength. Both Eggman and Snively were amazed by the boy's action but not too surprised by it since they spied on him during the 10-month training. But was amazed Eggman was the same skills that Izuku had, matched with Sonic's skills and attacks. Man, that boy is kicking the other one's butt. He's even making that Bakugo's boy very angry, Scratch said, watching the screen. Boom and another boom. That Izuku kid is really doing damage, Grounder said. See the look on that Izuku kid. He's really was ready for this fight. One point he was smiling, now he's angry as hell, Deku said. I wonder about it, too. Did that Bakugo kid did something to him before? Boko asked. Impressive. This kid we've been looking for many months has been outstanding in this training. He is out dueling Bakugo like as tomorrow. He was well ready for this one from day one. I'm wondering what got him so angry on this kid, as Boko just said, Snively asked. I'm curious about how that Izuku kid can do the skills like Sonic would do. Almost as if they're related or something, Eggman said, with a finger on his chin thinking. Boss, one of our drones spots the other that Iida guy you were talking about. He's located at the top floor of the building where both teams are at. And it appears that girl is heading there right now. Orbot said, showing the camera of Iida, standing in front of the bomb with his arms crossed from the window. I tell you what. Seems Izuku is planning something up ahead while hiding. Let's listen in on one of our candidates for robotization. Eggman said, changing to the main screen of the second drone's location. Back in the building, Uraraka made it to the top floor. She kept her footsteps quietly. I want to let Iida hear anything. She walked slowly to the doorway, giving a peek in the room where she found the fake bomb. She saw Iida standing in front of it, looking at it. No doubt he was guarding it. Found it. She thought while peeking at the room. Now I just have to tell Deku, and try my best to stay out of sight till he gets up here. Uraraka was about to use her earpiece connected to her helmet visor when she heard Iida speak. She decided not to use it. The likelihood she'll give away her location with her voice and give the engine quirk user a chance to strike. Bakugo definitely has a villainous side. And that's what we need to succeed in this mission. I need to temporarily devote myself to criminal intent. Yes, I won't fail this trial and bring shame upon the Iida family's name. That means, I must brace evil. To become a hero. Iida said when tone changed to a comically villainous tone. Behold, I am the personification of villainy. BWA ha ha ha. Uraraka heard his tone. She couldn't help it as she covers her mouth, preventing her from laughing. He's so serious, she thought, holding her mouth closed tightly. But thanks to those tiny laughter, her hiding spot has been giveaway as Iida turned around to look at the doorway. Uraraka, is that you? He asked. The zero-gravity girl flinched as she was now caught. She slowly walked out from her hiding spot to reveal herself to him, smiling mischievous. I knew you would come here alone this instant when Bakugo ran off alone to fight Midoriya. Your quirk allows you to float anything that you can touch. But I prepare for that. By hiding every object in this room so you don't have nothing to use against me. My drastically tricks made you helpless. You blunderer hero. BWA ha ha ha, Iida said, laughing as a villain, comically. He is playing the part, Ochako said, with an anime sweat drop on her forehead. On board the Death Egg, Eggman and his minions watched the encounter between Iida and Uraraka happen from one of the drones they added. Both Scratch, Grounder, Deku, and Boko laughed harder from Iida's acting. Snively had a dumbfounded look while Orbot scratched his metal head and Cubot's head turned upside down for it. Are you kidding me? That's how he acts as a villain? Scratch asked, laughing. Serious. That has to be the most pathetic acting I've ever seen from him, Grounder said, laughing. Hello, I'm a villainous person. Deku said, mocking Iida's acting. He has good powers but his acting is so stupid. Boko said, laughing. Everyone, shut up and continue working. In the meantime, let's back to seeing how our favorite target is doing. Eggman said as the screen changes back to where Izuku and Bakugo were. Back on the second floor, Izuku was still hiding at the same spot in the hallway. After all the rest he needed, he was ready to proceed and find Bakugo to continue their fight. Suddenly, he heard Uraraka's voice from his earpiece. Deku. She asked via earpiece. I'm here. How's it going? He answered. Iida knows that I'm here. Sorry. But now he's monolingual, she said as Izuku could hear Iida's villainous voice from the earpiece. Where are you? He asked. We're in the middle of the 5th floor. She answered. Izuku looked up the ceiling above him. Right above me, he said, looking at the clock noticing that there's 5 minutes left in the combat training. There's not that much time. We have to finish faster or they'll win. I won't give up yet. I have to capture Kachan. Izuku got the capture tape ready as he stood up, looking at the corner to see if Bakugo was coming around that area. Suddenly, a sound was heard. Izuku looked behind him and turns out Bakugo was there the whole time. He stood there with a serious look at the boy, lifting his right arm up showing one of his grenadier bracers to him. I'm all loaded up. Bakugo said. What does that mean? Izuku asked, confused to what he meant. Remember yesterday when I tried to attack you with my quirk? But then that piece of crap emerald you had appeared out of nowhere, creating a shield surrounding you from my attack. I thought I decided to use one of my newly weapons to see if my quirk can destroy that emerald. Bakugo said, with an evil grin. If you think I'm afraid, think again. I think you're the one that afraid of me. Izuku said, looking at him with an angry look. Bakugo felt that was an insult. But he kept grinning and let his weapons do the talking. Since you're such a stalker, I guess you now know how much quirk explosion really works. he said, aiming his right grenadier bracer at Izuku. I use nitro blistering like sweat from my hands to make it blow up. Imaging if what I can do if I have a lot of it. Bakugo use his hand, pulling the lever like clocking a weapon. A safety pin appears from the lever. That's right. These gauntlets aren't just for show. They've been stored with all my sweat inside with one monster blast. Bakugo has his thumb on the pin, ready to pull it. Back in the monitor room, All Might knew what was gonna happen. Rest of the class saw what was coming. No. He's going too far, he thought, getting on the microphone. Young Bakugo, don't do it. You'll kill him. No way. He's not gonna. Kaminari yelled. Bakugo's going too far. He's gonna kill Midoriya. Kirishima yelled. Run, Midoriya. Shiro yelled. Izuku. Momo yelled in horror. He'll be fine as long as he dodges it. Bakugo yelled with an evil smile as he finally pulls the pin. The grenade shot out a megaton fireball towards Izuku, crashing through the side of the walls. The boy saw it coming as he used his arms to cover himself from the blast. The fireball exploded from the building, causing a mini earthquake type. Both Uraraka and Iida felt the building shake, looking around to see what was going on. All Might and Class 1A felt the aftershocks from the explosion by Bakugo quirk. They look around once the vibration ended. Whoa. This is nuts. Kirishima yelled. Is Izuku okay? We have to get him to the emergency room. Momo yelled to the symbol of peace. Come in, Midoriya. All Might yelled for any response. Back in the building, Bakugo approached to the room where Izuku was blown into. He walked through the smoke that came from his fireball. He entered the room to see a hole that leads outside. Where are you, Deku? Don't tell me you've given up, he asked, looking around for any signs of the boy. The smoke cleared in a couple of minutes, and what shocked the bully was in fact that Izuku wasn't in the room. What? He's gone. He looked around to see where he was at. Where are you, Deku? Show yourself. Suddenly, he looked up and saw Izuku delivered a power stomp on Bakugo. This time, it hurt him really hard than the first one earlier. The bully recovered from the attack, slowly getting back up. His turn around with a shock face when he Izuku, not a single scratch from his attack, especially how powerful the fireball was. No way. How did yo? He saw that the Chaos Emerald created a shield in front of Izuku. That can't be, there's no way you would survive that blast. He yelled. Back in the monitor room, Class 1A and All Might were stunned to see Izuku not injured from the blast. They saw the reaction from Bakugo. Stunned and angry. No freaking way. He survived that. Ricado asked. It was that emerald. It created a shield for him just like yesterday. Ribbit. Suyu said, pointing her finger on the screen. It almost like the emerald read his thoughts, or he quickly grabbed it at the last minute that fireball came. Ojiro said. Look at Midoriya's face. He's really angry now. Kaminari said. Come on, Midoriya. You can do it. Kirishima yelled. Momo was stunned at what she saw. No way Izuku would survive that blast. She breathed a sigh of relief he was okay. Come on, Izuku. Beat him down, she yelled on the screen. That emerald saved his life. It had to be the Mystic Chief that was watching it. I gotta thank him later for saving Midoriya. All Might thought, referring to Pachacamac. On board the Death Egg, Eggman and his minions was stunned just like Class 1A and All Might. Scratch look over the Chaos Emerald Reader and its power level was going up even more than the previous time. There's no way that Izuku kid could survive a blast like that. Snively said, with a shock face, his entire body was shaking. Impressive. Never seen anything like it. Eggman said. Look at Bakugo's face. He's stunned just like we are. Scratch yelled. Unreal. Grounder said. Back in the building, Izuku glared at Bakugo, who was still stunned seeing his punching bag still standing. What's wrong, Kachan? 1 minute you were so arrogant thinking you got this match won, now you're stunned to see me still standing. I said early on I'm no longer the Deku you used to beat me up. That was the first act we went through. Now it's time for Act 2 to begin. He said, getting in his defensive stance. Bakugo's shocked face turned to anger. He was more angry than ever. Almost ready to have a heart attack. That's it, I had enough of this. It's time to end this once and for all. I'm gonna kill you, he yelled in rage. Then bring it on. Izuku yelled back. Music. Song 2 by Blur. Bakugo charged towards Izuku, using his quirk to blast his fast. But Izuku used quick step to dodge the attack. The bully uses his left hand to surprise him with the other attack. The boy counters by sliding underneath his legs. He uses his right leg, hitting Bakugo's chin, sending him flying upwards, damaging more of the ceiling. More rage came as he used the left arm of the Grenadier Bracer to deliver another fireball. Izuku quickly jumped the wall and used a punch to Bakugo's stomach, sending him more upward to the top floor where both Iida and Uraraka were. On the top floor, Iida and Uraraka earlier felt the building shook thanks to Bakugo's quirk. They could hear more explosion sounds coming from the bottom floors of where both Izuku and Bakugo were fighting hard. The engine quirk user got on his earpiece to communicate with Bakugo. Bakugo, answer me. What is going on down there? Did you cause that blast? Iida asked, but no response from the other side. He could hear yelling and crashing from his earpiece. But what Iida didn't know, was using the earpiece became a distraction. It was Uraraka's chance to move to capture the bomb. Now's my chance, she thought as she ran to the bomb. If I reclaim the weapons, it'll be our chance to win. Iida heard footsteps as he turned around to see Uraraka heading for the bomb. Not so fast, hero, he said in his villainous comically tone. He charged towards her. She used both hands to connect her fingers with a pink light appeared. She activated her quirk with one step, jumping over him and flying in the air. I just have to touch the weapon. In one move, it'll all be over, she thought, floating over Iida. Since when does she make herself float? He asked. Release. Ochako yelled, deactivating her quirk as she was inching closer to the bomb. But Iida won't end it there. He activate his engine quirk, speeding and grabbing the bomb before Uraraka touches it. She crashes on the floor and the wall, failing to touch the bomb. Iida stood behind the doorway with the bomb next to him. He turned to Uraraka at the other side where he was at just now. Nice try. But your quirk's no threat if you touch anything. I can keep this weapon out of reach until time runs out. BWA ha 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 ha, he said in his villainous tone. It's not over. I won't let Deku down, Ochako thought, getting up from falling. Back in the second floor, the battle raged on between Izuku and Bakugo, and it has been Izuku giving it all to his bully. Bakugo used his right arm to launch his right hand to try to hit Izuku in the face. The boy dodged it using his head, going right. He jumped, doing a flying kick, hitting Bakugo in the side of his head, sending him flying to another room. Izuku curled himself into a ball, spinning himself in doing a spin dash. He launched himself towards the room, ready to deliver a blow in Bakugo's chances in winning the match. But the bully wasn't going down. Bakugo jumped right back up and saw Izuku coming towards him. He jumped to the side, quickly using his right hand to hit Izuku with his quirk. The boy went flying towards another wall, crashing to another room. It's time to end this, Deku. I'm gonna put an end to this once and for all, Bakugo yells, launching himself towards the room to deliver a final blow to the boy. Izuku slowly got up, slowly turning around to see the bully coming towards him with an evil grin. It's over for you. He quickly raised his left arm to launch another fireball. Izuku grabbed the Chaos Emerald, sending a flash on his bully. Bakugo's eyes went blinded again like the assessment test. He quickly tries to rub his eyes to get focus. He did, but saw at the last second Izuku delivers the speed dash on his chest, sending the bully flying through multiple walls to another room. The entire second floor was getting wrecked by the battle ahead. Back in the monitor room, Class 1A were amazed and shocked by the battle at hand. They were so focused on both Izuku and Bakugo doing all the damage in the building. There was one problem that made All Might worried. The more damage both boys did, the risk of the building collapsing with 4 students could be facing death. Midoriya's kicking Bakugo ass today. That's my boy right there, Kirishima said in an exciting tone. The more anger Bakugo is getting, he's gonna get himself a heart attack, Kaminari said. I've never seen Midoriya all angry like this. It like he was ready for this day to come. And he's taking his anger on Bakugo even more, Mina said, turning to Momo. You said there's history between these two, correct? Yes, that's what I said. But I can't tell you about it. I promise I did tell Izuku I hold this a secret, Momo said, though she already told Uraraka about it before the combat training began. Besides, we shouldn't worry about it. Right now, it's not only Izuku I worry about. It's everyone in that building that we should be worried. It could collapse because of those two fighting. She turned to All Might. All Might, can you try to stop this fight? It's gonna get worse from here. The symbol of peace stood there, watching the battle unfold. Momo was right. The more damage the boys were doing, the risk of the building will collapse. She's right. It could get worse. I gotta do something and get involved in this fight, he thought, grabbing the microphone. Young Midoriya, end this fight now. You're gonna collapse the building if you two continue this fight. Stop this at once, he yelled through the microphone. End song. Back at the building, Izuku heard All Might's voice on the PA speaker. He looked up to see all the damage in the second floor they did. The boy was sweating and breathing hard. He could feel his heart beating real fast. He suddenly heard footsteps as Bakugo was walking in the room with angry look than ever. He's already at the breaking point. His body was bruised and battered. He was breathing hard as well. He coughed blood to the floor, from all the punches he faced from the groin area. He never thought that Izuku will give him the beating of his life. But now, it was time to end this. Deku, how dare, you, do this to me, this is, not fair. Bakugo said, still coughing a little blood. This is not how I want it end. I can't lose to you. Not like this. You don't like it, Kachan. You don't like it when you gave me all the beatings I've give you just now. It's a taste of your medicine for what you've done to me. All those years of bullying of me. Treating me like trash when I was quirkless. I already respected you for what you've done in the past. Ever since you have a quirk, you think you're the better person. Izuku said, looking down with his eyes covered by his hair. But today, you don't see the light. That's why you're delusional. Thinking you can be the #1 hero. Think again. What you trying to say, piece of filth? Bakugo asked when Izuku held up the Chaos Emerald in his hand. This emerald belonged to someone else. It was a gift to me 10 years ago, a gift that is to make me a hero. And you want to know who gave me this gift? Was the two people that became my true friends. Something you'll never have. Those friends were the one you met that saved me from you and that boy from the park, Izuku said. Memories hit Bakugo's head. He was remembering of what Izuku just said. Are you saying? He asked. That's right. Izuku looked up at Bakugo with angry look. His name is Sonic the Hedgehog and his other is Tails. Those two are my true friends. They gave me this emerald to make me become a hero. And they made a promise including Sonic, that they will return to Earth and see me become the #1 hero. Bakugo remembered the day he met Sonic. He got beaten including his friends hard by the Hedgehog. It was the most embarrassing day of his life. He growled in anger more, clenching his fist. So, that little blue rodent gave you that emerald, no wonder it's important to you, but I will say this, if that good-for-nothing sewer rat does return. I will that rodent with everything I got. He yelled. And since you're here, I'll give you a preview of it. Starting by killing you. Then come at me then. Beat me up so more. Izuku yelled. The two charged at one another, yelling and screaming with enough force. Bakugo used his right hand, ready to use his explosive quirk on him. Izuku used his right arm, activating one for all. The Chaos Emerald grant more strength for Izuku in case his arm is broken, protecting his body at all cost. They didn't notice that All Might was pleading both boys to end the fight. No luck. Back in the monitor room, Class 1A and All Might were about to witness the final blow between the boys. The symbol of peace tried to yell on the microphone to end it. They weren't listening. All Might, end the fight. They're gonna kill one another. Kirishima yelled. This is not good. I can't watch. Mina said, looking away. This is insane. Kaminari yelled. No way. Zero yelled. All Might, end it. Izuku's gonna be dead if you don't end the fight. Momo yelled in fear. Both of you, stop. All Might yelled on the microphone again. Now, Uraraka. Izuku yelled. Right, she said, putting her arms around a support pillar. Iida stood there in confused. He looked around. Bakugo's quirk went full blast mode, hitting Izuku's face. He thought he finally got him. Not so fast. Izuku used one for all, by sending a big shockwave on the top floor of the building. Windows were being shattered, the building floors and ceilings were being destroyed. The shockwave slams through the rooftop, going all the way into the sky. Both Iida and Uraraka were holding on to other debris in the top floor. He still had the bomb with him. He saw her use his quirk on the pillar she was holding on to. She swung it like a baseball bat, sending pieces of rocks towards him. However, none of them hit him as they passed by him. But instead, it was used as a distraction for her to jump over and hug the bomb. Iida was shocked at what happened. I got it, she said, happily hugging the bomb. What? No. The weapon, Iida said, shockingly. But back on the bottom floor, Bakugo looked up to see multiple holes above him thanks to One for All. He and Iida lost the match. Staring in shock, he looked back at Izuku, with the Chaos Emerald created a shield for protection, lifting his fist up, looking at his bully with a serious look. You tricked me, this was your big plan wasn't it, from the very beginning. You bastard. He said. No, that wasn't it. Though I use it to win this match and help my teammate win it, the quirk you haven't seen yet, is for you. Izuku said. Huh? Bakugo asked. Suddenly, Izuku's left arm activates One for All again. Bakugo recognized it quickly as he used his grenadier bracers to use both fireballs. But it was too late. Izuku delivers the biggest knockout punch towards the bully's face, sending him flying from the building and hitting in the street. His body lies face first on the concrete. Izuku walked out to check his pulse. Putting both fingers, he was relieved he was okay. Next time, Kachan, you'll regret everything at what you said, everything. Izuku said as he collapsed to the ground, unconsciously. The combat training was over as Team A beat Team D. The Chaos Emerald deactivates by itself and the green aura disappeared from Izuku's body. Chapter 15, Combat Training Aftermath. The aftermath of the heavy battle came to an end. Team A aka the heroes winning their match, Team D aka the villains. But it came at a heavy price. The building itself was damaged thanks to the heavy fighting between Izuku and Bakugo. Both boys were unconscious. Izuku was tired and didn't had any severe injuries. Only minor cuts from the bully's explosive quirk. Bakugo had the most severe injuries. A bump on his right cheek thanks to Izuku's knockout punch at the end. Lip bleeding plus more bumps and bruises everywhere on his body. In the building, Uraraka slid off the bomb but began to feel sick. She was on the verge of vomiting thanks to using too much of her zero-gravity quirk. Iida patted quickly on her back, multiple times trying to calm herself down. Later on, All Might showed in the building. Congratulating both Iida and Uraraka for the job they did. He flew down to the second floor, surveying the damage that was taken by the fighting between the boys. He turned around to see two mini conveyor bots carrying Izuku on a stretcher approaching past him. He was relieved to see Izuku okay. They stopped next to the symbol of peace where one of the bots gave him the Chaos Emerald. Thanks, you two. Proceed to the nurse's office. Tell recovery girl I'll be there later. He said as the robots exit from the building. He looked to see the emerald in his hand. Well, the emerald is still in good shape. I'm surprised that young Midoriya would tell young Bakugo about the emerald and the person who gave it to him. He did told me that Sonic saved his life and took down young Bakugo. Won't surprise if Sonic returns to Earth and see him again. Won't be a pretty good reunion. All Might exit from the building, walking on the street to see Bakugo's damaged body on the stretcher carried by the other two mini conveyor bots as they were escorting the bully to the nurse's office. He heard a gasp as he turned around to see both Iida and Uraraka, exiting from the building and saw Bakugo's body. All Might hid the emerald from them, approaching them. What happened to Bakugo? Did Midoriya did that to him? Iida asked with a shocked face. It appears so. I guess it shows how much combat training can take a toll on a villain once a hero would go all out. That's why the entire second floor was heavily damaged. Luckily the building stood there. Would have collapsed including the two of you. You must have felt that shockwave of his quirk in the upper floor, correct? All Might asked, not want to bring the Chaos Emerald nor One for All in that matter. No wonder the building was shaking. I tired to get a hold of Bakugo on the earpiece but now we know why. Iida said, looking back at Bakugo's body. Is he gonna be okay? What about Deku? Ochako asked. They'll both gonna be fine. Recovery girl can use her quirk to heal injuries. In the meantime, the two of you return to the monitor room. Gotta get prepared for the next team to get into the action. Good job today, you two. All Might said. Yes, sir, they said as they walk off to the monitor room. Seeing what happened to Bakugo, Deku did a ton of damage to him. I can't blame him for what he did. Bakugo got what he deserved. I guess Yaoruzo was right about him bullying Deku during childhood. Even though I don't wish ill will on anyone, I hope he pulls through. Hopefully Deku's okay. Ochako thought. Hopefully I get a chance to talk with Midoriya before the day's over. I wonder if all that beating he did to Bakugo is the reason why he meant to smash the emerald. Speaking of it, I wonder where's the emerald. Did Midoriya had it with him during the training? Iida thought. All Might look at the walked away. He planned to give the emerald back to Izuku in the nurse's office at the end of the day. He began walking back to the monitor room when he felt something was wrong. He turned around to look at the empty street behind. That's weird. There's that same feeling I had when felt that someone is watching us. Just like at the beach when Nezu and I felt that way. There's no way that would happen. Plus, UA is heavily guarded by security. Impossible for any intruders to enter. Either way, I better get back to the room with Class 1A to resume the training. He thought as he walked off to the monitor room. Once he was gone, the egg drone deactivated its cloaking device to show its presence. On board the Death Egg, Eggman and his minions were still shocked after the fight between Izuku and Bakugo. Though they weren't shocked when they saw on how Izuku used both One for All and the Chaos Emerald, the fact that they saw the anger look of the boy going all out on Bakugo, they had all the fight recorded through the egg drone's camera. Everything they saw, they were planning on studying more about between him and Bakugo. They did had the other drone recorded both Iida and Uraraka as well. But they were more focused on the man, that was the most intense fighting I've ever seen. Deku said. That Izuku kid went all out on Bakugo. Did y'all see his angry face? Boko asked. I've never seen him that angry. Whatever ticked him off, pretty clear could likely be Bakugo, who always has an anger issue, may had said something to him during the training scene that set him off. Scratch said. You saw when they escorted both gentlemen out of the training grounds, there was no signs of scratch or major injuries on Midoriya. But on Bakugo, he suffered the worst. Plus, they damaged that building real good. Orbot said. So insane. That face on that Izuku kid made my body get chills. Cubot said as his body shake in fear. Eggman threw a wrench, hitting Cubot's cubicle head. Everyone, calm down. We should grateful we witness how much the boy was trained. This person will be a great fit for the robotization, along with All Might as well. Once we'll have our candidates, the Eggman Empire will be strongest ever. No hero will stand in the way of beating us once the planet is ours. So now what, boss? The combat training will resume and their other candidates were just talking about or about to get going. Snively said. Oh, that. Order the drones to return to the Death Egg at once. We're done for today. Eggman ordered. Snively and the minions were surprised by that response. Seriously. That's it. But what about the combat training? Snively asked, shockingly. We already saw all the students' quirks yesterday. Why bother seeing it again? We got what we want. Besides, we got other plans to deal with. Snively, Grounder, meet me in my office later today. I got plans for the both of you. Eggman said, leaving the bridge. What? Us? Grounder asked, curiously. I'm not sure what he's talking about. Perhaps some type of promotion maybe. Scratch said. Like that Stain guy got. Grounder asked, making both of them shiver after from earlier today. Let's don't mention that guy. Scratch said. The drones were ordered back to the Death Egg, ending their mission for the day despite the combat training continues with a new team in place. Back in the monitor room, All Might resume his lesson with Class 1A without both Izuku and Bakugo, who were at the nurse's office getting their injuries treated. Iida, Uraraka, and Momo were concerned for Izuku. They were planning on seeing him after the day over depending if he's still in the nurse's office or in the class. All Might begin discussing the class on a review of the first battle of the combat training. Well, despite the results, the MVP on this exercise is young Midoriya. All Might said as the students were not surprised by that, especially Momo who knew that he was one that did much of the damage to Bakugo. Of course it would be him. You saw how he beat the crap out of Bakugo. Though I hope he's okay. Kirishima said. Imaging if Mr. Aizawa was our teacher for this period, and saw what Midoriya did to Bakugo, he would have been expelled from the academy for his actions. Kaminari said. Oh for sure. You know how Mr. Aizawa is. Siro said. I'm wondering on why Midoriya would get all angry by beating Bakugo up. Ribbit. Suyu asked. I'm not sure. Mina said, turning to Momo. Yaoruzo, did you said earlier that there was troubled history between both Midoriya and Bakugo? Momo heard it but decided to ignore her. She turned to the symbol of peace. All Might, I'm wondering is Izuku gonna be okay? Don't worry, young Yaoruzo. He'll be fine. He's just tired for all that fighting he went through. He has minor injuries. You know how that goes when fighting takes a toll on a person's body. All Might said. I see. She said, breathing a sigh of relief. Hopefully I get a chance to see him later today when we go home. Now then, time to blow up this joint. Let's move on to the next match. Think about everything we saw from the first one as you tackle yourself in the training. All Might said. Yes, sir, the class said as the combat training resume. Back on the Death Egg, Scratch and Grounder enter Eggman's office. They saw the doctor with hands together, with his elbows on his desk. He look at his computer of Class 1A and their quirks. He also look at video of the quirk assessment test of every student's quirks. He heard the door open, turning his chair to see the two minions walking to two chairs to seat on in front of the desk. We're here, boss. Is there something you want to tell us? Scratch asked as they sat in their chairs. There's something I want to ask you. Eggman said. You two were in charge of the egg drones for the night shift operations, correct? Yes, boss. We always counted for every drone to be back when the operation is over. Is there something wrong? Grounder asked. Oh, I'm just wondering about that, because I overlooked the entire drones that was present when they returned, and I found out that one of them never made it back. On top of that, I saw on the drone's point of view camera is offline. Eggman said, pulling his laser gun at the two. Care to explain what just happened to it? Pretty clear, you two were sleeping on the job when it was offline that night. Both Scratch and Grounder jumped from their chair, shivering in fear of their boss ready to shoot. Boss. I didn't know that one of the drones didn't made it back to the Death Egg. I swear. Grounder told me every one of them return. You should shoot him. What? Liar. You're the one who was sleeping. You said just forget it and ignore it. The boss won't know. Grounder yelled back. You're the liar. I was wide awake and Scratch couldn't finish when a laser came in between them, ending their conversation quickly. The two turned to Eggman, with fear in their face. You two, shut up for once. I should just shoot you both and get rid of you at Scrapyard. But However, I'm planning on the two of you to bring it back here without screwing up. Eggman said, putting his gun away and turning on the hologram radar on his desk. Bring it back. Is this like a mission or something? Scratch asked. Of course it's a mission, you idiot. Eggman said as the map zoomed into the city of Musutafu. From an aerial view, a red dot beep on a rooftop of a building. The last known location of the drone is located on a building in downtown. I want the two of you to take the Egg Mobile to the city and get the drone back here to the Death Egg without being detected. You should be okay when it's night time. Everyone will be asleep by then. Going to the city. That's gonna be awesome. Grounder said, exciting. I wonder what the city is like. Scratch asked when Eggman pounded his fist on the desk. Idiots. No time for sightseeing. Get the drone and get out of there as quickly as possible. And don't worry, I have two people coming along with you. He said. Two people? Scratch asked when the door opened. The two turn around to see a familiar person. A little monkey who wears a gray jumpsuit with a chest screen and buttons with red boots. He has lanky limbs, big monkey ears and black eyes with no pupils. He has a siren on his head which flashes rotating lights when he's excited. You want to see me, boss? Coconuts asked, walking in. No way. Coconuts. You're here, too. Grounder asked. Of course it's me. What else? I had to manage to sneak in the ship before the rest of you lift off from Mobius, the monkey badnik said. Enough talk. Coconuts, you'll be joining the two of them on a mission tonight. Make sure you get plenty of rest for the job up ahead. And don't mess up the Egg Mobile like you did before. Or else you'll be joining these idiots in the scrapyard. Eggman said. By the way, where's the second person? Scratch asked. Don't worry about him. Let me just wake him up. Eggman said, typing in a couple of buttons on his desk. In another room of the Death Egg, multiple beeping sounds came on, including other computer screens thanks to Eggman. A capsule appeared from below the floor. The lights inside the room came on as well. Inside, two red eyes appeared, ready for combat. Back at Ground Beta, All Might blew his whistle as the combat training finally came to an end. All Class 1A students took part of the training. Him and the class were at the exit with the symbol of peace in front of them. That's a wrap. Super work. You really step up to the plate. We didn't had many injuries except for Bakugo and Midoriya, despite his injuries are minor. You should be proud. Excitement, best day of training all around. He said, giving a thumb up to them. It's nice to hear some encouragement words after our homeroom class. Suyu said, referring to yesterday's first day with Aizawa. Mr. Aizawa was kinda of a buzzkill. Ribbit. The class nod their heads in agreement to her comically, except for Momo who was still a serious girl. I'm happy to bring such straggling positivity to my alma mater. That's all for now, folks. I should go check on both young Midoriya and young Bakugo's progress. All Might said. I was wondering if I want to come OT see how Izuku is doing. If that's all right with you. Momo asked. Me too. He was my partner in the combat training. Just to see how he's doing. Ochako said. Both girls glared at one another. Sorry, but only teachers are allowed to check their students at the nurse's office. You can see him once he's out of it when school's done of the day. Until then, watch how a pro hero when he has somewhere to be. All Might said when he went full force speed, out of ground beta. Class 1A had to cover their eyes from the wind of his speed. Once he was gone, they were amazed by how fast he can go. Okay, you guys. That is a hero. Kaminari said. Oh, I'll never be to run like that with that speed. Ojiro said. Super awesome. Mineta said. But what Class 1A didn't know, the reason for All Might running that fast, he was already at his limit of his muscular form. He ran to the exit door, hoping no student doesn't see his true identity. Smoke was coming out from his body. He saw the staff-only doorway, pressing the button to open it. Once he entered, he quickly closed it and right on time, smoke exploded through the room. Took a couple of seconds for it to disappear. He was back in true form, breathing from all that running he went through. I barely had time to teach a class. Shit. Toshinori said, pulling the Chaos Emerald from behind. Well, better get this back to young Midoriya. Back in UA, Toshinori, still coughing from his transformation return, was at the nurse's office. He saw both Izuku and Bakugo in their beds, laying down with their eyes closed. Recovery girl saw him and already began scolding him for the incident Toshinori told her between the two boys. The second day of school and Bakugo already a regular patient. At least Midoriya is doing okay. But still, why didn't you stop him when he was beating the other boy, All Might? Recovery girl asked, with a stern look on her face. You're right. I'm sorry. He said. Well, it's no good apologizing to me. She said, turning her chair at the boys in bed. These two are exhausted from my quirk. All the bruises and bumps around Bakugo is gone thanks to me quirk. Midoriya's doing okay. Just minor injuries to him though I use my quirk on him as well to rest up. He'll be okay but Bakugo had the worst of it. Wonder what got Midoriya to go all out on him. She turned back to Toshinori. I hope he didn't use your quirk on him for any reasons. It's a long story which I don't want to talk about. Even one of the students in his class knew about Midoriya's past history with Bakugo. Every student wanted to know. I guess today Midoriya went all out on Bakugo for the past mistakes he went through as a child. Toshinori said. Also, will you please don't talk so loudly about One for All? Especially when we have another child in here passed out. Referring to Bakugo in the room. Yeah, I know. Mr. Natural Born Hero. Mr. Symbol of Peace. She said, comically. Oh yeah, make sure you give this Midoriya. Toshinori handed the Chaos Emerald to Recovery Girl. And make sure you hide it from Bakugo. No telling what he would do to use on Midoriya if he wakes up. I'll make sure of it. Recovery Girl said. After taking about One for All and other things, Toshinori left the nurse's office for both Midoriya and Bakugo to heal until the day is over. For Izuku, he was sleeping peacefully. Tired and exhausted from all that power he used from the Chaos Emerald. However, he was instead entering back in the world. Izuku was wide awake. Still in his hero costume from the combat training, he looked around to see he was back at the altar of the Emerald Cave from 4,000 years ago. He stood on top of the green Chaos Emerald as the sole owner of it. He heard a clap in front of him. Seeing Pachacamac standing in the middle of the Master Emerald like before the day they met. Pachacamac. It's good to see you again. I guess that clapping means you saw the fight didn't you? Izuku asked. I saw it. I can say as well done. Seeing on how you can handle both the Chaos Emerald and All Might's quirk really paid off. And seeing what you did to that Bakugo person really made me happy. Admit of what he did, he deserve everything he gotten for the way he treated you, the Mystic Chief said. Yeah, almost like I felt bad for him. But I won't. I hope that he understands the reality he ain't gonna be the number one hero. Izuku said. Either way, you did great. That was the first phase of journey to become that number one hero. However, you're gonna have to be more stronger than that for the battle that is up ahead in the future. As I mentioned before, you're about to face the most evil person ever in this battle. The fate of your planet is on the line. Pachacamac said. Do you had anything idea who this person is? Izuku asked. No idea yet. But I'll look into it for the time. In the meantime, just continue on being at your school and get stronger. You're on the mission to become the next symbol of peace. Tell All Might I said hi for him when you see him, the Mystic Chief said. I forgot. Do you have any updates on Eggman since he's coming to Earth? Izuku asked. Actually, I didn't tell you this. But I did mention early on about the 6 Chaos Emeralds he has in his hands. The last update I've known is that he gave one of the emeralds to this individual. I tell you this person I saw is evil than I ever thought. He enjoy killing others, the Mystic Chief said, sending Izuku in shivers and fear. Seriously. But since Eggman has 5 emeralds now, did you know this person is with the other emerald? Izuku asked. I'm not sure. Whatever what Eggman is doing, he's already on the move for something in the future. For now, rest up and get ready. I'll be seeing you soon. Takahakamak said. All right. Tell Tikal I said hi for me. I'll see you soon as well. Izuku said as the green Chaos Emerald below him bright up where the light grew brighter. Back in the nurse's office, Izuku slowly opened his eyes. Gaining his eyesight to focus, he heard a dripping sound. Turning to his left, he saw a fluid bag hanging on a metal hook. He see the tubes connected from the bag to his arm. A cloth of where the tube on his arm was covered to prevent the fluids from leaking. He looked at the clock in front of him, hanging above a wall seeing the time of 3:55 p.m. 5 minutes until 4 p.m. It's late afternoon. He slowly said when Recovery Girl's head appeared in front him. Rise and shine, Sonny. She said, making him flinch. Oh, crap. Why you scarred me? Izuku said, calming himself down. Sorry about that. You were asleep right after the combat training. I heard you went all out on that Bakugo kid. You damaged a building from what I heard. That boy had so many bruises and bumps on his face. Luckily he's okay thanks to my quirk. Recovery Girl said. He was here? Izuku asked. Sure. He woke up before you did and just walk away with angry scowl. Rude boy. Recovery Girl said as Izuku looked at the bed next to him, noticing that Bakugo was there. Figures. He won't change. Even after all that beating. Izuku thought. Well, you better get to class, Sonny. Oh, and All Might came and want to give you this. Don't want to leave it here in the school when any student can steal it. She said, giving him the Chaos Emerald. Thank you so much. Tell All Might I said thanks. Izuku said, grabbing the emerald and climbing out of the bed before walking out of the nurse's office. You have a great day, Sonny. Recovery Girl said, smiling at him. Izuku walked in the hallways to his class. Turning to see the window to his left, he see the sun setting down for the day. I miss all my afternoon classes. Mr. Aizawa's probably gonna choke me with his scarf. He thought, referring to when Aizawa used his scarf on Bakugo when he tried to attack Izuku yesterday. He saw the Class 1A door in front of him. Sliding the door, he was just about to walk in when a voice was heard. Hey, it's Midoriya. Kirishima said as he walked over him, with an arm around his neck. Good to see you back, dude. Man, I don't what you saying during that match, but you kicked Bakugo's ass so much. It was awesome. I can't believe you would use that jewel of yours, creating a force field over Bakugo's quirk. That has to be the best quirk you've ever gotten. Shiro said, walking near him. Izuku was caught by surprise, seeing other classmates following suit to see the boy. Mina ran up and jumped near him with excitement. You did a great job, dodging and attacking. She said in excitement. You really showed that Bakugo guy what he is. He was just so annoying with his big mouth. Ricado said. We're far from elegant but, Aoyama couldn't talk with Mina being all excited, jump in on the conversation. I'm Mina Ishido. You really are not only awesome, but a cute person too. She said, causing Izuku to blush. Well, it's nice to meet you too. He said, nervously when Suyu came from behind Mina. I'm Suyu Asui. But you can call me Su. Ribbit. She said. Ricado Sato is the name. He said. Hi, guys. Izuku said when Mineta jumped in front of him. I'm Mineta Minoru. He said. Other students were continue to talk with Izuku. The other students of Tokiyami, Jiro, and Ojiro were looking on at the conversation. The bird figure was sitting on a desk. So noisy. Tokiyami said. Tokiyami. Iida marched comically towards the bird figure, doing his karate chop. Stop using that desk as a chair. Get off of it this instant. Dude, chill. Jiro said. You're carrying a lot of tension. Ojiro said as Iida looked down in shame. Nobody understands. Iida looks back with a comical determined face. I cannot condone actions to disrespecting these desks. Not grave men and women or our upperclassmen use them. Also noisy. Tokiyami said as the others including Izuku turned to Iida. Iida never relaxes, does he? Izuku thought. At another doorway, both Uraraka and Kaminari were returning to class carrying a stack of books in their hands. The lightning quirk user tries to make a move on her by taking her out to eat. But the girl turns around to see Izuku with the others at the other doorway. She rushes over there to see how he was doing. Kaminari got shut down by it. But was glad to see Izuku okay. Deku, good to see you're okay. She said. I'm fine. Nothing major, just minor injuries thanks to recovery girl's quirk. He said. Suddenly, another arm surrounds his neck. The others turn to see the class members of Class 1B arriving. They saw Tetsu, who had his arm around Izuku, Kendo, Setsuna, Reiko, Yui, and Pony Tsunotori at the doorway. Midoriya, we heard what happened. Did you kick that loudmouth's ass? The iron quirk user asked. Why you scared me? What are you guys doing here? Izuku asked. We just heard what happened. Yao Momo told us what happened at the combat training. She saw you and the other class beating the crap out of Bakugo. Good for you, Izuku. That shut him up. Itsuka said, giving him a thumbs up. That was so awesome. I wish I watched the whole thing. Setsuna said, hugging his head, making him blushed. AAG girl H hugging me. Izuku thought, nervously. He looked to see both Uraraka and Mina with jealousy glares. Even Itsuka shook with jealousy. Whoa, who are you guys and how you know Midoriya? Kirishima asked as the other class. Sorry about that. We're friends with Izuku and Momo, the girl the spiky ponytail in this classroom, and with both Uraraka and Iida as well. I'm Itsuka Kendo and this is Tetsutsu, Yui Kodai, Setsuna Tokage, Pony Tsunotori, and Reiko Yanagi. We're from Class 1B. The other class of the Heroes course. Wow. This is the first time we see the other class from the same course. Nice to meet you, guys. Kirishima said as he and Tetsu shook hands. Proud to meet you guys as well, the iron quirk user said as the other members of Class 1B met Class 1A in a friendly way. By the way, where's Momo at? Izuku asked turning to Itsuka. She's busy doing other things. She's coming back in a little while. She said as Izuku turned to see an empty desk to where his desk behind. Where's Kachan at? Because he was with me in the nurse's office and he left right before I woke up. Izuku said. We tried to stop him from leaving. But he wouldn't listen. He was just so angry he took it out on us and left. Ochako said. Guess he was mad because my boy kicked his ass, that's what. Sore loser he is. Tetsu said. Izuku decided to go after Bakugo. He ran out of Class 1A room with many of his students including Class 1B trying to stop him. Running down the stairs and walking past the lockers, he exited from the building. He stopped to look around when just in time, he saw Bakugo walking to the gates. He ran up to him, trying to stop him. Kachan. Stop. I need to talk to you. He said as the bully stopped walking. He slowly turned his head, looking at him with dark, serious look. What do you want, Deku? You can taunt me more. Because of what you just did to me. Makes you happy, don't it? The explosive quirk user asked, getting a little angry. I should be happy for what I did because of what you did to me in the past. I gotten so angry from all the beatings you put me in. I had to do it. To get even with you. I hope today that you learn from this. But I know deep down, you'll never change. You'll still be the arrogant person that thinks you can be the #1 hero. However, I'm still planning on being the #1 hero. To be the best hero, a person that I give to help. Sorry, Kachan. But you won't be that person that gets the title. Hope you understand it. Izuku said, preparing to walk back in the building. The boy stopped when he heard a laughter. He turned around to see Bakugo laughing. Seriously, Deku? That's the best you got? Saying to me I'll change after I got the beating out of you? He asked, turning around to face the boy when he stopped laughing. Let's get one thing straight, Deku. I'll never change. I'm still planning on being the #1 hero. You lied to me when you showed off that quirk of yours. I was outmatched by the power. You may have won this round, but between you and me ain't over yet. I'm gonna give you the biggest ass beating you'll never forget. Just remember that. Figures. Why did I bother chasing after you then? So stupid. Izuku thought, clenching his fist. There's also something that bothers me. Bakugo said as Izuku looked up at him. That emerald you said that was given by that blue sewer rat from 10 years ago. You said during the training that it helped you train to become a hero. I've seen those powers already and I'll admit it gave me beatings. But you said that blue rodent will be coming back to Earth soon. I got news for you, I'll make sure to put the rodent to sleep if I have to. I'll make him pay for what he did to me 10 years ago. Also, that other quirk you had. The one punching me in the face. You got lucky on that one too. Like I said, get in my way of becoming the #1 hero, you're dead, Deku. With that, Bakugo turned around and walked to the gates. Izuku stood there with a serious look. He'll never learn. Don't worry, Kachan. I'm beat you again if I have to. I will. He thought when he felt a hand touch his shoulder. He turned around to see Momo, smiling at him. Momo. What are you doing here? Sorry, I was walking back to class and Itsuka told me you going after Bakugo. I stood at the entrance watching the whole thing. Sorry I eavesdropped on your conversation. I was hoping he wasn't gonna get you back after what you did to him early on, she said. No, it's fine. He wasn't gonna try to hurt me anyway. I don't think he couldn't because of the pain in him I did. Izuku said. I'm glad you beat him. He was annoying. He wasn't gonna change. I hope he doesn't go down that road as a villain despite of what he did to you. Momo said. And Izuku, don't do anything reckless as well. I was worried after he used his quirk on you I thought you were gonna die. I was scarred seeing that. Izuku looked down in shame, making a girl worried. He grabbed her hand softly, making her blush a little. I'm not gonna die, Momo. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to me. I'm planning on staying alive and become a hero. I promise. Nothing will happen to me. He said. Momo smiled at the reaction. She put her arms around him, hugging him. I hope you do. I want to see you as the #1 hero. Keep getting stronger, Izuku. She said, making the boy blush more. His head was on her breast. She could feel the softness on them from her jacket. Well. I guess you made your move on the cute boy didn't you, Yao Momo? Izuku and Momo turned black and white. They turn around to see Kami at the gates with that seductive smirk on her face. Are we interrupting something? Another voice was heard. They turn around at the building to see both Iida, Uraraka, Itsuka, Mina, Kirishima, Kaminari, Tetsu, Setsuna, Yui, Pony Tsunotori, and Reiko standing at the entrance looking at the two. Both Izuku and Momo broke the hug quickly with blushed faces. Uraraka, Mina, Itsuka, and Setsuna were a little jealous by what they witness. I guess I was right. Midoriya is a ladies' man after all. Kirishima said. What? I've not why you know. Izuku said with Kaminari putting his around him. Really? Then what was that hugging the most popular girl in UA after all then? The lightning quirk user asked with a smirk as Izuku looked around with a blushed face. All right, everyone. Midoriya is tired after today. I think we should just head home for the day. I'm tired myself. Iida said with a karate chop. I think we're all tired after today. Ochako said. Let me go get my backpack and we'll be out of here. Izuku said, running back to the building. Izuku came back minutes later and they all walked together home. Izuku looked back to didn't think he would make more friends including the new ones he met at Class 1B. Except for Monoma, who has a thing against Class 1A. Either way, it was a great 2 days for him. Going through a tough combat training against Bakugo. It was surely going to be a great year at UA for him. Momo walked next to him when he felt a tap on his shoulder. She turned around to see Mina looking at her with a glare. Don't think this is over. You just did that hugging so you can have him all you want. She said in a whisper tone. We're just friends. Remember that? Momo asked, with a tick on her forehead. Sure. We'll see who gets Midori at the end of the day. She whispered. Midori. Don't worry, Ishido. We'll see who wins at end, she thought, with a determined look. The other girls heard them whispering. They knew they also want in on the competition for Izuku Midoriya. Sorry, Yao Momo. You're my friend. But I want Izuku badly as you do. Itsuka thought. Don't worry, Midoriya will be mine before you girls know it. Setsuna thought. Deku will be mine before you know it. I won't let them get him. Ochako thought, with a pout on her face. So it's on now. Seems Yao Momo, Itsuka, and the other girls want in on the competition. Sorry, but cute one will be mine before you know it. Kami thought. Another day wrap up for the future heroes as they head home for the day. It was night time in Musutafu. As people heads homes for the night, above the skies, both Scratch, Grounder, and Coconuts, who was driving the Egg Mobile, were flying above the city. Behind them, a figure flew next to him with red eyes as protection in case. Both badniks were confused by it since they saw it. But it was no problem to them since the mission will be easy. As long as they don't do stupid things that can make the mission difficult. Coconuts look at the radar where red dot was located. I think we found it. It's on that building, the monkey badnik said, pointing his finger at the skyscraper they were heading. Then let's get on that rooftop. Scratch said. The egg mobile flies upward on the rooftop of the building. They put on the lights to see the pieces of the egg drone on the ground. They landed the vehicle on the roof before exiting out of it. They approached the pieces to examine it. They saw some decay on it from Shigaraki's quirk that damage it. The camera lenses were shattered as well. There's some decay on the drone. Plus the camera is all shattered as well. Grounder said. Somebody must have destroyed it. But who? Scratch wondering. How can it be destroyed when the cloaking device was active? There's no way who or what saw it. Coconuts said. Either way, the data inside has to be restored quickly. We'll find out who the person is that destroyed it. Come on. Grab the pieces and get out of here before the boss goes after us for being late. Scratch said as they gather pieces. After grabbing every piece, they were heading back on the vehicle until a voice was heard. Halt. You three. The badnik froze, comically as they turn around to see none other than Kamui Woods, who landed on the roof when he was patrolling the city. He caught them on the rooftop in the nick of time before they left. Hey, it's that Kamui Woods guy we saw fighting that big monster. Grounder said, referring to the day they saw him along with other heroes fighting the giant villain at Tetuan Station. You know who I am, right? What are you three doing here? The wooden hero asked. YUSC, we lost something and we were just about to leave. Scratch said. Lost something? Then what is that in your hands? Kamui Woods asked, pointing the finger at the pieces of the egg drone in their hands. Toys. Coconuts asked, smiling mischievous. Yeah, they're just toys. That's what he said. Scratch said, laughing comically while sweating at the same time. If they are toys then I must inspect them. Second, you guys were on the rooftop for no reason like you're sneaking into a building or something suspicious. And weird to see you three are like robotic types as well. But I'm a hero and hero must do a good job to protect this city. You three have to come with me for questioning with the police. Kamui Woods said. But we didn't do anything. Grounder said, shaking in fear. Please don't try this harder on anyone. If you come with me, we'll settle this out and we'll let you go. Kamui Woods said, approaching them. Suddenly, a phone rang out of nowhere. The three froze including the pro hero. Is that your phone? The hero asked. That's the Robocom phone. Eggman's calling. Scratch said. Eggman. Who is this Eggman? Is that your phone ringing? What's going on here? Kamui Woods asked, getting serious as the phone kept ringing. What are we going to do? Coconuts asked, shaking. Just answer the phone, idiot. Scratch yelled as Grounder turned to the pro hero. Can I answer the phone? He asked as Kamui would nod his head in approval. He opened his door on his torso, grabbing the phone. Hello. Idiots. Where are you? What's taking so long? I told you not sightseeing in city. Eggman's voice was heard on the phone. We're on our way, boss. We're kinda in a delay. Grounder said. Delay? What you talking about? What's going on? Eggman asked as Scratch grabbed the phone. It's a different story. He said, looking at Kamui Woods. What the hero didn't notice, Coconuts was doing sign language with his fingers. The dark figure slowly appeared from behind the hero. Kamui Woods noticed the monkey badnik doing language. His could see his eyes looking at something. The pro hero snapped and turned around when a sword came out of nowhere. He jumped out of the way, letting the sword hit the ground. Both badniks quickly jumped into the egg mobile to escape. The hero jumped near the emergency exit door. He heard the engines from the vehicle heard. He saw them try to escape. Stop right there. Lacquered chains prison. Kamui Woods used his quirk, shooting out wood to try surround the vehicle from leaving. Suddenly, the same sword that tried to attack the hero, came back again and this time, It touches the quirk of his wood, only for it freeze with ice surrounding the woods. What that? Kamui Woods was stunned, trying to unbreak the ice. Ha ha ha. Who's the big shot now, idiot? Scratch asked. You act so tough now you're freezing. Coconuts said, laughing. Don't worry, we'll let our friend deal with you. Grounder said as Kamui Woods turned to the figure near him on the rooftop. An egg robo-like, decorated as a ninja. Its design reflects that of a green Haori with a yellow triangular cross-pattern chest piece. This yellow cross pattern also appears on his hand and feet cuffs. He has a black bottom torso, red eyes, gray appendages, and green Zori-like forefeet. He possesses a dark green scarf, keeping with the ninja aesthetic. Is that a robot? Kamui Wood asked, shivering from the ice on his quirk. Heavy shinobi, make sure you get it done before you come back to the death egg as fast possible. Scratch yelled as they drove off to the sky. You're not gonna get away. Kamui Woods used his arbor quirk to break the ice. He turned around used his chain attack. Only for the ninja robot to swing 4 astrons towards him. Instead, they hit the ground near him. The hero looked down to see red lights in the middle blinking slowly. Then begin blinking rapidly. He suddenly noticed it and quickly jumped off the building. Explosions occurred from the astrons but the hero managed to jump to another building in time. The hero stood up to see the heavy shinobi and the badniks getting away from him. Damn it, he said as he jumped back to the rooftop. Seeing damage from it, hopefully no one was hurt. He looked around to see they forgot a piece of the egg drone on the ground. He walked over to grab the piece and examine it. He saw the logo of the Eggman Empire on it. They said the man on the phone was Eggman. Who is he? Wonder what that was. Either way, I gotta get this to the police and see what they can do. He looked up at the sky to see where the others were. Koda's hideout, the Beast Forest. The Beast Forest was located outside the city. In the forest, Koda was at his hideout as usually. Another night arguing with his aunt on the death of his mom and dad. The boy sat there, looking at the stars of the night like before. He had that angry look as usually. While looking, he heard footsteps coming towards him. He got up to look to see either a member of the Wild Pussycats were coming or her aunt to come back to the office. He looked around at the trail he came from and noticed there was nothing there. He was curious to find out who it was. Unfortunately, no one was there. Either he was hearing things or an animal in forest was walking around when he saw him and run. He looked back at the stars as usually. This time, he heard something but it was a sinister voice. Love the stars huh, kid? Koda flinched when he turned around to see who was talking to him. Who are you? Come out right now, he asked, looking around when he caught a glimpse of red eyes looking at him in the cave behind him. The figure appeared out of nowhere, making his presence known. The boy was scared when the figure approached him. Who are you? He asked. Relax. Not gonna hurt you, but I'm here because you said you don't like heroes, do you? He asked with his arms crossed. Koda was stunned by that answer. How did you know that? He asked. Because I'm here to give you an offer you can't refuse, Stain said, pulling his katana out. And that's by how you can get rid of heroes in today's society. Starting today, I'm gonna train you to how to get rid of the fake heroes in our streets. Koda stood there as he stared at the eyes of the hero killer. League of Villains hideout Camino Ward. Somewhere in the Camino Ward, people were walking around enjoying the beautiful scene of the city. But what they didn't notice, at an unknown building, which many people thinks it's just a regular building. But inside, it was the building for the hideout of the villains. Shigaraki sat on the stool of the bar, drinking his drink while reading the newspaper. Kurogirl was behind the counter, as the bartender. Behind them near the jukebox, a monstrous figure sat at a table, minding his business. Do you see this junk? Shigaraki asked, seeing the headline of the newspaper reads, All Might becomes UA teacher. And another that read, closes agency temporarily. He put the glass of his drink on the face of All Might's picture, making that part wet. They said he's a teacher now. I see. I guess the symbol of peace is doing something is life for the time being. Kurogirl said, using a towel to clean a glass. Hey, Shigaraki said. What is it? Kurogirl asked. What do you think it will happen? When the mighty symbol of peace is finally killed by the villains. He said with a psychotic evil smile on his face, covered by one of his hands. In just their first week at school, the students of UA were about to face one of their darkest day ever that can change their lives, forever. Chapter 16. class representatives and uninvited guests. Back in Musudafu, it was another day at UA for the students that are training to become a hero. However, their day didn't start the way that thought they planned. Izuku, who was just about to enter through the gates when he was surrounded by multiple news reporters and camera. He was nervous and such with them invading his personal space. Social media and mainstream news went skyrocket throughout Japan after the news of All Might was teaching at UA. All the reporters and paparazzi drove from bus and car to the academy to get any questions from the students, including the ones that were part of the hero's course. Hey, you. Izuku flinched when a microphone from a HNA female reporter, who was asking question. Can you tell us what it's like to work so closely with All Might? Izuku grew nervous when his backpack was yanked by both Momo and Itsuka who arrived. Hey, we were talking with him. The female reporter yelled. Number 1, you're making him uncomfortable when he's all shy and timid. And number 2, he doesn't need to ask you those questions. Besides, you making him late when we have a strict teacher in our class. Let's go, Izuku. Momo said, yanking the boy away from the media. Yeah, really. Take a hike and bother someone else for your own time. Itsuka said, catching up with the two to the building. Rotten brats, the female reports said, with a comically angry face. She saw Uraraka making her way to the school. Are you one of All Might's students? Tell us, what's the symbol of peace like in person? What's he like? Ochako asked. Well, he's super musky, yeah. No luck from Uraraka as she headed for the building. The female reporter was getting patient by the minute. She saw Iida making his way to the gates. How is he's fairly as a teacher? What are you learning? His leadership and wisdom remind me on a daily basis that I attend the world's most prestigious educational institution. Iida said with a serious tone. Of course he's the personification of honor and integrity that one would expect. But he's also not afraid to show his student or his humorist side. It's truly a unique opportunity to be under the direction of the pro we'll all admire. To that point, Iida was talking all that nonsense, making all the media reporters with sweat drops on their heads. The female reporter caught none other than Bakugo, with his usually not good mood, walking to the gates. She chased him trying to get an answer only to realize it was the same person that the sludge villain captured. That triggered Bakugo, threatened her to walk away. She quickly walk off, not want to make Bakugo more angry as he proceed to the gates. Minutes later, she and the other media were getting restless. The female reporter saw Aizawa, with his tired look at the gate. He hated reporters mentioned by All Might. She begged for Aizawa to get All Might out here to talk with them. Unfortunately, Eraserhead had other things. All Might's not on campus today. Now, get out of here. You disturb my students enough already. He said as he turned around and walked back to the building. How does All Might get everything done while he has all this media circus stepping on his cape? The female reporter have had enough. She was already been trying her patience. All right, if you won't bring All Might out, I'll do it myself. She said, walking towards the gate. Suddenly, an alarm rang. Red lights above the gate turn on. Multiple metal wall appeared from the ground, caught the reporter by surprise. Other metal walls appeared from the ground, surrounding the school grounds. Hey, what's happening? She asked, shockingly. Don't you know about the school's defenses? This gate is the UA barrier. Her cameraman said. Defenses. It's practically kill me. She said. Yeah, well it's designed by anyone who doesn't have a student ID or special pass from entering the campus. Guess it works, the cameraman said. Apparently, there are security sensors like this all over the place. Keeping the public out. That makes me so mad. The reporter said in angry tone. The least they can grant me is one interview. I know, right. We've been here for 2 days and not a single comment on record yet, the cameraman said. As many of the media continue to stand at the entrance, they didn't even know that Shigaraki was across the street, standing there looking at the gate. On board the Death Egg, the minions were watching all the news media showing up at UA. They watch the media's attempt of trying to walk past the gate. But the metal walls appears from the ground, causing them to stop. Both Scratch, Grounder, Coconuts, Deku, and Boko were laughing the female reporter's reaction that caught her by surprise. Idiot. She should know by now that the walls will appear if you try to walk in. Scratch said, laughing. Yeah, really. No wonder the boss is so smarter than these dumb idiots. Grounder said, laughing. We know the school had these kind of security measures when we had drones all over the school grounds and saw these things active. Good thing our drones can fly above rather than going through gates. So yeah, these people are that stupid. Deku said, laughing. There's a lot of reporters all over the place. I wonder why they'll hear at his school. Boko asked. I believe this is why. Orbot said, pointing at the screen to the left of them, showing a newspaper article of All Might becoming the teacher of UA. Seems that All Might is so popular that news broke of him becoming the teacher at the school prompted every news outlets to come to the academy and talk with multiple students. Including the ones from class 1A. He's so popular with anyone. They all praise him like he's the best. The only person that should be on that newspaper is Eggman. Wait until we invade Earth. Once we do, we'll can take over every news outlet and rename it to Egg TV. A state-run media for positive Eggman news. Not negativity fake news. Everyone will bow to a king. Not that big fake muscular figure on screen. His smile makes me sick. Coconuts said, jumping up and down with the light on above his head. By the way, where is the boss? Cubot asked. He's with Snively looking through the egg drone we brought back. Turns out it was destroyed with pieces of it. Scratch said. Destroyed. How that happened? Boko asked. We still don't how. The boss and Snively looking through the video that is still intact. It's the only evidence to find out who destroyed that drone. Scratch said. I see. By the way, we heard the three of you encounter the Hiro Kamui Wood guy at the building where the drone was found. How did you manage to get out of it? Deku asked. Both Scratch, Grounder, and Coconuts were explaining on how they encounter Kamui Woods. Of course they would tell lies that they were fighting against him, which wasn't true. But Deku and Boko would still buy into it since they are that stupid. Both Orbot and Cubot decided not to listen to the conversation as they look back at the live feed of the drone looking at the media still standing at the gates, blocked by the barriers. Orbot noticed someone standing across the street. He looked closely to see him just standing and watching at the same time. Normally a civilian would stand there and then walk away to continue he or her day. The robot felt suspicious about this individual. Is something wrong? Cubot asked, causing to Orbot to flinch. Please don't scare me that way. Plus, I'm not sure if you were asking. But something smells fishy. Take a look at this person. Orbot said, pointing his finger at the individual standing across the street, staring at the reporters and building. So he's watching. Probably want to get an autograph from All Might or a photo or something. Cubot said. You could be right. However, he's been standing there for a couple of minutes. That's what draws my suspicious. Orbot said. Don't worry. Besides, the security barrier is already active thanks to that female reporter. Nobody ain't gonna do nothing like that guy who just standing there, looking on. Cubot said. I think you're right. What can possibly go wrong? Orbot asked, leaning his head on his hand. Not caring in the world. But what they didn't know, is this person ain't no regular civilian. He's a villain and he was ready to make his move. Back at UA, despite the media still at the entrance, classes proceeded as usually. Aizawa begins speaking to his class about yesterday's combat training results. Decent work on yesterday's combat training, you guys. I saw the video feeds and went over each of the team's results. His eyes turned to Izuku. Midoriya, I will admit you and Bakugo went through the most hardest and toughest fights I've ever seen in my life. I was impressed on how you did with both the emerald and your quirk. Also on how you plan well with quirk so Uraraka can make a break for the bomb. Well done. Why yes, sir. Thank you. He said, only for Bakugo to be more madder after yesterday's beatdown. Bakugo, he turned to Aizawa, looking at him. Though Midoriya did well, you should be proud of yourself for fighting hard. Nobody like losing and I can understand that. Quit sulking like a child because of your loss, okay. Yeah, whatever. He answered with a serious look. All right, let's get down to business. Aizawa said, changing to another subject. Our first task will decide your future. Rest of the class were freaking out by that statement. They went through a quirk assessment test that they thought that the loser failed would be sent home on the first day. That wasn't the case after Aizawa tricked them that nobody was going home. You will all need to pick a class representative. He said, calming the students from panic. Pick me, guys. I want to be class rep. Kirishima yelled. I'll take it. Kaminari said, raising his hand. Yeah, you're gonna need me. Jiro said, raising her hand. Someone with style, Aoyama couldn't finish when Mina jumped in all excited, trying to get everyone to pick her. To the point it was getting out of control. Every student, except for Izuku, want to be class representative. So Iida decided to jump and try to silence everyone with his voice. Quiet, everyone. His yelling stopped from everyone's loudness. The class representative's duty is to lead all others. It's not something anyone can do. You must first gain the trust of every student in the classroom. Therefore, the most logical way to fill this position is by holding an election. After that, Iida raised his hand in the air, want to be the first person voted as the class representative. Is this really the best idea? Kaminari asked. We've only known each other a few days. How can we know who to trust? Ribbit, Suyu asked with a finger on her chin. Besides, everyone will vote for themselves. Kurashimiya said. Most people will. But that means whoever doesn't receive multiple votes, must truly be the most suitable person for the job. Iida said, tuning to Aizawa, who was already in his sleeping bag. Is the best way, right sir? Do what you want. Just decided before my nap's over. He said, laying down on the floor. Thank you for your trust. Iida said. With that, the students have agreed, and that's by voting to see who'll get to be class representative for Class 1A. Back in the Death Egg, Eggman and Snively were in the doctor's office observing the video from the destroyed egg drone that both Scratch, Grounder, and Coconuts recovered the previous night. Eggman scolded at them for being late. The three told him about their encounter with Kamui Woods, but the heavy shinobi distracted them, making sure they would escape from the hero's attack. They were lucky the camera still worked and the data wasn't destroyed, because they would be in a dead end with no proof to see who destroyed it. All right, looks like the data from the drone the Badniks recovered is good to go. Snively said, typing in a couple of buttons on the computer hologram screen. Good. Time to find out who's the perpetrator behind one of my precious toys. Eggman said as Snively plays the video. The two look on the hologram screen. The drone's recording shows Shigaraki, looking on at the city from the rooftop. It was pretty much silence for the first few minutes of the recording. So this guy looks on from the view of the city? Snively asked. Probably just minding his own business. Is this the person that destroyed my drone? Eggman asked. Maybe. Snively said as they continue looking on the video. Then came a purple mist portal that gotten both men's attention. They saw Kurogirl exiting from the portal. Ah, there you are. I was looking for you. He said. What are you doing here, Kurogirl? Can you see I don't want to be interrupted? Shigaraki said, which at the same time, Snively drew some notes including writing Kurogirl's name on it. Sorry. But it's getting late and you know how it is when the police are around the city. We really should be start anything until the time comes. Kurogirl said. Time comes? Eggman asked. What is this all about? Snively asked, curiously. Not sure. Keep writing those notes. I think this is where the drone got damaged. Eggman said as he continued to watch. You're lucky I won't kill you here. But the next time I will if you interrupt me again. Shigaraki said, turning his face to glare at the other villain. Though it was not much for Eggman and Snively to see. The portal appeared behind Kurogirl where Shigaraki walked towards him. But stopped halfway there. Something wrong? Kurogirl asked. Oh, nothing, I need to take care of some pest first. He answered. Pest? Kurogirl asked. Both Eggman and Snively were confused by those words when Shigaraki, with enough speed, moved quickly to where the drone was. His hand was on the camera lens, causing both men to flinch by the move. The screen was messing up multiple times by the man's quirk. The screen finally came to focus, looking upward at the night sky. What the hell? Was that thing been there for the start? Kurogirl's voice was heard from the background. The two men continued to watch, waiting for something to come up next. Then finally, Shigaraki's face came on screen. Both men were horrified by the look of his face. I don't know who you are or where you came from, don't interfere in business that belong to me. He said, forming that evil smile. The videos ends there with the words saying, offline. Eggman and Snively look on with shocked faces. Every notes that Snively written was on there. They review the whole thing from the start to finish. Including 2 words that got their attention. So there it is. That's how the drone was destroyed despite the cloaking device being activated. Eggman said. I'm shocked that he would see it like that. No way nobody wouldn't see it. Not even All Might wouldn't see it. Snively said. Plus this Kurogirl that the person just mentioned. Has a quirk that can use his portal. So no doubt they would transport from one area to another. Eggman said. There were a couple of interesting words that got our attention. That Kurogirl person said, when the time comes. And then that person came on camera saying, don't interfere in my business. What the hell did that mean? Even I want to know. It's like they're planning something for a reason. This is an interesting finding. Snively said. Eggman sat there on his chair, looking at the pause video of Shigaraki's evil smile. He could only get angry, seeing it. If I ever see this person again, I'll make sure he'll be squashed like a bug for interfering in my business by destroying one of my drones. He thought, clenching his fist. Back at UA, Class 1A finish with the election of choosing of who will be class representative. And the results are in. On the chalkboard, the results shows that Izuku has 4 votes and Momo has 3 votes. The boy was stunned when he show him had most voice than other students had. Though the girl was 1 short of it. How did I get 3 votes? Izuku asked with a shocked face. Bakugo was angry, seeing the results as he jumped from his seat, yelling. Okay, you idiots. Who voted for him? He asked. You think honestly anyone will vote for you? Shiro asked. Uraraka looks to her right at the Kaliang, whistling while Iida could only sit there in his desk. Stunned with no one voting for him. 0 votes. He said. I fear that this would happen. But I can argue with it because it was the system that I chose. After the results, Izuku was standing in front of the class. Next to him was Momo. Not only a girl was next to him, but he grew nervous and timid like being stage fright. Aizawa announced that Izuku is the class representative of Class 1A while Momo became the vice representative of the class. Deep down, she was disappointed because she wanted to be class representative. Especially for a girl who was smart getting into the school through recommendation. She turned to the boy who was nervous, placing a hand on his shoulder. Izuku, calm down. I know it's nervous for you to be in this position. She whispered to him. Sorry. I didn't want to be class representative to tell you the truth. I thought a girl like you that is smart would be fit for the job. He whispered back. Really? Then why did you get 4 votes then? Who voted for you? She asked. I'm not sure. But I do know that one of the 3 votes that you got, I voted for you. Izuku said, blushing a little. Ah, thank you so much. It's okay, Izuku. The class may know you after yesterday's combat training. That's why you got the job. I'll respect that decision. Momo said, smiling at him. Many of the class agree with this pair. But Iida looked down, depressed. After announcing both the class representative and vice representative for Class 1A, the period ends as they head for lunch. Back on board the Death Egg, a ship makes its way into the hangars. Once it landed, the door to the side opens and exiting from it was the hero killer himself. Couple of egg robos saluted him as he saluted back while walking past them. He returned from his meeting with Kota at the Beast Forest. He did manage to talk with the boy for a while but had to escape when Mandalay came looking for Kota. Couldn't tell either if the meeting was a success or not. He heard a voice where both Eggman and Snively greeted him. Welcome back, Stain. I hope that meeting with the boy was a success. Eggman said, shaking hands Stain before Snively shook hands with him. A little success I should say. The boy was scarred of my appearance though, the hero killer said. So what happened? Snively asked. I talked with the kid. He was at his hideout. The one you showed me on the video from one of your drones. I hid in the cave where he sits behind and he was watching the stars. I spoke up and flinched. Then my red eyes lit up which got the boy scarred before I walked out of the cave. Then I told him if he want to join in. He couldn't speak because of my appearance. Then I heard a woman's voice, likely it was the hero Mandalay speaking. I told the kid just go and that was it from last night. Stain explained. Did she see you with the boy? Snively asked. No. I escaped before she would see me. Just to let you two know, the Beast Forest is home of the pro-hero group Wild Pussycats. They work on these rescue missions on the mountains. If you want, you can some drones to see their quirks in person. You get more information out of them. Stain said. Don't worry about. Just try again tomorrow night to see if he agrees. Eggman said. I do have a proposition to make on this. Stain said. If that's alright with you, I would like to train with the boy myself. Though I know you want him in your empire, I would like to be his trainer. Perhaps teach him the ways of how he would take on heroes. Really? What are you saying? Eggman asked. The boy and myself are just alike. We don't like heroes. And I thought it would be like a father and son-like relationship between him and me would be the perfect for training with him. Stain said. Both Eggman and Snively look at him with curious looks. Though Snively doesn't like this idea. Never know what the hero killer do, especially to a boy who doesn't like heroes. I'll think about that once you go back tomorrow night to agree with him. Until then, I need your help with something. Eggman said. What is it? Stain asked. One of my drones was found damaged in the city. Good news, that my stupid badniks managed to recover it and brought it back to the ship. Snively and I managed to see the video and found the perpetrator who destroyed it. And I was wondering if you know who it is since you known the city for quite a while. Eggman said. Really? Do you have the video? Stain asked. We do. We're heading to bridge to show the others of what we got. Eggman said. Guess I got nothing to do for the time being. Stain said. The three were on their way to the bridge to see the video footage that Eggman and Snively saw. Back at UA, the lunch period was here as the students were in the cafeteria. Many students from other classes were waiting in line to get their lunch. Other students were at the tables, eating with their friends. At one of the tables, Izuku, Uraraka, Iida, and Momo were sitting and chatting at one another while eating at the same time. They save a couple of empty seats for Itsuka and many of Class 1B friends to come and join them. It's always so crowded in here. Ochako said, looking at the students in the cafeteria. That's why students in the support, management, and hero courses all share the same cafeteria. Iida said, eating his lunch before turning to Momo. I'm very surprised that you weren't voted as class representative, Yaoyorozu. I was kinda disappointed. I always want the job. But I'm glad that Izuku got the job. At least I'll be the vice representative so I can help him out with the job. She said. True. But I'm still worried about being class rep. I don't know if I'm qualified. Izuku said. Sure you are. Ochako said, eating her rice. You'll do great. Iida said. You can do it, Izuku. Just have a little faith in you. Momo said, eating her lunch. Hey, guys. The others heard a voice as they to see both Itsuka, Tetsu, Setsuna, and Yui arriving to seat with the others. Thanks for saving our seats. No problem. We were just talking about our new class representative earlier today. Momo said. Seriously. So weird because I just became class representative for Class 1B. Itsuka said. No way. Seriously. Uraraka asked, surprisingly. Yeah. Everyone in the class agree she should be the class representative. She's like a big sister to everyone. Tetsu said, eating his lunch. Congrats, Itsuka. Momo said. Thanks. By the way, who's the class representative for your class? Itsuka asked, realizing it. Don't tell me. It's you, isn't it, Yao Momo? Actually, you'll in shock for this answer. First, I'm not the class rep. But actually I'm the vice rep. And secondly, Izuku is the class rep. No way. Midoriya is the class rep. That's awesome. Tetsu said. I know. A cute boy like him deserve the position. Setsuna said, making Izuku blushed and both Momo, Uraraka, and Itsuka a little jealous by her remark. I wonder why a person like you would get the position of class rep. Yui asked, eating her lunch. Even I'm wondering the same thing. My first thought it would be either Yao Momo or Iida since the two are the smartest ones in Class 1A. Itsuka said. To tell you the truth. Midoriya has the courage and quick thinking under stress will help me him a worthy leader. Not to mention the strength you demonstrated. Those are the reasons why I voted for you. Iida said, confession to his voting. You were one of the four. Izuku asked, surprised by that reaction. The others were also surprised by it. Actually, I was also the other four that voted as well. Ochako said. You were two. So the third vote belonged to. Izuku turned to Momo, thinking she was the one. Sorry, Izuku. Actually, I voted for myself. One of the three votes towards me. Don't want to hurt your feelings. She said, smiling. So if you weren't one of the final two votes, who were the final two that voted for me then? Izuku asked when somebody jumped in the empty seat next to Izuku, surprising the boy. Actually, I voted for you. The others turned to see Mina, smiling all excited. You did? Izuku asked. You guys saw me all jumping all excited that I want people voted for me. But I changed my vote for Midori. After what he did to that Bakugo guy, I thought it was awesome to see someone teach him a lesson. That guy just runs his mouth thinking he's the better guy. By the way, it's okay I call you Midori. Mina asked, smiling at him. Sure. It's okay. I'm fine with it, Izuku said, getting nervous and all. Mina smiled at his reaction. She noticed the jealous glares from both Momo, Uraraka, Itsuka, and Setsuna giving straight towards her. She gave them a mischievous smile at them before looking back at Izuku. By the way, the final vote for you belonged to Hagakure. You never got a chance to meet her. She said. Who's she? Izuku asked when a floating UA uniform sat at the final chair near Mina, which got the others' attention. Sorry I was late. The line was so packed. She said, turning to Izuku. Hi, Midori. I thought I will give you your nickname as well. Sorry about my appearance, my quirk is invisible type. You can't see my face and all. I know it's awkward. You're almost like a ghost. Izuku said. I know. Imagining if Halloween comes around I would be as a ghost. She said, giggling. Anyway, I was kinda shocked that Iida would have been the class rep. You should have saw his reaction. He was really not happy. No offense. Mina said, looking at Iida. Wanting a job and being suited into one are quite different things. Observing the Iida family's hero agency has taught me that much. He said. Agency? The others asked. Hold on, what does your family do? Izuku asked. Oh, it's nothing. Iida said. Come on, dude. Just tell us anything. We're not gonna snitch on anyone. Tetsu said. It's gotta be a great hero agency your family has. Setsuna said. For a person smarter enough to be in a family to own a hero agency, you have to be rich, right? Just like Yao Momo, who's in a rich family. Itsuka said. Rich. Momo is rich. Izuku asked, turning to Momo. Sorry I didn't tell you that, Izuku. I do live in a mansion. She said. Come on, Iida. Just tell us everything. Mina said. The engine quirk user let out a sigh. I was afraid people would treated me differently when they knew about my family. The others stared at him, eager to hear everything from him. You see, the Iidas has been pro-heroes for generations. It runs in our blood. What? That's awesome. The others said except for Yui in her quiet tone. Are you nine familiar with the turbo hero, Ingenium? Iida asked. I know all about him. Izuku said. He's a super popular pro with 65 sidekicks working alongside him at his Tokyo agency. I heard about him, too. He's the most faster hero in the city. No offense though, All Might is better. Tetsu said. Hang on, don't tell me, is he your? Itsuka couldn't finish her words. He's my elder brother. Iida answered. No way. That's awesome. Setsuna said. Here we are, just a day later we made friends with Ingenium's brother. I like to have autograph from him. Tetsu said. I want a selfie with him to post on social media. Itsuka said. You have the best hero family. Mina said. I'm so jealous. Hagakure said. That's why you wore the hero costume similar to his. I was thinking about that yesterday's combat training. Momo said. Ingenium is a match commander who honors the hero's code. As the second oldest Iida son, I strive to be just like him. However, I think it might be a bit soon for me to be in a big leadership role. Iida turned to Izuku. You, for example. You figure it out how the judges were looking for at the entrance exam. I representative needs that sort of influence. He stopped talking and noticed the curious looks on their face. What's wrong? This is the first time we see you smile. Ochako said. You've never smiled during serious things. Izuku said. Here I thought you were all bossy like you did to Izuku at the entrance exam orientation, but I think we know the nice Iida there. Itsuka said, smiling. You really are a great guy and I hope you can follow your brother's footsteps. Momo said. You know, since you mentioned the exam. About that, Izuku couldn't finish when the alarm rang in the building. What is that? Someone pulled the fire alarm or something? Tetsu asked, looking around. Warning. Level 3 security breach. All students, please evacuate the building in an orderly fashion. A female voice on the speaker said. What's a level 3 security breach? Iida asked. Means somebody managed to breach the UA barrier. Tetsu said. What? Seriously? Itsuka asked. If I remember, what hit the media out at the gates early this morning? They were standing there looking for questions on us about All Might, you don't think? Momo said. Come on, let's hurry up and get out. Setsuna yelled as they jumped from the tables. All the students were making a run for it to the exit. It was getting crowded within seconds. They were trying to push one another out of the cafeteria. They would manage to get in the hallways, but it was like a crowded stampede running somewhere very urgency. Izuku tries to push away many students. But he was surrounded something soft around his head. He noticed quickly when both Momo and Itsuka's bosoms were on his head and face. His face red all over, comical swirls were on his eyes. The girls looked down, with deep blush faces. Uraraka saw it, with a deep blush face. Trying to get Izuku off of them. Iida tries to push away from many students. He want to get to the window to see what caused the alarm to triggered. Pushing away other students, he managed to get to the window. He saw at the building entrance it was the media from earlier today. He can see both Aizawa and Present Mike blocking the media way of entering building. The former radio host want to beat the media up. But Aizawa already warned him if he does it, he'll be dragged down in the mud. They decided to wait until the police arrive and escort the media away from the building. Iida want to tell the students to calm down, but more students continues to push and shove from the panic. Iida. The boy turned to see Itsuka near him. Did you see anyone at the building? It's the media. The same ones we saw when we were coming to school earlier this morning. We have to try to warn the students and tell them it's okay. But they keep shoving everyone. Iida yelled. Guys. The two of them saw Uraraka, using her hand to get the two of them. Help me. Suddenly, Iida had an idea. I got a plan. We have to get to Uraraka first. I tell her to use her zero-gravity quirk on me. It can lift me up in the air. And you can use your big fist quirk, by slapping me on the back, that can send me forward to the wall. From there, I can warn everyone to stop panicking. Itsuka agree with his plan. The two begin pushing forward past the other students. Iida yelled to Uraraka to use her quirk on his. She agree as she use her hand to reach as much as she can. Iida use his hand to reach. She touch his fingertips, activating her quirk on him. It make him float. Itsuka then got the signal. She activates his big fist quirk, slapping his back with enough force, sending him flying toward a nearby wall above the doors. His glasses flew down and all the students stopped panicking, seeing him flying. He grabbed the nearby pipe, holding it. He then began speaking with the students. Everyone, listen up. He voice cause everyone to stop. Everything's okay. It's just the media outside. There's absolutely nothing to worry about. Everything's fine. We're UA students. We need to remain calm and prove that we're the best of the best. Everyone did what was told to do. They all remained calm and walked to their class. The police arrive and escorted the media out of the school grounds. Minutes later, Iida reunited with Izuku, Momo, Uraraka, Itsuka, Tetsu, Yui, Setsuna, Mina, and Hagakure in the hallways. They praise him for calming the students. Izuku told him that he was planning to give him the class rep to him as they agree he should be class 1A class rep. As they were heading to their classes, the iron quirk user spotted their teachers and the principal at the gates. Hey, look. Are those our teachers? I wonder if that small white mouse is the principal. He asked. That is Principal Nezu. Wonder what's going on? Izuku asked, looking at the window. Hey, look. Itsuka pointed her finger of where the barrier was. The barrier just turned to rubble. Are you saying the media did that? That's impossible. There's no way they would do that. Setsuna said. That's true. They would have quirks to use to destroy the barriers. Momo said, looking at the window. Unless, no it can't be. Itsuka said. Are you trying to say that somebody other than the media would do it? Ochako asked. It's just my opinion but it's impossible. Itsuka said. Relax, nothing's gonna happen to us. Mina said. We're safe from the outside. Hagakure said. I have to agree to what they're saying. Yui said. Don't worry, we have heroes as our teachers to keep a close eye on us. No way there would be any villains trying to sneak in. Iida said. I guess you're right. Itsuka said. Come on, we better get back to our classes before our teachers lecture us about being late. Iida said as they say their goodbyes, going back to their respective classes. Izuku looked back at the window of the barrier crumbling. He was curious about it as well. Maybe Itsuka was right that someone tried to go in. Either way, he would agree with the others that it was safe. He continued walking to class. Outside, Principal Nezu along with Midnight, Recovery Girl, and the Rescue Hero 13 were observing the barrier that was reduced to rubble. Just like the students were mentioning it, they knew that it wasn't the media that did this. They came to a conclusion that someone else did. How would ordinary members of the press bypass our security system? Nezu asked, looking at the rubble. Someone else must have been behind it. Some villain actually managed to infiltrate our school. But was this purely show of power? Or a declaration of war? There were no cameras present at the barrier, so their hope of evidence really came at a dud. However, they didn't notice it hiding above the wall. The egg drone caught the footage of it. Minutes earlier, before the UA barrier infiltrated. Minutes earlier, on board the Death Egg, Eggman, Snively, and Stain were on their way to the bridge to see the footage from the drone they recovered from the city. At the same time, the alarm rang and red lights flashed throughout the ship. They were curious to find out what this is about. They arrived the bridge seconds later, seeing the alarm words on screen. The minions were rushing through the buttons of the computers to find out what was going on. What's going on here? Why the alarm's ringing? Eggman asked as the minions turned to see the doctor and Snively. But were terrified to see the hero killer back on the ship. Sir. It seems one of our drones located at UA, which is surveying the gates. Just found something very disturbing that triggered the silence alarm on our drone. Orbot said. Shut the alarm off and get the drone's camera on screen. Eggman ordered as the alarms were shut off quickly. The screen shows live footage of the drone's point of view of where it was above the barrier. The footage continues to roll when they saw the barrier turn to rubble. Then the media made a break to the building. The footage paused where the others were confused. That's weird. The barrier just crumbled by itself. Orbot said. I didn't see, none of the media didn't bang on it or anything else. Grounder said. Something's not right. But in my question, what was the media doing there at the school? Eggman asked. News broke out that All Might became a teacher at UA, so the media tried to get questions from the students that were coming to school. Many of the reporters want to talk with All Might, but they didn't. One reporter tried to walk towards the gate when the barrier came up. I guess there was a motion sensor in between the entrance. Cubot said. Interesting. Keep rewinding that part of where the barrier crumbled. Someone touch it with their quirk and I want to know who it is. Keep trying until we found out who. Eggman said. Yes, sir, the minion said. Minutes later, after the media was escorted off the school grounds by police, the female reporter was getting herself a ride with a detective from the police force through the city, aka her boyfriend, who was driving his car. The man is tall with short black hair and has rectangular black eyes. He wore white long-sleeve dress shirt with a green tie, black slacks and black dress shoes. You should be grateful I didn't arrest you just because I'm your boyfriend. Detective Naomasa Tsukauchi said. Don't blame me. It's not my fault that the news broke out of All Might teaching at UA went skyrocketing across the country, the reporter said. All I wanted was one question from him. That's all. He was probably busy with other things. I did heard that one of the teachers said he wasn't there. If he wasn't there, then why just leave besides getting in trouble? Tsukauchi asked. They were lying. I knew they were. You think I was gonna buy into it? She asked. You do know you're lucky because not only I'm your boyfriend, but you would have been arrested for trespassing, especially through the security wall. Tsukauchi said as the reporter sighed. I guess you're right. Pretty much wasn't a good idea. She said. By the way, I was wondering how in the world you and along with the other reporters got past the barrier. Especially when it's hard to penetrate. You gotta have a good quirk to go in. Tsukauchi said. Actually, this gonna be strange, but while everyone was standing around near the barrier, it just magically turned to rubble. She said. Those words made the detective stop the car. He parked it to the side street, continuing to hear more of the conversation. What? You mean it just happened? None of y'all touch it or use your quirks too? He said. Even I was stunned. It just happened. I thought it one of the teachers from the inside. But we didn't think of it. So we just rushed past the gates and headed for the entrance where both teachers blocked our way. That was it, she said. After hearing that part, it was starting to make the detective suspicious about the whole thing. If it wasn't the reporters destroying the barrier, who was it? You know what was also weird? She said again. What is it? He asked. When the rest of us were outside the school, I noticed a man with blue hair, wearing light black pants and a long-sleeve V-neck shirt. Plus some red sneakers. He was across the street, looking on at us. I look back and see him, staring at us with those red eyes. And what was creepier was his face had scars on his right eye and under his lip. I look back at the barrier for 1 minute and then look back and he was still there. My cameraman was thinking of calling the police on the guy stalking us. But then the barrier crumbled. Then I looked back, and he was gone. She explained. Gone. Wait, he was gone after the barrier was crumbled? Tsukauchi asked. Yeah, like he disappeared in magic. That was all I could think of after that. But that was creepy the way he was staring at us, the reporter said. The detective sat there, thinking about the man she just mentioned. It was drawing more and more suspicious by the day. A barrier crumble. Wasn't the media and a person of interest at the time the barrier crumble, he disappeared. This whole thing is drawing suspicious. I'm gonna have to call Principal Nezu about this later. He thought. After that, the two decided to go out for lunch at a nearby restaurant. Somewhere in the city, another incident was occurring. Both Kamui Wood and Mount Lady were involved in a rescue mission. They were facing a muscular humanoid villain with an unusual extension from his shoulders that grows up and over his head, which gives it a hood-like appearance. His face is largely concealed within this hood, only showing round, white eyes and a large mouth. He wore an armored half-vest with a chain over his right shoulder and cargo pants with additional plating. Don't move. One step closer and I'll kill this whole family. The trapezius gear villain said, holding a family hostage with his right arm holding them. Both Kamui Woods and Mount Lady were in trouble. Knowing they were outmatched again with a family being held hostage. They don't know to do at the time of this, just like the sludge villain incident a while back. Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard. Never fear, dear citizens. All Might made his presence known from the air. Missouri, smash. He delivers a strong chop attack from behind the villain's head, sending him falling on the street. Within seconds, the hero had the family in his arms. I here to keep you safe. Even on my morning commute. Once again, All Might took the glory of saving a family. Suddenly, another voice was heard in the city, crying for help. The symbol of peace was running late for school since the next period was coming up, which is his period to teach. The hero gave the family to the two heroes before flying off to another person to help. The police arrived to arrest the villain and the family was taken to a nearby hospital for any injuries. Once again, All Might made his presence known. Should have told him thank you for the help before leaving. Kamui Woods. I did hear someone needed help. That's where All Might went. You know how he is. Mount Lady said. That's true. Kamui Woods said. Suddenly, his phone rang. The hero answered it, talking with someone on it. I'll be there soon. Thanks. He hung up the phone. Who was that? Mount Lady asked. It was Detective Tsukauchi on the phone. He want me at the police force HQ later today. Perhaps maybe finally found out what that logo on a piece I found on a building's rooftop last night. Kamui Woods said. Oh yeah, I heard about that incident last night. You were involved with it, correct? Mount Lady asked. Yeah, it's a good thing a piece of evidence was left behind at the scene for the police to see. Kamui Woods said. Flashback Police Force Headquarters. Last night, Kamui Woods arrived at the Police Force HQ. It was minutes after he encounter with both Scratch, Grounder, Coconuts, and the heavy shinobi at the rooftop of a building where he saw the three badniks recovered the egg drone destroyed by Shigaraki. Police arrived at the scene to check the area. Only piece of evidence was from the drone with the Eggman Empire logo on it. The pro-hero talked with Detective Tsukauchi about the incident while the detective took notes on a sheet of paper. So you saying you saw three robots? One a chicken-type robot, the other a drilling robot, and a monkey type that can talk. The detective asked. I was on patrol through the city when I saw this round object with lights floating in the sky. Of course, you heard things about UFOs and aliens in books and documentaries. That what it looks like I saw. The ship landed at the building and I went to check it out. Then I saw them picking up some type of object off the ground. Once they were done, I decided to jump in and talk with them myself. They were freaking out when they saw me. I chatted with them and want to bring them here. I noticed the monkey robot was doing sign language. He was looking at the something like someone was right behind me. I turn around and a blade came out of nowhere. Then I saw the three got on that vehicle and try to get away. I used my quirk to stop them. But came this shocking part. The figure came back and swung his blade on my quirk, freezing it with ice. I was shocked when I noticed the figure. It's a robot ninja type. The way it would fight. I've never seen anything like it. The robots taunted me and tried to get away. I used my amber quirk to crush the ice to launch another of my chains when the robot swung like multiple shurikens at me. Turns out those were explosive types. I jumped to another building to get away from the explosion. I look up and saw them escape to the sky. I went back to see the damage. Nothing minor and nobody was hurt. That's when I saw a piece they left behind with the logo I brought. And that was it. Kamui Woods explained. A ninja-type robot with a sword that touches and freezes objects. And shurikens that can explode. Interesting. Tsukauchi said, writing down enough information. He looked to the piece of the Eggman Empire logo on his desk. So this is the piece you brought? Yes. It has a logo of a man with a mustache smiling and globe below him. Perhaps some type of villain crime syndicate, I believe. Kamui Woods said as the detective examines the logo. Anything else they were saying? Tsukauchi asked. Before the attack, I heard someone's phone rang. Turns out the robot with the drilling nose had a phone inside his stomach. He opened a hatch, get it out. They were talking with someone yelling at them. The robot said it was a guy by the name of Dr. Eggman. Kamui Woods said. Drive Eggman? Tsukauchi asked, writing the name down. Did you got the 3 robot names? I'm just curious. I think the chicken robot is named Scratch. The drilling robot's name is Grounder. And the monkey robot's name is Coconuts. These robots are pretty stupid and they act like it as well. Kamui Woods said as the detective chuckled. Well, the good news, you got their names including this Dr. Eggman guy. I'll look in the names on the computer to see any history on them. Plus, I'll look through the logo. As you said, it must a crime syndicate type if they're robots. I'll get back to you on tomorrow if I found anything. Tsukauchi said. That's fine. Hopefully you found some leads on this Eggman guy. Kamui Woods said as the two shook hands, saying their goodbyes. End flashback. 3 stupid robots. That what you faced? Mount Lady asked with a dumbfounded look. Well, they are in the way they were scarred. I would have just took them easily and that'll be it. But, hopefully the detective found more evidence that'll lead us to this Eggman guy. I'll see you later. You be careful out here. Kamui Woods said before he was about to leave. Oh, yeah. By the way, did you heard about what happened at UA today? Huh, you mean the hero school? No, what happened? Mount Lady asked. Detective Tsukauchi told me about on the phone earlier. They said the media went through the barrier to see All Might. Of course you heard about that one with All Might now becoming the teacher at the school. Seriously. Not the All Might news that he was gonna teach there. I already know about that one. But I'm curiously on how the media went through the barrier. If I remember, that barrier at UA is the strongest one for either villains or any reporters to bypass. Perhaps I'll talk with Detective Tsukauchi about it. He probably knows more than I do. I'll let you know when I talk with him. I'll see you later. Be careful out here. Kamui Woods said, walking away and waving goodbye. See you later. Mount Lady said as she walked off the other direction. 12:50 p.m. Back at UA, the final period came for Class 1A. They were very excited for it since All Might was the teacher for this period. However, this was gonna be different as Aizawa has told them that this period will have 4 teachers. Many of the students were surprised by it. Izuku began thinking that the teacher planned this because of what happened earlier today when the media went through the barrier. He was still curious about it when he saw the barrier turn to rubble.
Today's training will be a little different, Aizawa said. You'll have 4 different instructors. Me, All Might, Vlad King, and another facility member will be keeping close tabs on you. Many of the students were surprised by this move. Though no surprise All Might would be in this one. They were surprised to see that there were gonna be 3 other teachers involved in this period. 4 pros. This has to be of what happened earlier today with the barrier. Izuku thought as Zero raised his hand. Sir, what kind of training is this? The tape quirk user asked as Aizawa pulled out a card saying, Rescue, on it. Rescue. He said, you'll be dealing with natural disasters, shipwrecks, and stuff like that. Disasters, huh? Sounds like we're in for a big workout, huh? Kaminari said as the other students were very excited for this training. Totally, Mina said with excitement. Real hero stuff. What separates the men from the boys? I'm shaking with excitement, Kirishima said. Finally, I get to show off how good I want it. Ribbit, Tsuyu said. Guys, I'm not finished, Aizawa said, causing the student to get quiet. What you wear in this exercise is up to you. I know you're excited about your costumes. He pressed a button from a remote in his hand at the wall to his right. The drawers activates by sliding slowly, revealing their case of the hero costumes. But keep in mind, you haven't gotten used to them yet. And they might limit your abilities. This special training is an off-campus facility. So we'll be taking a bus to get there. Any questions? He saw Izuku raised his hand. Yes, Midoriya? You mentioned Vlad King, the blood hero that'll be involved in our training. Does that mean? He asked as Aizawa finished his words. If you mention about it then yes. This rescue training will be a joint training type. Which mean we will have class 1B. The other class from the heroes course to join us. Make sure you be friends with them. No fighting or treating this like a competition. Likelihood you'll be pair in teams with individuals from the class. That is all. Start getting ready. Aizawa said as he walked out of the classroom. Other students followed suit as they grabbed their hero costumes to change in. Rescue training. Izuku thought with a determined look on his face. I've been waiting for this. I'll bring me one step closer to being the kind of hero All Might is. I'll do my best. Izuku quickly got out of his seat and grabbed his box before exiting from the class. Back on the Death Egg, Eggman and the minions were continuing to investigate the infiltration of the UA barrier. They kept rewinding to the part of it crumbling and the media running towards it. It was still a mystery to them that how and who broke through the barrier. They know it wasn't any of the reporters. But who did it? They were at a dead end. Plus, they want to see the footage of the egg drone destroyed by Shigaraki, but it would be later since this came up earlier. It was trying the doctor's patience on the same part over and over again. I'm one step closer of blowing a gasket right now. Keep rewinding it until we find out who it is. We'll be here all day until this thing is resolved. Eggman said as he had the hero killer behind the minions with his arms crossed, keeping his eyes on them while they work. Orbot continues to rewind the part over and over again. He was getting bored at the time. Suddenly, he froze the part of where he saw a blue-haired man appeared out of nowhere in a flash, touching the door. The robot noticed something about him. It was same person he saw earlier standing across the street, looking on at the barrier and the reporters. Boss, I think I got something, he said. What? Let me see. Eggman looked on the screen seeing the blue-haired man touching the door. So this is the guy that touched the door? Is he a member of the media? To tell you the truth, sir. I saw this man earlier before the barrier was destroyed. He was standing across the street, looking on at the barrier and the reporters. I had a suspicious feeling about him. But my guess he was just a civilian at the time. He would just walk away like a normal person would do. But he stood there, looking on, Orbot said. Why didn't you tell us about that in the first place? Scratch asked. I didn't know, it wasn't any of our business, Orbot said. Quiet. Orbot, go ahead and rewind the clip to where the man was standing. Put it in slow motion to see what he would to the door. Perhaps we get an answer from there, Snively said. Orbot pressed some buttons, adjusting the footage to slow motion. It shows the blue-haired man standing there for a couple of minutes. Then it cut to see him not there, but appeared in front of the barrier, putting his hand on it. He was gone in a flash once the barrier turned to rubble and the media running into the building. Interesting. That speed looks familiar. Eggman said as he and Snively look at one another with curious looks. Sir, you don't think? Snively couldn't finish his words. You have the footage from the drone? Eggman asked. I sure do. Snively said. Put it on the screen to the right. At the same time, I want you to play the part of where that person did a speed move to destroy the drone. Orbot, I was you to go back to the part that guy across the street standing there. Once we're done with the other footage, Snively will rewind to the part of him attacking the drone. You two will play the footage at the same time. Something tells me it's suspicious, Eggman said. Snively used his tablet to transfer the data from the broken egg drone to the computer. The footage went to the part of where Shigaraki and Kuragirl were on the rooftop. The decay quirk user stood there, going to the portal. Snively played the clip of where Shigaraki uses speed to use his quirk on the egg drone. The video pause of where Orbot played the video of the blue-haired man, using the same speed to touch the barrier. Eggman then ordered both to play the same part of both videos at the same time. Both videos played in the same speed, matching the same one to both videos. No way. That's the type of speed use in both videos, Grounder said. Unreal. I've never seen any speed like that, so it was him that touched the barrier, Deku said. But why would he do that? Boko asked. Snively, show the part of where that man's face is showing on the camera. Eggman said as Snively pressed play, showing Shigaraki's face on the screen before pausing it. That's very creepy man, Coconut said, shaking in fear along with the other minions. Who in the world is he? Cubot asked. Eggman then ordered Snively to use matching identities on Shigaraki's face and the other man on the screen. They were both being scanned at the same time when the screen popped up in green color saying 100%. It's him. That's the same person that destroyed the drone and the same person who destroyed the barrier, Eggman said in anger. What was he doing at UA? For what reason? Snively asked. Orbot, play the clip of him destroying the barrier and the media running in. What happened to him after that? We need to know, Eggman said. Orbot played the footage in slow motion. The media ran in past the barrier and Shigaraki moved into the school grounds with his speed. None of the media didn't see him nor the students and teachers at the building. We can't see him anywhere after that, Orbot said. We do have other drones around the school grounds. It's also equipped with motion sensors on them. It would track on, new friend, of where he went. Look through the other drone's history, Eggman ordered. Orbot push a couple of buttons, changing screens showing the map of UA and where the drones were located. Near the screen, shows the face of Shigaraki. Within seconds, many of the drone's seniors turn green, indicating where the decay quirk user went. It shows an area of a dome located in that area. Looks like the target went through this dome, boss, Orbot said. What's the dome? We haven't explored that area yet, Eggman said as Snively looked at his tablet. The dome is called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. It's another training facility for the students, I believe, Snively said. Do we have a drone inside that building? Eggman asked. Yes we do, sir, Orbot said. Get it on screen. That person has to be inside, Eggman said. Orbot type in a couple of buttons, changing screens to the drone's point of view inside the dome recorded earlier. The place was big. It shows many zones of ruins, landslide, mountain, conflagration, flood, and downpour zones. It was almost like the zones they went through with their battle with Sonic back on Mobius. The minions were amazed by it. The drone looks around to find Shigaraki at the time of the recording. They finally spot him in the central plaza, standing behind the water fountain. There he is. That good for nothing, Eggman said. What's he doing? Snively asked. They watch the footage to Shigaraki looking around the place. Suddenly, the purple portal appeared from behind. Kuragirl walked out of the portal. There's a Kuragirl person as well. Let's listen in, Eggman said as they listened to the clip. It's everything in place? Shigaraki asked. Everything's ready to go. We brought as many villains as planned. They're at the bar ready for your orders, Kuragirl said. Excellent. It's only a matter of time to launch our attack. I found this schedule and no doubt, he will be here, Shigaraki said, giving him the schedule. What does he mean? What's he talking about? Coconuts asked. Quiet, Eggman said as they watched the footage. Come on, let's head back before we get caught. It won't be a matter of time until All Might is dead, Shigaraki said as they disappeared from the portal. What'd he just say? Eggman asked in anger. Rewind that part again, Snively yelled as Orbot rewind the clip. It won't be a matter of time until All Might is dead, Shigaraki said again. The others except for the hero killer was stunned. They never thought about that bombshell until now. They look at one another with shocked faces. Eggman gripped his chair in anger after hearing those words. He looked back at the face of Shigaraki as he ordered Orbot to play the part of where Shigaraki said before destroying the drone. The doctor could stare at the face of evil on screen. I don't know where you came from, don't interfere in business that belongs to me, Shigaraki said, forming that evil smile on his face. Eggman grabbed his chair, throwing at the screen, destroying it. Everyone flinched by that moment except for Stain, who stood there looking at the doctor. The doctor stood there in anger, clenching his fist. Sir, are you okay? Snively asked. No answer from the doctor for a couple of seconds until he spoke. Snively, order all forces to stand by and be ready, we're launching an attack, he said. What? You mean the invasion? Snively asked. No, I said order all units to prep and ready. That good for nothing is bringing his army to kill All Might. He said I'm interfering in his business. Well, he's interfering in mine and he'll regret those words towards me. Get my death egg robot ready as well. I'm bringing it, so move it, you two. Minions get to the hangar and ring the alarms. It's time we teach that good for nothing a lesson. Yes, sir, the minions said as they ran out of the bridge to the hangar. You want to be part of this as well. Even though you respect All Might, wouldn't be so bad to deal with that idiot that wants to kill him. Eggman said. Yes, I got no problem with that. Stain said as he follows Eggman out of the bridge. The alarms around the Death Egg rang. In the hangars, egg robos, egg gunners, egg fighters, and egg pawns were running to their weapons. Other badniks were on standby, a large door open in the hangar where a big machine moves out from it. It shows as head of Eggman himself. With hands of metal spikes on it. The Death Egg robot was getting prep for action. Eggman arrived to see his robot getting prep. Oh, and snivelly. Eggman said. Yes, sir. He said. Make sure, the ultimate mercenary is ready as well. I guess it's time to test our new weapon. He'll be glad to get a taste of battle for the first time. Eggman said. Understood, sir. Snivelly said. Back at UA, all of Class 1A were in their hero costume waiting near two buses. One for them and the other for Class 1B. Izuku was in deep thought of what the rescue training would be like. He seen how All Might would do. This is the next phase of becoming a hero. Taking a deep breath, he pull out the Chaos Emerald to get a look at it. Well, this is it. I hope you're ready for the next phase. Let's do our best, he thought. So that's the emerald. His mind snapped when he looked to see Mina, in her hero costume, smiling right in front of him. Mina, I didn't see you there. He said, getting nervous for a girl in his personal space. You don't have to be scared, Midori. I'm just looking at the emerald. It really is awesome to see it in person. She said, looking at it. Why yeah, I've always kept it with me for many situations. Izuku said. By the way, how do you like my costume? Pretty hot, huh? She asked as the boy see her costume. He could see her cleavage showing, making the boy look away, hiding his blushed face. I at make why you cut her in that. He said, stuttering. Really? Are you sure about that? Mina asked, leaning into his ear, whispering in a seductive tone, you know, it's more hotter than Yaoyorozu's or Uraraka's ain't it? Izuku flinched by her tone. Well, I mean it really does look good on you. He said, making her giggle. He's so cute to teased. She thought. Ishido, what are you talking about? The two turned to see both Momo and Uraraka with glares towards her. I was talking with Midori to see who has the better hero costume the girls have. And he said it was mine than yours. She said. What? I never said that. I just said. Izuku trying to plead his case. It's okay, Izuku. We know she didn't say it. Momo said, approaching the acid quirk user with a glare and a vein on head. Because I know she's lying. Plus, you just trying to talk him out of it because of what I did to him yesterday, aren't you? You with that costume trying to impress Midori. What that your idea of trying to seduce him? Mina asked with mischievous grin on her face. Momo blushed big time. If you think you're trying to find ways to move to him, you can forget it. I've known him for a while since coming to UA. So you better stop teasing Izuku. She said. Oh, come on. He's too fun to be teased. Mina said. You do make him feel uncomfortable when you near his space. Ochako said. What about you? You trying to show off with that costume of your? Trying to impress him? Mina asked, making her blushed. No. That's a lie. Ochako said, looking away from her blushed face. Izuku could only watch the three talking with one another. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself after what Mina tried to do. I tell ya, I don't what's difficult. Talking to girls or focusing on the training up ahead. He thought when he felt something soft in between his head and arms around him. Hey, Midoriya, what are you doing? A female voice was heard, making the boy blushed more. He turned around to see Setsuna, grinning at him. His head was in between her bosoms. He jumped out to see her. Setsuna, why you scared me? He said, studying when he face turned redder. He sees her wearing her costume. A blue bodysuit, matching designs and black knee-high boots. She wore fingerless gloves with orange, three-piece wrist guards, and a belt around her waist with a jewel embedded into the center. She wore a scaly mask over her eyes that matched the same color of her costume. You love my costume, right? Make me more sexy. She said, grinning at him. Why you'll look cute in that costume? He said, studying. He felt a scary aura when he turned around to see both Momo, Uraraka, and Mina, glaring at him with scary comical looks. Setsuna saw their reaction and laughed. Meanwhile, Mineta watched Izuku being surrounded by the girl. He was a comical jealous look. Lucky bastard. Getting all the girls while I'm left behind. The world is so cruel to me. He thought. See that? My costume is more seductive than you three. Setsuna said. Setsuna, stop teasing Izuku for once. Another voice was heard as they turned to see Itsuka walking forward towards them with a jealous look. Izuku saw a glimpse of her costume. She wore a blue knee-length kipao, with a black double-breasted corset, ending just below her breasts. She also wore short black spats, a loose brown utility belt around her hips, a satchel attached at the back, a thin black domino mask around her eyes and white-heeled navy blue boots with wide vamps which reach down to her toes, filled in with white slips. Wow, so that's your hero costume? Izuku asked. Sure. Kinda like a ninja I would say. Itsuka said. It's look good on you. Izuku said, making the girl blushed. Why thank you. You're so kind. Plus your hero costumes are awesome as well. She said as the other girls joined in. Other members of Class 1B showed from the building. They all stood around waiting for the words to get on the bus while chatting with one another. Including other students talking with Class 1A as well. Tetsu joined in on talking with Izuku. Midoriya, your costume looks badass, the Iron Quirk user said. Well, it looks okay. Your costume is awesome as well. You almost look like Kirishima's costume. Izuku said. Of course he's showing off his muscles to impress the ladies. Itsuka said as the girls laugh. Suddenly, another voice was heard. This time, not the type of friendly one. Well. If it isn't Midoriya. They all turn around to see none other than Monoma. I heard what you did to that Bakugo kid in the combat training. I gotta say I'm impressed of what you've done. But it won't match up to me, especially to those Class 1A losers. Izuku saw his costume and he formed a dumbfounded look. A black, double-breasted tuxedo with two long tails reaching almost down to his ankles. 3 clocks hang on one of 2 belts around his waist, presumably to help him keep track of his quirk's time limit, and he leaves his shirt collar upturned, a blue and black dotted tie done up around his neck. Both his tailcoat and his pants are plain black, with the exception of the cuffs of his sleeves and the inner-facing sides of his tails, and his shoes are white with a simple design. Is that your hero costume? Seriously? A tuxedo? Mina asked. I have my ways. Anyway, I just came by and say hi. At the end of the day, Class 1B will be better than Class 1A. Later, losers. Monoma said as he walked off with a smug look on his face. Izuku didn't like those tone of words as clenched his fist. He already dealing with Bakugo. He didn't want to deal with another asshole type. Ignore him. He just want to think we're better than he is. Itsuka said. That person really starting to get on my nerves. Momo said. Wonder what he's problem. Mina asked. You don't want to know when the first time we met the rest of the class yesterday. Momo said when they heard a whistle. Everyone turned to see Iida, who blew the whistle to get everyone's attention. Gather round, Class 1A. Using your students' numbers for 2 deep lines, so we can load the bus officially. He said when blowing the whistle again. Izuku, Momo, Uraraka, Mina, Setsuna, and Tetsu watched Iida with dumbfounded looks and sweat drops on their heads. I'm guessing he's taking this class rep very seriously. Itsuka said. Good thing I'm in Class 1B than Class 1A. No offense because he always has that lecture look on his face. Tetsu said. Tell me about it. Izuku said. After standing around, Class 1A boarded the first bus while Class 1B boarded the second bus behind them. They drove from the UA building to their destination. On board Class 1A's bus, Iida seated next to Mina as he looked down in shame, with nobody ain't listening to him, again. Bus's open layout ruined my boarding strategy. He said. You really need to chill. Mina said. If we're pointing out the obvious, then there's something I want to say. Suyu said, turning to Izuku who was sitting to her right. About you, Midoriya. Ribbit. About me. What is it, Asui? He asked, getting nervous again. I told you to call me Sue. She said. Oh, why yeah right. He said, blushing a little. That power of yours. I'm not only that jewel you have, but the other quirk in your body. Isn't a lot like All Might's. Ribbit. Suyu asked. Izuku gasped at that comment. What? Really? Why you think so, huh? I never really thought about that. He said, trying to downplay it, thinking he doesn't know anything about it. Wait, Sue. Kirishima joined in on the conversation. Don't forget that Midoriya has that emerald with him. I think with the jewel, it helps him gain enough strength to power up his quirk. I always wonder how he got an object like that. Even I want to know as well. I should have told him about when we were outside before boarding. Mina said. Midoriya is a big-time pro for sure. Not only that he's a pro, there are a lot of classmates have pro quirks. Kirishima turned to his left to see both Bakugo and Todoroki. It's Todoroki and Bakugo. Bakugo looked at the hardened quirk user after his name was mentioned. He looked back at the window while Todoroki had his eyes closed, sitting back on the chair. Well, Bakugo is always angry like yesterday. So he'll never be that popular. Midoriya would probably be that popular. Ribbit. Suyu said, which triggered Bakugo as he jumped up from his seat. What did you say? I'll kill your ass for that. He yelled. See. Suyu said, smiling. You know, we've basically just met. If I remember, Midoriya taught you a lesson on how you treat people with respect yesterday. Perhaps, he'll do it again on you. Kaminari said, taunting the boy. You're gonna regret on the day you applied to this school, loser. Bakugo yelled when he looked back at Izuku. The two glared at one another before Bakugo looked away, calming himself down. You'll never change, Kachan. Izuku thought. Both Uraraka and Momo watched the scene unfolded. They were very concerned for Izuku more than Bakugo. They know the history with Bakugo's bullying problem with Izuku during childhood. But they were thankful the boy taught his bully a lesson yesterday. Which, Bakugo will never learn. Minutes later, the buses arrived at the unforeseen simulation joint building. They parked near the entrances. Both Aizawa and Vlad King exit their buses first. Both Class 1A and Class 1B exit as well as they stood at the entrance. They would be met by the rescue hero, 13. Both Izuku and Uraraka were more excited to see a hero they liked in the past. Hello, everyone. I've been waiting for you. I'm the space and rescue hero, 13. I can't wait to see you guys what's inside. Follow me. The hero guided both classes to the building. They were very surprised when they saw how big the building was. No way. This is almost like an amusement park. Kirishima said, looking around. This is awesome. Tetsu said, looking around. A shipwreck, a landslide, a fire, a windstorm, and many more. I created this training facility to prepare you to deal with different types of disasters. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. But you can call it, USJ. 13 said. Just like Universal Studios Japan. Class 1A and Class 1B said together as Aizawa and Vlad King were walking towards the space hero. Hey, should All Might be here already? Aizawa asked. Let me guess, he booked an interview instead. Actually, there's something else. 13 said, making sure none of the student heard despite Izuku knows everything. Apparently, he did too much hero work on the way to school this morning and use up all his power. He's resting in the teacher's lounge. That fool. He should know better than that. Vlad King said in a whisper tone. Well, there's nothing we can do now. We just got to start the training without him. Aizawa whispered as the two heroes agreed. All right, let's get started. Before we begin, let me just say one thing, well, two things. Possibly 3 or 4, or 5, 13 said before being interrupted. We get it. Both classes said. Listen, carefully. I'm sure you're aware I have a powerful quirk. It's called Black Hole. I can use it to suck up anything else and turn it into dust. 13 said. My quirk can also be used to kill. Some of you also has powers that can be dangerous. In our superhero society, all quirks are certified strategic regulated. So we often overlook how safe they can actually be. Please don't forget that if you lose focus or make the wrong move, your powers can be deadly. Even if you try to do something virtuous like rescue someone. Thanks to Aizawa's fitness test, you have a solid idea on your quirk's potential. And likely because of All Might's training, you likely shown how dangerous your powers can be used against others people. Carry those lessons over to your own class. Today, you're going to learn how to use your quirks to save people's lives. You won't be using on enemies or each other. Only to help. After all, that's what being a hero is all about. Ensuring the safety of others. I'm ready for this. Izuku thought with determination. That's all I have to say. 13 said, bowing. Thank you so much for listening. Right, now that's over. Aizawa couldn't finishing when the lights inside dimmed. Though there were still sunlight outside, they can still see. Both classes were surprised by it including the teachers. Suddenly, a purplish portal appeared slowing behind the water fountain up ahead. Both Aizawa and Vlad King turn around. They see a face exiting from the portal. They know it was bad news. Everyone, stay here and don't move. 13, protect the students. Aizawa said. What is that thing? Kirishima asked as both classes looked down to see Shigaraki exit from the portal along with multiple unknown people exiting out from the portal. Wait, as the training started already. I thought we were gonna rescue people. Everyone, stay here. Nobody makes one move. Vlad King yelled as Aizawa got his glasses on. This is real. Those are villains, he said as both classes were shocked and afraid. Many people exit from the portal until the final one came one. A large, black humanoid monster with a very muscular body that has many scars on it. His brain is exposed on the top of his head, while his large eyes are around it. His mouth is in the shape of a bird's beak that has sharp teeth in it. So, All Might is not here. I only see Eraserhead, Vlad King, and 13. Oh well, I guess we'll kill them, then will the students here. Shigaraki said with an evil grin on his face. Both Class 1A and Class 1B were about to face their darkest day yet. Against real-life villains that will change their lives forever. Back on the Death Egg, Eggman and his minions were prepping for their attack at the USJ. They were in the hangar getting final preparations ready for other ships carrying the other units. While working, the large screen hanging on the hangar's walls, they saw the drone live footage of the villains making their move at USJ. Sir, it's that guy along with his army. They're at the USJ right now. Snively yelled pointing at the screen. Damn it. Get ready for liftoff. We haven't much time. Eggman yelled as they work faster to prep for takeoff. Suddenly, the alarms rang again and a robotic voice was heard. Alert. Motion sensor detected a large unknown ship heading for Earth. It said. Unknown ship. Get it on screen. Eggman said as the screen shows something appearing from the behind the moon. He looked closely to see what it is. Then, his face turned to shock. No, no, no. It can't be. What is it? Snively asked, pointed his finger at the screen while the minions look on. Oh, no. It can't be. The blue typhoon has arrived and it was heading for Earth. Sonic has arrived. Eggman said when it gotten more angry. Prepare for battle stations. Take that ship down. It's time to give Sonic a warm welcome. What about the trip to Earth? Snively asked. Still get preparations for that. We're gonna have a fun day for sure. Eggman said. It was gonna be the most intense day ever. A battle at USJ between UA and villains. And a battle in space between the Freedom Fighters and the Eggman Empire. What could possibly go wrong? Chapter 17. Battles in Earth and Space. Music. World map theme from Sonic Colors. In space, near the moon, the warp field driver appeared as the blue typhoon exit out of the ring as a slingshot. The ring disappeared, deactivating the field driver. The ship moves towards past the moon in a normal way, heading towards their destination, the planet Earth. Inside the ship, the Freedom Fighters stood in the bridge where they can see the planet in front of them. After weeks of traveling through space, they were excited that the journey was over. Their destination was right in front of them. For Sonic and Tails, they couldn't wait to see their best friend they haven't seen in 10 years. The wait was almost over. There it is. The planet Earth. Tails said, controlling the ship. So that's the Earth. Almost looks like Mobius. Espio said. It's a nice planet. I wonder if anybody's friendly on the planet. Cream said. Chow. Cheese said, sighting on the rabbit's shoulder. I believe we could see friends. Won't be like on Mobius where anthropomorphic live. This planet is home to humans we've never seen before. But of course, Sonic and Tails met that human child they gave the Chaos Emerald to. Amy said. I'm looking forward to meeting that child. Wonder what he looks like now after 10 years. Charmy asked. Not sure. But since he's 14 years old, he's grown just like Sonic and I. Trust me, you guys will meet him soon. He's a nice kid. Tails said. If he that's nice, then we can't wait to see him. Vector said. Trust me, you're gonna like him when we let him meet you guys. Tails said, looking on the hologram map of Earth. A red dot blinked on the location of where they will land in Japan. I mark the location of where we're gonna land the ship at. An old airfield Sonic and I call it our home base. It's located outside the city with a runway stretching towards the sea. It's an awesome view that goes along with the sunset. You guys will love it. Of course, once we landed, we'll do some things around the airfield. Perhaps do some fixing since it will be on temporary home for the mission. Sonic arrived at the bridge. He looked to see the planet Earth from the window. With a smile on his face, he pressed his hand on the window. We've finally made it. Can't wait see Izuku in such a long time. I kept my promise to see you again. It's almost that time for the reunion to come. He thought before looking back at the others. Tails, you got the location for our landing point. Already set. Once we enter the atmosphere, I'll activate the cloaking device around the ship. That way, people on Earth don't be scared of seeing our ship floating in the sky, the Fox Cub said. All right, buddy. Everyone, it's time for Earth to roll out the red carpet for the freedom fighters. Let's do this, Sonic said, raising his fist. Yeah. Everyone except for Shadow and E123 Omega threw their fist in their air, excited. Music ends. Suddenly, the alarms and red lights came on. Everyone look around with confused face. Tails turned to his radar and an object coming towards the right side of the ship real fast. Everyone, hold on. A mission is coming. I'm activating the shields. Brace for impact. He yelled when the missile hit the right side of the ship. There was no damage because of the shields that Tails activated it. The ship shook like an earthquake. Everyone hold on to either a railing or a seat. Cream and Cheese were afraid as Amy hugged them to keep them calm. Only took a couple of seconds for the violent shake to end. Where did that came from? Silver asked, looking through the window. Blaze and Espio followed suit. I don't see nothing. Just empty space. Blaze said. Tails, do you see anything from the radar? Sonic asked as the Fox Cub looks on screen. Nothing. I don't see anything on it. He said. Then who the hell shot that missile at us? Knuckles asked, looking at the window. Suddenly, the radar started beeping. Tails look on screen to see one dot appeared. Then another. Followed by 5 dots, then a ton of dots appears around them. Guys. We got trouble on our hands. He said. The others look at the window where multiple ships appeared out of nowhere. Surrounding them from everywhere. The others grew nervous. Though they have overcome the odds in the past. This one could be difficult. Where all these ships come from? Charmy asked, getting nervous. They were using cloaking device to hide before they launch a mission at us. After that, they uncloak themselves to us. This is not good, Shadow said, looking around. Sonic looks around at the ships around them. He looked to see a logo on one of ships next to them. To him, it wasn't a surprise. He clenched his fist when he saw the logo. I think we now know whose ships are these. He said, looking back at the front of the ship, when he saw another larger ship appearing from deactivating its cloaking device. The others saw the ship appearing. Its face looked to see the blue typhoon. The Death Egg also joined in on the phase. Of all people, it would be him leading the attack. Espio said. Amy, take Cream and Cheese to safety. It gonna get real hot. Sonic said. Right. I'll be back in a little while. I'll warn the Lightning Bolt Society as well. She said, taking both the rabbit and the Chow away from the bridge. Incoming transmission. A robotic tone was heard as Tails accepted it. The screen in front of them came on, revealing none other than Dr. Eggman himself. Well. My good old nemesis make a long journey to get to the planet. Only for me and the Empire to block your way. He said on screen. It's been a long time, Dr. Egghead. You had to be so desperate to try to get rid of me by going to another planet and create your so-called one-world government. Well, that's about to change since myself and the freedom fighters are here. Sonic said. So I see you found my plans in my base back on Mobius. Well, to tell you the truth. I'm glad you're here. Because the opening act is about to start. Don't worry, it's not the invasion I'm planning. That won't be until the time comes. For now, I have other plans to attend on the planet. Something that is very important to me. Until then, I'll see you get disposed by mine entire forces before you don't set one foot on the planet. Eggman said. Sonic noticed someone on screen, behind Eggman. It was the hero killer. Hey, Egghead. It was too late once Eggman cut off the screen. What happened? Tails asked. Right before Egghead turned the screen off, I saw somebody behind him. Those red eyes glowing. He was a human, too. Sonic said, shocking the others. Seriously. A human with Eggman? Knuckles asked. That's what I think. Anyway, now it's not the time worry. Looks like we got our hands foot. Baldy Nose Hair has his forces blocking the way to Earth. I'm not gonna stand here and let him block our way. Time to fight fire with fire. Sonic said. Agree. Silver, Shadow, head to the runway and prep for takeoff. You can use your telekinesis powers to create an opening by moving all those ships. Sonic can give you cover by destroying a couple of ships that'll try to attack us. The crew here can use the laser cannons to shoot down any Eggman fleet fighters flying to attack us. We'll give you any covering fire we can while I keep controlling the ship and move faster towards Earth. We're not gonna let Eggman get in our way of going to Earth. If he wants a fight, then let's give it to him. Tails said. All right. Get the power cannon ready to fire. We're gonna blast through the fleet with one shot. Sonic said as he, Shadow, and Silver exit from the bridge. Everyone, strap in. It's about to get bumpy. Tails said. Back on the Death Egg, multiple fleet fighters were taking off from the runway. Other fleet fighters from other ship follow suit. Egg Robos, Egg Fighters, Egg Gunners, and Egg Pawns were running into a couple of capsules. Once they were in, the capsules were moved to Eggman's flagship. The same ship that Eggman and his minions arrived after they left Mobius. Other workers were moving the Death Egg robot to the ship for the doctor as they prepping for their move towards UA. Sir, all of the ships has been ordered get the fleet fighters inbound to attack the freedom fighters as we speak. Other ships will try to take it down when the attack begins. Snively said. Good. Make sure you give me covering fire once I exit from the hangar. Any updates from the USJ? Eggman asked as Snively looked up on screen on the wall, showing more villains exiting from the portal. His eyes caught the big humanoid creature, standing next to Shigaraki. Oh, my word, sir, look on screen. Eggman looked up to see the humanoid creature. He was surprised by its appearance. Is that their weapons? That monster has a brain on his head. He said as the minions saw it as well. No way. That's one scary creature. Coconuts said. Is that one of theirs? Scratch asked. Wonder what it will do against the students. Grounder asked. Boss, do you think you'll encounter that against your robots? Orbot asked. So what if they have a creature like that? I'll make sure to take it down and robotized it myself after I take down those good for nothing that wants to get in my business. Make sure my robot is in my ship. We're wasting time here. Eggman said, clenching his fist with his eyes on Shigaraki. Still remembering the words that's making him angry. Don't worry, you good for nothing. I'll make sure that I'll wipe that smile off your face once I arrive. We'll see who'll be doing the talking once I win. Meanwhile, the hero killer stood there with his arms crossed. Not panicking at all. His mind was focusing on Sonic on screen just now. I wonder if Eggman knows about that hedgehog. Guess he'll be worthy opponent when we meet. He thought. As the battle was about to begin in space, back at UA, inside the USJ building, another battle was about to begin. Students of Class 1A and Class 1B were preparing to take part in a joint rescue training. Only for that be derailed by villains, who came through from Kurogirl's portal, make their presence known. Shigaraki stood out from the portal along with a humanoid creature who is as stronger as anyone never seen before. Both Aizawa and Vlad King were ready to fight them while 13 was told to protect both classes. Izuku was eager to help but was told, along with the students not to interfere, especially when the rules applied to them to no student don't use their quirks. The only real heroes I see are 13, Eraserhead, and Vlad King, perplexing. According to the schedule you retrieved from UA, All Might should be here as well. Kurogirl said. So you're the scumbags that use the press as cover to sneak into the campus. Aizawa said. Figures. I suspect it was them since the media don't have quirks to break through a barrier, the Blood Hero said. Students from both classes were stunned by that statement. Including Itsuka, who gave a theory to both Izuku, Momo, Uraraka, Iida, Tetsu, Mina, Hagakure, Setsuna, and Yui, that it wasn't the media's destroying the barrier. She was right all along. Kendo, you heard that. It was them all along that sneak into the campus. You were right all along. Tetsu said. That's what I had that bad feeling early. She said, looking at the other villains walking towards them. Where is he? Shigaraki asked in his evil tone. I went all that trouble of bringing so many friends who are here to meet him. They want All Might. The great symbol of peace. I can't believe he's not here. In his head, he came up with an idea. A deadly one. Maybe if I could kill a couple of kids, he might come out and play. We gotta do something about this. We have to warn the building for backup. Awase said. Wait a minute. If the villains are here, then should the alarms be ringing like earlier? Itsuka asked, looking around the dome. That's right. They should have been ringing like before. Momo said, turning to Space Hero. 13, why are the alarms going off? Everyone including 13 look around at the dome. Not one sound of the alarms triggered. It was curious to them. Good question. I'm not sure, the hero said. Is the entire campus under attack? Or is this their only target? Todoroki asked. Either way, if the alarm sensors aren't being triggered, then one of these villains must have a quirk that's masking their presence here. They carefully chose this isolated facility as an entry point at the time where class has been taught. They're fools for trespassing here. But they thought this out. Whatever a plan, they must have a concrete objective in mind. But what is it? Both classes flinched after that comment. They don't have a clue about it, but the villains had one, to kill All Might. Izuku, can you hear me? The boy heard a voice in his head. Pachacamac, is that you? He asked. It is me. Listen, I heard the man with the multiple hands around his body talked with that purplish figure. They're here to kill All Might. He answered. Izuku shook in fear of what the Mystic Chief just said. Why you can't be serious? He asked. I'm very serious. The other answer I want to know is why they want to kill All Might. Either way, he's not here at the moment. But you're not out of the woods yet. They are planning to kill you and the rest of the students. I don't know what to say at the moment, but you're gonna have to listen to your teacher. You can't use the Chaos Emerald for the time being. Can't engage in the fight. Let your teachers deal with them. I don't want you to get involved with the enemy. Especially that monstrous beast they got. I sense his strength in it more stronger than ever, the Mystic Chief said. What I'm supposed to do? What happens if the teachers fails? Izuku asked, getting nervous. Just trust them. But if things does get more worst, I'll power up the Chaos Emerald and give a ton of strength to save your friends. But remember, don't use all of the powers or the emerald will turn black. Understand? The Mystic Chief asked. I understand, Izuku said. I'll continue to hear your thoughts. Just be careful. Pachacamac said as Izuku returned to the present. 13. Get the students out of there and alert the campus. Vlad King and I will handle them. Aizawa said when he realized something. Actually, if they got the ability to block our sensors, then they might be jamming our regular communications. He turned to one of his students. Kaminari, try using your quirk to contact the school. Yes, sir. He said, using his earphone on the right ear. What are you two gonna do? Izuku asked to both Aizawa and Vlad King. You both can't fight them on your own. There are too many of them, and even if you can both fight, you guys might not have a chance. I agree with Izuku. Don't do this, Vlad King. Itsuka said to her teacher. You can't be a pro without one trick. Aizawa said. Don't worry, Kendo. We'll be fine. You just need to worry about the rest of the class. You're the class rep. So start acting like one, the Blood Hero said. 13. We'll leave the rest to you. Let's go, Vlad King. Aizawa said as he jumped forward to attack. Right behind you, the Blood Hero said, jumping into the fight. Aizawa charges toward three villains. One of them used his fingers as gun barrels to shoot. He was about to shoot him when Aizawa used quirk by erasing him and along the other two's quirks. They were now defenseless. The Eraser Hero used capturing weapon by wrapping three villains at once, then using the cloth to swing at them, colliding and knocking them out cold. Another villain with 4 arms charged towards Aizawa. Only for Vlad King to jump in the action. Using his enchanted speed, the Blood Hero launched a punch to the villain's face, sending him flying towards the dome roof. The Blood Hero used his blood control quirk by ejecting his blood from his gloves, pinning the villain on the dome roof, preventing the villain from escaping it thanks to the blood getting hardened in seconds. Thanks. Keep them busy, the Eraser Hero said where another villain tried to blindside him with a punch from behind. But Aizawa ducked below, avoiding the punch. He used his left foot, kicking the villain in the face. 3 more villains tries to attack the hero from behind. But Vlad King returned to the ground, slamming the 3 with his left fist. He using his quirk again to let the blood harden on them, preventing them from getting off the ground. The Blood Hero stood near Aizawa where they looked to see more villains surrounding them. Looks like the people that brought in nothing weak villains. We're got the easy part so far. Vlad King said. For now. Take a look up ahead. Aizawa said as he and the Blood Hero looked to see both Shigaraki and the humanoid staring at them. I'm surprised they're not getting in on the action. Unless they're watching us to see our quirks. Are they using these weaklings to tire us out when those two make their moves on us? Vlad King said. That's exactly what they're doing. Let's deal with these thugs first. You can use your quirk to pin them to the ground. We should be done within minutes. After that, we'll deal with those two. I'll deal with the one with the hands around his body. You can deal the muscular figure. Aizawa said. That's fine by me, the Blood Hero said when he noticed something wasn't right. Wait a minute. Was there supposed to be a third person with them? Aizawa noticed he didn't see Kurogirl with both Shigaraki and the humanoid figure with them. You're right. He not there, unless. He realized it quickly when he turned back to the steps where both classes were at. Oh no. He's heading for the students. We were so distracted with this, we didn't realize it until now. 13. The third villain is heading for your direction. Get the students to the exit now. Vlad King yelled. Back at the steps, 13 escorted both Class 1A and Class 1B to the exits. Izuku stayed to see the action between the heroes and the villains. He was so distracted, he didn't notice the class were running. Momo turned her head to see the boy standing there. Izuku. Hurry or you're gonna get left behind. She yelled as Iida turned around. Don't worry about the teachers. They're been fine. Just hurry up and run. He yelled. The boy turned around, hearing both screams from his two friends. Right. I'm coming. He yelled, running to catch up with the classes. Both classes were nearing the exit until Kurogirl appeared from below, exiting from his portal, blocking the students' chance at escaping. There is no escape from you, the portal quirk user said. Damn it. Aizawa thought, looking back at the steps. Let's hurry and help 13 rescue the students. Vlad King said, but other villains blocked their path to the steps. 13 got in between both classes, trying to protect them from Kurogirl as they shook in terror at the villain in front of them. It's a pleasure to meet you. We are the League of Villains. I know it's impolite, but we decided to invite ourselves to this haven of justice to say hello. He said with an evil tone that made both classes chills up their spines. Besides, isn't this a fitting place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to take his last breath? Izuku had that angry look on his face. His left hand was ready to pull the Chaos Emerald out to help the students. But the Mystic Chief inside forbid him to do anything unless it gotten serious. Both Bakugo, Kirishima, Tetsu, and Awase had serious looks on their face, ready to engine with the villain. I believe he was supposed to be here today and yet I see no signs. But there seems to be some sort of change of plans we can't not foreseen. Well, in the end, I don't suppose it doesn't matter. Kurogirl said, opening his arms. He doesn't know that 13 was about to surprise him with the black hole quirk. I still have a role to play. 13 was about to use the quirk until out of nowhere, surprise the hero and the classes. Both Bakugo, Kirishima, Tetsu, and Awase jumped in to attack the villain. Both boys used their quirks on the villain, thinking they got him. Did you think we were going to stand around and let you tear this place into shreds? The hardened quirk user asked. He didn't see that coming. I think we got him. Tetsu said, with iron around his body. Both classes covered their faces from all the smoke, mostly from Bakugo's quirk. They waited for the smoke to clear as it did. Shockingly, Kurogirl was still standing there. That shocked 4 boys that attacked him, thinking they finish him off. You live up to your school's reputation. But you should be more careful, children. Otherwise, someone might get hurt. He said. You 4, get out of the way. Right now. 13 yelled, ready to use the quirk. I'll scatter everyone across this facility. To meet my comrades. End your death. Kurogirl launched a large purplish fog around both classes, feeling a big force of wind on them. What the hell is this? Awase asked, using his arm to cover his face while both Tetsu, Bakugo, and Kirishima did the same. Iida jumped in to save both Uraraka and Rikado from the fog. Jirota did the save, saving both Pony Tsunotori and Reiko. Mezu to protect both Mina, Setsuna, Kanoko, and Hagakure. Kojira saved both Yui, Reiko, and Kosei. The other students were still in the fog, about to be transported to somewhere. Other students that escaped, look onto their fellow classmates who was still inside as the fog turned into shape fog dome. Similar to the USJ domed roof. What's going on? Iida asked. Our classmates are still in there. We gotta get them out. Setsuna yelled. No. If we go in there, we could be teleporting with them as well. Jirota said. We're just gonna stand here and wait it out. Mezzo asked. We got no choice. Otherwise, we don't know what to do. Jirota said as the students looked down, not know what to do at this point as the students from inside were about to be teleported to different areas of the building. Back in space, the battle began where multiple Egg Fleet fighters from either the Death Egg and the fleet of ships exit out of both of them for takeoff. many of them making their way towards the blue typhoon. The ships aim their cannons towards the ship, firing enough shells on it. But the shield was already activate thanks to Tails, preventing them from damaging the ship. Inside the ship, it was shaking violently despite the shield's activate. The freedom fighters were holding on to other things, preventing them to fall or had their heads hit to something or to each other. The radar beeped rapidly as Tails saw multiple Egg Fleet fighters moving fast to their position. The Fox Cub ordered both Vector, Espio, Charmy, Rouge, Blaze, and Amy to use the laser cannons around the ship to shoot down the fleet fighters. They agree as they exit from the bridge. In the hangar, both Shadow and Silver were ready for takeoff. They were waiting for the doors to open. Shadow has his air shoes to use for flying while Silver can use his telekinesis for flying, plus use them to control by moving objects. You ready for this? Silver asked, activating his powers with a light blue aura surrounding his body. Where's Sonic? Shadow asked, looking around for the blue hedgehog. He'll be joining us in a little while. Tails said he's gonna activate the power for him to shoot through a ton of ships. That way he can create an opening for the blue typhoon get through towards Earth. Silver said when Tails' voice was heard on the speaker. Shadow, Silver, are you guys in the hangar? He asked. We're ready to go. Just waiting for the doors to open. Silver said. The doors are opening. Once the fully open, you have permission to take off. Tails said as the doors were opening. Both Hedgehog were ready to taste action. Around the ship, Vector, Espio, Charmy, Blaze, Rouge, and Amy were entering one of the 6 doors that leads to the laser cannons. Once they enter their own doors, they sat in the seats where the chair slides by itself in the cockpit. The stick lift in front of them where the red trigger is on, giving control of the laser cannon. In front, a head-up display HUD appeared, giving the person a chance to lock on its target nearby. Is everyone on their own laser cannon? Tails asked from the radio. Everyone is on their own cannon. Amy said. Rogue and Blaze are taking control of the cannons from the right. I'm taking control of them from the top. Espio and Charmy are controlling the cannons from the left and myself from the top. Vector said. I opened the hangar doors for both Shadow and Silver so they can move into the action. Give them covering fire while they take off. Tails said when a beeping sound on the radar was heard. He looked to see 2 fleet fighters moving towards the runway. We got 2 fighters moving in on the runway. They're gonna try to shoot the hangar while the doors open. Shoot them down. We're on it. Both Amy and Vector said as they aim their cannons towards the fighters with a rapid fire type. Didn't take but 5 seconds to destroy both fighters. Great job, guys. Silver, Shadow. Hurry and take off before they come back. We'll cover you. Tails yelled. Let's go, Shadow. The silver hedgehog flew out from the hangar while Shadow using his shoes to skate straight towards the end of the runway, lifting off as the hedgehog are in combat. Everyone shoot down much of the fleet fighters as possible. I'm about to activate the blast cannon. Tails said, changing to another radio. Sonic, can you hear me? Hear you loud and clear, the blue hedgehog said on radio. Stand by for the blast cannon to be activate. Hope you're ready. Tails asked, pressing a couple of buttons. Buddy, I've been ready for some egg cracking. Sonic said as the fox cub laugh. I think we've been ready for this in a long time. Get inside the cannon once it's ready. He said. Right on. Sonic said. Back on board the Death Egg, Eggman and his minions were back on the bridge waiting for the flagship to be refueled and get the Death Egg robot ready to fit in. They were watching both events unfolding at the same time. On the first screen, it shows the fleet attacking the Blue Typhoon with everything they got. The second screen shows the battle inside USJ. Both Aizawa and Vlad King continue to engage with the thugs while both Shigaraki and the humanoid figure looks on. They notice the fog-shaped dome made by Kurogirl surrounding some of the students from both classes. What is that? Cubot asked, pointing at the second screen. I'm not sure. Has to be that purple mist figure quirk. But why is it shaped as a dome? Orbot asked. I notice there's students outside the dome. Scratch said, looking to see where Izuku's at. Hey, I don't see that Midoriya kid anywhere. What? Eggman asked, looking at the screen. He's with the group outside. My guess he's inside the dome. What's going on in there? Not sure. I did hear that Kurogirl person mention he's transporting them other places around the facility. Snively said. That's right. He has a quirk to use for portals. That means he's gonna transport the students around the building. So that means Midoriya could be going elsewhere. But where? Boss, those freedom fighters just launched both Silver and Shadow into space. They're coming for our position. Grounder said, showing another screen of the two hedgehogs flying. This is not good. Especially when you have with those two hedgehog. Including, Shadow. Snively said. How much I hate that hedgehog when he turn his back on me. He'll get what's coming. Eggman said, noticing Sonic wasn't with them. Sonic is not with those two. Where is he? Boss, the blue typhoon is bringing out that cannon from its ship. Deku yelled as they see the blast cannon lifting out from the runway of the ship. I think they're planning to aim directly at us. Get the shield activated. Tell all ship to activate their shields. Hurry. And brace for impact. Eggman yelled. Back on the blue typhoon, the runway opens up in two. The blast cannon comes out from below, aiming towards the Death Egg. Sonic was inside the cannon, standing on a platform for the cannon to be launched. Sonic, the cannon is ready. It's aiming towards the Death Egg. Ships are trying to block it so it hit the ship. Tails said on the speaker. Doesn't matter, buddy. Get ready to fire. I'll be fine. Sonic said, beginning to doing his spin dash move. In the bridge, Tails got his fingers on the trigger. The target was locked on the Death Egg as more ships tries to block the attack. He looked to see the blast cannon is at 100%. It was ready to fire. Shadow, Silver. Get out of the way. I'm about to fire the cannon. Sonic, you're ready? He asked. I'm ready. He yelled. Here goes nothing. Fire. Tails pushed the trigger, firing the cannon, sending Sonic flying towards the Death Egg and the ships. As the Hedgehog got closer to the fleet, a bright light was creating in between everything. Police Force Headquarters. Back in Musudafu, the Police Force HQ was located in downtown. Many officers were going about their day in case of any villain activity throughout the city. In the building, Kamui Woods had a phone call from Detective Tsukauchi earlier today after his heroic effects against a villain, who kidnapped a family and taken them hostage. But All Might took care of both he and Mount Lady's mission. The Amber Hero sat in a chair, in front of the detective's desk. He waited for his update on the investigation of the piece of the egg drone located on the rooftop the previous night. I believe you call me on the update of the investigation. Kamui Woods asked. Yes, I did. The detective answered, placing his hands together before letting out a sigh. I'm sorry, but we're gonna have to close this case as of now. What? Why? Kamui Woods asked, surprisingly. I went through every database on the logo and the evidence you brought me, it's all a dud. It's leaning me towards a dead end. Also, the camera that was at the rooftop of the building is heavily damaged. Therefore, we can't find any more evidence on the incident as well. Plus, the name, Eggman, you mentioned to me, not one name match on my computer. Tsukauchi explained. Seriously? The Amber Hero asked. That's all I can say. Sorry. We're at a dead end in this investigation. Tsukauchi said. It's kinda weird. That a name like, Eggman, would never exist on this planet. Even after hearing from 3 taking robots. Kamui Woods said. Who would have a name like that is beyond me. Tsukauchi asked. Suddenly, the building began shaking. Every officer feel the violent shake of what an earthquake could do. Many of them think it is an earthquake since Japan has been known for these things in their history. Objects on their desk dropped to the floor. Lights, computers, television screens, and other electronic things were going on and off multiple times. The hero and the detective got up from their seats took look out. Then, the quake ended it. Only lasted for about 2 minutes. Other officers look around, grabbing their things from the ground. Well, that was a quick one. Kamui Woods said. We always have those types of earthquakes here in Japan. We're used to it. Tsukauchi said. Suddenly, a bright light appeared from outside. The hero, detective, and other officers were curious what was happening. One of the officers with his head shape of an orange cat, ran into the building. Guys, you should come see this. This mysterious light appeared from the sky right after the quake. Officer Sanza Tamakawa said. The others followed suit, exiting from the building. They see other officer who were returning from duty along with civilians looking at the sky with wide eyes. They look up to see a bright light all the way in the sky. My word. What is that? Kamui Woods asked. I have no idea. But it ain't the sun. Tsukauchi said. Shiketsu High School. At Shiketsu, it was another day of training for the school in the east. Inasa and Kami were taking part of their usually training. Not the kind of training that UA has. They were joined by both Seiji Shishikura, Nagamasa Mora, and their teacher, who was observing his class. Both students were in their hero costume. Inasa's costume is a thick brown suit pinned together with yellow buttons. A cape is draped over his shoulders, the collar lined with thick fur, and it almost conceals the jetpack-like propulsion system attached to his back. His left arm is completely concealed by the thick, brown material and his hand sports a large tan glove with air pipes on it, whereas his right arm is completely exposed other than the skin-tight blue sleeve that appears to be a part of his undersuit. Similarly to his left hand, are several tubes around his torso and ankles, which are used to expel wind power to aid with his quirk. Plates resembling gas masks pad his knees and left shoulder, and he completes his costume with large brown shoes and a pair of goggles around his head. Kami's costume is a simple black catsuit with a zipper running down the middle, left slightly down to reveal her cleavage. She wears white cuffs around her wrists and heeled knee-high boots, patterned with gray lines, as well as a loose black collar lined with metallic plates. Seiji's costume is a black overcoat with red trimmings. Its collar covers his entire neck, only stopping just below his mouth, and two red-rimmed flaps are folded over the top. The sleeves of his coat reach down to his elbows, cut off by two large red cuffs which are strapped onto the upper part of the sleeves, and on his right, he wears a smaller white armband with a black stripe through the middle. On top of his coat, he wears a black apron that reaches down past his knees, plain apart from the red strings threaded twice through that go around his neck. He also wears a peculiar set of gloves that only cover his thumb, index and middle fingers, and black boots. Nagamasa's costume features only a pair of dark pants, a belt, plus the peaked cap that is part of Shiketsu High's uniform. While the training continues, the training grounds were shaking. Both students stopped their training to look around. Luckily they were in the clearing. The teacher felt it as he looks around. The quake lasted about 2 minutes. They were all confused by what just happened. Wow, that was kinda scary. Kami said. Get a grip. We always have these things all the time. It was just a distraction. Seiji said. Suddenly, a bright light appeared from the sky. The students and teacher covered their eyes and arms at the same time. They would reopen them to see that light shining in the sky. They never seen it before. What is the world? Nagamasa asked. Where did that light came from? It just appeared all of a sudden. Inasa said. It's so beautiful. Kami said, with her carefree tone. Oh, brother. Seiji said as they continued to observe the light. Back at UA, inside the USJ building, Izuku was unconscious with his body underwater. His eyes slowly open. Once he opened his mouth, bubbles were going upward. It was just earlier that he was near the exits only for Kurogirl to use his quirk to transport students including him to other places. He looked around started to realize he was underwater. He noticed the likelihood he's at the flood zone. With a serious look, he began swimming upward to surface. But beginning to have thoughts about hearing Shigaraki and the League of Villains on their mission to kill All Might. That guy must have a quirk to transport other people. He thought, continuing to swim to the surface. They came here to kill All Might. Guess it's a good thing he ain't here. But why would them come to kill him? Must have been revenge for something. Either way, Itsuka was right. She had that theory earlier when we saw the barrier turn to rubble. They used the media as a decoy to sneak into the campus. I have to do something or else, something bad would happen, including my friends. Suddenly, he felt a hand touched his feet. Felt like someone was preventing him from swimming to the surface. Looking down, he saw Shota from Class 1B, holding onto his leg while holding his breath. Izuku used his right hand to offer help to the surface. Shota grabbed his hand as the two swam to surface. But then, the two saw a shark villain swimming towards them. They couldn't activate their quirks, especially for Izuku where the risk of his arms breaking. If he had the Chaos Emerald active by now, he maybe would have fight back. The villain opened his shark jaws, ready to take his first meal. Out of nowhere, Tsuyu jumped in by hitting the villain on his right cheek. Hey, Midoriya! The frog girl used her tongue to wrap it around Izuku. Hold Midoriya's hand tight, we're going above. She said to Shota as the boy held both hands on his arm, swimming to surface. They finally arrive at the surface of the flood zone. The zone contains a waterside and a ship, where they're swimming next to. Tsuyu was also holding Mineta in her right arm. Are you guys, okay? She looked to see Hiryu and Ibara on the ship. Hang on, Shiozaki will use her vines to get you on the ship. Here. I got 2 people I rescue in the water. Tsuyu used her tongue to put Izuku gently on the boat. Shota couldn't swim as Ibara used her vines, grabbing his hand and pulling him to the ship. Get on the ship before those guys show up. Hirayu yelled at the frog girl. Hold up. I got one more coming on board. Suyu said as she was about to wrap Mineta with her tongue. For a frog, you got some pretty big boobs. Perfect floaters. The prevented boy said, all tired by leaning his head on her bosoms. It made her blushed and embarrassed by his action. The frog girl used her tongue, wrapping around Mineta's body, and instead of placing him on the boat, she slammed him on there as retaliation to the pervert's actions. Suyu climbed on the boat with both her feet and hands. Both Izuku and Hirayu helped her on the boat. You saved mine and Shota's life, Asui. Izuku said. I told you to call me, Su. She said. Sorry, I didn't mean it. He said, waving his hands around, nervously. Are you okay, Shota? Hirayu asked as the boy was breathing. Fine. He answered, turning to Izuku. I'm sorry, Midoriya. I didn't mean to grab your hand while underwater. I couldn't swim, so I needed help to get to the surface. It's okay. It's not your fault. You don't have to apologize. Izuku said as Ibara walked towards him. Hey, I know you've friends with Kendo. I heard Tetsu mentioned that she had a theory it was someone else that broke through the barrier. Do you know anything about it? She asked. I was with her along her friends from your class. I was with her along with my friends from my class. After the whole thing in the cafeteria, we stood in the hallway near the window. We saw a couple of teachers including the principal standing at the barrier that was destroyed. Itsuka said she had a theory that it wasn't the media. It was something else. We didn't believe her at first, so we took her word for it. Now, her theory is all true. These guys used the media as a decoy to sneak into the school. Izuku explained as the others were surprised by it. They had to be that smart to sneak it. Those barriers are the toughest ones to break through. Hirayu said. Also, that mist figure. I heard him say they were here to kill All Might. Izuku said, making more students surprised and scarred. No way. What do you want with All Might? Shota asked. I'm not sure. But he was supposed to be here with our teachers including 13 for this period. Izuku said. I did hear 13 said that he's doing some hero stuff in the city. But you're right, he should have shown up. Probably would have taken down these guys and we would be safe. Hirayu said. I'm still curious on why they want to kill All Might. Ribbit. Suyu said. Hey, hold on a second. It's not like these guys can really kill All Might. Once he shows up, he'll pound those villains when there's nothing left. Mineta said, with a serious look, throwing fists in the air like his punching. Just a ton of questions that need to be asked about them showing up. Hirayu said. Also, we better keep a close eye on ourselves. Remember what that mist figure just said. We have to be careful on our surroundings. He has friends all around ready to attack. Plus, he also teleported our classmates all around this building. My guess they have them in the zones that 13 mentioned earlier. You're right. I hope they're doing okay. Izuku said, looking around at the other zones in the building. We can't stay here longer. We gotta do something to rescue them. Ribbit. Suyu said. I agree with her. We have to rescue our friends from the zones and get out of here as quickly as possible. Ibara said. Guys, don't forget about that monstrous beast when we saw them exiting from the portal. Shota said, mentioning on the humanoid figure. Yeah, I remember that thing had a brain above its head. That's some freaky stuff. I definitely don't want to fight that. Hopefully both our teachers are okay. Looks like they may have the advantage in beating them. Including the thing. Hirayu said. Oh, crap. We got company. Mineta yelled, getting scared while pointing his fingers at the water. You bastards. The shark villain yelled, with a couple more, surrounding the boat to attack. I'll enjoy eating you. Mineta was screaming in terror like a child instead of a hero. Bad guys. He yelled. Izuku looks on seeing the villain swimming towards the boat. The others were getting nervous. They don't know what to do. They're on a boat in open water with no hope of getting to land. If they're here for All Might, they may have a way to defeat him. They would have planned this attack if they didn't. He thought. But why him of all the heroes? Because of his existence discourage villains and evil. Because he's the one and only symbol of peace and justice. He demeanor changed from nervous to determination by clenching both his fist and teeth. His eyes were covered by the shadows of his hair. I don't care what their intentions are. I have to focus. I have to face this evil. Head on. So what are we going to do? We're outnumbered here. Mineta said. There's gonna be a plan we can beat these guys. Hiryu said. If they can beat him, then we have to stop whatever these bad guys are planning. The others turned to Izuku. We have to work together and keep All Might safe. Nobody at UA doesn't know what's going on. We're the only have to do the jobs. We have to beat these villains and rescue other people. We're heroes, so let's act like one. I agree. Let's do it. Abara said. I hope you know what you're doing. Shota said. Let's give it all we can. Hiryu said. Let's believe one another. Ribbit. Suyu said. Izuku closed his eyes, entering back in his mindscape to try to talk with the Mystic Chief on activating the Chaos Emerald. Pachacamac, it's me. Can you hear me? He asked. Yes, I do, and I know what you're gonna say. The answer is no, the Mystic Chief said. You heard what they said. They're planning to kill All Might. I'm not gonna let that happen. Plus, we got villains surrounding the boat. I'm sorry, but I have to use the emerald. Sonic gave it to me years ago to be a hero. That's where I'm at now by entering UA. This is my first test against real villains. Please, you gotta let me do it. I don't want friends getting hurt. Izuku said. And again the answer is, the Mystic Chief was interrupted by another voice. Father, let him use it. Tikal's voice was heard. Daughter, you don't have no say in this, the Mystic Chief said. I do have a say. Izuku knows what's happening. The villains have invaded the building. They're gonna hurt his friends and All Might. This is the child that you said can protect his planet. He was born to become a hero. You even believe in him when you saw how he beated the bully. It's time, father. You gotta believe him. If anyone dies, their death will be in your hands. She said. The Mystic Chief's daughter was correct. If anything happens to anyone, it would be his fault. Their deaths would be on him. He felt it before when he lost his fellow echidnas many years ago. He doesn't want that in hands again. Especially to a boy who is training hard to become a hero. He let out a sigh. Very well then. You have permission to use the emerald. But remember, if you use too much of its powers, the emerald will turn black. You will no use of it anytime soon. We're counting on you. Get it done. Pachacamac said. Thank you. And thank you, Tikal. I'm not gonna let you down. Izuku said. Hurry. Save your friends, the Mystic Chief's daughter said. Izuku returned back to his world. With a serious look, he pulled out the Chaos Emerald from his patch, glowing a bright light from it. The green aura appears, surrounding his body, giving enough strength to prep for action. Okay, let's do it. Izuku said with determination in him. Chapter 18, The USJ Incident. Near the beach of where the old airfield was located, a red navigation marker buoy floating in the water. A pair of seals were laying at the bottom. On the top, seagulls were on top of it, looking around the sea. Other seagulls were flying around it from above. The sound of the ocean coming to shore was peaceful, many mammals wandering around the area all calm, that is until, one of the seals caught a glimpse of something flying towards the airfield at a fast rate. The blue typhoon swings past the buoy, creating a humongous trails of waves. The seals got off the buoy and back in the water in time while the seagulls flew away quick before they were hurt by the ship. In the bridge, Tails clenched his teeth, trying to control the ship carefully while the others including the hedgehogs were back inside, strapping tight with seat belts on. Clinching on the arms of their chairs while the ship was vibrating. They escaped from the battle with Eggman for now to get to the airfield. I didn't think entering the atmosphere that much difficult. Especially escaping from Eggman. What that really the plan, Sonic? The fox cub asked. We'll deal with Eggman later. I know I didn't destroy the Death Egg. But we did manage to destroy a couple of ships. That will stall at least a chance to advance. The hedgehog yelled. How closer to this airfield you're talking about? Knuckles asked as Tails looked on the radar where the arrow was leading them. We're almost there. Once we hit the runway, brace for a big landing. He yelled back. Hope we make it. This is crazy. Amy yelled. I think I'm about be sick by this roller coaster ride. Vector yelled. I can see the airfield. Hang on, everyone. We're about to make landfall. Tails yelled, pulling down the level to slow the ship down. Tons of seagulls were on the runway. They heard the blue typhoon's engine roaring before looking to see the ship getting closer. They all flew away into the air as the ship lands on the runway. The ship continues to scratch the runway. Sparks were created behind the ship. Tails managed to steady the ship as it slowed down. He cuts the engines off before anything else happened. Took a deep breath before looking back at the others to see if they're okay. Is anyone okay? he asked. Don't worry, buddy. We're all fine, Sonic said as they were all dizzy from the ship's landing. The freedom fighters took a couple of minutes to recuperate from the hard landing. They stood up from their chairs to exit from the bridge. They later exit from the ship and begin looking around at the old airfield which would be temporary home to try to stop Eggman. Sonic and Tails were wandering around the place, remembering old days when the two would have Izuku over to hang out. They couldn't wait to see him again, especially for Sonic, who'd been a close friend to the child since his bullying problems with Bakugo. Hurry and get the luggage out. Still have work to do. Amy yelled as the Lightning Bolt Society were grabbing the supplies and other stuff from the ship. Seriously. Can we just take a break? Dave asked, holding on to other boxes. Sorry. It's your fault from sneaking into the ship. Now get moving. Amy said, holding her Pico Pico hammer in her hand, threatened them to use it. Other members quickly grabbing the other supplies before the pink hedgehog do anything crazy to them. All right. We can use the hangars as our homes to sleep and cook. We'll can bring all our supplies in there and start making our base from there. The blue typhoon can stay in the middle. At least we got a runway on the ship so we can keep the aircrafts inside the hangar's ship. We got a lot of work to do, so let's get right to it. After that, we can cook something to eat for dinner tonight. Tails said. What about you two? Are you planning to meet that boy? Espio asked, referring to Izuku. Of course. I'm not wasting time to see him. See y'all later. Sonic said, boosting his speed out of the airfield. He's really excited to see him. Charmy said. It has been 10 years since we last saw him, so I better get going myself. Tails said. It's okay if I come along. Looking forward to meet this boy. Knuckles said. You can come if you want. Better be cautious before other people find out about seeing talking animals. Tails said. Hey, if it's okay, can you please bring the human boy to the airfield? It would be nice to see if we can meet him all for the first time. Cream said. Chow. Cheese replied, happily. Trust me. You're gonna like him. We'll bring him here to meet you all. Tails said. What about Eggman? We know he'll be bringing his army to come after us since we're on Earth. Shadow said. That's true. But we stalled him for the time being. If he were to attack, this planet would be on high alert by now. My guess he's gonna wait until the time come. So don't worry, as long as we get the base ready, we'll be prepared to take down Eggman. Tails said. For now, let's stay put and see what happens. That's fine then. Just need to be cautious in case Eggman does attack. Silver said. Exactly. All right, guys. We'll see you later. I promise we'll bring Izuku to meet you guys. Tails said as he and Knuckles were leaving the airfield. Be careful out there, Amy said as they others waved goodbye. Both Tails and Knuckles were flying from the forest and into the air. The fox cub knows where Izuku's apartment was, so the echidna followed him while trying to catch up with Sonic. Back at UA, inside the teacher's lounge, Toshinori, who came back from doing hero work earlier today in the city, is currently in his true form. He already was at his limit from all that work. Plus, he was late for the final period which he was scheduled to do. Sitting on the couch, he rested for a while, hoping that he can gain enough strength before going to the USJ building. He grabbed his phone to call one of the teachers for any updates in class. First he called 13, but wasn't answering. Next he called Aizawa. No answer. Finally, he tries to call Vlad King. Yet, no answer as well. It went to the same voicemail after calling all three of them. He was curious on why they weren't answering. Another thought they were probably busy with the class that they didn't want to be disturbed. Can't get to either 13, Aizawa, or Vlad King. Then again they are teaching. Unlike me. He said. I'm neglecting my duties because I spent the entire morning commute being heroic. He slapped himself on the head in stupidity. An amateur move, what was I thinking? He then looks up with an idea. Perhaps I should just show up at the end and say something inspiring. A good 10 minutes out of my uniform. He transformed to his muscular form within seconds, standing up from the couch. Time to join my stud. He was interrupted when the door slid open. Hold your horses. Principal Nezu entered the lounge before closing the door behind them. Principal Nezu. Good to see you. He said. Good to see you, too. I was wondering why you were late when the period started. But I guess I know why. Nezu pulled out a tablet, showing the hero a headline. News reads, All Might resolves 3 incidents in only 1 hour, with many photos of the hero on it. Look at the news. Shall I read to you? All Might flinched by the reaction of the headline. Nezu let out a sigh before continuing his say. The fault mainly belongs to the ruffian that still caused trouble in the city despite you being here. But you also have to learn not to react every time you hear of an incident. You haven't changed all these years. You always been proactive. Only now, your heroism must be limited because of your injury. Even though the emerald you mentioned did heal the scar and not coughing blood, so that's good news. Bad news, your limit of the current form is still at that time limit. Plus, you also got the added work of training Midoriya as the successor to One for All. You insist on remaining the symbol of peace. And the only way is justifying to staying out of the spotlight is by teaching. That's why I gave you this job. Nezu explained before turning around to see smoke coming out from All Might. Oh dear, you're smoking. That can't be good. Suddenly, the smoke boomed surrounding the hero. Once it was gone, he was back in his true form thanks to his limit. Though he wasn't happy when Nezu wasted his time with his talking. It looks like you need to stay in the lounge and relax a little while longer. The principal climbed on another couch across from the hero to sit. The other teachers will understand. They're more than capable. But now that you are a teacher, All Might, I really wish you prioritized your students over your hero work. Including helping Midoriya out with his training. Of course he does have the emerald with him at all time, but likely help him out more often. After all, there's other hero agencies working across the city. Yes, I guess you're right, Principal. Toshinori said. So I was gonna head over to the USJ to make an appearance now actually if you don't mind. Even if you went now, you'll probably have to return as almost right away. Nezu said, pouring a cup of tea in the glass. So you might as well stick around and listen to some of my teaching philosophy. Toshinori knew where this was going. He was gonna hear the principal's boring talk. Great. This is turning to a lecture. He thought as Nezu poured tea in another cup, giving it to All Might. Here. Drink up. The principal said before drinking his tea. He's so long-winded when there's tea involved. And I'm still a little concerned that I couldn't get in touch with 13, Aizawa, or Vlad King. Toshinori thought. Let's start by discussing combat pedagogy as through the lens of ethical quirk use. Nezu said. You know you haven't changed in all these years, sir. Toshinori said. It was gonna be a long day for the symbol of peace to hear the principal's boring talk. They think it was just a peaceful day at the academy. But what they didn't notice behind the curtains at USJ, a battle was occurring in the darkness and the students were in grave danger. Back at USJ, the other students that didn't get stuck in the portal were at the exits. They would go ahead and head out. But with Kurogirl around, their hopes of escaping were dimmed. 13 was still them, but among the group were Iida, Uraraka, Rikado, Mezu, Mina, Shiro and Hagakure of Class 1A. Jirota, Pony Tsunotori, Reiko, Setsuna, Kanoko, Yui, Kojira, and Kosei of Class 1B. They were getting worried for the other students that were sucked into the portals. No doubt that they were still here in the building. But they were scattered throughout the zones they were sent. Shoji, do you see them? Anything at all? Iida asked as the boy used his dupli arms quirk. One of the arms used for an eye to see. The other arm form an ear to hear. Another for a mouth to form. He used it to see if can see and hear from the other students that were scattered. They've been scattered across the facility. He answered. But both Class 1A and Class 1B are still here. The students grew a sigh of relief after hearing the good news of their classmates safe. They look in front to see the exit where Kurogirl was blocking their way. What we going to do? This guy can't be affected by physical attacks and can apparently teleport stuff. Shiro asked. There's gotta be something we can do. Otherwise, there's nothing we can do. Jirota said. Is there any plan? Now is the time to think. Kosei said. 13 stood in between the students and the villain in front. The hero was thinking the same thing. Can't come with a plan to get to the exits. Until something came up from her head. She turned to the students behind her. Class rep. She referring to Iida. Yes. He said. I have a job for you. Run to the school and tell the facility what's going on here. The hero answered as Iida and the students were stunned by that answer. The alarms aren't sounding. And our phones and radios are useless by now. One of these villains must be to blamed. Even though Eraserhead is canceling other people's quirks left and right. We're still completely sealed off from the outside world. Likely whoever causing this interference hid as soon as they warp into the USJ. They can be anywhere. Impossible to hunt down. I'll be faster for you to run and get help and to find who else is jamming everything. Yes, but, it'll be disgraceful for me to leave you all behind. Iida said. There's no emergency exit. Ricado said as Iida turned to see both him, Shiro, Jirota, Kojira, and Kosei walking next to him. There are lots of alarm outside. That's why they're keeping us trapped outside the USJ, right? As long as you get outside, they won't follow. Shiro said as they got in defensive stance with serious looks. That's true. A good chance you can still make it to the school. Kosei said. As long as we can provide cover, you can make it. Jirota said, using his quirk to turn beast mode. Blow this stupid mist away with your engine legs. Shiro said. Use your quirk to save others. Be a real hero. 13 said as Mezzo joined in with the other boys. I can help you out. Ochako said as Iida turned to the girls, who were smiling except for Yui, want to help. Just like I did when Itsuka and I help you in the cafeteria. Okay. No prob. You're our class rep. We know you can do it. Mina said. Believe in yourself. Hagakure said. We'll back you up. Kojira said. Iida was surprised by all the courage words by his classmates and other students of Class 1B. He grew a serious look, agreeing to their decision. He looked towards the villain, getting in position to run past him with engine quirk ready. Even if this is your only option, are you really foolish enough to confront your enemies? Kurogirl used his quirk to try to teleport Iida away. 13 quickly used the black hole quirk, sucking the mist into his finger. Hoping that is the plan for Iida to make his way to the exit. Back at the flood zone, Izuku, Tsuyu, Mineta, Hiryu, Shota, and Abara were on board the ship, surrounded by villains who were in the water, preparing to go on the ship to attack the children. 5 of the 6 students were ready for a fight. But for the little pervert, he was scared as hell not want to fight real villains. What you mean, fight? Are you crazy? Mineta screamed, with tears coming out comically. These guys might kill All Might and you think we can take them? Did you hit your head when we got warp here? While the hero continues to act like a crybaby, the 5 students look down with serious looks at the villains in the water. Think about it. Izuku said while thinking. Those villains down there clearing has an advantage in the water and assume that's where we fight. Are you even listening? Mineta yelled but the others didn't pay attention to him. So what's the plan? Hiryu asked. I mean with that emerald you got, you can just jump in there and take them out easily. But you could be in a difficult spot when it's the water. They can easily take us down from there. The scales quirk user turned to Mineta, still crying comically. Or we can use that crybaby there as bait and let them take him on while we get to land safe. I like that idea. Ribbit. Tsuyu said. Because he's crying is annoying. Shota said. 100% true. The frog girl said. Seriously. That's mess up. Use me a bait. You guys are sorry. Mineta said. No. We can't do that, even though he's special. Izuku said, can't come up with the words. But I know one thing. These guys don't know our quirks. You got a point. Abara said. Okay. So let's talk quirks. I'll go first if you want. Tsuyu said. Obviously I can jump high. And cling to pretty much to any wall. Then of course, there's my tongue. I can stick it out about 20 meters. And I can spit out stuff out of my stomach so I can clean it. That's not really useful. Finally I also some toxic mucus. It just stings a bit. We can only use my tongue and my jump here. Forget about the last things. My quirk is scales. I can form them throughout my entire body. I can use to shoot the scales with strength and speed. Also can be used like armor for combat. Similar to Tetsu's iron quirk. So that's a big advantage I can take. I can shoot these guys for sure. But in the water, if only they climbed on the boat, we probably got a great advantage of taking these guys on. Hiryu said. Mine is twin impact. Any site of where an impact happened, I can create a second impact at that point. It'll be many times stronger than the original. Shota said. Mine is vines. You can tell the vines is my long hair style. If I were to use it that much, my hair will be long gone. But since we're in a zone full of water, I can grow it back quickly. I can create shield from any attack with the vines. Plus like the frog girl's tongue, my quirk can capture a couple of villains from attacking us. Finally, another move where I can create an area full of vines so it can make contact with any enemy. Mine is super strength. But I do have this emerald with me. You can tell the green aura around my body which means it give me a ton of strength. Also, the quirk I mentioned can give enough power to beat an enemy. It keeps me from breaking any parts of my bone when I use it. This emerald is protection from any bones I broke. Izuku said before turning to Mineta. What about you? The little pervert pulled one of his balls from his head before a new one grew quickly, replacing the one that he pulled. I got these sticky balls. Mineta placed the ball on the wall, sticking on it. They can stick to any object. They can grow back after I pull one of them off. But I'll bleed if I use too much. Oh, and they don't stick to me, I can bounce right off of them. The others stared at Mineta with dumbfounded looks. The boy looked at them until tears form out of his eyes, causing him to cry again comically. Don't look at me like that. That's why I say we wait for the pro heroes to come. My quirk is not usable for battle and we're all gonna die. He yelled, crying. And no. Yous have an incredible power. Really, we just need to figure out how to use it. Izuku said, trying to calm him down. Suddenly, one of the villains used its quirk to cut the boat in half. They were tired of waiting. They decided to make their move on the students. The boat started to sink. Crap. We're so busy planning this and they were getting restless. We gotta think of something. Hirayu yelled as Mineta started using his balls to throw it at them. Seriously. You think that's gonna attack them? Watch this. Hirayu activated his quirk with his arms. Forming scales on them, he started aiming at the villains by shooting them out. They quickly scattered away from his attack. Many of them went around to dodge the attack while others stayed behind but dodged them from underwater. They're moving to the other side. Shota yelled as Izuku looked down. Midoriya, better think of something or we're gonna be fish food with these guys. Hurry up and think. Hirayu yelled while shooting his scales. Izuku looked down at the water seeing one of the villains examining the balls floating near him. He noticed something strange that the villain tries to get the ball away from him. He looks at Hirayu using his quirk on them. The villains were afraid of their quirks. Then it hit him. He had an idea now as he tapped on the scales quirk user back, which got his attention. I think I got an idea, he said. What you mean? Hirayu asked. When you were using your quirk, they move quickly. Before that, Mineta threw his balls at them and the one of the villains didn't want to touch them. It's like they're afraid of our quirks. That means we may have the advantage. Izuku said with a serious look, turning to the vine girl. Abara, use your vines until I say otherwise. I'll be a decoy for them. Wait for my signal when I jump the boat. That, suicide. Shota yelled. Trust me. I know what I'm doing. Izuku said as he jumped from the boat, yelling out his battle cry. Are you kidding me? That boy will be killed. Oh, well. Looks like we're gonna win this thing after. One of the villains said as they activated their quirks, ready to kill the students. Now Abara. Izuku yelled, which got many of the villains confused. What's that kid talking about? One of the villains asked. Suddenly, out of nowhere, multiple vines popped out from the water, snatching every villains that surrounded the boat. They were struggling to get out. The Lord will never forgive you for what you try to do to us. You will be punished for your crimes. Abara yelled as Izuku used his right hand, preparing to use his fingers to snap. Go for it, Midoriya. Red lines appears on his fingers from below his glove. I use the Delaware smash technique. And then Shota can use his quirk to create the same impact. That way all the villains in our area will be knocked unconscious and we can make our escape from there. Sue will grab Mineta and Abara can wrap her vines around Sue while wrapping both Shota and Hirayu. That way they can get out safely off the ship. Gotta do it fast or there'll be even more trouble. This is it. I have to do it now. Izuku thought. Delaware, smash. Izuku snapped his fingers with a shockwave going through the water. Creating a whirlpool type. Shota. You use quirk now. He yelled. Shota used his twin impact to create the same impact Izuku just did. But this time, it was more stronger than the Delaware smash. The whirlpool was bigger and the villains surrounding the boat. Abara quickly unwrapped her vines around them. She wrapped another set of vines around Suyu and two more around both Hirayu and Shota. Everyone was off the ship. Izuku was about to fall in the water only for the frog girl to use her tongue to wrap it around him. Mineta, throw your balls in that whirlpool. That way many of them lands on the villains and they can be stuck together, preventing them to escape. The little pervert threw as many balls from his head to the whirlpool. The water was rising back up but the balls got stuck on the villain's body. More and more villains came together, being stuck by the ball, preventing them from getting out. Ton of water engulfed on the villains in the hole where Izuku's quirk created. From there, water shot out with both the villains and the two pieces of boat flying above. They were okay as they landed back in the water. The villains were unconscious after landing. That plan worked. We did it. Good job, Midoriya. That's why you came in first in the entrance exam. Your plan was amazing. Hiryu said. Well, it was nothing, really. Izuku said, looking down. Anyway, we better get to land. Find the others as soon as possible and get out of here, too. Right. Hiryu said. That was too close. Shota said. But we made it alive. The Lord blessed you, Midoriya. He shine a light to you. Abara said. You were amazing. Suyu said. The others flew out of the flood zone. They landed near shore so they decided to walk on water. They saw other battle scenes happening where both Aizawa and Vlad King were dealing with the villains at the central plaza. They know they didn't want to deal with that so they let their teachers do all the fighting. Hey, there's the exit. Hiryu pointed his finger to his left, seeing stairs and a doorway. We can make a break for it while our teachers are dealing with the villains. That's our best way to get out and warn the school of what's happening. Are you sure? Do you think our teachers will make it? Shota asked. If I know Vlad King who has a neat quirk, then yes. Plus, you have Class 1A's teacher Eraserhead who can erase quirks. So the advantage is our teachers getting it done. I know they will. Trust me. Hiryu said. Izuku knows Hiryu was right. But something in him doesn't feel right. He has that feeling that if more villains appears, the likelihood that the teachers will be wore out and fatigued through all that fighting they've been through. The tables could turn directly into the villains' favor. If they don't get the backup, they're gonna be overrun. They'll end up being beaten by those villains who was trying to keep us safe. He said with a serious look. The others look at him, knowing he was insane of thinking of going there to rescue the teachers. Are you trying to get us killed? You're insane, right? Mineta asked. Please tell me you're not saying, we have to go help them. Shota asked when Hiryu grabbed Izuku by the collar. Midoriya, don't pull this crazy stunt. We went through hell with those villains at the flood zone. We managed to get out of there safe. And now, you want to go to the central plaza to help our teachers. Remember what I told you what was there. That big humanoid creature with a brain. No telling what that thing does. Look, I respect you Midoriya. All of Class 1B likes you. But you're making a big mistake. That's your death sentence right there if we go to the plaza. Plus, our teachers could get angry at us. Never know, they might expel us from UA for interfering in the match. The exit is just right there. We go now, we go get help and have a chance of getting the other teachers to help. He said as Izuku stared at him with a serious look, grabbing his wrist. I'm not saying we should interfere. I'm just saying we should at least help them out and take on a couple of villains to at least make it easier for them. He said. That's still insane. I don't know what to do either. Hiryu said, taking his hand off his collar. You're making a big mistake if you do this. Izuku knew Hiryu was right. If they were to interfere, they would get hurt and no telling. Plus, he did mention about the humanoid monster they saw with Shigaraki. If they were to interfere with that, what could go wrong? Izuku was on a tough spot, especially putting the others in a bad position. Either they go to the exit or go to the central plaza. It was a decision that he had to choose. Back in the city, it didn't took longer for Sonic to find Izuku's apartment. He had to go through the streets, speeding past a ton of traffic, dodging cars and hopping them the same time. Plus, running past red lights which doesn't affect him since civilians couldn't see a speedy hedgehog sped past them. The hedgehog looked up at the apartment building. Same as it was before from 10 years ago. He decided to take a shortcut speeding on the side of the building to find the window to Izuku's bedroom. The hedgehog found it within seconds. He noticed the window was locked. Probably thought the boy left it like that thinking they would return to the planet soon. Sonic slid the window open and climbed in the room. He landed on the bed before touching the carpet. Looking around the room he could see all the All Might stuff. The poster, the blanket, the other action figures and many more that relates to the symbol of peace. Izuku still has the entire thing. Guess he hasn't changed his room since Tails and I were here. He really does like All Might that much. He thought, feeling the nostalgia in him remembering the memories. Hey, Sonic. The hedgehog turned to see both Tails and Knuckles entering from the window. What took you guys so long? He asked. Tails was showing me the location of this place, plus your speed is the quickle so we had to fly cautiously to make sure no one was watching. Knuckles said, looking around at the bedroom. So this the human child's bedroom I believe. I wonder what's with all these stuff that is the same person on it. His name is All Might. Izuku always like him as his fan. He show us a video on the computer of him rescuing people in this big accident on the road. He always want to be like him. Tails said. Really? He has to be that awesome since he has all this stuff. Knuckles said. Trust me. He always like him. Tails said, changing to another subject. Anyway, looks like he's not here. My guess that now he's at school or something. Nux look around on Izuku's desk. He saw comic books and magazine relates to heroes were scattered on them. The echidna move a couple of books to find some significant to see. He notice a magazine that shows All Might with UA Academy building behind him, plus a piece of paper with it. Guys, I think we know where that boy is. He gave them the magazine and paper to let them examine them. Hey, look. It seems Izuku is now at the place called UA Academy. It's a school for students to go to become heroes. A school to become heroes. That's very interesting. Tails said. Well, Izuku did mention he want it to become a hero. Going to a school where they can become heroes is very a start. Sonic said. No way. Take a look on the magazine. Tails said, showing the page to Sonic. I think this is why Izuku went to that school. All Might is a teacher there at UA. That's awesome. I never thought he would be at the school of where Izuku is becoming a hero. And who else can teach him to be a hero as his favorite idol? I tell you what. Let's go there and meet Izuku. Sonic said. Seriously. I'm not sure because he's probably in class, studying and all. We don't want to interrupt him at the time of class happening. Tails said. And we can't just walk in there. Everyone will likely call the police and say they saw 3 talking animals. It's the last thing we need for this city to go crazy. Knuckles said. Plus, we don't know where UA is at. Tails said. Unless you can activate the tornado and bring it here so that way we can fly around the city and find that building that matches the same one on the magazine. Besides, not only Izuku will be glad to see us. I really do want to meet All Might. Sonic said as Tails let a sigh. Fine. I'll contact the others and let them know the tornado will be active so they won't need to worry about it. Tails said as he grabbed his Miles Electric. He contacted the others first before activating the plane from the Blue Typhoon's hangar on autopilot. It would take 3 minutes to be there at their position. Alright, the tornado's on its way. Once it comes past the open window, we'll jump out and on the tornado. From there, we can begin looking for the UA building like on the magazine we found. Alright, buddy. Can't wait for it to get here. Sonic said. Suddenly, they heard something from the front door. The doorknob shaking. Both animals quickly hid underneath Izuku's bed. They heard the door open when they saw footsteps entering the room. They slowly move up to see who it was. It was Inko, with a basket in her hand getting the usually dirty clothes from her son's bedroom. Who is that? Knuckles whispered. That's Izuku's mother. She looks so different now. She pretty much let herself go. Sonic said, giving a hit by Tails on the shoulder. What? I'm just stating facts. Another laundry day to do. That boy's been really hard on his training so far. Inko said, getting the last clothes in the basket. She was on her way out only to stop halfway. She turned around and noticed the window that both anthropomorphic went through was open. She had a curious look on her face. That's weird. When was that window open? Izuku never opened the window before. Both Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles were cautious now that the window was open. Even worse, she was about to close it. Difficult for them to get out especially when the tornado was on its way towards their location. They had to think of something to get her distracted. Tails look on the Miles Electric to see the tornado was almost here. He look around under the bed. He found a ball and decided to throw it towards a vase in the living room. He didn't want to do it. But he had to. The fox cub ran out from the bed and threw the ball to the vase. He quickly got back underneath without being detected. The ball hit the vase, causing to fall to the floor, shattering it. Inko jumped as she saw the vase on the floor. She ran out of the room as the three quickly ran out from the bed and into the open window where the tornado make on time. Tails jump in his cockpit, deactivating the autopilot to take control of the plane. Both Sonic and Knuckles were standing on the top wing. I wish I didn't want to do that. Tails said. Don't worry, we'll tell Izuku the truth about today. Let's go find this UA Academy. Sonic said as they flew away from the apartment complex to the city. Landslide zone. In another zone of the building, the landslide zone was located to the east. The zone simulates sloped terrain with building remains. In the zone, the fight just came to an end. Todoroki used his ice quirk to freeze the villains' attack. They were all ice up, but many of them were shivering from how cold the ice was. Behind the boy were both Kamakiri and Kaibara from Class 1B. Though they did got into the action, pretty much it was Todoroki that did most of the fight. You were woefully unprepared, the ice and fire quirk user said to the villains. In fact, it looks to us that you had no training. You haven't had the slightest idea how to use your quirks. Todoroki turned to the two boys behind him. Come on. Let's go find the other students around the building. You sure they're not gonna do nothing? Sen asked. Don't worry, they're frozen with my quirk. They're not gonna do anything to us. They'll be like this once we get help from the school. Todoroki said. The two agree as they were walking past the villains, catching with the Class 1A student. Many of the villains were scarred Todoroki. In the meantime, the boy was in deep thought. He was thinking about earlier when he heard Shigaraki mention that they were here to kill All Might. There was still questions to be asked on how the villains managed to sneak into the academy with the media as their decoy to move in. Hey, you okay? Sen asked. I'm fine. I was thinking about that person with the hands said they were here to kill All Might. If they are, why are these villains they brought here the weakest ones we can beat? Todoroki said. Doesn't make any sense. Not sure. Either way, All Might is not here. That's a good thing. But we do need him to get rid of these guys. Especially that person you mentioned just now. Let's not forget that big monstrous thing with a brain on his head. Wonder what it will do when we encounter it? Sen asked. I don't know. For now, we just need to look around and find our classmates. Then get out of here to warn the school. Todoroki said. Suddenly, two villains were trying to ambush the others. One had a knife, attacking from the front while the other had a pole to take to stab them from behind. Kamakiri activated his quirk, producing large blades on both his arms. He cut the pole in half like a scissor, saving the two boys from death. Todoroki used his ice quirk by using his right foot, forming ice on the ground, freezing two villains within seconds. Thanks, Kamakiri. You save our lives. Senator said. Don't mention it. These guys try to ambush us. Lucky I saw that attack before they would do something. Toguro said. Like I said, these guys are low-level thugs. They don't have the capacity of trying to take us down. But they are three villains that are very dangerous. Todoroki said. Maybe we should ask these guys if they know anything about killing All Might. It won't hurt a thing to ask. Senator said. Very well, then. Todoroki approached the man who tried to attack them with a knife. He gave him a serious but scary look. Listen well. If you stay frozen, and yourselves will slowly die as your body will succumb to frostbites and hypothermia. Luckily for you, I want to be a hero. So I will like to avoid any unnecessary cruelty. The boy placed his hand in front of the thug's face. But I will only do that if you tell me how you plan on killing All Might. Definitely don't want to be like that guy frozen in ice. Toguro said. No kidding. Senator said. Mountain Zone. Located to the south of the building, the mountain zone simulates a rocky, mountainous area, filled with cliffs. At that zone, both Momo, Jiro, and Kaminari, along with both Itsuka and Monoma of Class 1B were dealing with the villains. Kaminari screamed comically when a big muscular villain was about to launch his fist towards him. But suddenly, Itsuka activated his quirk where her right hand grew bigger, deliver a big punch on the villain, sending him flying and hitting another rock, forcing him to be unconscious. Thank you, Kendo. That was close, the lightning quirk user said. Focus on fighting these guys besides running away. She said, hitting another thug with her quirk. Jiro was fighting another villain with a sword created by Momo. The creation quirk user created her weapon of a staff as the two were fighting villains armed with weapons of their own. Kaminari and Itsuka joined with the two as they got into defense stance. Though Kaminari was scarred and nervous on fighting villains. For the girls, it didn't matter to them. Right now, they were surrounded by a ton of villains. Great. Now we're trapped. Kaminari said. Is there any plan to decide now is the time to say it? Momo said. Kendo, you can use your quirk to bulldoze these guys. Jiro said. I would love to. But against a ton of them with the odds stack in favor of them, I think we need something to take these guys down. She said when she noticed someone was missing. Hey, where's Monoma? The others look around and notice the copy quirk user wasn't there with them. Yeah, was there supposed to be another person with us? Isn't he from Class 1B? Jiro asked. Why bother? He doesn't even like our class. Especially Izuku. Momo said, referring to the incident between them when Itsuka brought them to her class to meet the other classmates the previous day. Forget it. Let's focus on these guys first. We have to think of a plan to get rid of these guys. Itsuka said when turning towards Kaminari. Hey, your quirk is electricity, right? Duh. Of course it is. Why is that? He asked. Shoot out a ton of electricity all over the plan to shock these guys. Juro said. Seriously. Were you paying attention to the combat training? Some partner you were. Kaminari continue his rant. I can cover my body with electricity. But even if I try shooting out, it will go everywhere. I take you guys along, or did you want shock treatment? I can't even call for help because there's still an interference jamming the signal on my headset. So I'm counting on you three. I'm no help in this situation. You got to us out of here. Please. You're a real damsel in distress, aren't you? Juro asked when Kaminari tried to speak. Only for him to dodge another villain's attack. That's when the Jackphone quirk user kicked him on the back, sending him towards the villains. New idea. You're our favorite stun gun. Seriously? He asked, slamming himself on the villain, using his quirk to shock him. He turned to Juro with a normal look. Hey, this is working. I'm super strong. He face turned to a smile one, giving a thumbs up to the girls. Sit back you three. You can count on me. You are exhausting. Juro said as she saw a villain coming towards her. She used her left earphone jack to connect to her boots, which was its speakers, creating a sound wave by crumbling the rock the villain was using to attack her. The villain's hand lay on the villain, began shocked by Kaminari's quirk. He was being electrocuted at the same time. Then another villain with knives tries to jump in, only for Momo to create a catching net, catching the villain to the ground. Another villain tries to attack, only for Itsuka to use his quirk to punch the villain, knocking him with other villains being electrocuted. One villain with machetes tries to kill Juro, but Momo kicks him out of the way. It's ready, she said as she used her quirk, creating a big blanket in the air, covering the three girls. Other villains were mocking that move by Momo. But they didn't notice it was a big advantage for Kaminari. He used his quirk to create a big field of electricity in that spot, shocking the entire villains from there. Only took a couple of seconds for every villain, falling unconsciously to the ground. Nice job, Kaminari. Way to go, Yao Momo. Itsuka said as Momo turns around, only for both Juniru and Itsuka to blush heavily to see her bosoms being exposed. Both girls quickly surround her, making sure she ain't exposed to Kaminari. Kaminari, don't you dare look. Juro yelled, but no response. They turn around to see the lightning quirk user's face being all retarded and funny. He had a little nosebleed coming out from his nose. Walking all funny while the girls look at him with dumbfounded looks. So this what happens when you use too much electricity. Itsuka said, letting out a sigh as the girls got out of the blanket. While Juro and Itsuka looked at Kaminari, Momo turned around to see the view of the entire place. She had a concerned look on her face for a certain cinnamon bun. Izuku. I hope you're okay. Wherever you are right now. She thought. Back at Central Plaza, Izuku, Tsuyu, Mineta, Hiryu, Shota, and Abara were hiding behind rocks. They decided to see how their teachers were doing in their battle before they head for the exits they saw earlier before leaving the flood zone. Hiryu didn't like that decision, thinking it was suicide. Deep down, he did care for his teacher, Vlad King. Didn't hurt to see how they were doing. They watched as both Aizawa and Vlad King were fighting hard with the villains. The eraser hero used his cloth to tangle two villains before slamming them to the ground. The blood hero used his quirk to trap them to the ground. Other villains were already trapped in Vlad King's quirk, preventing them from coming back up to fight. That should be the last of them. Aizawa said. I hope so. Vlad King said when he sensed something from behind. He saw Shigaraki charging towards Aizawa. Eraser, heads up. That villain with the hands is coming towards you. I deal with him. Aizawa charges towards him. He using his cloth as he first move. Shigaraki grabbed it, preventing him from being trapped. As they gotten closer, the eraser hero struck first, sending an elbow to his stomach. Izuku and the others watched on as they smile for their teacher. But Tsuyu noticed something. She saw that Shigaraki blocked his elbow with his other hand. It was hard to see when you were jumping around. But I found your weak spot, it's your hair. Shigaraki said, making Aizawa flinched. His hand that blocked his elbow began to use his decay quirk, making his elbow turning to decay. When it drops, it means you stopped using your quirk. You usually blink more often. Don't push yourself too hard now. You might just fall apart. Would that be ashamed? Aizawa's elbow was cracking, showing the part of his body thanks to the decay quirk Shigaraki was using. The other students were shocked by this. Aizawa, I'm coming. The others saw Vlad King charging towards Shigaraki. The Blood King jumped to launch a punch on his face. But what he didn't expect is when out of nowhere, the humanoid monster jumped into action, deliver a massive punch in the hero's stomach. Vlad King coughed out megatons of blood from his mouth, feeling the effects of the beast for the first time. Poor Vlad King. Next time don't interfere in my business. But don't worry, you'll be next after I'm done with Eraserhead. In the meantime, I'll let the Nomu have fun with you as planned. Shigaraki said in a taunting tone. Hiryu clenched his fist in anger after seeing his teacher went down. He wanted to charge into the fight to save his teacher. But Izuku grabbed him, preventing him to going in danger. Even though Izuku wants to go out there and save their teacher as well. Aizawa quickly used his other fist to escape from Shigaraki's attack. He saw his elbow badly decay, then his friend on the ground, struggling to get back up after the Nomu's attack. He saw another villain coming towards him. Dodging the punch, he punched right back at him. Then two more villains joined, surrounding him as he was feeling tired and fatigued. Breathing hard from all that fighting. That annoying quirk of yours isn't suited for drawing out fights against big groups, is it? Shigaraki asked, continue to taunt him. Don't you think you're out of your little element here, Eraserhead? You're much better working stealthily. You're known for surprise attacks. Not fighting head to head. But despite knowing that, you didn't hesitate in jumping to this middle of the fight. To put your students in danger. Another villain tries to attack Aizawa but dodges then attack. Then another tries to attack. But he used his cloth to wrap around the villain's body, swinging him to another villain. Then punch the third one before breathing badly. He turned around and his eyes turned wide when the humanoid beast grabbed Vlad King by the neck with his hand, standing next to Shigaraki. Look at you. You're still standing. You really are so cool. Shigaraki said. But your friend ain't. My precious Nomu love nothing more than to choice this so-called hero. But if want to save your friend, you have to beat him in order to get the blood hero back. If I was you, I would hurry up and save him. Otherwise, he'll be turning blue and die. Nomu, go and kill Eraserhead. The beast delivers another hard punch on Vlad King before slamming him to the ground. Then he flashed from there to appear behind the Eraser hero. Grabbing him by the head, slamming him multiple times on the ground. His blood and goggles went flying. Izuku and the others were shocked and horrified. Their teachers were on the verge of not only losing, but facing death. Back at the exits, 13 and students from Class 1A and 1B were dealing with Kurogirl, who was blocking the exits, preventing them from escaping and get help. Iida was prep and ready to use his quirk to go fast out of the building. The space hero used her black hole quirk, trying to suck the mist figure into her finger. But the villain didn't felt nothing hurting or anything. In fact, he was enjoying it. Ah, black hole, the purple mist figure said. The quirk that sucks up matter until it turns into dust. Such astounding power. However, you're a rescue hero. Skilled at saving people from disasters. Consequently, that means you have little fighting experience on battlefields. Suddenly, a portal appeared from behind 13. The space hero was caught off guard by Kurogirl's surprise attack. She was about to be sucked into the portal. Rest of the students behind her stood there in surprise. Her space suit was about to be tear opened. She was now in big trouble. There was nothing out of this one. Then, her suit tears open, sending pieces of it to the portal. Instead of using the quirk on Kurogirl, the space hero used her quirk on herself, turning her into dust. I'm sorry, he got me, she said. 13. Mina yelled with tears coming from her eyes. This is not good. Setsuna said. Iida, get out of here. Ricardo yelled. Just go get help. 13 wants you do that. Do it for her. Go, hurry. Jirota yelled. Iida hear the space hero's reminder of being a hero replied in his head. Forming a serious look, he activated his engine quirk and began spiriting towards the exits. Kurogirl saw him going for it. He wasn't gonna let him get away. Just inches from engulfing his entire mist on Iida, Kosei activated his quirk by blowing air into his mouth, then blowing it back out creating a glass wall, preventing Kurogirl to attack. That didn't work as the mist figure went around it and tries to engulf both boys. Suddenly, Shoji jumped in with his 6 arms holding the villain as much as possible. Iida, hurry and get to the door. I'll hold him off much longer. Shoji yelled as Iida quickly rushed to the exit. Jirota, Kojira. Go help him open the door. Hurry before it's too late. Kosei yelled. Both Class 1B students rushes with Iida to the exits for him to open. The three saw a shadow above them. Another part of Kurogirl managed to escape from Shoji, preparing to engulf 3 boys in his mist. Collapse Zone. The Collapse Zone, located in the northeast of the building, contains a simulated destroyed urban environment, with buildings found in precarious conditions. In one of the buildings, explosions were occurring on the top floor. Bakugo was going all out on every villain with his quirk. It was too easy for him since the villains are the weak ones he's dealing with. He wasn't alone. Kirishima, along with Tetsu and Awase were also in the building with him, fighting the villains as well. Kirishima used his hardened quirk with both arms, making it hard to use as a weapon against a villain, who was using a weapon. Blocking every attack from the villain, the boy then used his arm to cut the weapon in half. Then did a karate chop on the thug's neck, knocking him unconscious. Tetsu activated his quirk, covering his entire body with iron. 2 villains used steel pole to hit the boy. Unfortunately, no pain or effect on the boy didn't work because of the quirk. It was similar to Kirishima's hardened quirk. Finally, it was his turn to strike. He used his iron fist, delivers a big punch and the 2 villains, sending them flying to wall, knocking them unconsciously. Awase took on 3 villains. He touched a couple of rocks in the building, activating his weld quirk. It gave him the ability to fuse objects together. By that, he created a baseball bat rock type. Easily he swung at the villain's leg, breaking his leg before deliver an elbow on his stomach. Another villain used a knife to swing at his but his dodges it with his head. He swung the bat at the side of the villain's face, deliver a knockout. Finally, he easily managed to beat the 3rd villain by breaking his arm with the rock bat. Then knocking him out cold. The fight lasted for about seconds as the 2 boys from Class 1A and the other 2 from Class 1B prevails in their fight. They look around to see all the villains they beaten, laying on the floor. I think that's the last of these guys. Bakugo said. Bunch of weaklings. Yeah, that was a fight that favors us from the beginning. Awase said. So now what? We gotta find the rest of our class. Let's get out of here before more shows up. Kirishima said. If we're both still at the USJ, then everyone else is probably is too. And not all of them had the fits and skills we do. We gotta make sure they're safe. Especially since we screwed things up earlier. Tetsu said. If 13 would have sucked that villain up, we would never be sucking like that. Kirishima said. To tell you the truth, it was mostly Bakugo's fault because he was so overheated to think he's better than all of us. But I did heard Midoriya kick his ass in the combat training. Awase said, triggering the explosive quirk user. What you say, you little prick? He yelled, ready to attack. Calm down. Look, this ain't the time to fight one another. We got to work as a team. Both our classes are scattered throughout the building. We gotta find them first. Kirishima said. You're right. Our friends are more important right now. They could be in danger. It's up to us to find them. Tetsu said. You guys want to track everyone down, then have fun. But I'm gonna go destroy that warp bastard. Bakugo said. Huh, you saw that physical attacks didn't hurt that guy. Kirishima said. Yeah, really. Don't be an idiot. Tetsu said. Shut up. Bakugo yelled, getting in the face with the iron quirk user. I'm gonna take him down because he's the only way in and out. If I can off their escape route, they'll be stuck here and have to pay for what they done. We just have to figure it out. What they didn't notice, a villain shaped like an iguana sneak into the room using his cloaking to be invisible. Armed with knife, he charged towards the boy, ready to stab them. But Bakugo hold his attack by grabbing his head. He used his explosive quirk, knocking him out cold by the blast. Anyway, if all these villains are small fries like these guys, then our classmates can handle them. Bakugo said, holding the villain by the head. The 3 boys were stunned by that. What the hell he came from? Awase asked. I'm shocked that he knew he was about to attack despite the villain was invisible. Tetsu said. Your actually timing was insane. Kirishima said with a smile. Also, since when do you act so calm and rational? Usually you're all angry like that in the combat training. I'm always calm and rational, you redhead loser. Bakugo yelled in anger. Then why you're yelling just when you're calm and all, idiot? Awase said. Shut up, headband boy. Bakugo yelled. He really needs to go to anger management. Tetsu said, rolling his eyes. Anyway, you three go find the others if you want to. Bakugo said, throwing the villain to the other side about to walk away. Wait, hold up. I think what you're really saying if you believe in our classmates. Kirishima said, activating his quirk with his arms, pounding them together. If you do believe in them, then that means you believe in Midoriya. Tetsu said, activating his quirks with only both arms covered in iron. Bakugo was tired of hearing Midoriya's name but was calmed by three boys mentioning that he does care for the rest of Class 1A, perhaps not Izuku since his was still feeling the hatred of his former childhood friend. Music insert. Hero A from My Hero Academia Ost. Fire Zone. Located in the southwest of the building, the zone simulates an urban environment that is constantly on fire. Inside the dome, three villains armed with weapons were running through the streets of fire, looking around for other students to take on. The three decided to split up, going through different directions. The villain armed with knives in both hands was running through the streets until he got hit from behind by Ojiro, who was upside down by using his tail on a railing. He looked to see if anyone was coming. He didn't notice when one of the villains, armed with a pole, tries to ambush Ojiro from the air. Suddenly, the words of Ka boom, bang, blam, bonk, appears out of nowhere, hitting the villain, flying backwards to another building. Ojiro look up front to see manga Fukidashi on the street. He wrote the words on his bubble speech, saying, "Are you okay?" The tail user dropped to the ground, landing on the street in front of the manga hero. I'm fine. Thanks for saving me, he said when he saw another villain tries to charge towards them. Look out behind you. The villain came inches closer, only to stop there. His legs were moving. Instead, when he looked down, he noticed he was sinking to the ground. What the hell? I'm sinking, he yelled, sinking down to the ground. His lower body already sunk to the ground, preventing him to get out of it. He was stuck big time. You guys, okay. The two turned to see Hanuki appeared from the other side of the street. We're fine. Nice quirk you got there. Ojiro said. We better hurry up and find the others quickly. They agree as they ran through the zone, finding anyone who came with them. Squall Zone. Located in the northwest of the building, this zone simulates an urban environment that is constantly hit by heavy rainfall and strong winds. In an alleyway, Koji saw four villains charging towards. Two from behind and two from the front. The rock hero was surrounded with nothing to do. It could mean the end for him. The villains from the front were about to attack him, only for a shadowing hand appeared from the left of them, slamming them to the wall next to them. The rock hero turned to none other than Tokiyami, who activated his dark shadow quirk to save him. Koji turned around to see the other two villains charge towards him from behind. Suddenly, the door to the left of them popped open, surprisingly. The villains looked cautiously at the darkness in the other side of the door. Eyes and an evil smile caught them by surprise. Both hands pulled them in the room. The sound of screaming and multiple punches were heard. Something threw the villains back outside, slamming at the wall. They had both bumps and black eyes on their faces, unconscious from the incident. The figure appears from the doorway, turned out to be Shihei Kuwaro of Class 1B. His quirk was black, which he could hide in the darkness to surprise enemies as any dark place like a phantom would do. Kuwaro turned to both Koji and Tokiyami who saw his attack on them. He smiled at them, giving a thumbs up. They smile back and return the thumbs up to him. Good job. Make that 8 of them down. We'll reducing their numbers but very slowly. Tokiyami said. Just gotta keep using the darkness to attack them. If we keep doing it, we got a chance at winning. Kuwaro said. The three proceed through the zone to find more villains. And to find the others as well. Back at the stairs, Iida proceed to run towards the exit with his engine quirk active. Both Jiroda and Kojiro went up ahead as they made it to the doors. Usually they would slide open by itself. But because of the electricity lost in the building, it was up to them to open it for Iida in his bid to escape and get help from the main campus. Iida edging closer to the door as Kurogiri was about to engulf him in the mist. He's not gonna make it. Hokage yelled. We were so close. Setsuna yelled. Suddenly, Kurogiri felt backwards. Iida and the others were stunned. Even the villain was surprised. He looked back to see it was none other than Uraraka, who activated her zero-gravity quirk on the metal plates behind his neck. Everyone was surprised by her chance. I don't know what he has, but this armor behind him could be his weak point. She yelled by throwing the villain backwards in the air. Run, Iida. You pest. How dare you? Kurogiri was angry as hell. Both Jirota and Kojiro with enough strength, pulled open the twin doors. They got it open. Mina yelled. Go, hurry. Jirota yelled. Iida was halfway through the exit. Kurogiri wasn't gonna let him get away. He tries to attack despite the zero-gravity quirk was activate. Zero use his tape quirk to shoot out tape on the metal plates. Both Rikato and Kosei pulled the tape to yank the villain backwards. Pony, Yui, Reiko. Go for it now. Kosei yelled. Pony Tsunotori formed a serious look on her face. She activated her quirk by using her horns as a cannon. She launched both of them. At the same time, Reiko used her poltergeist quirk, manipulating a 3 medium-sized rocks. She gave one of them to Yui, who activated her quirk by sizing the rock a little bigger than before. The Class 1B girls launched their attacks at the same time, hitting Kurogiri by the metal brace, sending him flying backwards. At the same time, Iida finally manages to exit from the building. Using his engine quirk again, he sped up his speed as he was on his way to the main campus to get help. The other students cheered for their victory. Kurogiri knows for the first time he was outmatched. He never thought students that were training to become heroes would find ways to beat him. It was not good news for him or the villains. The soon Iida was to return with the pro-heroes, this mission would likely be a failure. He had no choice but to warn Shigaraki. Music ends. Back at the Central Plaza, it was not looking good for both teachers. The Nomu was continuing his slaughtering ways. The beast began breaking the arm of Vlad King. The blood hero already been beaten by the creature early on when he tried to save Aizawa from Shigaraki. The Nomu then grabbed Aizawa's arm, which his elbow was decayed by Shigaraki's quirk. With one twist, he broke that aim. The eraser head screamed in pain. Meanwhile, Shigaraki looked on with that psychotic smile, despite the hand covering his face. Poor Eraserhead. You like the pain, don't ya? So sad that even your buddy, the blood hero, can't help you out. Oh, that's right. He's all beaten up with his arm broken. Guess he now knows what it feels like. Besides, you're nothing but a worthless child. Aizawa was angered by that comment. He tries to attack but the Nomu pinned his other arm, preventing him to get back up. Even worse, the beast used his knee to break the other arm. The eraser head screamed in pain from that effect. Shigaraki ordered the beast to grab the blood hero. Didn't take too long to bring him, slamming him to the ground next to Aizawa. Shigaraki ordered the Nomu to make them look at him. The beast used both hands, picking up both heroes' heads to look at the decay quirk user. You guys make me sick. Shigaraki said, snapping his fingers as the Nomu slammed both heroes' face to the ground. Near the water, Izuku, Mineta, Tsuyu, Hirayu, Abara, and Shota were watching in horror. Both teachers were getting brutally tortured. They never seen anything like this. Hirayu was clenching his fist in anger. He wanted to get in there save his teacher. His classmate didn't want him to go. They knew he would be just like Vlad King. I can't watch this anymore. Abara said, with tears coming from her eyes. Vlad King, he's gonna die. Shota said, covering his mouth in horror. We gotta do something. I can't stand here like this. Hirayu said, getting more anger. Come on, we have to get out of here. Mineta said, tears coming from his eyes. Izuku could only watch. Just like Hirayu, he wanted to get in there and save his teachers. Suddenly, Kurogiri appeared next to Shigaraki, which gotten the others' attention. The same person that teleported them to the shipwreck zone along with other students around the USJ earlier. Tamura Shigaraki. He said. What is it? Can't you see I don't want to be interrupted? He said, getting a little anger. Sorry. But I just want to tell you that 13 is out of commission. But there were students that I weren't able to dispose and one of them got outside. He's on his way to the main campus to warn the others. Kurogiri explained. Those words made Shigaraki very angry. He started scratching the left side of his neck like something would inch. Then started scratching his right side of his neck. When one mistake happens, it make him very angry. He doesn't like mistake. If it happens, Shigaraki will kill that person for failing one thing. Just like he would do on Kurogiri for failing his job. But since he entire was missed, he wouldn't do nothing about it. Finally, he got calm after letting his anger out. There's no way we can win if dozen of pros shows up to stop us. It's game over. Back to the title screen. And I was looking forward to finishing this today. Damn it, he said, feeling a little angry. Let's go home. Izuku and others were stunned by the words the villain just said. No way. Did I hear that just now? Mineta asked. That what it sounded like to me. Ribbit. Suyu said as Mineta started crying in joy. He tries to hug the frog girl, only for his hand to touch her bosoms. That made her turn to shock as she pushes the pervert into the water, trying to drown him. Hey, when they leave, we go get our teachers and then get the hell out of here. Hirayu said. I agree. We have to make sure they're okay. Shota said. Hang on. Let's don't be confident yet. Ribbit. Suyu said, continuing to drown Mineta. What you mean? Hirayu asked. It seems weird on why they would retreat like this since help's on the way. Which means All Might is on the way. But they just said that they were planning to kill him. That was their goal. Something doesn't add up to this. Izuku said. You're right. They said they were gonna kill him. So why retreat? They should know that this is their best chance at doing this once security get heavily tight after today. No offense, not wishing ill will to the symbol of peace. This is getting weirder by the day. Hirayu said as they look on at the villains in the plaza. Oh, before we leave, let's make sure the symbol of peace is broken. Shigaraki said. What you mean by that? Kurogiri asked when he turned to where the shipwreck zone is at. By breaking his pride. Shigaraki did a flash speed like he did when he destroyed the egg drone. He appeared in front of Izuku and the others, which they stood in shock that they didn't expect to be caught. The world turned to a slow motion for Izuku. He stood there seeing Shigaraki's hand about to touch Suyu's face. With one touch, her face will turn decay. The others including Class 1B stood there with shock faces. Frozen, they couldn't do anything. Izuku's mind couldn't think of seeing the frog girl that was about to be decayed, just like Aizawa's elbow. Suddenly, the Chaos Emerald grew brightly. Izuku in anger, jumped in, screaming in rage, which Shigaraki turned around, only to be punched by the boy. It sent the villain flying towards the fountain. Both Kurogiri and Nomu turned their attention when they saw Izuku, standing in between the others and them with an angry look. The green aura grew brightened than before around his body. You're okay? Shota asked Suyu. I'm okay, but, the frog girl was still in shock, thinking she was gonna die. They looked back seeing Izuku looking at the villain. Shigaraki got up from the water fountain. He was very angry, staring at Izuku. You, spoil rotten, brat, how dare you do that to me? He said. Leave her alone. Don't you dare lay a hand on her. If you want to hurt someone, then go ahead and take me on instead. Izuku said as Shigaraki looked at the aura around his body. He noticed he was holding the Chaos Emerald in his hand. What is that he's holding? That jewel is lighting up for him. That aura is surrounding him. What is it? Is this making him stronger? He thought. You know, you're just spoil brat thinking you're better than us. Oh well, you nothing but a bug to be squash. I'll end this very quick. Nomu, kill this little brat. The Nomu came from behind Izuku. Ready to launch his punch on the boy. Hirayu was about to jump in and save Izuku. But came this moment that nobody from both sides expected. Izuku flipped himself in the air, dodging the punch from the beast. Then did a flying kick on the Nomu's back, sending him flying to a nearby wall. Everyone was shocked by that part. No way. Did he just? Mineta asked, surprised by that moment. Unreal. He just kicked that monster to the wall. Shota yelled. Against a monster like that? That's insane. Hirayu yelled. How did that boy attack like that? Kurogiri asked in shock. Shigaraki was stunned by what he saw. He saw the Nomu getting back up from the wall. Then he turned back to see Izuku with that serious look, staring at him. He started getting angry by seeing that look. He began scratching both sides of his neck again like before. He had enough. That's it. You good for nothing filth. Nomu, forget All Might. Kill this boy once and for all. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Kill this fucking boy now. Dash. At the same time, the tornado was flying around, above the city in the sky. Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles were still continuing their search for UA Academy. They were at a dead end. They were thinking about going back to the airfield and return to the apartment complex to see Izuku later tonight. Suddenly, Tails heard a beeping sound going rapidly. That gotten both the Hedgehogs and the Echidna's attention. What that noise, buddy? Sonic asked as Tails look on the screen. It's the Chaos Emerald radar tracker. There's a strong power source from the green Chaos Emerald. It's coming from the west side of the city, the Fox Cub said when he found out something that came to his head. Wait a second, that's the emerald we gave to Izuku. That means if the is the emerald, then UA is at that location. Quick, let's head there. Keep track on that emerald power source. Sonic said as Tails turned the plane around, heading west to where it was located. Despite finding the location of UA, Knuckles had a confused look. He was curious to find out why the emerald would grow at such extreme power. Something didn't add up right to him. Hey, Sonic, is it curious that the emerald would be stronger than when you become supersonic? He said. What you mean? The Hedgehog asked. I'm saying the way the Chaos Emerald would grow more stronger than ever. That type of thing can't happen, something doesn't seem to add up. Knuckles said. Sonic and Tails were curious at what Knuckles just said. Either way, they were flying to UA where Izuku and the Chaos Emerald is located. Insert song, Slither by Velvet Revolver. Skip to 27 seconds on YouTube to skip intro. Back at UA, the battle between Izuku and the Nomu is underway. The others watched on with shocked faces at what the boy was doing to the beast. Suyu's heart was beating. Her eyes were on Izuku, fighting hard with the beast. She never thought the boy, who was timid and nervous, would go save her from death. She felt it so much that she was planning to thank him for saving her once the battle was over or escaping from the building. Kurogiri was stunned while Shigaraki was getting in his angry moods. The Nomu charged towards the boy, use his fist to deliver another punching attempt. Izuku dodges it by sliding on the ground. He quickly got back, delivers an uppercut on the Nomu's chin. The beast felt the punch. He tries to crush the boy with his foot but Izuku dodges it. He stood back up as the Nomu swung his to hit him, but he dodges it by moving his body lower. The boy jumped up, deliver a punch to the beast's face, sending him down to the ground. The Nomu was getting angrier. He rushes towards him with his speed. He did a quick kick on Izuku. The boy did a quick sidestep, dodging the attack. Izuku answers with another punch to the beast's stomach. That make him hurt as hell as the beast took a knee, holding his stomach in pain. No freaking way. Midoriya just punched the monster in the stomach. It got him hurt. Hiryu said. Those were the same kind of fighting skills Midoriya did during the combat training against Bakugo. I've never seen him that angry like yesterday. Either way, this is awesome. Go, Midoriya. Kick that monster's butt, Mineta said, cheering on his classmate. Vlad King slowly opened his eyes. Despite being heavily injured, he saw Izuku beating down the Nomu. He can only crack a smile. That Midoriya kid, he just like All Might. I guess all that training is paying off for him. Come on, kid. You can do it. Beat that thing, he thought. Shigaraki slams his fist on a nearby railing, decaying it. He was getting more angrier by the day. He doesn't like what he was seeing in this fight. Kurogiri, order everyone at the zones to relocate here. Now, idiot. He yelled as the mist figure used his quirk to open portals at the zones. Izuku was about to go for the final blow on the Nomu. Until he saw like 3 portals in between him and the beast. Multiple thugs appeared from the portal, seeing the boy with different types of weapons in their hands. The boy could stare at them with serious looks. You wanna play games? I'll give you a game. Kill that punk once and for all. Shigaraki roared in anger. The villains charged towards Izuku as the boy was ready for a fight again. But Shigaraki was using them to get the Nomu to gain his strength and get back in the fight. One villain with a machete tries to slash the boy's head. But Izuku dodges it by sliding underneath the blade. He delivers a kick to the private area, low blowing the villain. He quickly punches him, knocking him out cold. Another villain tries to strangle Izuku with fiber wires. But the boy used his elbow, hitting him hard on the cheek, could hear a crack which means his broke his cheekbone. Izuku saw another villain tries to stab him with a knife. The boy grabbed his arm, breaking his arm before punching him in the face. Another had a pole as he tries to hit him. Izuku grabbed it, crushing it in half. The villain was stunned before being kicked in the face, falling to the ground. One by one, the villains that Shigaraki sent in were getting beaten within minutes. This is an outrage. The decay quirk user was more angrier by the minute until he saw the Nomu finally waking up form being punched in the groin. Nomu. Kill that boy. End him. Make him suffer. Once the villains were out, Izuku turned around to see the Nomu back on its feet. The beast roared as Izuku was ready for another fight with the beast. Back at the exit, the other students who was waiting on Iida to return to the USJ with pro heroes. They were stunned where they watched Izuku defeated all those villains by himself. They watch as they see him taking on the Nomu by himself. Though the boys including Shiro and Rikato were cheering on for him, Uraraka, Mina, Hagakure, and Setsuna watched on with concerned looks. They were worried for Izuku if he were to lose. I can't believe Midori would go against that thing, is he insane? Hagakure asked. No, he's not. Look at his face. Ochako said, seeing the rage on Izuku's face while fighting. I've never seen him that angry before. He wasn't like this during the combat training yesterday. But he was angry when he took on Bakugo. This one is different though. Mina said. I'm just scarred for Midoriya. I hope he pulls this one out. Setsuna said. Don't worry about him. You saw what he did to Bakugo. He's doing the same thing like he did before. He's gonna win. I know he will. Shiro said, exciting. Hell yeah. Gonna show that monster who he is. Rikato said. While students were looking on, the door suddenly opens from behind them. Everyone turned around and were shocked to see none other than All Might, arriving at the building. He wasn't smiling this time. He was not happy. The students were happy to see him, knowing they were saved. All Might, you're here. Pony Tsunotori said. You're not gonna believe this. Look over there. Midoriya is kicking that monster's ass. Rikato said. The symbol of peace saw the monster for the first time. He never seen anything like it. But he saw Izuku fighting hard with like never before. He was shocked by the fighting he was witnessing. He looked down to see 13 already in half from her quirk she used on self by accident. All Might threw his yellow jacket and undid his tie before throwing that on the floor. You kids, stay here. Keep an eye on 13. Help is on the way. Give it time, he said before moving into the action. Did you guys hear that? Help is on the way. That guy's from Class 1A made it after all. Kote said. Finally. We're about to get the hell out of here. Shiro said. Though they were happy they were getting out of here, but for both Uraraka, Mina, Hagakure, and Setsuna, they were more concerned for Izuku. Music ends. Back at the mountain zone, Momo, Itsuka, Juro, and Kaminari, who is back to normal from all that electricity he override in his body, were curious to see all the villains being teleported out of the zone from the portal Kurogiri created. They were thinking either they retreated or went somewhere else in the building. They were curious about what just happened. So they just left like that. Did we won? Juro asked. Not so sure. But they were in a hurry to get out. Almost like they were urgent to go somewhere. Itsuka said. We better be cautious about this. We're not out of the woods yet. We still need to find our classmates soon. Momo said. Suddenly, a monstrous roar was heard echoing throughout the building. That gotten the others' attention. My, that was really a scary roar. The others turned around to see none other than Monoma, who was walking towards them. Well the hell you been? You didn't that ditch us weren't you? Juro asked. You know it's interesting your costume ain't tore up by any fighting like us. Kaminari said, observing his costume. Why would I hang out with a couple of losers from Class 1A? I was busy doing my job and getting away from you guys. Except for Itsuka that is. Monoma said with that smug look. Excuse me. Call my class losers again and you'll regret it. Momo said, getting her staff ready to hit him. Anyway, we gotta find out where that sound was heard. Yao Momo, create some binoculars. Maybe we can look closer around the building. Perhaps looking for other classmate. Itsuka said as Momo quickly pulled out a pair of binoculars from her hand. It's gonna be a while so all you guys know who I can find. She said as she looks around for classmates and the sound. Back at the central plaza, Izuku and the Nomu continue their fight. The others look on from the water but saw all the villains that the boy took down. They were all surprised by the outcome and the timing of it. Didn't take but 3 minutes to beat all them by himself. Shigaraki was more angrier by the minute. At one point his failures were coming to life. The villains he brought with him became a failure. His beast getting beaten by a boy with powers he never thought of it was a failure. Everything he want wasn't coming his way and the likelihood they had to escape quick before the pros would show up. Tamura Shigaraki, Kurigiri answered. What? He asked in an angry tone. Perhaps we should get out of here as quickly as possible. This mission is becoming a failure. Besides, All Might ain't coming. We might as well live to fight another day. Kurogiri said. Suddenly, three villains went flying past them by something that gotten both Izuku and the Nomu attention. Both Shigaraki and Kurogiri turn around to see none other than the symbol of peace walking towards them. The villains were stunned when Kurogiri was just mentioning his name just now. Izuku formed a happy face when he saw his idol arrived. The others saw him as well. They know they were saved. And what do you know, he's finally here. Shigaraki said. All Might arrived in the plaza, looking around at all the villains unconscious from Izuku. He also saw both Aizawa and Vlad King, severely injured from their fight with the Nomu. He was more angry than ever to see his friends like this. All Might. You came. Izuku said. Young Midoriya. He said, staying silent for a couple of seconds. He flash-stepped behind the Nomu, wrapping his arms around him. Do it, Midoriya. Finish him off. Izuku was stunned for a minute. But realized what his idol was talking about. He know he want to use one for all. A chance to blast the Nomu once for all. The others were stunned by that statement. The villains were more stunned. Especially for a boy to finish off the beast. Izuku formed that serious look on his face. He got in defensive stance, ready to use his right fist. Beneath the gloves, red lines formed like earlier. He was ready to deliver the same punch like he did to the 0-point robot in the entrance exam and Bakugo during the combat training. Hurry! Do it now! All Might yelled. Izuku jumped in the air, ready to deliver the final punch on the Nomu. The others and the villains were watching with anticipation. He was inching closer to beating the beast, until, he heard something else. The sound of the emerald's powers was dying. The green aura flickered on and off as it fully disappeared around his body. No. This can't be, not like this, not right now. He thought as he falls to the ground. He heard something fall in front of him. He looked to see the Chaos Emerald from green to now black. The emerald itself lost all its powers. Back in the skies, the tornado was flying towards UA. Sonic, Tails and Knuckles saw the building for the first time. They were eager to meet Izuku as well. Suddenly, the beeping sound on the radar slowly beeped before it stopped. Tails got a glimpse of it and was stunned what happened. Guys! Tails yelled. What is it? Sonic asked. The Chaos Emerald is out of power. He answered. What? Knuckles asked, shockingly. I don't know what happened. But I do know that the emerald is not located in that glass building shaped of the letter H. Instead, it's located at that dome up ahead. Tails said, pointing his finger at the USJ building. Why on earth did the emerald lost all its powers so suddenly? Now I know something ain't right. Knuckles said. Sonic stood there hearing all that information come out. From there, he clenched his fist and teeth at the same time. Tails, get to that dome building as soon as possible. Hurry. Don't want to say this but, I have a feeling with the emerald lost its powers, that tells us, Izuku is in danger. Both Tails and Knuckles agreed to it. The tornado flew faster towards the dome as quickly as possible. Back in the building, at the central plaza, Izuku looked with a shocked face seeing the emerald in black. All the power he used just now it's now long gone. The others look on with surprise but confused looks. All Might knew the emerald was out of power. It was just the same like in the entrance exam. But now, it was more worst especially going against villains in real time. Both Shigaraki and Kurogiri were surprised by this. The decay quirk user saw a glimpse of the emerald on the floor. Interesting. So that emerald gains powers for the boy. Then once he who it all, it turns black. So after all, this boy needed the emerald to beat my Nomu. I wonder where he got that from. It doesn't matter though, it's time to kill this boy. He thought, forming that sinister smile on his face. Kurogiri, you know what to do. Kurogirl suddenly appeared behind All Might, wrapping multiple arms the symbol of peace, which caught him by surprise. The Nomu was freed from the hero's arms. Nomu, you move, Shigaraki said as he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the Nomu kneed Izuku to the back as hard as possible. The boy screamed in pain. The others were shocked by it. Suyu covered her mouth, seeing the person who saved her being beaten and tortured by the beast. Young Midoriya. All Might yelled trying to grasp his way out of Kurogirl's quirk. Since you're here, All Might, and along with you two runts, I'm gonna go ahead and let you watch this brat die brutally. Shigaraki said with that psychotic smile on his face. Back at the mountain zone, Momo continues to look through the binoculars she created to find others around the building. Itsuka, Jiro, Kaminari, and Monoma were waiting for her to say anything to find for them. She looked through the exits of where she saw the others that didn't get teleport from Kurogiri. Guys, I found our classmates. They're at the exits where we just came in. Momo said as a sigh of relief, except for Monoma was heard. Thank goodness. But what about the others around the building? Juro asked. Momo continued to look at the exit. She began noticing something wasn't right. She saw both Uraraka, Mina, and Setsuna covering their mouth in terror. The others boys were looking back at something they didn't want to see. She was curious at what was happening. She moved to see the central plaza. There were many villains all over the floor. She saw both Suyu, who was crying with her mouth covered in terror. Mineta, Shota, Hirayu, and Abara looked back, not want to see what was happening. Everyone is looking at something with terror in their eyes. But what was it? She asked. What you mean, terror? What's happening? Itsuka asked. I'm not sure. They're all looking at Central Plaza. Momo said as she zoomed in to get a better view. Her eyes turned wide when she saw All Might, being held by Kurogiri. He sees the symbol of peace, tries to struggle and screaming at something. All Might is here. He's being held captive by that same person that teleport is here to this zone. He's yelling at something. I don't know why. All Might is capture. No way. That can't be right. He's the #1 hero, he don't get captured by nobody. Kaminari said. Wait a minute. You said he's yelling at something. Who is it? Itsuka asked. I'm not sure. That's why I'm looking. Momo said, looking through the binoculars. She saw the glimpse of the beast they saw earlier exiting from the portal. He was like pounding on something to the ground. Then came her worst nightmare when the beast picked up something. A person with green hair being pulled up in the air by the beast. Her eyes went wider, her heart was beating rapidly when she saw the familiar person. It's Izuku. What? Did you just say Midoriya? What happening to him? Kaminari asked. What's going on with Izuku? I want an answer. Itsuka asked. Momo didn't answer. Her hands were shaking while watching what was about to come next. The Nomu grabbed Izuku from his arms and legs and prepare for something that will horrify her for years to come. The Nomu slammed Izuku's back with his knee, causing the boy to create a blood-curdling scream throughout the building. That made her drop the binoculars, shattering it to the ground. Something snapped in her head. Izuku. She yelled by running down from the zone to the central plaza. She had tears coming out, ignoring the others who were calling her name. Wait. Yao Momo. What's happening to Izuku? Itsuka asked as she and the others chase her down. Did something happen to him? What's going on? Kaminari asked. I'm not sure. But it sounds she was worried for him. We have to catch up with her. Juro yelled as they following her to where she was going. The Nomu slammed Izuku to the edge of the fountain, face first. His head was busted open badly. Blood covering his face. Then the beast slammed the boy to the ground. He held the boy's right arm with his hand. Then delivers an elbow in the middle of his arm, breaking for good. The boy screamed out more pain than before. The Nomu grabbed him, forcing to face Shigaraki as the man moved towards the boy with that evil smile on his face. How about this? 1 minute you were all tough and all. Now, here you are. All beaten up and broken. I should kill you right now. But I thought I have a little fun by inflicting more pain on you. Shigaraki said as he began slapping Izuku on the right cheek. What's wrong? That didn't hurt. How about this one then? He slaps him on the left cheek. Or how about this? He slap him on the right cheek again. Or this. Slaps him on the left cheek again. Again and again, he keeps slapping the boy. Then he delivers a punch in face, forcing the boy to fall on the ground. Come on, boy. Get up and fight me. You were so big and strong. Now you're acting like a wimp. Shigaraki began kicking the boy multiple times in the stomach with that psychotic scream in him. Izuku began coughing blood, heavily out of his mouth. He never felt this pain before. He thought being bullied by Bakugo was the worst, this was the worst out of every beating he went through. Shigaraki grabbed the boy by the neck, began hitting his head multiple times where more blood was coming out. The gruesome scene caused everyone to turn around and not look. All Might was struggling, he was begging for Shigaraki to end it. Even deep down, Kurogiri knows the villain was taking it too far. Shigaraki threw the boy to the ground, face first where blood was coming out. The villain's breath in and out, calming himself down after his brutal attack on him. Alright, guess it's time to say goodnight, Nomu, you have to the honors to end it, finish him. He said. The beast roared in reply, walking towards the boy to deliver the final blow of Izuku's life. The Nomu lift his left foot up, ready to crush Izuku's head. Everything in Izuku's mind turned slow. He opened his eyes to see Tsuyu looking at him with tears coming out. She was crying for him. He saw both Mineta, Hiryu, Abara, and Shota all have tears as well. They couldn't see the fact that the person was about to die. He looked back at All Might who was begging to stop. He turned to see both Aizawa and Vlad King still unconscious from the beatings they went through just like he's going through. Then he looked at the exit to see others including Uraraka, Mina, and Setsuna crying for him. The other boys including Class 1B and the girls from that class, looking away, didn't want to see the final death. He couldn't tell that Hagakure was crying since she was invisible, she was crying. Finally he saw Momo, who was running towards the plaza, screaming his name out with tears from her eyes, begging for them to stop. Itsuka, Kaminari, and Jiro were shocked to see that Izuku was about to die. So, this is it. My dream of becoming a hero will not come true. Mom, I'm sorry, your son won't be coming home tonight. But at least, I managed to save Sue, and perhaps everyone, it's over, Izuku thought as he slowly closed his eyes, ready to accept his fate. Suddenly, a big explosion got the attention of people looking at the ceiling. The Nomu stopped when a blue ball came flying down from the ceiling in full speed, hitting the Nomu hard to the wall. The wind itself was so fast as it grabbed Izuku from the ground. Everyone closed their eyes for the wind to blow over. Then the wind died down, forcing everyone to open their eyes. They were shocked to see Izuku not there on the ground. Only his blood was there. What the? Where's the boy? Shigaraki yelled as Kurogiri let go of All Might to stand to next him. You saw that blue ball appeared from the ceiling. Who the hell was that? The villain asked as they look at the big smoke coming from Shipwreck Zone. All Might recuperated himself. He was more angry now that he wanted to go after the Nomu and Shigaraki for beating Izuku like that. But his mind was looking of what just happened. The students got out of the water where they came next to Momo and the others who arrived from the mountain zone. Where's Izuku? Where is he? Momo asked, with tears coming from her eyes as she fell to her knees. Who was that? Kaminari asked as they heard footsteps seeing Uraraka, Mina, Setsuna, Hagakure, and the Class 1B students rejoining the others. Is Deku okay? Where is he? Ochako asked, looking around. I'm not sure. He was there for 1 minute about to be killed, then this blue ball appeared from the ceiling. It just hit the beast, with this big powerful wind. After that, Izuku wasn't there on the ground. Hiryu said as they saw the Nomu roared at the direction of the smoke was. Everyone was tense to find out who did this. And someone was in the smoke which got the Nomu's attention. Music insert. Snippet intro of His World by Crush 40. Finally, the smoke cleared out and was shocked to see a blue hedgehog with his head down, standing on a rock. He was holding Izuku in his arms. The others was shocked to see who it is until the hedgehog looked up with a serious look. He was staring at the Nomu. There's Izuku, but who is that? Momo asked. Did he just save Midoriya? That thing. Mineta asked. Who is this? Who the world is that thing? Shigaraki asked in anger. What is that? Who is he? All Might asked, shockingly. Izuku slowly opened his eyes, trying to get in focus on who saved him. He finally got his eyes focused and his eyes were wide. He was shocked to see who it was, a familiar person. No way, it can't be. He said, slowly with tears coming from his eyes. The hedgehog turned to Izuku with a smile on his face. What's up, Izuku? I made a promise 10 years ago that I return. Guess what? Sonic the Hedgehog is back on Earth and ready for some action. He said. After 10 years away from Earth, Sonic has returned and the real battle was about to get underway. End music. Chapter 19. Sonic vs. the Nomu. Back in space, on board the Death Egg, the rest of the Eggman Empire suffered a ton of damage from their fleet of ships by the blast cannon. Many of the ships were destroyed. Other ships were in the hangars of the Death Egg being repaired. Thousands of Egg Fleet fighters were destroyed by not only the cannons but some laser blasters from the Blue Typhoon. It was gonna be a long day for the Empire to gain as more of their forces after encountering the Freedom Fighters, trying to get into Earth. Inside the bridge, Eggman was not happy. The Empire failed him in letting Sonic get past him. Now, there was a problem they had to deal with. With Sonic and the Freedom Fighters on the planet, his chance at invading Earth is now at the point it's not good at one. Plus, he's dealing with another problem of Shigaraki and the League of Villains invading the USJ. They were so busy dealing with Sonic, they totally forgotten about that situation. Great. We let that Hedgehog and the Freedom Fighters squeak by us and now they're on the planet Earth. Eggman yelled. So that means our invasion plans is in big trouble. This is not good. Scratch said. But how did Sonic and the others find out about our plans? We deleted all data from our base right before we left. Snively said. Was Coconuts ordered to delete it? Remember, boss, you ordered him to delete all of it before we left Mobius. Orbot asked as Eggman, Snively, and the minions turned to the monkey Badnik. Coconuts look around with them staring at him. What? Was I supposed to be one that was deleted? He asked when a blade shot out near him. He flinched when he saw Stain using the new weapon Eggman gave him. I guess you didn't learn to follow orders from your boss. He said, ready to launch another blade at him. Okay. I didn't delete it. I thought we didn't have to worry about it because I thought Sonic and his friends would be dumb and stupid to find out we're long gone. Coconuts said as laser came near him. Idiot. I should throw you into space for the failure you've created. Eggman yelled, aiming his laser gun at the monkey Badnik. So what are gonna do now? Our invasion plans have taken a hit. Sonic and the Freedom Fighters are now on Earth. No doubt they'll be going around the planet to try to stop us and blocking our chance at the invasion. Plus, we have to worry about what's happening at our other plan. The one those people at the USJ building. Snively said. After hearing it, Eggman slapped himself. Totally forgot about that situation. We were so busy catching on up Sonic and his friends in space, we forgot about what was happening at USJ. Is our drone still there? He asked. I believe so, sir. Snively said as he activates the screen. The drone's point of view on screen shows the students in USJ at the Central Plaza. They were surprised of many villains being down on the floor. What was curious, that both All Might, Shigaraki, Kurogiri, the Nomu, and many students were looking on at the shipyard zone with shocked faces. Eggman and his minions were curious as they turned the drone camera around to see. They now were shocked to see none other than Sonic the Hedgehog, standing on the rock with Izuku in his arms. What's the Hedgehog doing there? Eggman asked. I'm not sure, but look what happened to that Midoriya boy. Snively asked as they saw Izuku all with blood, bumps, and bruises from the Nomu he got beat by. What happened to him? Cubot asked. Not sure. But he was beaten to a pulp, that for sure. Grounder said. Then where's the Chaos Emerald? Eggman asked as the drone see the emerald on the ground, all black. Looks like the emerald lost power. Wonder how that happened. But why is the Hedgehog there? Almost like he just appeared there all suddenly. Snively said. I'm not sure. But I won't let that Hedgehog or those idiots who attacked the USJ get their hands on our targets. Is the ship ready? Eggman asked. Yes, it is. We also got the robot inside as well. Plus we got our weapon in as well. Everything's prepare. Snively said. Good. Order everyone to the hangars and prepare for liftoff time to pay a little visit to our enemies. Eggman said with a smirk. Back at the police force HQ, Tsukauchi and Tamakawa were called into the chief of police office. Both men enter as they see the chief on the phone from his desk. They heard his tone as very urgent. He ended his conversation by hanging the phone. He looked up to see the officers standing in front of his desk. Gentlemen, I just got a call from Principal Nezu at UA and it's a very serious one. Woof. Kenji Suragame said, whose head is shape of a beagle. Let me guess. The media came back. Tsukauchi said. Even worst. One of the students of a class came running to the office. He said that the student mentioned villains have infiltrated the campus. I guess we learn now of how the barrier got destroyed. It was the villains that used the media as a decoy to sneak into the campus. Woof. Kenji said. What? Our squad was just there earlier today. Tamakawa said. Apparently, we should have kept our men there in case anything happens. The teachers are heading over to the USJ building to rescue the students. Alert everyone to get to UA as quick as possible. Woof. The chief said. Yes, sir, the two men said before running out the office. The alarms in the building rang. Officers got the call of the situation at UA. Many of them put on body armor, arming with pistols, shotguns, and submachine guns from the weapons room. Other officers, who were SWAT, changed into black utility uniforms with ballistic vests, helmets, and goggles. They were armed with M4 carbines. packing a couple of flashbang grenades, tear gas, and sidearms. Finally, getting equipped with shields to break into the building. SWAT members got in Lenko Bearcat vehicles. Other officers got in their police cars, with red lights and sirens on. Tsukauchi got his body armor on and pistol ready as he got in his vehicle, following other vehicles out of the garage below the building, driving fast to the academy. He's in deep thought about on how the villains sneak into the academy, using the media as a cover at the same time. So this whole thing was coordinated by the villains all along. They used the media to sneak into the campus. How the world did that do that if they're that smart? He thought until memories of his girlfriend, who is a reporter, told him about the man, staring at them at the barrier before it was destroyed. The man, she said, looking at them at the time before the barrier got destroyed. After it was destroyed, he was gone. Don't tell me, that was him doing the whole thing. Either way, we'll have answers once we get there. Back at UA, Principal Nezu hung up the phone after calling the police chief of the situation. He was joined by Iida, along with the other pros inside his office. They have ordered the campus on lockdown yet again, but this time with villains present at the USU building. This wasn't a drill. Are all the students in their classrooms safe? Nezu asked. They are. The lockdown is active, Cementos said. Good. The police are on their way. I told the chief to have the police at USJ immediately. For us, we must hurry there and rescue both classes. The good news is that All Might got there first. Iida told me before he came, he saw All Might at the entrance, correct? Nezu asked as he and the teachers turned to the engine quirk user. Yes, sir. I told him everything what was happening. He told me to alert you while he hurried there to save both classes. He said. What about the teachers? Are they okay? Midnight asked when Iida looked down. Only person that's servility injured was 13. I don't know the conditions of both Aizawa and Vlad King. Last I saw them they were fighting the villains. He said. Then we can't waste no time here. We must get a move onto the building at once. Nezu said as they exit from the building, heading towards the dome with Iida leading the way. Hopefully All Might doing most of the job. He better do it quickly or his limit will expire. Even worst, if his limit is gone, his identity will be revealed to everyone. Back at USJ, the situation was still the same. It has been a crazy nightmarish day for both Class 1A and Class 1B. Students were still in the other zones fighting villains. They were finally getting the upper hand and it was good news for them. The bad news was that their homeroom teachers was heavily injured at the hands of the Nomu. Izuku took on the beast, almost tried to win with the help of All Might, who showed up during the fight. However, the Chaos Emerald lost so much power during the entire day. The boy almost faced death's door when the Nomu tried to crush his head with its leg. Then came a miracle no one from both sides saw coming. Sonic the Hedgehog made a surprise appearance, saving the boy from death. The two finally reunited for the first time in 10 years. However, it wasn't the reunion they thought they would have. Especially at the time of this situation was occurring in the building. Students, All Might, Shigaraki, and Kurogiri look on at the Hedgehog holding Izuku in his arms, while standing on a rock at the shipwreck zone. They were stunned by the surprise appearance that nobody saw coming. For the students and All Might, they were thankful he saved the boy. But they were skeptical about him. On the villain's side, Shigaraki was angry after he chance of seeing Izuku die failed. The Nomu roared at the Hedgehog. Who is that person? Juro asked. I'm not sure. But he just appeared out of nowhere and saved Midoriya from that monster. Mineta said. Whoever he is, it's almost like the Lord bless up from the sky to save him. Abara said. Momo fall to her knees. Still had tears in her eyes from witnessing the torture from the cinnamon bun at the hands of the humanoid beast. She was relieved he was okay. But the damage was done, seeing the boy being beaten hard. It made her heart broken by it. Kurogiri, who is that? Shigaraki asked in anger. I'm not sure. Is he one of the students here? The mist figure asked. Whoever he is, he interrupting my chat with that boy. He's gonna pay dearly for interfering. Shigaraki said, scratching his right neck. Suddenly, two villains that weren't captured from Mineta's balls at the time where Izuku and the others attacked to escape, hid in the water behind the rock. They saw Sonic right in front of them. They didn't know who it was. They decided to surprise him by grabbing him in the water to drown him. Bad mistake. Once they try to attack, the Hedgehog use his boost speed, flying them backwards to the zone. Sonic sped to the central plaza within a second. Both heroes and villains were stunned of what they just witnessed as the Hedgehog put the brakes in front of the class. Izuku. Momo grabbed the boy from Sonic's arms, holding him in her arms. She observes the body in horror, seeing it all battered including the broken arm the Nomu broke. More tears came out from her eyes. Oh, Izuku. What were you thinking? She hugged him tight. She didn't notice some blood from him was on her left cheek. Sonic knew he was gonna be okay. He lifted his right arm to activate his watch where a hologram screen appeared with Tails on it. Tails, I'm in the building. And I found Izuku. He said. You found him. That's great. I'm hid the tornado in a wooded area near the building. Knuckles already went ahead so he should be in the building with you. Anyway, how is he doing? Is he surprised? The fox cub was interrupted. He's hurt badly. I broke through the roof from the plane. I just hit a monster like being looking straight at me. It's a war zone right now here. Not sure what went down. Ton of bodies here on the floor. Plus, I'm joined by other people that are dressed in these weird costumes. You better hurry up and get in here to see him. Sonic said. I'm on my way. Tails said as the Hedgehog deactivated the hologram on his watch. He walked towards Momo as she's still holding Izuku's body while crying at the same time. Hey, don't worry. He's gonna be fine. Trust me. Fine. You call this fine? Did you see what that monster did to Izuku? That thing almost tried to kill him. Momo yelled in anger. Sonic looked back at the Nomu as it roared at the Hedgehog. He could only smirk at it. He looked at both Shigaraki and Kurogiri, who were looking at him, especially Shigaraki, who was angry at the Hedgehog. Never seen a monster like that before when I faced other monsters in the past. No wonder Izuku got attacked badly. Those guys must be the ringleaders. A mist-like figure and that guy with multiple hands around him. Wonder what happened here before I came. He thought. Sonic. Everyone look up to see Tails, using his twin tails to fly from the hole Sonic broke through from. Once he landed, he observed the place before turning to Izuku. He ran to his side. Izuku. What happened to him? Is that a talking fox? Mineta asked as Tails turned to him. Yeah, I'm a fox. Tails observed his costume and his height. You're a small guy. Like the same height as I do. Hey, at least I'm a hero. Mineta yelled as Tails rolled his eyes before turning to the other students. He looked down to see both Aizawa's and Vlad King's unconscious bodies. What happened to these guys? These are on teachers. They'll badly injured. Hiryu said, looking down at his teacher. Teachers? You mean these guys that are wearing costumes like y'all are your teachers? Sonic asked as they nod their heads except for Momo. If you're students, who's in charge then? Tails asked. I am if you're asking. Sonic and Tails turn around to see All Might standing in front of them, still not smiling. The two had their jaws dropped to the floor. The Hedgehog pulled out the All Might action figure. Looking back and forth between the toy and the real thing, he finally found out it wasn't a dream. It's him, it's All Might. Sonic said, stuttering at the same time. The students were stunned by that reaction. Momo and Itsuka were even more surprised than their classmates. First they were stunned when Sonic and Tails knew Izuku within a minute. Then with All Might appearing, they were more surprised that they know the symbol of peace. They watched as All Might took a knee to talk with Sonic and Tails. I take it you're young Midoriya's friends. He told me all about you too. It's good to see you, the hero said. Aye, it's good to see you too, Mr. All Might, sir. Tails said as they shook their hands with him. Yeah, never thought we meet you in person at a time like this. Sonic said as All Might turned to see Izuku's injured body. I'm sorry we couldn't meet like this with all the villains invading the USJ. On second that, how did you manage to find this building? All Might asked. We saw the Chaos Emerald that we gave Izuku a while back growing from our Chaos Emerald radar. The power source from the emerald was so strong, we noticed Izuku was here. Speaking of it, where is the emerald? Tails asked as All Might pulled out the emerald. Sorry about it. Unfortunately, young Midoriya used all this take on everyone here. He was so close at beating that creature that I hold on to the monster for him to beat. Sadly, the emerald ran out of power and Midoriya couldn't beat him. He said. Sonic looked back at the villains that were unconscious thanks to Izuku. So he managed to take everyone on by himself. Now that's a true hero for sure. He thought before turning back to All Might. And I guess that's why Izuku got hurt by the monster because the emerald turned black. Exactly. Wish I would have been here quicker than doing my hero work. Another rookie mistake I made. All Might said, putting his head down in shame. Don't worry about it. It's not your fault. You should be grateful I'm here. Besides, if you don't mind, I like to get a shot at that big monster behind you. Sonic said with a smirk. What? The student yelled in shock. You can't be serious. Did you saw what that thing did to our teachers? Mineta yelled. You have to be that insane to take on that thing. Shota yelled. You'll be just like Izuku. Momo yelled as Sonic looked on at the students with a smile. Hey, I've been the worst for the past couple of years. I took on monsters and robots and I always thrilled in situations like these. Relax, I'm gonna win and that's a guarantee for sure. He said, giving a thumbs up. He really is that crazy. Kaminari said. Trust him. He will win. I know it. Tails said turning to All Might. Very well then, if things get out of hand, I'll get in and help you out. Just be careful. All Might said. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Just watch over Izuku. Sonic said as he walked over to where the villains were. Hey, you three bozos over there. I'm calling y'all out. I'm gonna win this thing for sure. Just want to let you know if you're scared to take me on. Really, you pest. You got yourself a big mouth. But don't worry, my Nomu will crush you alive. Once and for all. Shigaraki yelled before turning to the beast. Nomu, make sure you deal with him before we deal with All Might. The Nomu roared as he jumped in, ready to fight against the Hedgehog. This is gonna be fun. Sonic said with a smile. Back at the collapse zone, many villains were getting more and more pounded by the day. Bakugo, Kirishima, Tetsu, and Awase were destroying everything in their path as they were making their way to the exit of the zone. More villains continue to appear, trying to block their way. But the boys continue to use their quirks to quickly beat them like before. These guys don't quit, do they? They should were stronger than them. Tetsu said, using his iron quirk to coat a villain in the face. They're ignorant because we're students. Die. Bakugo yelled, using his explosive quirk on 3 villains, sending them flying in the air. That should be the last of them. Let's go before more shows up. Awase said as they proceed to the exit. They would see 4 more villains waiting for them with weapons in their hands. Crap. Heads up, we got more villains blocking the exit. Guess we'll give them more pain. Kirishima yelled, activating his hardened quirk in both arms. The boys activated their quirks, charging towards the villains at the exit for another attack. The villains grin evilly, ready to use their weapons on them. Suddenly, everything was rumbling. The boys stopped their charge to look around. The villains did the same as they were confused to felt the rumbling. Almost like an earthquake was happening. But this wasn't no earthquake. Then, out of nowhere, an echidna popped out from the ground where the villains were, creating a hole for them to fall into. The boys were stunned when the echidna appeared in front of them. Well, that was quick. This echidna still got it. Knuckles said, stretching his arms out before turning around to see the boys. He got into his defensive stance. Where you guys came from? You're not one of them, aren't ya? Hold up. Don't attack. We're not bad guys. We're students. Kirishima yelled, waving his arms around. Students. Hold up, students that are becoming heroes. Knuckles asked. Yeah, that's right. Wait, how you know that? Kirishima asked with a curious look before shaking off that topic. You know, never mind. Anyway, that was awesome you just did. You popped out from the hole and trashed those guys. Must be a neat plan you did. I was just entering the building when I heard what was happening with 2 of my friends. Knuckles said. That's interesting. Anyway, the name's Kirishima. He said, giving a handshake to the echidna. Knuckles the echidna. But you can call me Knuckles. Or Nux if that's what you want. He said, shaking hands with Kirishima. That's an awesome name by the way. He said as Tetsu and Awase also shook hands. After that, Knuckles turned to Bakugo who wanted to shake his hand. Only for him to be left hanging for Bakugo to walk past him towards the exit after giving him an angry snarl. Really, dude? After I save you from them, that's the thanks I receive? The echidna asked. Like I give a damn about a little good for nothing that can dig and plant traps. Bakugo said, continue to walk. That good for nothing. Knuckles said. Easy dude. You know how he is. Always have that anger issues. Kirishima said. More like a jerk that needs to get his ass handed to him. Knuckles said, looking at Bakugo. Suddenly, 3 more villains tries to ambush Bakugo. He was ready to use his quirk on them, only for a sheet of ice appeared out of nowhere, freezing 3 villains. The others and Knuckles were caught by surprise by the attack. Deep down, the echidna wished that sheet of ice got on Bakugo for payback by not saying thank you for saving him. They ran up to see none other than Todoroki, who walked on the ice like he didn't care if it was freezing or not. Idiot. Next time warn me when you do that. Bakugo yelled at Todoroki. But the other didn't care as he was calm. Wonder who this guy is? Knuckles asked, seeing the red mark on his left eye. Wonder what happened to his face. We're glad to see you. Kirishima said when he saw both Sen and Toguru with Todoroki. Sen, Toguru. You guys okay? Tetsu asked. We're fine. Thanks to him though. Sen said, looking at Todoroki. I think I found a ton of information on these villains. Including that big monster that also arrived. And I think I found a weak point. Todoroki said, turning to see the echidna. Who are you? Let's just said he's a friend. Kirishima said. Todoroki told them along with Knuckles about the situation at hand. The part of where they were planning to kill All Might. That gotten the attention of the echidna. Once he finds both Sonic and Tails, he'll relay the message to them. For now, he and the others were heading to Central Plaza to find their classmates. Music. His World by Crush 40. Back at Central Plaza, the fight between Sonic and the Nomu was about to get underway. All Might, Tails, and the others look on while both Shigaraki and Kurogiri look on, thinking it would be a win-win situation for them since the Hedgehog is just small and big talk. Shigaraki couldn't stand that smile look on his face. He want that Hedgehog dead once and for all. But they didn't expect of what the Hedgehog has some big tricks on his sleeves. The Nomu charges towards Sonic. He jumped to try to stomp on the Hedgehog. But Sonic cracked that smile on his face by jumping in front of the beast and landing by sitting on the Nomu's head. Hey, buddy. You gotta do better than that in order to beat me. You're too slow. He said, taunting the beast before hopping off and did a flying kick on the back of its head, sending the beast flying in the water. The beast flew out of the water, charging at the Hedgehog again. Using his fist to hit him, Sonic did a backward boost to avoid the punch. He used the boost again by launching himself to the thing. Hitting him, destroying the slide at the shipyard zone. Then launches him in the air, deliver faster punches on the Nomu's face. Then delivers the same flying kick, seeing the beast towards a rock where the slide was there. Yawn. I'm getting bored here. I thought this would be a good fight. Sonic said, turning to the main villains. You called it your best guy. That thing couldn't land a single punch on me. You guys got a soft fighter. Shigaraki was growing in anger. Scratching both sides of his neck at the same time like before. I'm starting to get annoyed by this rodent. Nomu, get up and squash this pest. He yelled. Ah, did I hurt your feelings? Oops, perhaps you should go home to mommy. Sonic said, taunting him more. You little. Shigaraki was triggered by his comments. Calm down. Don't let that pest get to your head. Kurogiri said. Shut up. He yelled. When the Nomu beat this pest, I will give the beating of his life like I did to that boy. The Nomu launched himself back in the air. It was getting more angry by the minute. It grabbed a rock from the slide at the shipwreck zone. He tries using as a weapon to take down the Hedgehog. Sonic jumped right back in Central Plaza. He stood on the fountain, looking at the beast. He taunted him more by sticking his tongue out at him. The beast threw the rock at him. Sonic did a quick side step, avoiding the rock as it destroyed the fountain. Too slow, dude. Gotta do a better job at that. Sonic said. As the fight continues, All Might did ordered early on for the students to carry their teachers to the exits, away from the fight at hand. Both Hiryu and Shota carried Vlad King while Kaminari and Mineta carried Aizawa. Momo still held Izuku in her arms. Suyu looked at the boy with a sad look. She felt bad and want to at least say thank you for saving her. But also apologizing for not helping him when he was being tortured by the Nomu. While the students quickly exit from the area, both All Might and Tails look on at the battle between Sonic and the Nomu. The hero saw the fighting skills of the Hedgehog. The same skills like Izuku did before. What he did like and funny was him taunting his opponents and getting under their skin. I have to admit, this Hedgehog is fast. He has the same fighting skills as young Midoriya. All Might said. He's been doing this for many years. I've looked up to him as a sidekick where I learn all his moves. That's why I know he can win when he guarantee it. Tails said. What I do like is him taunting his enemies. Has he done this before? All Might asked. Oh yeah. It's really funny to see him get under the skin of his opponents. They don't like it. But he doesn't it an advantage he takes. Tails said. Interesting. All Might said as he looks on at the fight. Once this is over, I will like to have a talk with Sonic later on. He needs to tell me more about the emerald like I promised to tell him. For now, this fight is getting better. Sonic's speed does matches against young Iida's, but the Hedgehog's speed is way better. He might have a chance at winning this thing after all. The Nomu tries to punch Sonic on the ground. The Hedgehog did a sliding between his legs, dodging the punch. He stood up, jumping the air. The Nomu jumped in the air, trying to chase the Hedgehog. Sonic does a power stomp, slamming the Nomu on the face multiple times before crashing back on the ground. Sonic rubs the dust off of him. He looks back seeing the beast on the ground, struggling to get up. This is boring. You're not fun, Sonic said. See what I mean? That's the example of taunting. Tails said. I don't blame young Sonic. It is a boring fight. If I was fighting it, it would be done within seconds. All Might said. Both Shigaraki and Kurogiri were stunned what they were seeing. The mist figure could only look on with a shocked face. Shigaraki was more angry than shocking. He was confident the Nomu would win. But the Hedgehog had other plans. Knowing this defeat could be a failure for the League of Villains, and if he would send in his minions, they would meet the same fate. That thing is at its weak state. You got a chance to beat this thing. Tails said, using the Miles Electric on Nomu to see its status. Don't mind if I do. It won't take long to finish this thing off. Sonic said, stretching his arms and legs out. And once I'm done with this, I'm coming for those two next. He pointed his fingers at the two main villains before looking at the Nomu. Tails, All Might and the Fox Cub looked to see both Knuckles, Bakugo, Todoroki, Kirishima, Tetsu, Awase, Sen, and Toguro arriving from the collapse zone. All Might got a glimpse of Knuckles. He was the same like the Mystic Chief. Another one. Must be a lost ancestor of this century. Need to talk with him about my meeting with his kind. Perhaps he knows more about the Mystic Chief. He thought. Knuckles, you made it just in time. Sonic is about to take down that beast. Tails said as they see the beast in his weak state. They turn to the Hedgehog with a shock face. Another one of your kind. This day just get weirder. Tetsutsu said. You mean that guy is about to beat that beast? Aizawa asked with a shocked face. No freaking way. That little guy. Kirishima asked, turning to the Fox Cub. You know him. Of course. Sonic's always unstoppable. Tails said. Music ends. The others observed the Hedgehog's attempt for the final blow on the Nomu. Todoroki looked on before turning to All Might about information he gotten from one of the villains he frozen. Bakugo looked on and noticed something familiar. He looked at the Hedgehog and noticed the same 6 long quills behind his head, same blue fur, and same red shoes. It then hit him. Memories of the day he encountered Sonic after trying to bully Izuku during childhood. No way, that's him. The sewer rat that got in my way of trying to kill Deku. That bug was right. He did return. He thought, clenching his fist in anger. This is my chance at getting back him. Starting right now. Bakugo drew sparks in his hands before charging towards the Hedgehog. The others saw that with a stunned look. What the hell's he doing? Toguro asked. Sonic, look out. Knuckles yelled. The Hedgehog used his speed boost to go for the final blow. He heard someone screamed at him when he turned around and saw Bakugo tries using his quirk on him. Sonic dodges it and lands right back to his position. Bakugo stood on the other side. What the hell, buddy? I was about to beat this until you jumped in. Sonic yelled. You don't remember me, sewer rat. The same person you got in my way of hitting Deku in the park. Bakugo said in anger, glaring at him. Sonic looked at him. He could see the blonde hair he has along with that same angry look. Memories in Sonic's head flashed in his head. Going back to the day he saved Izuku from Bakugo. It finally hit him. Bakugo, I believe. Or as Izuku would say, Kachan, isn't it? He asked. That's right. You finally find out who I am after all those years. Bakugo said. The others look on with shocked faces after hearing that comment. For Knuckles, he was surprised that he didn't notice that it was the bully that Sonic told him. Tails knew about it but never met him when they were on Earth before. All Might knows much more since Izuku told him his history with the bully a while back, including the part that Sonic saved Izuku from Bakugo. Bakugo, what the hell you doing? That guy almost had this thing won. Kirishima yelled. Shut the hell up. He yelled before looking at Sonic. What you did that day was embarrassing to me. I did said it ain't over yet when I get you back. Well, here we are now. Look, I ain't got time to deal with you. That thing is about to get back up and take us down if you don't get in my way. Sonic said. I could care less. You and I are gonna fight. So let's go. Bakugo yelled, getting his fist ready. All Might, do something. Sen yelled to the symbol of peace. Young Bakugo, stand down. Don't interfere in Sonic's business. You can deal with this another time. He said. Both Shigaraki and Kurogiri were hearing the conversation unfold. Though it would be nice to hear more, it was the perfect chance to turn the tables around for the League of Villains. They saw the Nomu getting his strength back while both Sonic and Bakugo yelled at one another. The Nomu is getting back in gear. Now's our chance to attack. Kurogiri said. Nomu. Finish them now. Shigaraki yelled. The Nomu jumped to attack both Sonic and Bakugo. The two turn around to see it coming towards them. Suddenly, the roof ripped open causing the beast to stop its attack. Everyone in the building look up to see the outside world for the first time since being locked in. But something was covering the roof. They looked to see a floating ship covering the sun. The door beneath the ship slides open and a large object came down on the ground. Among them, multiple egg robos, egg gunners, egg pawns, and egg fighters dropping from the ship, landing on the ground. They all aim their guns with red lasers around. Other robots scattered around the building including some aiming their guns at the exits where the students were. Other robots aim their weapons at both Shigaraki and Kurogiri. The other villains raise their hands in surrender. What the hell? Where these things came from? Awase asked, looking around. We already know who it is. Knuckles said. Sonic looked up to see an object coming down slowly from the ship. When he saw it, he knew what it was. The Death Egg robot landing on the ground where everyone saw it. That's one big robot. Kirishima yelled. But who is it? Tetsu asked when a laughter was heard. And I guess we know who it is. Sonic said as he saw the hatch open up, revealing a familiar person. Drive Egghead is here in the party. Ho 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 ho. So I guess the party started without me. Eggman yelled with his other minions appearing from other parts of the ship. Well, Sonic, we meet again. I was surprised you didn't manage to finish me off in space like before. I thought I would not let you give up until the big battle up ahead. Since you're here, I guess the party just gotten much better. Sonic said as Eggman turned to see All Might. Hello there, All Might. We meet at least. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dr. Evo Robotnik. But you can call me Dr. Eggman. He said. How did you know me? All Might asked. Well, let's just say those days when you're being watched for many years along with your student aka Izuku Midoriya. The boy you're training with before. Eggman said. What? All Might asked in a shocking tone. Come on, now. Would I just go ahead and blackmail you if I asked to come along with us? I'm afraid not. Anyway, there's reasons why we're here and that is you and that Izuku boy. Where is he? Eggman asked. That's none of your business, Egghead. Leave Izuku out of this. You're going after for the Chaos Emerald, correct? Sonic asked. I know he's in this building and maybe I'll launch an attack around it so you can give it to me. I want the Chaos Emerald right now. Eggman said. I'm sorry but that Chaos Emerald and young Midoriya is not your property. Get near him, you'll regret it. All Might yelled. Okay, then. You wanna play those games. So be it. Let me teach you how it's going to work. If you don't give me the emerald, I will have no choice but to robotize everyone here in this buildings. Heroes or villains, you'll be masters to me. Eggman said. Robotized. What the hell does that mean? Awase asked. You don't want to know about that. Knuckles said. You see, All Might. You'll be my first victim as a weapon for the Eggman Empire. And what it robotized you might ask. Let me give you an example. Eggman said, pressing the button where one of the claws on the robot wrapped the Nomu around tightly. What the hell's he doing to my Nomu? Shigaraki asked in anger as Eggman turned to the two villains. Don't think I've forgotten you two. Remember those words that you said in Don't Get Involved in Business. Well, you're involved in my business and this is what happens when people get in my business. Eggman said, pressing more buttons. A capsule came down from his flagship. It activated by itself. Once the door opened, he placed the Nomu inside the capsule. Everything closed including the glass for no one to see. They could hear the beast pounding inside, trying to escape. Sadly, it didn't work. The capsule activates with lights. The pounding inside pause. Took a couple of seconds for the capsule to deactivate itself. The door slowly opened, revealing steam. The beast came out from it and everyone was stunned when they saw what happened next. No way. Tetsu yelled in shock. You gotta be kidding me. Kirishima yelled. The Nomu was turned to a robot. His arms was iron. Its face turned red with sensors on it. Teeth were made of metal. His brain was replaced with a metal head. He turned, our creature, to a robot. That's impossible. Kurogiri said in a shocking tone. My precious Nomu. My creation, it's gone. That little good for nothing. Shigaraki roared in anger as he jumped in trying to use quirk on Eggman. The doctor smirked by using the robot to slam him backwards to the ground. Kurogiri used his quirk to teleport him safely back to the ground. Are you okay, Shigaraki? He asked. Shut up. How dare that man turn our Nomu to a robot? He yelled. You see. That's the example of robotized. Now, this thing is now belong to the Eggman Empire. That's gonna be the same thing once I create my one world government and everyone will bow down. Eggman said. That's insane. He turned it to a robot. I thought the villains that came here were dangerous. This Eggman guy is more dangerous than ever. All Might said. Since you want to play games with me, I guess I'll call in a special friend. Eggman said, activating his hologram with Snively on it. Snively, is he ready? Yes, sir. He answered. Bring him out. Eggman ordered. Bring who out? Sonic asked. Everyone look up to see a capsule coming down on the ground from the ship. Once it did, Eggman hit the switch on the yellow button. The doors popped out creating steam out of it. The others looked to see a figure slowly floating out of the capsule, landing in front of them. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the ultimate mercenary. One of new weapons have created that can help in the upcoming invasion of Earth. Say hello to Infinite. Eggman said. The jackal held his mask with his hand until he removed his hand off it. He opened his eyes to see the others looking at him with a shocked face. So this is the planet Earth. And the day of Infinite will rule when I get rid of everyone on this planet, starting with the symbol of peace. He said, letting an evil laugh out throughout the building. The heroes thought they were almost home free. With the League of Villains failing, it was now Eggman's turn to strike in with the ultimate mercenary, a chance to send a clear message to Earth. Chapter 20, The Ultimate Mercenary. At Shiketsu, the school day was over as students exit from the building to go home for the day. Both Inasa and Kami exit in their school uniform. They were planning on inviting Izuku and the other to a restaurant again after school. The glamour quirk user got on her phone to call Momo. There was no answer. She then called Itsuka but no answer. Then tries to call Izuku but no answer before calling the others where no answer. She then texts them to get a response. Nothing since. That's weird. I call 3 of my friends and they didn't answer. Then I tried texting them and didn't respond. She said, looking at her phone. Perhaps they are busy with after-school stuff. Inasa said. Maybe. But they would have told me about it right after school. Kami said. Suddenly, they heard police sirens getting closer. Other students saw multiple police cars driving past the school. They were all curious what was going on. What was that all about? Inasa asked. Villain activity. Kami asked. Could be. He answered when they heard footsteps running from behind. They turn around to see Mora exiting from the building. Yutsushimi, you said a while back you were friends with a couple of students UA, correct? He asked. Sure. Why you asked that? She asked when he grabbed his phone and showed it to her. Kami read a notification on his phone. It reads, breaking news. UA. Under attack by villains. She was stunned by that answer while Inasa read it and he was stunned as well. Is that why they haven't called you? Inasa asked. When did this happen? She asked with a serious look on her face. It just happening. Not sure is still going on right now. There's hundreds of police around the city heading for the school. I checked throughout social media and others for any updates. I saw one user on Twitter posted a photo of the school. It shows a ship above the campus. Not sure what it is, but have a look for yourself. Mora said. He put his finger on the app, showing the UA attack trending at the top. He goes to where the user posted a photo of Eggman's flagship, floating above the campus to the two. They were surprised at what they were seeing. Wow. Never seen anything in my life. Inasa said. Not sure what's going on. But stations near UA's location are being shut down for civilians to stay away from the site. Something tells me it's getting real ugly. Mora said. Then we better get to UA fast. Kami said as she ran to the gates. But the stations are shut down. We're not gonna make it in time. Inasa yelled, but she kept running. Damn it. I'll see you tomorrow. The boy chased after the girl. How did villains go through the campus? Is that why Yao Momo and Itsuka didn't answer? You two, hang on. I'm coming. Kami thought as she continues to run with Inasa behind her. Dash. Meanwhile at USJ, inside the squall zone, both Tokiyami, Koji, and Kuwaro were exiting from the alleyway. They look around seeing no villains in the streets. That could be because they managed to take some out throughout the zone. They were hoping to get to the exit before many show up. They were getting tired of the non-stop rain hitting them, making them wet throughout the zone many times today. Looks like the coast is clear. The exit shouldn't be that far. Tokiyami said as the three exit from the alley and on the street. Let's hurry before more comes. Kuwaro said. As they were running on the street, they heard yelling coming from the direction they were heading. They saw a couple of villains charging towards. Tokiyami and Kuwaro got in their defensive stance while Koji was panicking behind them. Inching closer to them, Tokiyami activated his quirk to attack. But what came as a shock to them, the villains ran past them instead. Both students were confused by it. One of the villains turned to the students with a panic face. You idiots, better for your lives. He yelled as they ran. What did he mean run? They just passed us like nothing. Kuwaro said. What are they running from? Tokiyami asked as they turn around to see multiple rhino bots on the streets and buzz bombers flying in the air towards them. What the hell are those? Kuwaro asked in a shocking tone. Never seen those before. We better take them out. Tokiyami used his quirk to attack the robots. But came as a shock, one of the rhino bots used its head to deflect the quirk back within a second. What? How in the world did they counter that? They heard a trumpet sound where they saw Deku using the instrument to order the charge while riding on the rhino bots. Next to him is Boko, raising the Eggman Empire flag, waving it in the air. The buzz bombers dived in towards the students, using their rail detonator cannon to fire at them. Both students dodges the attack from them. The buzz bombers flew around to launch the same attack again. We better think of something or we're gonna be done. Kuwaro yelled. Koji, better have a good plan, Koji. Tokiyami turned around to see the rock hero running for his life. You know, I think he has a good plan, by running. Kuwaro then ran the same way Koji did. Tokiyami had no choice but to run as well. With the rhino bots charging towards and the buzz bombers flying around the city, the students in the zone were out of options. Their best chance was running until help arrives. Back in the fire zone, Ojiro, Honanuki, and Manga Fukidashi were looking for the exit to escape the zone. They were cautious around the corners of street for any signs of villains lurking in the area. Especially where fire is everywhere burning on streets, buildings, and other objects. The place was getting hot, causing sweat to appear on their faces.
I think we're in the clear. If we're lucky, we'll make a break to the exits out of this frying pan. Honanuki said, looking around. Let's go. The three exit from the alley to make their moves. Suddenly, a sound was heard. They look out and out of nowhere was a missile coming towards them. Both Ojiro and Fukidashi ran back to where they were. Honanuki ran the way they were supposed to go. The missile impacted the building behind them, sending Honanuki flying before hitting the ground. Ojiro and Fukidashi ran towards him, helping him get on his feet. Are you okay? Ojiro asked as Honanuki coughed. What the hell was that? A missile? He asked as they looked back to where the missile was fired. Right on cue, multiple egg launchers, H+V, appears right in front of them. They armed their missiles towards the boys. Robots? Where they come from? Ojiro asked. Honanuki used his softening quirk to get the ground towards the egg launchers by making quicksand. The ground forced the robots to sink to the ground. But the egg launchers used their rockets to lift themselves off to escape the quirk. The boys were stunned by this. Ojiro jumped and used his tail by swinging it at the robots. Only for the egg launchers firing more missiles at him. He jumped back down on the ground while the missiles were flying in opposite directions, hitting and exploding building around the zone. Crap. These things are smart enough to outmaneuver us. There's no way robots would escape from my quirk, Honanuki said. Where these robots came from? Are they with those villains? Ojiro asked. I'm thinking the same thing. We gotta find out how to get out of here first, Honanuki said. Back at Central Plaza, Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, All Might, Bakugo, Kirishima, Todoroki, Tetsu, Awase, Sen, and Tagaru were in defensive stance.
Stood in front of them was Infinite, one of Eggman's newest recruits. The jackal adjusts his mask before facing his enemies for the first time. He look around at the building, realizing he's in the outside world for the first time rather than standing on the ship. Eggman stood behind while his robots aimed their guns at the heroes. The robotized Nomu stood there, waiting for the doctor's orders. So this is the planet Earth. A nice planet where humans will be extinct like the dinosaurs soon, Infinite said, turning to look at the people in front of him. Sonic the Hedgehog and All Might, we finally meet for the first time in person. Who are you? I'm guessing you're Egghead's newest project, the Hedgehog asked. Let's just say that I'm a worthy opponent to go against you and All Might, Infinite said, looking around noticing someone was missing. I notice a third person is not with the group. Izuku Midoriya, is that his name? What do you want with young Midoriya? All Might asked. For him to fight me. Just like I'm gonna do you and the Hedgehog sooner. It would be nice for him to join in on the fun before I kill him, Infinite said. You're not gonna put one hand on Izuku, understand? Besides, he's not here anywhere, Sonic said. Really? Infinite asked, using his visor on his mask to scan the target in the area. It picked up the location of the target. I believe he's over there, injured and wounded on the steps. He pointed his finger to where the exit was at. What? Injured? Kirishima asked, shockingly. What the hell happened to Midoriya? Tetsu asked. The boys except for Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles turned to All Might for answers. You don't want to know about it. Let's keep it right there, he said, looking down. Whatever happened to him, he gotten what he deserved, Bakugo said, getting glares from Sonic and Tails. Figures. Imagine if that happened to you, the Fox Cub said. So that Izuku boy is over there then? Guess I'll send him a visit. Robots, move to the stairs at once. I want that boy and I want him now. You too, Scratch and Grounder. Take my new creation with them, Eggman ordered. Yes, sir. Scratch and Grounder took the robotized Nomu with them to Izuku's location. Tails, Knuckles. Get to the steps and warn everyone, protect Izuku at all cost, Sonic yelled. Right. Tails said as he and the echidna ran to the steps. Rest of you, get to the exits and protect your classmates. Follow those two right now, All Might said to the boys behind him. You sure? Can we help you out at least? Kirishima asked. Not this time. This could be dangerous for sure, Sonic said. Dangerous, huh? I'll take this guy out if I have to, Bakugo said with sparks appearing from his hand. You know what, go ahead and take him on. Be my guest but don't complain when you get injured, Sonic said, rolling his eyes. Deep down, he wanted to happen. Young Bakugo, do not engage in it. You're ordered to regroup with the students at once, now go, All Might said. You might now like young Midoriya, but it's best to protect other students as well. Hurry up and end your freaking conversation, Eggman yelled. This whole thing bore me. Either you challenge me, or I'll have no choice but to just destroy this whole building. Guess it's time to take this serious, Sonic said before turning back at the boys. Guys, hurry up and get going. Get Bakugo out of here as well. No way. I ain't going out of nowhere. The explosive quirk user was punched in the groin by All Might, knocking him unconscious. That shocked both the boys and the Hedgehog. Though Sonic was glad he did it just to shut him up. Sorry, young Bakugo. As your teacher, I must protect my students, All Might thought, carrying the boy towards the others. He'll be okay. Take him with you and meet the others. Get to the exits and warn the main campus. Hurry. Kirishima carried Bakugo on his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. He didn't want to press more answers as he agreed to All Might's answers and ran. Both Tetsu, Todoroki, Awase, Sen, and Tagaru followed suit as they hurry with the other class at the exits. Both All Might and Sonic look on at the boys before turning around to face Eggman and Infinite in front of them. So you finally made your decision. I was hoping to go all in on destroying this place. Fine by me. I worry about those idiot kids later on, Eggman said. Now then, on to the matter at hand. As I mentioned before, we're here to bring you to our empire. Agree to my decision, then we'll leave this place and your students peacefully. Everyone will stay safe. Don't agree to it. I'll rain fire upon this place and the campus. Plus, I'll robotize everyone like I did to that beast earlier. Blah, blah, blah. Open threats by Egghead. What else is new? Sonic asked, mocking him. Shut it, Hedgehog. I'll deal with you in a little while, Eggman said. You really got a big mouth, Hedgehog. Perhaps I should just squash you like the rodent you are, Infinite said. You do know, Doctor, that I'm more stronger than you. Besides, I've encountered a ton of robots before in the past. So if I was you, I would go ahead and surrender nicely before I do things you won't like, All Might said. Is that a threat? Since you want to play that way, I guess I can use my kind of threats as blackmail, Eggman said. Huh? Blackmail? All Might asked as he and Sonic had curious looks. Eggman formed an evil smile on his face. You don't remember, do you? He asked. Remember the time, All Might, that you get the feeling you're being watched? The symbol of peace was still confused by it. He was curious on why the doctor brought up that kind of talk. Sonic was curious as well. Then it hit the Hedgehog's mind. Flashbacks appears in his eyes, remembering the day back in Eggman's base showing footage of the recent hero's attack on the giant villain. If this is true, no doubt that Eggman was spying on both Izuku and All Might. Question is, when did this happen? Still don't remember, maybe a ton of footage will refresh to your memory, Eggman said, pushing a couple of buttons. Appearing were multiple hologram screens right in front of the heroes. One screen shows the footage of All Might and Nezu at the beach, looking at the angle of where the drone was located. Though because of the cloaking device active, thinking they were looking at nothing there but just the ocean. The symbol of peace face form a shocking one. He recognized it quickly on the day Izuku finished cleaning of the trash on the beach. Don't remember yet. How about this? Eggman pressed a couple of buttons. More hologram screens appeared in front of both All Might and Sonic. Screens shows footage of Izuku's 10-month training plus the gauntlet training that he was involved. Another screen images of the combat training between both Izuku and Bakugo going all out. There were footage of the other students of Class 1A taking part of their own combat training. Another screen shows Class 1A taking part of the quirk assessment test on the first day at the academy. Finally, the next screen shows All Might saving both Izuku and Bakugo from the giant villain. Then it changes to the part of where he and Izuku met in the city about becoming his successor. That there shows the true identity of All Might. Why you, spied on us, show it was you all along. The symbol of peace yelled. Of course. I'm surprised you didn't get a sense of my drones being scattered around the city. Trust me, I know everything about you and the boy you've been training. Plus, the students that shown their quirks. Enough information that can get me ahead forward. Eggman said. So that's what you've been doing, Egghead. Spying on people including Izuku. Sonic said before trying to All Might. Hey, so you've been training him for a while. I didn't even know that. And don't worry, I'll keep your identity a secret. Wait a second. If you spied on the students, and have hidden drones, then did this mean you knew the villains were coming here to attack? All Might asked, referring to the League of Villains attack on UA. Villains? Sonic asked. Of course I did. I knew they were planning on getting to you. That got me very angry. But I made sure they'll put in their place once I'm done with everyone. Anyway, enough wasting time. Seems if you can't get you to join us, guess I'll do it by force. Eggman turned to Infinite. Infinite, it's your turn now. Show the Hedgehog and All Might who you truly are. The ultimate mercenary nodded his head as he adjusting his mask, approaching to his targets with his arms crossed. I've waited a long time to get a chance to fight. Though at first I want to face off against the Hedgehog, I thought you will be more worthy opponent, All Might. Perhaps, I can show you my powers of the Phantom Ruby. He said. Phantom Ruby? All Might asked. It has to be that thing on his chest. Sonic said, pointing at the object on Infinite's chest. That must be the one that was on the blueprint's shadow found in Eggman's base. Guess we're about to find out the first glimpse of the powers. The Phantom Ruby glowed a bright magenta color. At the same time, Infinite uncrossed his arms and began floating upward in the air. Multiple little red cubes appeared in front of the heroes. Spinning around like a spinner, it took a couple of seconds to see what it was doing. Sonic and All Might were in defensive stance, ready for any attack that was coming towards them. Instead, the red cubes stopped spinning. The cubes disappeared one by one. From there, a figure appeared on its knees. Once the cubes were gone, the figure got up on both feet, looking down on the ground then slowly looking up at the heroes. Sonic and All Might were in shock. Eggman couldn't help but smile while Infinite landed near the figure. Surprise, All Might. Does this person look familiar? The ultimate mercenary asked. No, WW the symbol of peace could only shuddered in shock. That figures turns out to be none other than All Might. The same muscular figure, dressed in his superhero uniform than the real one, who was dressed in his business suit. Its face instead of the usually smile turned to an angry look. And the scariest part, instead of green eyes, it shows red eyes instead. What the? He just used that ruby to create, All Might. Sonic asked, still in shock. What you are looking at is a thing that is called a replica. Eggman said. Replica? All Might asked. A replica that are distinct, virtual reality projections of existing beings. Infinite can create it with the Phantom Ruby. Replicas have all the strengths and powers that their original counterparts possess, though they have no free will. Eggman explained. So in terms All Might aka the fraud that you are, the All Might replica is more stronger than you. How about we put that to the test? Infinite, order the replica to attack both All Might and Sonic. You heard him. Attack. Infinite said. The replica All Might didn't waste any time. It used the speed like the real one would do by charging towards his targets. Both Sonic and All Might moved to the left and right by dodging the replica's attack. The heroes turned to their enemy as the replica had his red eyes glow, looking straight at the real All Might. How the world did that infinite guy create a thing like me? Even worst, it's more stronger than me. I have to find a way to beat this thing before it get to the children. Plus, I'm almost at my limit. All Might thought. Young Sonic, let me deal with this fake. You go ahead and get to the students. Make sure to get young Midoriya and the others to safety. You gotta be kidding me. You're gonna need some help and I'll make sure that I'll beat this thing for you. Sonic said as he was about to charge at the replica. Only for Infinite with quick flash, appeared in front of the Hedgehog. What the hell? You think you're gonna beat my replica? Let the so-called symbol of peace deal with it. You and I are gonna fight to the death. And once I'm done with you, I have my eyes set on that Midoriya boy by fighting me. Infinite said with the Phantom Ruby glowing again. You're not getting one step closer to Izuku. Sonic yelled as he charged towards Infinite with speed boost. The ultimate mercenary did a quick side step to the left, dodging the Hedgehog's attack. Sonic was surprised by it. What the? The Hedgehog turned around seeing Infinite floating in the air again. He launched two energy beams at the Hedgehog as Sonic dodges both of them before launching himself towards Infinite. The mercenary used his right leg to kick him in the air. He then appear in front of him, doing the same thing by kicking him down to the ground. Young Sonic. You, All Might couldn't finish when the replica All Might kneed him on the groin. Then kick him on the chin, sending him flying upward crashing on the roof of the dome. The hero falls to the ground but the replica appeared, sending a big punch to the back, crashing down to the ground. Yes. Nothing like a sweet taste of victory. Ho ho ho. Eggman said, raising his fist in the air. Infinite, you and the replica keep both these fools busy. Guess it's time to pay a visit to that Izuku kid. I know he has the Chaos Emerald and I intend to get it by force if I have to. Sonic heard those words as he got back on his knees. He saw Eggman using his egg mobile, ejecting from the Death Egg robot, flying to the exits where the students was. You're not getting away from me, Egghead. I won't let you get near Izuku. The Hedgehog tries to attack the doctor only for Infinite to appear again, delivering another kick on the Hedgehog. This is not good, he's going after young Midoriya and the students are in danger. Plus both Aizawa, Vlad King, and 13 are out of action. All Might said, getting up from the ground seeing both Replica and Infinite blocking the way to the stairs. Gonna have trust both Tails and Knuckles for now. We gotta beat these guys to get to Eggman. Sonic said, looking at their opponents. The heroes knew they were in a big fight who were more stronger than them. The odds against them weren't favoring them this time. Dash. Away from the central plaza, both Shigaraki and Kurogiri were standing on a cliff at the flood zone. They escaped at the time Eggman made a surprise appearance. The two stood there looking at the building being flooded with Eggman's army of robots. The decay quirk user was very angry, scratching the right side of his neck like before. He was throwing a temper tantrum like a child would do. The mist quirk user saw his partner, trying to calm him down but felt he would be killed by him. He looked down to see both Sonic and All Might engaging in battle with the replica All Might and Infinite. Shigaraki, calm down. I know you're not happy of what you're seeing. Kurogiri said. Besides, you should look at this. It appears that figure with a mask created an All Might with something. They're two All Mights but they're fighting one another. Shut up, you prick. He yelled. We came so close at killing that boy. Plus, we didn't have a chance to kill All Might. This whole thing's make me very angry. Even worst, that fat mustache man and that blue rat comes out of nowhere to disrupt everything I plan to do. They'll be the first to be killed before I killed the children and All Might in this building. And even more worst, that fatso just turned my precious Nomu into a robot. These things makes me more angry than ever. Kurogiri was already getting frightened by the decay quirk user's anger. He looked around to see the view of the building when his eyes caught on the boys, with Kirishima carrying Bakugo that were with both All Might and Sonic earlier, running to the steps to join the others of Class 1A and Class 1B standing at the exit. He could see Eggman riding on his Eggmobile, flying towards the students. Shigaraki, those children are at the exits trying to make their escape. He yelled. Plus, that man with the glasses is heading towards them as well. The decay quirk user saw the children and Eggman. He clenched his fist. We must kill them. Come on, let's go. He yelled as Kurogiri created a portal. Before he stepped in it, he looked down at Eggman and Infinite. His eyes was on the ultimate mercenary. I wonder what this person could do. Plus, I did heard that Fatso said something about taking All Might. What does he mean? Shigaraki. Kurogiri spoke as the two enter the portal, disappearing from the cliff. Back at the entrance, students of Class 1A and Class 1B were observing the entire building as it turned into a big war zone. The thugs that came with both Shigaraki and Kurogiri were running around, scared and panicked by egg robos and egg gunners firing their weapons at them. Many of the thugs used their quirks on them. It was working, causing them to retreat to cover or trying to find a way out of the building. They see the battle between All Might and Sonic against Infinite and the replica All Might in the central plaza. They were stunned early on by Infinite creation of the replica using the Phantom Ruby. Did anyone see what that thing with the mask just did? It created an All Might. Mineta said, pointing his finger at the battle. How in the world can he create an All Might? Juro asked, with a shocked face. Could it be that jewel on his chest? Has to be his quirk, isn't he? Kaminari asked, referring to the Phantom Ruby. Unreal. The way they're beating both All Might and that Hedgehog. Jirota said, adjusting his glasses while watching the fight. The way he has that mask on is very creepy. I hope All Might and that blue guy beats them. Kanoko said. While others look on, Momo has her eyes focus on Izuku. She still held his battered body in her arms. She still had tears coming from her eyes. Heartbroken by the events early on of both the Nomu and Shigaraki beating the boy to death, she gently touched the boy's cheek, stroking it softly. Izuku, what were you thinking? Why do you do that? She thought, scarred and worried that he would die. Suddenly, a hand placed on her shoulder. She turned to see Kendo giving her a smile to calm her down. It was no luck. The big fist quirk user observed the boy. She held back tears while both Mina, Setsuna, Uraraka, Hagakure, and Harayu down at the boy as well. Suyu looked down on the floor with eyes covering from the shadow of her hair. Is Deku gonna be okay? Ochako asked, worried. I hope so. We have to get him to the hospital. You can see his body ain't looking good. Momo said, sniffing user her right hand to wipe off the tears. Was he that crazy? To fight off that thing? I should have jumped in and helped him out. Harayu said, hitting his fist on the floor in frustration. Did anything happen as to why that thing beat him? Kendo asked. It was my fault. They looked to see Suyu as she was the one to speak. It's my fault that he's like this. One of the villains named Shigaraki almost used his quirk on me. That was when Midoriya jumped in and saved my life. I froze in fear, thinking I was gonna die. He punched Shigaraki before the villain ordered that beat to kill Midoriya. He had the upper hand when he that emerald in his hand. Then All Might showed up to help him beat the beast. Then something happened. The emerald turned black, it lost all its power, and that when the beast was beating him to death. I felt scarred and worried for him. I want to save like he did for me. But I couldn't do it, I felt weak. She covered her face, falling on her knees crying with sad croaks being heard. It's okay, Sue, it's not your fault. Midori didn't want you like he is right now. Mina said, comforting the frog girl. Deku saved your life. It'll be okay. Ochako said, patting the frog girl on her back. Poor girl. Setsuna said, feeling sorry for her while both Momo and Kendo looked at Sue with sad looks. HMPH. It seems whatever Midoriya tried to do, it has to be most stupidest idea. To tell you the truth, the little pipsqueak should have run off like a girl to his mommy. Monoma said, adding insults to the boy which got Momo, Kendo, and the girls except for Suyu angry. Oh really? Where were you when Yao Momo, Juro, Kaminari, and myself were fighting against the villains in the mountain zone? You're the one that was the coward and waited for us to finish. Kendo yelled. Do you think I want my costume to be torn up? Plus, fighting a monster like what Midoriya did, I wouldn't never get into that situation. Boy should have died there in just summit defeat. He said as other of Class 1A and Class 1B heard the whole thing. The boys from both classes want to punch him badly. Monoma, say something about Izuku again and you'll regret for the rest of your life. Momo said in a threatened tone, giving him an angry glare. Oh well, it is what it is. I'm just stating facts. Monoma said as he walked away while Momo could only growl at him. Kendo placed an hand on her shoulder, calming her down. Suddenly, the students heard footsteps coming from the steps. They turned to see both Knuckles and Tails, with Kirishima carrying Bakugo, Todoroki, Tetsu, Awase, Sen, and Toguro approaching them from Central Plaza. The others were glad to see the others but were surprised to see the echidna. Tetsu, Awase, Sen, and Toguro. It's great to see you guys, okay. Pony Tsunotori said. Kirishima, Todoroki. Good to see you guys again. Zero said when he saw Bakugo unconscious on the hardened quirk user's back. What the hell happened to him? All Might punched him in the stomach because he was so stupid that he want to take on that guy with the mask. Kirishima said, referring to Infinite. Are you serious? Kaminari asked. We'll talk more about the whole thing. Right now, we gotta get out of here. Kirishima said. Iida was the one that made it out of the building. He went to the main campus to get help. Mina said. For real. That's awesome. We got some help coming after all. Kirishima said, when he saw Izuku's body. What the hell happened to Midoriya? It's a long story. We'll tell you more of it once we get out of here. Ochako said. Wait. There's still other students here that could be captured. Yui said. That's right. But now, this whole building been invaded by robots and the villains that brought their own people here are being chased by them. Kirishima said as Mineta turned to the echidna. Who are you? Are you that blue guy's friend or something? He asked. It's all long story. I tell you once we get out of here. Knuckles said. Tails walk over to see Izuku still unconscious in Momo's arms. How's he doing? He asked. He still has a pulse, so that's good news. We still have to get him to a hospital though. She said as Tails looked to see both Aizawa, Vlad King, and 13 bodies on the floor. Who are these guys? He asked. Those are our teachers. They were hurt badly. Kendo said. Teachers. Why are they dressed in costumes? Tails asked. They were heroes before we came to UA as students. Tetsu said. All right. Make sure you carry your teachers with you. Everyone, hurry to the exits. Let's get out of here. Tails said. Sato and Zero carried Aizawa while Kojira and Jirota carried Vlad King. Both Uraraka and Kendo carried 13. Tails and Knuckles led the way as them and the students were heading for the exits. With Kurogiri out of the way, it was their chance to escape. However, it was short-lived. A mist portal appeared in front of them, blocking their way of escaping. The students were surprised to see both Kurogiri return along with Shigaraki exiting the portal. Tails and Knuckles encounter them for the first time but doesn't know that they were the first to attack before they arrived. Leaving so soon? Kurogiri asked in a cold tone. He's back. I thought we got rid of him. Zero yelled. He's not alone. Sato said. Tails and Knuckles got into defensive stance. The villains look down at Sonic's friends before Shigaraki looks to see the students behind them. His eyes turn to Tsuyu, who he almost tried to kill if it wasn't for Izuku jumping in the way. The frog girl was frightened by him looking at her. She knew he could kill her this time. But didn't. He turned to see Izuku's body in Momo's arms. The creation quirk user saw him looking at them as she tightly held the boy in her arms. Hey, what you mean by saying he's back? Knuckles asked in a whisper tone to the tape quirk user. These guys appeared out of nowhere through a portal created by that guy dressed in a suit. The one with a ghostly figure. They snuck into the academy when there was a drill that intruders enter the campus grounds. At first we thought it was media that broke through the gates. Turns out it was these guys that used the media as a way to get in. That's how they got a chance to get towards us. Zero whispered back. Wait a minute. You're saying these guys attacked first? Tails asked, hearing the conversation. It's a long story. But what I heard they were planning to kill All Might. Zero whispered as the two were stunned. What? Both Tails and Knuckles asked. Here to kill All Might. The two turned back to the villains in front of them. It seems everyone is here. I would have had a chance to kill that boy. I deal with him in a little while. For now, Shigaraki turned to both Tails and Knuckles. I believe you two are friends with that blue rodent, correct? Yeah, we are. What's your business here, including this ghost-like figure? Knuckles asked. We were here to kill All Might. But then that little punk with the green hair got in my way of doing things that didn't go my way. I came this close at killing him, then you along with that blue rodent came in and get in the way of things I don't like. Now, everything is falling apart. Thanks to these pathetic students, all my people I brought in are being defeated. Now, you came alone and ruin everything. Shigaraki said. Really? Like killing All Might and Izuku is your job? You're insane at doing things like that. Tails yelled. So that's the boy's name. Izuku, isn't it? I'm surprised a person like you know him since you got his name. Shigaraki said. Wait a second. That fox knows Izuku. Is he one of the friends he met a while back? Something's not right. Momo thought. How did you know to find this location? Kurogiri asked. None of business, Ghost Man. Knuckles said. Don't you dare push me. I'm not in a good mood as Shigaraki is today, the mist quirk user said. Really? Then why your buddy has all those hands around his body, including the one hiding his face? Scarred that he has messed up face. Knuckles said. How dare you insult me like that? I should kill you here along with the students right now. Shigaraki said. Bring it on then, Handman. Knuckles said. Out of nowhere, something appeared behind the villains. Both Shigaraki and Kurogiri turn around to see the robotized Nomu. It uses its iron fist to attack, but the villains dodges it in time, avoiding it. The students were surprised by its appearance. Multiple egg robos, egg pawns, and egg gunners appeared out of nowhere, surrounding the students and the villains. Aiming their weapons at them, not making anyone move to attack. Well. We got ourselves a big fish. Scratch said as he and Grounder appeared from behind the Nomu. No. I was the one who saw them first. The drilling badnik argued. Oh, shut up. Thinking you can take the credit from me. Scratch argued back. Of all people, we gotta see these two again. Tails said, rolling his eyes. You know these guys? Juro asked. Let's just said they're both stupid and incompetent. Tails said. Shut up, brat. You have no say in this. Scratch said. Suddenly, everyone heard a laughter as they look up to see Eggman, hovering downward near the group in the Eggmobile. The doctor looked down to see the people he captured. Good work, Scratch and Grounder. Another collection to adding more people to be robotized. He said. Robotized? Kaminari asked. It means he can take you guys in and transform your bodies into robot. Knuckles said as the students were in fear of that. I don't want my body to be as a robot. Mineta said with comical tears. Eggman looked down to see both Tails and Knuckles. Well, if it isn't Sonic's friends here as well. So you guys came all the way from Mobius to stop me. I'm taking the Freedom Fighters are here as well. Freedom Fighters? The students asked. Wait, there's more of these animals here as well. What's going on here, and they're from another planet? There's more to this story than I thought. Momo thought. That's right, Eggman. We came to make sure we halt your chance at invading the Earth. Knuckles said. Invading the Earth? What's going on here? Kirishima asked. It's a long story, but we'll tell you guys later. Tails said as Eggman turned to the students. Since you people don't know who I am, let's me introduce myself. My name's is Dr. Evo, Eggman, Robotnik. You can call me Dr. Eggman if you want. I'm here on this planet for a reason. To launch the invasion of the Earth itself. To create a one-world government throughout this planet. I will make sure every hero with quirks in them will bow down to me. Starting with the rest of you when I turn you to robots to be my armies of the invasion. He explained. He's gonna turn us into robots. I don't want that to happen. Kaminari said. He ain't gonna turn me into a robot. Tetsu said. This day has been the craziest of them all. Awase said. So I guess that's secrets out. Tails said. Not good. Knuckles said. But first, there's other matters to attend to. Eggman said, looking at Izuku. Wonder what happened to him. Either way, I need something from that boy, and it's something that's very important to me. Hand me the Chaos Emerald. Chaos Emerald? Isn't that what Midoriya was using against that monster earlier? Shota asked. That's the emerald being used as his quirk. How does he know about that? Momo thought. Why does he need the emerald, and what does he know? Kendo thought. He's going after Deku's emerald. Why? Ochako thought. Wait a minute. Eggman turned around to see Shigaraki looking at him. Are you talking about that object that the boy had early? What's it to you? Eggman asked. Why that's thing so important to you? Shigaraki asked. Because the emerald has powers that I can use for a collection of the other emeralds I can use for the invasion. They're very important and I'm making sure they don't get into the hands. Especially the likes of you trying to get in my business. Eggman said. Emeralds. Wait. There are other emeralds besides the one Izuku has? Momo asked. Well, of course. So much important for it that I was also on a mission to capture All Might myself and become a member of the Eggman Empire by robotizing him. He said. What? The other students asked. This is confusing now. Todoroki thought, looking at both Shigaraki and then at Eggman. First it was that Shigaraki guy along with the others villains he brought were planning to kill All Might. Now, this guy comes out of nowhere and said he was planning to robotize him. Both people has different agendas. One wants to kill All Might and the other wants to use him for his empire or something. But another part gets weirder. It seems Midoriya has an emerald that makes him stronger to use. He used it during the quirk assessment test. Now, this Eggman wants the emerald. How does he know about it? Plus, how does Midoriya and that fox guy knows one another? This is the most strangest things I've ever witnessed. We were here first in getting All Might. How did you knew we was gonna be here? Kurogiri asked. Simple. Let's just say a little bit of spying around this campus helped for many months leading up this moment. Especially to the two of you. Eggman said where hologram screens of past footage from his egg drones appeared. Spying. What's he talking about? Reiko asked. I was thinking the same thing. Hiryu said as the other students were all curious. They don't know that Eggman been spying throughout the city for months. Best for them to not tell them and let them know by surprise. Tails thought. Screen shows the footage of hours leading up to the USJ incident. It shows the media in front of the iron doors that blocked their way of entering the campus. Behind them, Shigaraki stood there across the street. Then a quick flash where he used his quirk, destroying the barrier causing the media to run in. Shigaraki jumped into the campus without nobody noticing, except for Eggman's egg drones. The students were stunned how it all played out thanks to the panic occurring inside when the students were running thanks to the alarms. So that's how they got in. Kirishima yelled, looking at Shigaraki. You use your quirk to destroy the barrier and use the media as cover. Of course I did. What kind of an answer is that? He said. What about the misty figure next to you? I know he had a plan to get into the campus. Awase said. Hold on. I want to know how did that doctor knew that they were coming. Plus, what does he mean spying? Kendo asked. It almost feels like he's working for them. Setsuna said. So by using his egg drones, Eggman and the others came in a hurry to the building. Knuckles said. But both of them are after one thing. It's All Might. I want to know who those guys were sent. I have a feeling someone sent them here. Knuckles said. Question is, who? Tails asked. I don't work for any of these people. Besides, these people should be taken out for good for interfering in my business as capturing All Might. Eggman said. Interfering in your business? You were the one interfering in my business and even worse, you've turned my Nomu into a robot. That I will not forgive you for it. Shigaraki yelled. You mean that beast next to me was yours? Well, it's now mine and it takes orders from me. Eggman said. That's right. You snooze you lose. Grounder said. Now, I don't have time wasting on this matter. Right now, despite the Chaos Emerald is my objective, I have something that I need get off my chest. Starts with you two. Eggman said, pulling his laser gun out and aiming to Shigaraki. The students were surprised by that moment. Scratch, Grounder, make sure you keep an eye on those students along with Tails and Knuckles. If they make a move, you have your orders to shoot. We're done for. Mineta yelled with comical tears. Not yet. Tails said. I have questions I want to ask you too, so you better come with good answers or you'll regret it. First one, who is your contact? Who sent you to kill All Might? Eggman asked with his finger on the trigger. The tension was so high. Both men going after one target at the same time. Shigaraki was on enormous pressure. He didn't want to bring up the name of the person who sent him to UA, especially to the students who were listening the whole thing. Both Tails and Knuckles stood there. They want to know the name as well. It was a ton of information they were about to get. Fine. If you don't want to say it, maybe my gun will. Eggman said, preparing to pull the trigger. Suddenly, a gunshot rang. A bullet came out of nowhere, hitting the laser gun off of Eggman's hand. Luckily, the doctor's hand wasn't hit by it. Everyone turned to the exits and the students were surprised to see Iida back along with the pro heroes of Snipe, who was the one that used his gun, ectoplasm, Midnight, Cementos, and Present Mike arrived at the scene. Principal Nezu, who was on Cementos' shoulder was present. But they weren't alone, among them were both Kamui Woods and Death Arms, who were called in as backup heroes from the city. Sorry, everybody. I know we're a bit late, but I got the teachers over here as fast as I could. The principal said. Yes, we're saved. Kaminari yelled. It's about damn time. Tetsu yelled. Thank goodness. Mina yelled. Iida, you made it back. Ochako said. Your class representative has returned. And he brought reinforcements. Iida said. No way. More heroes. Tails asked. Never seen any of them before. Knuckles said. Scratch and Grounder were amazed by the sight of more heroes. No doubt be more to robotize for the Eggman Empire. Their eyes caught a familiar person at the rooftop a couple of nights ago. Their jaws dropped when they saw the Amber Quirk user with the other heroes. Kamui Woods turned around and his eyes went wide when he saw the two before. You two are here as well? He asked, pointing his finger at the badniks. You two, stay right there. Quick. Attack, Eggman yelled. Egg robos aim their guns at the heroes, ready to fire until Present Mike use his voice quirk, delivering a high-pitched sound coming from his mouth destroying a couple of egg robos in the process. Couple of egg pawns were marching towards them as ectoplasm created clones of himself and quickly took down more of the egg pawns within a second. Snipe used his gun on the egg gunners who were shooting at him. His gun didn't had no effect because of the iron hitting the bullet on the robots. But out of nowhere, Power Loader used his iron claws to defeat the egg gunners within 10 seconds by digging a hole like a mole and trapping them. Wait a second, I don't remember seeing robots here in the building before. Iida said, examining the scene when he saw Eggman. And who is this guy? It's a long story. This Dr. Eggman guy came out of nowhere along with his robots. Kirishima said. Eggman. Another villain? Iida asked. Yeah, he was also going after All Might. Tetsu said. Where are the other villains they came before he did? Iida asked as Kirishima pointed his finger at both Shigaraki and Kurogiri to the right. They're over there. I'm surprised they didn't escape. He said. So both of them were going after All Might? Iida asked. Well, those two were going after All Might to kill him while this Eggman guy want him to be robotized. Awase said as Iida saw Bakugo's body on Kirishima's back. What happened to Bakugo? He asked. Long story which I'll tell you more later. Kirishima said as he heard a clapping sound. Everyone turned to see Eggman clapping as a reaction to the heroes attacking his robots. He was angry or shocked. Bravo. Nice introducing, Principal Nezu. Though I'm not surprised you would bring more heroes along the way to save your students. In fact, I'm glad you came along for the ride for the real battle up ahead. He said. Who are you? How do you know my name? The principal asked. I am Dr. Eggman, ruler of the Eggman Empire. And before you come up with your own conclusions on who attacked the building, your teachers, and the students, those are your intruders there that came here first. He said, pointing his finger at both Shigaraki and Kurogiri. I see. I take it these are the ones that broke through UA. Nezu said, looking at the two before turning back to Eggman. What's your purpose to come here? Simple. Just like those two, I'm here for All Might. But I'm also here for another thing I needed. And that's the Chaos Emerald the young boy Izuku Midoriya has for me. Eggman said. How do you know that? Nezu asked. Because he possessed all 6 of them. He and the heroes turned to Tails, walking towards him. Sorry I've never introduced myself. My name's Miles, Tails, Prower. But you can call me Tails. This is my friend Knuckles. If you were gonna ask, I'm one of Izuku friends from 10 years ago. He said. And yes, Sonic and I gave Izuku the Chaos Emerald at that time. The rest of the students were stunned by that information. Momo finally got her answer by hearing what the Fox Cub just said. Don't worry, Midoriya has told me all about you and the Chaos Emerald. Where is this Sonic person at by the way? Nezu asked. He's busy fighting along with All Might against this new villain Eggman has brought him. He's more stronger. They're at the middle of the building going downstairs. Tails said. Does he need any help? Midnight asked. I'm not sure. But I know both Sonic and All Might, they can beat him. Tails said. We'll talk more about this later. Right now, we need to get the students out of here. Plus, the police is on their way. We'll have a ton of backup to arrest these villains. Nezu said. Good luck with that. Since you're here, I guess it's time take this to the next level. Eggman said as he got on the radio to contact Infinite. Back at Central Plaza, the fight between Sonic and All Might against Infinite and the Replica All Might continues on. All Might's body was smoking more. His limit was at the point that his transforming was almost coming to an end. Sonic knew this as he tries to give all he can against the villains. The odds were definitely not in their favor. Seems All Might's transformation is at its end. If I was you too, I give up right now. We don't want nobody to be hurt. Infinite said. I don't quit, buddy. I can win this with or without All Might. Sonic said. Infinite was about to finish it off when he heard Eggman's voice inside his mask with a radio built in. Infinite, come in. This is Eggman, he said via radio. What is it? He asked. Bring yourself along with the Replica All Might to the entrance at once. More heroes has just arrived. Including the man in charge of the campus. They took down most of the robots here. Plus, the students along with Tails and Knuckles are here. That Izuku boy is with them but in unconscious. And those two villains, the ones that came here before us, are here as well. I want you to bring down enough power to them now. Eggman said. Well, right now, I have my hands full at this moment with that sewer rat that hasn't gone down yet. But the good news is that All Might's transformation is running out of time. Smoke is everywhere around his body. His true form is coming in about a couple of minutes. Infinite said. Really? On second thought I got an idea. Do you still have the Replica All Might? Eggman asked. He's still active. Why? Infinite asked. Listen carefully. Eggman said as he explained his plan. Back at the entrance, the heroes stood in defensive stance ready to fight Eggman. Both Kamui Woods and Death Arms had their eyes on both Shigaraki and Kurogiri. The students were ready to exit from the building by carrying the other three teachers that were injured while Momo kept Izuku in her arms. Both Tails and Knuckles were ordered to take the students out of the building. Iida saw Izuku's unconscious body as Hiryu explained to him what happened. Where's All Might at? Nezu asked. The Fox Cub said he's at the Central Plaza. Should we go help him out just in case? Ectoplasm asked. Remember his limit. That's true. But Tails did mention Sonic is there with him. Nezu whispered back. You and Present Mike head down there and check just in case. We have to make sure the students doesn't know his true form. We make our way there. Ectoplasm said. Knuckles and Tails look up to see Eggman sitting in his Eggmobile with his arms crossed and all. Not worried or scarred. That got both their attention. I'm surprised Eggman not running away or something. Is he like giving up or something? Tails whispered. He would have raised his arms up to surrender. Something's not right. Knuckles whispered back. Keep an eye on him while I escort the students out. He may be up to something. Tails said. Suddenly, everyone heard footsteps as they turn around and their surprise, it was All Might walking up the stairs towards them with the same smile as usually. In his right hand, he carried an unconscious Infinite with him. Students were happy to see him as the symbol of peace once again came through. Both Shigaraki and Kurogiri were not happy to see him. The heroes were relieved to see him. All Might won. No way. Sato said. Of course he would. Nobody can't beat All Might. Mineta said as they saw Infinite in All Might's hand. He beat that person with the mask. Wonder how. We were so busy with the whole thing at the entrance we couldn't pay attention to the battle at hand. Zero said. Tails and Knuckles was glad to see him okay. However, they didn't see Sonic with him. Where's Sonic at? The Echidna asked. That's a good question. Tails said, looking around for him. Both Ectoplasm and Present Mike made their approach towards the symbol of peace to greet him. Are we glad to see you? Are you okay? Ectoplasm asked. Suddenly, Eggman formed an evil grin on his face. Attack! He yelled. Infinite opened his eyes as All Might let him go, floating in the air. Turn out, it was the Replica All Might. Both Present Mike and Ectoplasm were confused when the Replica delivers a mega punch to Present Mike, sending him flying backwards to the ceiling. All Might, what are you doing? That's your friend. Ectoplasm said when he got punched, flying backwards to the wall. Everyone was surprised including both Shigaraki and Kurogiri. Tails and Knuckles turn around to see Eggman smiling, evilly. Both Scratch and Grounder were laughing at the reaction. It was a setup. Eggman had this plan all along. Tails said. If Eggman planned this, why All Might's attacking his own? Knuckles asked as they looked back. All Might, stop this at once. Nezu yelled. What is he doing? Kaminari asked. This is shocking. Setsuna said. He's beating his own friends. Iida yelled. Well. More people to beat. Everyone look up to see Infinite floating above them. Looks like I'm gonna enjoy more of the fun. Who on earth is this? Mina asked. Everyone get to the exit. Hurry. Nezu yelled as the students were making a run for the exits. Leaving so soon. The party's just getting started. Infinite said when he activated the Phantom Ruby. The ruby unleashed a wave that negates gravity, causing both the students, heroes, Knuckles and Tails, and both Shigaraki and Kurogiri to stumble around in weightlessness. It was similar to Uraraka's quirk, but this one was different. Both Scratch and Grounder jumped into the Eggmobile as it was not affecting Eggman to float around. Both the Replica All Might and robotized Nomu stood still, not preventing them to float. The power was so strong, it also made the minions floating around. Including those inside both the downpour zone and conflagration zone. What the hell's going on here? Tetsu asked, floating around. This almost feels like my quirk. Ochako said as Momo saw Izuku floating off from her arms. Izuku! She yelled, trying to get to the cinnamon bun back to her. Gotta get out of this somehow. Cemento said when he saw Infinite charging towards them. He's coming to attack us. Infinite struck first on Cementos, slamming him back to the ground. He saw Snipe use his gun, pulling the trigger as the bullet went forward to the mercenary. Infinite shocked the gun-slinging hero by grabbing the bullet, crushing it like trash. The mercenary formed 2 energy spears from his hands, throwing it at the hero. Snipe dodged the first but the second got to him, knocking him down to the ground. Lacquered Chains Prison. Kamui would use his quirk to wrap Infinite around. It was successful and easy, until there was a mistake. You're good, but I'm better. Infinite said as he used the Phantom Ruby, laughing another shockwave. It caused the Amber Quirk user to unwrap his quirk around the mercenary. Infinite launched an energy sphere, hitting Kamui Woods to the ground. Hold on, I'm coming. Death Arms was running to his friend. Only to be blocked by the robotized Nomu, who appeared in front of him. It threw a fist towards him as the heroes use his fist to block it. Make sure nobody tries to interfere in Infinite's business. Eggman said, who ordered the Nomu to jump in. Infinite turned to see ectoplasm flying towards him. He opened his mouth, shooting out ectoplasm to create clones of himself. Multiple clones appeared and launched attacks towards the mercenary. You can create clones, too. I can do the same myself. He said, activating the Phantom Ruby again. Multiple red cubes appeared in the air. They disappeared quickly where replicas of Infinite were created. The replicas charged towards the ectoplasm clones and it turned to a battle of clones and replicas. One by one, both sides were losing their own. The real ectoplasm tries to sneak in to surprise the real Infinite. He saw the mercenary doing battle with the clones by using energy spheres to take down the clones. Ectoplasm spits out his quirk, similar to Vlad King's quirk, to try to hit the mercenary to the ground to stay down. Unfortunately, turns out it was a replica. Good try. But not good enough. A voice caused the hero to turn around where the real Infinite shot an energy sphere endpoint blank range, hitting the hero in the groin. Infinite then does 2 more punches in the air. Then the second punch to the ground, hitting the floor. Infinite landed on the ground. He looked around for more opponents to face. So far, there was the students he could take on. Plus, there was Tails and Knuckles he can down as well. His only target he was sent on looking forward to was Izuku. He turned around to see the unconscious boy still in Momo's arms. He walked towards them, only to be stopped by an iron claw appearing from the ground, grabbing both his legs. Then 4 blocks on concrete blocks appears all around him, encasing him in a block. At the same time, a pink aroma went inside the block. Hopefully this plan works. Cemento said, who used his quirk to create a concrete block. It should. My quirk should put him to sleep while power loader prevents him from moving. Midnight said, who used her quirk by tearing a piece of clothing on her wrist, sending the aroma inside the block. They waited a couple of minutes for anything to happen. It appears their plan was working. Until, something bust through the concrete. It was power loader, who appears to be knocked out. That shocked both heroes. Nice try. Both heroes turn around to see Infinite with his arms crossed behind them. But I'm always 1 step ahead of you. Cementos used his quirk where a block of concrete rose up quick. Only for Infinite to bust through and slamming the hero to the ground. Midnight stood there in shock but frightened where an energy sphere hit her, flying backwards to the wall, knocking her unconscious. Yes. This is getting better by the day. Eggman said where he looked down to see Nezu, looking on with a shocked face. The doctor pushed a button on the Eggmobile, where the front of the vehicle shot out a claw, grabbing the principal and flying him backwards. Are you happy what you're seeing? You think you can outmatch the Eggman Empire? Face it, you lose. Ho ho ho. Meanwhile, both Shigaraki and Kurogiri were looking on with a shock face. They never expect one person to take down the heroes like that. No way. He just took everyone like they were nothing. Kurogiri said. This person is really strong, something I don't like. Shigaraki said, scratching his neck in anger. I wonder if that jewel on his chest has anything to do to become powerful. Kurogiri said, referring to the Phantom Ruby. I'm not sure. But I do intend to find out about it. Shigaraki said. Both students of Class 1A and Class 1B got back up on their feet after experiencing the shockwave gravity by floating the air. They saw the other heroes unconscious on the floor after their fight with Infinite. They were stunned at what they saw as they see the mercenary as the last person standing after the battle. Both Tails and Knuckles were in front of them, making sure they don't engage in combat. Our teachers were taken down by that guy. No way he could have beaten them. Sato said. This is insane. Almost like we're about to lose this battle. Shota said. The students looked to see Infinite floating above them. He glared at everyone when his eyes landed on Izuku. If you want to live and not be like those heroes, I recommend you give me the boy at once. He has something Dr. Eggman will have, and that's the Chaos Emerald. Hand him over immediately. He said. Not a chance, we're not giving you Izuku. Momo yelled. And you won't get the Chaos Emerald as well. Tails yelled. Those are some fighting words there. I guess I have no choice but to teach you a lesson. Infinite said as he ordered both the robotized Nomu and the replica All Might to his location. If you don't give us the boy, we will do it by force. Just give up. There's nowhere to run. It's over. Not only that, I got your principal right here. One mistake, he'll be robotized. Eggman said. The students know their quirks won't work on Infinite. It was pretty clear the odds wasn't favored against Eggman or Infinite. It was favor in them early on against Shigaraki and the villains, but this one was a different fight and it wasn't gonna be a win-win situation for them. Even worst, their principal was held hostage by him. I think it's over. Kaminari said. I don't want to be a robot. Mineta said. Everyone was giving up hope until the arm of the claw broke appear by a blue ball appearing out of nowhere. The others were stunned where it was none other than Sonic, rescuing the principal from harm. At the same time, a voice was heard where both the Nomu and Replica All Might were blown towards a wall. The Replica All Might vanished, but the robotized Nomu was struggling to get back up. Sorry, but don't you lay your hands on young Midoriya. Everyone turned to the steps to see All Might, walking towards them with angry look. And don't forget about me, too. Sonic said with Nezu next to him. Sonic and All Might. You're okay. Tails said. We were worried for you too. Knuckles said. So you two haven't given up yet. Guess you haven't learned a thing about giving up. Don't worry, I'll make sure to put an end with you two. Infinite said. Bring it on, then. I'll make sure you'll be defeated once and for all. All Might said as Eggman pounded his fist. Doctor, come in. Snively's voice was heard on the screen. What is it? Can't you see I'm busy? Eggman yelled. Sorry, Doctor. But I'm getting readings coming from the Phantom Ruby. It appears the jewel's power is on the verge of losing power. If Infinite continues to overload it, he'll be powerless without, and our enemies will have the advantage. Also, police is arriving on campus. One of our drones is detecting a ton of police vehicles entering. I'm sorry, Doctor. But unfortunately we have no choice but to retreat. Snively explained. Eggman knew Snively is right. The more Infinite used the ruby for fights, its power will be drained. He came this close at getting the last Chaos Emerald. He would have acted sooner if Shigaraki and Kurogiri showed up first before they came along. The doctor pounded his fist again on the vehicle before speaking to Snively. Very well then. We'll be returning to the Death Egg as soon as possible. He said before turning at the students and All Might. Consider yourself lucky, but this fight is coming to an end. Today was just a sneak preview of what's to come for the invasion of Earth. I'll spare the Midoriya boy and let him keep the Chaos Emerald. But let it be known, I will hunt you down till the very end, All Might. And as for you Sonic, tell the freedom fighters if it's a fight they want, they'll gonna get a fight. For now, I'll spare your lives. Scratch, Grounder. Contact both Deku, Boko, Orbot, and Cubot and order all robots to withdraw from this area immediately. The students were stunned by that announcement. Both Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles looked at one another in confusion. Infinite was not happy by that news. Withdraw. Are you serious? We came this close at beating both Sonic and All Might. Plus, getting the Chaos Emerald and now we're withdrawing. Infinite asked in angry tone when Eggman pulled him to whisper him. The reason because Snively just called me about the Phantom Ruby's power being drained. If you keep it up, you'll be powerless without it. He said. Infinite quickly understand it. Agreeing to Eggman's decision, he looks back at his targets. Very well, then. All Might, this isn't over yet. We'll resume our fight until another day. Sonic, don't think this is the end as well. And once I'm done with both of you, I'll have my sights set on that Midoriya boy. We will fight to the end and I'll make sure I'll be victorious. This isn't the last you'll see from me. I will return, he said as Eggman turned to both Shigaraki and Kurogiri. This isn't over yet for you as well. Get in my way and you'll regret it. Eggman said. Multiple robots were floating away from the USJ building towards the ship above them. Eggman floated towards his flagship with Scratch and Grounder inside. Both Deku, Boko, Orbot, and Cubot escaped by riding on other badniks. Infinite looked down one more time before floating in the air. Police outside the building arrived seeing the ship beginning to leave. At the same time, Shigaraki and Kurogiri escaped through the mist portal, leaving behind the thugs they brought with them. The battle was finally over, but this day will live for the students of Class 1A and Class 1B that changed their lives. In the League of Villains hideout, Shigaraki and Kurogiri returned safely from the building. Their mission became a failure after killing All Might. But now, it was gonna be even more difficult. Not only the security will be tight at UA after the incident and their chance at getting the symbol of peace was a big-time blow, now they have a competition for the All Might sweepstakes. The Eggman Empire was now in their way. We had it. We had a chance at getting All Might and we failed. The Decay Quirk user yelled in angry tone, slamming both his fist at a nearby table. Those kids, including that boy with the green hair. How dare he beat my Nomu? Calm down, Tamura Shigaraki. Perhaps, we'll get him another time. We'll be ready for sure. Kurogiri said, reasoning him. Next time. Next time. There won't be a next time. You have no right to talk after your failure. Shigaraki yelled. Suddenly, a noise was heard ringing. The two turn around to see a blank screen with the words, incoming call, blinking. Shigaraki was the first to go there, pressing a button to the right side. The ringing stopped when the screen changed the words saying, sound only. A voice was heard on screen, not showing his face. Shigaraki, Kurogiri. I figure you made it on time after the police made their arrivals to UA. Did you kill All Might? The voice asked. We didn't had a chance. The symbol of peace showed up minutes late. We encountered 3 of the heroes though. We injured both 13, Eraserhead, and Vlad King. However, the students there were strong. They managed to take down all our minions we've sent. But one was a pest that should have been squash. Shigaraki explained. A boy with green hair attacked me and our precious Nomu when I tried to kill All Might's pride. He had a rare jewel with him that made him stronger. It was called a Chaos Emerald. A Chaos Emerald? The voice asked. Never heard of it myself. But it said that this jewel possessed a power to an individual that gains power to become stronger. This boy with the emerald was beating my Nomu to a pulp. It was at the point that I gotten very angry. But All Might showed up and grabbed the Nomu for the boy to hit. However, the emerald then lost all its power, which got the advantage for me and the Nomu to beat the boy to death. We came this close at killing him when a blue rat showed up out of nowhere and saved him. A blue rat? The voice asked. Not just any rat. This one was faster than the speed of light. Almost like my speed. But this one was more faster. His name is Sonic the Hedgehog. Shigaraki said. Sonic the Hedgehog. I see. The voice said. But it gotten worse. It appears we're not only one going after All Might. We have more problems. A fat mustache man arrived with an army of robots. His name is Dr. Eggman. He and his so-called Eggman Empire are also on the mission to capture All Might. Not killing him but to force to join him. Shigaraki said. So someone is also going after All Might. This should be very interesting. The voice said. He should not gear near All Might. He's ours, not his. I'll make sure he'll pay once we encounter him again. Shigaraki said in anger. I agree with Shigaraki. This Eggman person, whoever he is, could likely be a threat to our agenda. Even worse, a blue animal is also another threat as well. Could be very difficult as getting to All Might. Don't forget the students were also dealing with it UA, another voice was heard on screen. By the way, what about the creature that I created? Where is Nomu? Yes. Why is he with you? The same voice asked. He was turned to a robot by that Eggman person Shigaraki mentioned. Kurogiri said. What? Turned to a robot? Are you making up fairy tale stuff? The second voice asked in an angry tone. No. Shigaraki and I saw what that Eggman guy did. He even said that this was a sneak piece of his invasion of Earth if he took over the planet. We'll be all turned to robots. That's his goal. He brought that up during the incident. We are in more trouble than I thought. Great. Now we are dealing with competition. We gotta find this Eggman guy and take him out, the second voice said. I don't think that's not gonna help. This Eggman guy had a person with a mask. He had jewel on his chest as his power and he was more stronger than anyone. He took down a couple of pro heroes and created replicas of people as his army. It not gonna be easy but these threats are in our way of our business. Kurogiri said. A figure with a mask. I see. Well, there's something we can learn throughout our mission despite being a failure. A boy with the same powers as All Might with a rare emerald that makes him powerful. Another forces led by this Eggman guy is on the same agenda as we are though it's different. A blue rodent that is faster than ever. And a masked figure with a jewel that take downs heroes and creates an army of replicas. Take all the time you need to gather more villains we need. I will remain hidden in the shadows which is why I need you as my face. A symbol of your own. Tamura Shigaraki, next time you will show the world they will be afraid of you, the voice explained. Somewhere in an unknown location, the figure ended his conversation with Shigaraki and Kurogiri. The man dressed in a business suit with his face covered in the darkness. He has various tubes sticking out of his neck and jaw, helping him breathe. The other man hides in the darkness sits across him from the long table. So this Eggman person Shigaraki mentioned is after the same thing we are. But it's different, the man said. Wonder what this Eggman guy wants with All Might. The second man asked. I'm not sure. I'm also interested at this emerald the boy Shigaraki mentioned about. Also, a blue rodent that has speed in him. Also a masked figure took down the heroes. That should be interesting to see, the first man said. What are you saying? The second man asked. I'm saying maybe we can have a meeting arranged to meet with this Eggman person. We both have the same goals we're after, the first man said. What? You're not serious. You heard what Kurogiri just mentioned, he turned my Nomu into a robot, the second man said. I can understand that. But if he has technology to take down the heroes including All Might, we may have a chance to be more powerful with the help from him. Plus, if it's true he turned the Nomu into a robot, maybe that can upgrade more our Nomus to be more stronger. We must arrange the meeting with him as soon as possible. I want him found and bring to me immediately, the man said. That's not gonna make Shigaraki happy, the second man said. I can deal with him myself. Find this Eggman person at once, he said. Back at the USJ, police arrived on the scene. Multiple police cars, SWAT trucks, and ambulance trucks were parked at the entrance next to the two buses that the students were on. The thugs that came with Shigaraki and Kurogiri earlier were being rounded up, handcuffed and put in trucks. Detective Tsukauchi stood in front of the students of both classes, counting them to see who are here. The only person that wasn't counted for was Izuku, who was being carted off on a stretcher on another ambulance. Momo went with him to make sure he was okay. Uraraka and Tsuyu decided to come too. Both Kendo and Setsuna wanted to come but the vehicle was overloaded. They agreed to see them back on the main campus. As the ambulance drive to UA, Momo placed her hand on Izuku's hand, seeing his chest rising up and down. They could hear the heart monitor beeping, indicating Izuku was still alive. But the girls was still worried for her. Uraraka looked at him with a sad face. Tsuyu was praying he was gonna be okay. She was hoping to talk with him more once he woke as a thank you for saving her. Back at USJ, both Aizawa, Vlad King, and Thridine were being carted off on stretchers to different ambulance trucks. Students of both classes were worried for their teachers, especially how badly they were injured. What they didn't notice was All Might quietly left the building after his transformation was gone. Other teachers took her back to the campus without being noticed. The others heroes that took on Infinite were being treated with injuries, luckily they would be okay. Students of Class 1A and Class 1B were being boarded back on the bus after being questioning by police. Both Koji, Tokiyami, Kuwaro, Ojiro, Juzo, and Fukidashi were reunited with their class. They were caught by Eggman's robots, but because of the withdraw, they were lucky to escape. Bakugo was fully conscious after being knocked out by All Might. As usually, he was still being the a-hole type of person that yells at anything. Inside, Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles overlook the building. All they see is destruction after the fight. They didn't expect a reunion with Izuku to be like this. Encountering villains and their old nemesis. Robot parts were everywhere. Many of the zones were destroyed or damaged. They heard footsteps where they saw both Nezu and Tsukauchi approach them. Glad you're okay. Good thing I showed up in the nick of time before Eggman did something to you. Sonic said. Thank you, Sonic, for saving my life. I'm sorry it wasn't the time for introduction like this after the villains broke through. Nezu said. Don't worry, I know your name including Tails. You must be the friends Midoriya met 10 years ago when you gave him the Chaos Emerald. I take it Izuku told you the whole thing. Sonic said as Nezu turned to Knuckles. Who this person? He asked. This is Knuckles. He's one of our friends for a long time. Tails said as Knuckles and Nezu shook hands. Sorry we have to meet like this, the echidna said. Don't worry, didn't expect this happen, the principal said before turning to the detective. This is Detective Naomasa Tsukauchi of the police force. He is good friends with me and All Might. Don't worry, you won't be arrested. I told him more about you involving with Midoriya. It's good to meet you three. Never thought I would talk with animals from another planet, the detective said. I know. It's a thing, Sonic said. Anyway, how's Izuku? He's heading back to the main campus. He'll be in the nurse's office where Recovery Girl can heal his injuries. You can see him once he wakes up later. Nezu said. What about All Might? We didn't see him after the battle. Tails said. The rest of the staff snuck him out of the building and back to the campus. We want to make sure his true identity hasn't been revealed to the students. Of course, the only one who knows is Midoriya. Plus, Tsukauchi knows as well. Nezu said as Sonic turned to the detective. Anyway, what do you want to take about? The Hedgehog asked. I just want a ton of questions from the three of you. If it's okay, we can talk with both All Might and Midoriya back at the campus. I know you've seen this Eggman person before. We can keep this confidential as we can. Tsukauchi said. That's fine with me. I'm gonna need a break after today. Sonic said. After talking with one another, they split up, going on their separate ways for now until later. Tsukauchi returned with the officers, grabbing evidence by picking up robot pieces from Eggman. The detective noticed something about it. He examined the robot pieces when his eyes lit up. He saw the Eggman Empire logo, the same logo from the egg drone piece he gathered from the building rooftop couple days ago. He saw Kamui Woods, sitting at the steps. He ran up to him to show him the evidence he gotten. Kamui Woods, you're not gonna believe what I found. He said, giving the piece to the Amber Quirk user. Remember when you were on that rooftop and encountered 3 robots talking to this Eggman person on the phone? I guess we found our first clue. The hero saw the logo when his eyes lit up. Same logo from that robot the other night. Not surprised when I saw both those guys earlier today. He said. And we may know one individual who knows this Eggman person. A hedgehog. Tsukauchi said. I see. Do you know where he is? Kamui Woods asked. Sorry, but he left in a hurry to chat with somebody else. I'll promise to get him to talk with you sometime. Tsukauchi said. That's fine. At least we know our first clue. Question is, who is this Eggman person with robots? What's his goal and why he came at the same time the villains were attacking? The hero asked. The officers continue their investigation and the heroes being treated by rescuers throughout the day. On board the Death Egg, Eggman and the rest of his units return after withdrawing from the USJ. Despite the forces they had, they only suffered minor losses via their battle with the pro-heroes. However, their chances at capturing All Might was short-lived because of the Phantom Ruby's power being drained badly. It would have made Infinite weak and gave the heroes a fighting chance at winning. The rest returned to the bridge as Snively greeted them. He showed the doctor the details of the Ruby's energy percentage on screen. It appears the prototype was on the verge of losing enough power. Luckily I got in contact with you before it would gone to 0. Snively said. I came this close at getting to All Might. Though, I'm not disappointed, we did manage to achieve surprise. It shows the prototype does work. Still, we have a lot of work to do moving forward. Infinite showed the heroes at who he is. If we could make more replicas, we'll have a chance at completing the invasion. Eggman said. But there's bad news though. Sonic along with the Freedom Fighters are already on Earth and we saw him along with Tails and Knuckles at USJ. The invasion could be very difficult with them in the mix. Also, don't forget those villains we encountered earlier. The ones that broke into the campus to try to kill our target. Snively said. Almost managed to get a name of the person who sent them. But the heroes showed up in time to interfere. They're another threat we'll have to deal with soon. If they plan to go after All Might again, I'll make them pay for sure. We have a lot to learn as we press forward. I'm not gonna rush in on the invasion. We'll keep doing like we did before when we arrived. Eggman said. Where is Stain by the way? I didn't see him in the hangar when we got back. He left couple of hours ago when you guys were on Earth. Seems he's busy with other things. Snively said. Let him be. He'll return soon. Right now, we need to be prepared for more action soon. Eggman said. Yes, Doctor. Snively said. Back at UA, the sun was setting down for the day. Students of Class 1A and Class 1B returned back to the campus in their classrooms. Both Momo, Uraraka, and Suyu were ordered to return to class. Much to their disappointment they wanted to stay with Izuku. In the nurse's office, Recovery Girl sat at her desk looking at both her patients laying in bed. Toshinori was laying in the first bed. Back in his skinny form, he looked up at the ceiling with that serious look on his face. Still recovering from his fight the replica of himself that Infinite created. In the second bed, Izuku lay there with his eyes closed. All the bruises disappeared and bones inside his body were repaired thanks to Recovery Girl's quirk. Still had some minor injuries from the beating he took. Well, I guess I won't scold for being back there since it wasn't your fault. Recovery Girl said. I can't be sure yet. But I think I did shorten my time limit again during my fight with that guy with the mask. I can't believe a person like that would have a jewel on his chest to create a person, like me. I was fighting my own self. And what he did to our heroes was really something I didn't expect. He was unstoppable. He promised he want a rematch with me. Then he would hunt down Midoriya. Can't decide who's more evil, the guys that enter through the USJ or that Infinite guy. Maybe Eggman can be added to the mix after bringing an army of robots. Toshinori explained. Whoever this person was, he had to be very strong to beat everyone. Surprise he didn't go after the students. Recovery Girl said. He was only after young Midoriya for one reason, the Chaos Emerald. He said. Well, it's a good thing he didn't get it. I'm surprised it was still in the Sunny's costume. She said, looking at the Chaos Emerald still in the color black after its energy being drained. So I guess this is what it looks like after using all its powers. Wonder what the boy was doing. Simple, he was fighting that beast when I arrived in time. I hold on to the beast for young Midoriya to finish it off. But the emerald's power was drained quickly and he lost it. From there, that Shigaraki guy and the beast begin beating the boy to death. I couldn't save him because another person got my pin down. Toshinori said. Don't blame yourself. It's a difficult situation that happened at the wrong place at the wrong time. Recovery Girl said when she heard a knock at the door. Come in. The door slides open as Nezu, along with Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and Tsukauchi enter the nurse's office. Recovery Girl sat there but was shocked to see three anthropomorphic creatures walking in. Toshinori sat up from his bed to see the group walking in. He was surprised to see the detective among the group as well. The principal turned to the nurse. Don't worry, these three are two I say are Midoriya's friends from 10 years ago. Nezu said, turning to the three. This is the UA Academy's nurse Chio Shuzenji. You can call her Recovery Girl. She knows about the Chaos Emerald and All Might's transformation. Recovery Girl, this is Sonic the Hedgehog along with Tails and Knuckles. So you are the friends that the boy was talking about. It's an honor to meet you. She said, shaking hands with the Hedgehog. No prob, RG. It's that okay if I say that? It's your nickname by the way. Sonic said as he saw All Might. There you are. We were looking for you. Sorry I snuck out. I had to make sure your real identity is hidden. Toshinori said. So this is what you look like. Not the strong person like the action figure Sonic has. Tails asked. It is. I have a time limit on how long my strong transformation has. My quirk is not what it used to be before. I do want to talk more about it but maybe at another time. He said, turning to the detective. Ah, Detective Tsukauchi. I didn't know you're investigating. Wait a second, how you know both Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles just now? Don't worry. Nezu told me the whole thing on these three individuals. Including Sonic, who rescued the Midoriya boy from the beating he went through, the detective said. How Izuku by the way? Tails asked as they turned to see the boy, asleep. He's doing okay. I used my quirk to heal the bones and bruises around his body. Took a lot of stamina out of it. All Might told me the whole thing about. The boy had to be insane to take on a beast like that. Recovery Girl said, grabbing the black Chaos Emerald. I believe this belongs to him. The nurse gave Sonic the emerald. He must have used it all since it's black. Guess we're gonna have to regain the energy to it soon. He said. What is that? Sukauchi asked. It's a long story. You'll hear about this more soon. Anyway, how the other students doing? Are they okay? What about Aizawa, Vlad King, and 13? Toshinori asked. Our teachers are doing okay. They still suffered a ton of injuries. But they'll recovering for sure. Also, both Class 1A and Class 1B are okay. They are heading back to class and heading home for the day. We already told them not to meet with any reporters about it after what they went through. Nezu explained. I know they heard the answers of the Chaos Emerald during the incident. I'll make sure to address it to them and keep it a secret. There were 3 girls here to see the boy. I ordered them to leave because All Might was coming. Recovery Girl said, referring to both Momo, Uraraka, and Tsuyu. I see that's good news though. Toshinori said. I know you're busy recovering. But there are a ton of questions to ask on what happened along with the boy. Sukauchi said when they heard a groan. Everyone turn around to see Izuku wakng up, still in pain as he tries to sit up. Recovery Girl walk up to his bedside. Take it easy, Sonny. Don't try anything stupid, she said. Young Midoriya, are you okay? Toshinori asked. Where am I? He asked, still waking up from his sleep. You're at the nurse's office in the main campus. Just to let you know, you survived a beating that would have resulted in your death. Plus, your classmates are okay. Your teachers, Mr. Aizawa is recovering, but it'll be a while to get through those injuries. Finally, the Chaos Emerald is safe and the person that saved you, let me just say he has come back to meet you again. Nezu said as Sonic and Tails walked up to him. Izuku saw 2 familiar faces with his eyes wide. Sonic, Tails. I don't believe you guys came back. He said with tears coming out. Save the water works. I kept my promise, didn't I? Sonic asked as Izuku wiped his tears. You sure did. Izuku said. Anyway, sorry it's not the reunion you want it. But unfortunately, we got bigger problems ahead. Since everyone's here, we need to explain a lot of stuff that's gonna happen soon and you, Izuku, gonna have to be ready for it. It's best to not let any students hear about this even though they did. But I know the principal will tell them this secret should be kept here in this building. Sonic said. Go ahead then. Nezu said as Sonic began his explanation. It was nice time at UA, Izuku's right arm was wrapped in bandages with a cast to support it. He changed from his hero costume to his UA school uniform. He walked along the hallway to his classroom to go get his things to go home. Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles followed him along the way. They arrived at the classroom. Izuku walked inside while the 3 waited for him. Didn't take too long for the boy to exit out with his backpack. They walked down the stairs to the exit. Once they exit the building, Izuku was stunned to see people waited for him. What are you guys doing here? He asked when he saw both Iida, Uraraka, Momo who looked down with her eyes covered by the shadows. Kendo, Tsuyu, Mina, Kirishima, Kaminari, Tetsu, Kami, and Inasa all waited for him. Wow, talk about a gathering. Knuckles said as he saw Kirishima. Hey, what's up? It's good to see you again. Nothing that much. We were waiting for Midoriya to come out. Didn't expect you guys to be here. He said. We stayed with him until he was fully healed. Thanks to this nurse named Recovery Girl. She used her quirk to heal him quick. She used her quirk to heal him. Tails said when Kami rushed over there to hug Izuku, putting his face in her bosoms. Are you okay? Inasa and I heard what happened. We rushed here as soon as possible. She said as Kendo with a funny glare tries to pull her off the boy. You're making him uncomfortable. Plus, he's still recovering. She yelled as Kami broke the hug, leaving the boy with swirls on his eyes. I was so worried for him to not see his adorable face again. She said, turning to the anthropomorphic creatures. Who are you guys? Lucky bastard. Kaminari thought. Anyway, are you okay, Deku? We saw what that beast that guy did to you after you saved Sue. Ochako said. You had us all worried. It was so scary we thought you were gonna die. Mina said. I'm so sorry, Midoriya. For getting you injured, I wish I could have you out. But I was so scarred thinking I was weak. Ribbit. Suyu said. Why you don't have to apologize. It's not your fault. Izuku said when he saw Momo approached him with her head down. Momo. Are you okay? Because you have you. Suddenly, nobody didn't expect what came. Momo raises her right hand, delivering a slap to his right cheek. Everyone was stunned at what they just saw. Izuku was shocked as he slowly looked to the girl in front of him. What were you thinking? She scolded at him. You almost got yourself killed, Izuku. That monstrous beast almost took your life. I know you did it save Asui, but think of the consequences you almost went through. Your chance at becoming a hero would have been gone and your mother would have been at a loss if her son died. You worried everyone here. It would break everyone's heart if a classmate died. She looked to face him, showing tears coming out from her eyes, already red. I don't want to lose you, Izuku. Nobody wants to see you die. You've always been a great friend and we care for you. Izuku saw her sobbed as she falls to her knees. Both Kendo and Kami hugged their friend. Others looked on feeling sorry for her. His actions, facing a life and death situation almost got him killed. He made her worry more and she was right. Momo, I'm sorry if I worried you. And I'm sorry if I worried everyone. He said with tears coming out. I just couldn't stand there to see another person die. I just snapped to it. But I will promise, I will be stronger. I will make sure nobody will get hurt. I promise. So please, Momo. Don't cry. Izuku grabbed her hand softly, calming her down. She wiped the tears with her other hand, facing the boy in front of him with a smile. Thank you, Izuku. Sorry I had to be in front of you. Momo said. You have every right to be mad. Promise I'll never go through situations like this again. He said as Momo turned to Sonic. No prob. The Hedgehog said with a thumbs up. Hopefully this is a lesson in learn, Midoriya. Don't put yourself in tough situations like earlier. Iida said. I won't. Thanks, guys, for worrying about me. Izuku said. We're your friends, Izuku. Friends stick together when there are problems we can encounter together. Itsuka said. That's right. We'll always be there together. Inasa said. After the conversation, Izuku introduced Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles to Iida, Kami, and Inasa. After that, everyone walked together from the academy. They all talked to one another with smiles on their face. Izuku looks around seeing all the friends he has. Never thought he would make friends that quicker than before. I was almost gonna die. But thanks to Sonic, he saved my life. I learn a lot from what happened today. Our first encounter with villains. It's a lesson we learned for a while, but no doubt the challenges that we're about to face will be difficult. I promise one thing, that I will try my best to be stronger and become a hero. I'll protect my friends no matter what happens. I will be ready. Izuku thought. Izuku almost died together. Now that Eggman is here, the real battle will be coming soon. However, those villains by the name of Shigaraki and Kurogiri, it won't be the last time we'll see them. They were there about to kill All Might. Question is, who sent them to kill him? We'll find our answers soon enough because they will be back with a vengeance. As I said earlier, Eggman ain't the only person we're dealing with. Sonic thought as they continue to walk home for the night. Somewhere in Hosu City, Stain stood on top of a water tank on the rooftop of the building. He looks on at the bright lights of the city, eager to kill a hero. He looked down at the red Chaos Emerald before turning to Kota, who was swinging a katana at a dummy. Cutting it half. Very good, kid. You're learning in a hurry. Keep it up. Because the real thing is about to happen soon. He said. Yes, sir, the boy replied as he continues his training. Chapter 21. Meeting the Freedom Fighters. Days has passed since the USJ incident at UA. The incident became a major headline throughout the country. It became a topic for students that are becoming heroes encounter real villains. It got many people, including parents, if it was safe. Principal Nezu made it clear their students would be protected at all time. Heavy security was now present at the campus after the incident. However, there was another problem, and it's not only the League of Villains, it was also Dr. Eggman and the Eggman Empire that was another threat. Though the news of Eggman wasn't mentioned during the incident, police and UA agreed to keep it a secret from the public until the time would come. Especially the invasion of Earth in the distant future. It was night time at the academy. Inside the conference room, Toshinori, Nezu, Snipe, and Midnight were among the only heroes as they were joined by Detective Tsukauchi, who stand in front of them reviewing the investigation of the incident. The others heroes were not in attendance due to recovery from the injuries from the fight with Infinite. There's 2 investigations right now involving this incident. I'll start with the first half of it. Tsukauchi explained while looking at papers. Our investigators are trying to learn everything they can about the so-called League of Villains. We made some progress. But we can't find anything on this Shigaraki guy so far. We searched our records for men in their 20s or 30s who were registered as having some sort of disintegration quirk. But so far, we came up empty. Same for the Warp Gate villain Kurogiri. So they're not citizens or they're using aliases. Hard to find either way. So that means we don't know anything. To tell you the truth, I know that Eggman person threatened them to reveal a name of who sent them. That was probably a bad move to pull the trigger. Snipe said. He did seem like the type. Toshinori said. Something on your mind, All Might? Nezu asked. The attack on the USJ was too bold. No sane adult would ever attempt it. He explained. I talked with Vlad King, still recovery from his injuries about this Shigaraki guy. He said the ring leader kept monologue about reasons he was there. Then he bragged about the Nomu's quirks. But he never said a word about his own powers. When things didn't go his ways, he was visible upset. For example of what young Midoriya did when he took on the Nomu with the help of the Chaos Emerald. That might be true, yes. But strategically, it was foolish to reveal his quirks instead of keeping them a secret. Nezu said. Shigaraki made wild immature claims. But did so with a completely straight face. And he talk about Nomu as it was some kind of a pet. But seems like he was never been told before, like when things goes he way no matter what. It's a personality of a spoiled little brat. A man-child. Toshinori said. A child with incredible power though. Snipe said. It's possible he never gotten the quirks conquilling the students at elementary school did. Midnight said. Maybe so. But it doesn't really matter now. Snipe said. There were 72 villains arrested in the aftermath of the USJ attack. They were all small-time thugs who usually alert around back alleys. What worries me that this man-child got them all to follow his orders of his crazy plan. They viewed him as a real leader. Criminals are starting to feel more pressure now that the world is brimming with heroes. That could be why they were so quick to follow a simple-minded villainy. Tsukauchi said. There are plenty of people out there looking for a cause to get behind. Snipe said. So what can we do to stop them? Midnight asked. Well, it is thanks to you heroes, or we should thank this Eggman person which we're about get into in a little while, that we have to devote ourselves into this case. We'll expand our investigation and continue searching the perpetrators who planned this attack. Tsukauchi said. A man-child, huh? Nezu asked as Toshinori turned to him. In some ways, there's common ground with our students. They both have so much potential. And like our students, I suppose it's possible that someone is guiding him by trying to nerdle his molassing villainy. I don't think about of what that could mean. Toshinori said. Suddenly, a knock on the door was heard. Once it was open, Recovery Girl entered. Sorry, but they're here, she said. Good. Bring them in, Nezu said. Recovery Girl exit the room as the visitors enter the room. It was both Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles entering the room. Both Snipe and Midnight were surprised by their appearance. Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles. Glad to see you again. Toshinori said. You too. Glad we came along, the Hedgehog said, turning to the detective. Good to see you too and the principal as well. Sorry I didn't mention this. But we decided to bring them along for this meeting. Since they know more about the other villain that is Eggman, I thought they would be the best to find out more. Nezu said. Sonic, this is the other heroes working here in UA. You never got a chance to meet them during the incident. This is Snipe and Midnight. Pleased to meet you, guys. Sonic said, shaking hands with the heroes. These are my friends here, both Tails and Knuckles. Good to see you, too, the Fox Cub said. Midnight got a glimpse of Tails, only to have a cute blush face appeared on her face. She jumped from the chair, only to pull him into her arms, hugging him like a teddy bear. He's so cute, she said, rubbing her face next to his. The others look on with anime sweat drops. Ah, he's turning blue. Sonic yelled, seeing his friend's face turning blue. Midnight quickly put the Fox Cub to the ground. I'm so sorry if I hugged you. Just couldn't help it, she said. Just don't do it again. Tails said. Yeah, that was awkward. Anyway, let's continue this meeting. Detective, you said you want to talk about the second half on the investigation. Nezu said. Yes, I was about to get to that. Sukauchi said, moving a couple of papers in his hands. Just in case, you guys missed out on the information of the League of Villains with the names of both Shigaraki and Kurogiri. I'll tell you more about it later. Right now, the second half of the investigation leads us to the other villain. And I know 3 of you know who he is. The name's Dr. Evo Robotnik aka Dr. Eggman of this so-called Eggman Empire he's leading. He arrived during the incident with a ton of robots he brought in. I think you know what I'm talking about. There were multiple egg gunners, egg robos, and egg pawns he brought with him during the mission. Trust me, I fought with him for many years back on our home planet of Mobius. Sonic said. You guys are from another planet? Snipe asked. Well, of course. How would we think we got here? Sonic asked. I do have another question. How did you know you found our location of when we were in trouble? Toshinori asked as Tails brought out his Miles electric device out. My device has a Chaos Emerald tracker. When it was active, we knew where the location was and we followed that signal. He said. Lucky we made it time right before that big monster almost killed Izuku. Sonic said. Well, I did look up on all accounts on this Eggman guy. Just like with Shigaraki and Kurogiri, we found no information on this person. However, there is a lead that relates to him. Good thing I brought this. Sukauchi pulled out a little evidence bag from his pocket, giving to Tails to examine it. The fox cub saw a piece of something that was broken. He used his Miles electric to examine more of it. The screen scans the evidence and it shows what fit the description. Got it. It appears that this piece is from one of Eggman's drones. Tails said. Drones? Toshinori asked. They're called egg drones. These things are used for spying while using cloaking device so they won't been by anyone else. I figure he would use them for the past couple of months throughout this city. Knuckles said. Couple of months? Sukauchi asked. It's a long story which we'll get into that later. But I want to know if you found this piece, where was the egg drone located? Tails asked. The one that was found was on a rooftop of a building in the city a couple weeks ago. A hero by the name of Kamui Woods, of course the one that was at USJ among the heroes injured by that masked man Infinite was his name I think. He was on patrol throughout the city for any villain activity. He came across 3 weird robots. Woods said one has a nose of a drill while the other has a head of a rooster and the third is little monkey robot type with a yellow light on top. Sukauchi said. Oh, I know who they are. One of Egghead's stupid incompetent robots by the name of Scratch, Grounder, and Coconuts. Let's just those 3 among the others that are both Deku, Boko, Cubot, and Orbot and the minions that are too stupid to do a job. Sonic said. Stupid huh? I guess they were stupid when they encounter Kamui Woods. He tried to answer questions until a phone rang. Turns out the one with drill nose had his phone and answered it. Turns out Eggman's voice was heard. That egg drone that was found was destroyed. Don't know how that happened. That one's still unknown to this day. Kamui Woods tried to talk until he sensed something behind him. A dark figure with red eyes appeared out of nowhere, tries to kill Woods. The 3 robots tried to escape and the hero used his quirk to prevent their escape. But the figure used his sword to freeze Kamui Woods. Sadly, the 3 robots and the figure escaped and never was heard again. That's how our investigation went cold until now with Eggman appearing at USJ. Sukauchi said. A figure with a sword that can freeze things. Knuckles asked in thinking mode. I think we know who that is. Remember the hard-boiled heavies we encountered a long time ago? Guess Egghead rebuild them back for another chance. I was wondering did they came with him to USJ? Sonic asked. I don't think not. They would have come along with Eggman during the battle. Tails said, turning back to the detective. And to prove your answer to the hero that fought with this Kamui Woods dude is the heavy shinobi. A ninja egg robo that has a sword that can freeze its enemy to ice. Luckily, the hero survived it. Who are the hard-boiled heavies? Another of Eggman's new squad. Toshinori asked. These guys are elite squad of egg robos created by Eggman. They're very tough to handle and there's more of them later on. For now though, the reason that All Might and Nezu called us is about Eggman. Something that is gonna terrified everyone not only in this city, but also the entire planet. And I got the information of proof that Eggman will launch Operation Stardust. The Eggman Empire's invasion of Earth and the create of a one-world government. Tails said. What? An invasion of Earth? Midnight asked. Let's him explain. All Might, Tsukauchi, and myself was heard about this. I believe you must hear it. Nezu said. Tails use his Miles electric device as a hologram, giving the information of Operation Stardust. From the part of the satellite Eggman launched to give data spying on Earth including Musutafu. Then shows the part of where the construction of the Death Egg space station created near the planet. More and more comes out and Snipe and Midnight was stunned by it. Another part shows the footage of the giant villains fighting with both Kamui Woods and MT. Lady via the satellite. Plus the blueprint of the great Eggman robot was seen. Then the map of the Earth shown where arrows of Eggman's army begin surrounding the color red around the planet before the Eggman Empire's logo appeared. And there you have it. Everything Eggman is planning to invade the Earth by creating a one-world government where he will rule the entire world. Tails said. What is a one-world government? Snipe asked. Never heard a thing about the New World Order. Toshinori explains. It a secretive power elite with a globalist agenda conspiring to eventually rule the world through an authoritarian world government. Which will replace sovereign nation states and an all-encompassing propaganda whose ideology hails the establishment of the New World Order as the culmination of history's progress. I've read books about it as a student here in UA. I was interested in it. Of course you can call me a conspiracy theorist and all. But then when I became a hero, I lost interest on it. Now with Eggman's plan of a one-world government, looks like I'm back on it again. This whole thing of creating a one-world government is crazy by one person. Nezu said. What would happen to us if that was created? Midnight asked. You don't want to know. Tails said, using the Miles Electric, showing another floating object. This is one Eggman's inventions called the Destroyer. It's a gigantic blimp-like craft made of gray metal. It can exert a field of influence that can break down and reform the environment into an industrial wasteland in a matter of moments. If you think we're joking, here's the proof. He did the same thing to our city Mobotropolis into Robotropolis. The hologram from the Miles Electric shows the footage of the destroyer flying in the sky, approaching towards Mobotropolis. On its way there, the grass, plants, and trees were once from peaceful green, to a wasteland of dead trees. It was flying above the city where once from a peaceful city, to an industrial city where only broken down buildings and people turned to robots. Oh my god. Midnight said, with a shock look on her face. With just one machine, he can turn a city into a wasteland type. He even turn your kind into robots. Is that what will happen to us? Snipe asked. He will. He'll turn everyone in this planet to his slave of robots. Knuckles said. This is insane. Midnight said. Just like he did when he turned the Nomu into a robot at USJ. An example of what it'll be like if we were like that. Toshinori said. So now we have two threats to worry about. The villains that attacked USJ and Eggman who will launch an invasion of Earth. Never thought I see this day would come. Snipe said. I'm not sure on Eggman yet. As of now, I think Egghead will hold off his invasion plans for now. He's already trying to set his sights on All Might. Just like what those guys were planning to kill him. But for Egghead, this is different. He's trying to capture him so he can join the Eggman Empire. Sonic said. So what are we gonna do now? Midnight asked. For now, Nezu, All Might, and I agree we must keep this Eggman situation under wraps. Sure the students heard about it and the principal will have a chat with them once they return to the academy. We can let this information leak out to the media. If this gets reported, not only this city but the entire world will go into chaos and panic. Everyone will think the world's coming to an end. Tsukauchi said. Also, there's one thing we need to worry about. And it's the masked figure All Might and Sonic fought. The person name's Infinite. That name send chills to both Snipe and Midnight's spine. They know full well they took him on and it wasn't pretty. Never thought I'd say this. But I thought Infinite was one strong person than Shigaraki or Kurogiri. The way he fought was something I didn't think. Plus, that jewel on his chest. It has something to do by creating copies of people. Like me when created me. Toshinori said. Both Present Mike and Ectoplasm thought it was you. But it turned out it was the imposter the masked figure created. Snipe said. I aimed my gun at the mercenary and he just snatched that bullet within a second. It didn't wound his hand or anything. He grabbed it and crushed it. I was shocked by it before he charged at me and knocked me out cold. Cementos used his quirk to trap the figure while Power Loader grabbed his legs from the ground so he wouldn't get away. I used my aroma quirk to put the mercenary to sleep. Turns out it was fake all along and the real one was right behind us before knocking us out. Midnight said. So we're dealing with an enemy that is one step ahead of us. He can trick us by creating copes of himself and luring us into thinking that's him before he can sneak onto us to attack. I bet it has to be that jewel on his chest. Toshinori said. It's called the Phantom Ruby. Tails said. We found blueprints inside Eggman's base back on our home planet before we left. Perhaps there be clues to what kind of powers does the ruby has. If you have a chance, perhaps bring the blueprint to us so we can learn more about this ruby. Tsukauchi said. I think this concludes our meeting for the night. As of right now, we've given the students a couple of days off to regroup and get their minds away from what happened at USJ. Hopefully, once our teachers is healthy, we can get class going again. Nezu said. Very well, then. I'll keep you guys in touch to find out more on the investigation. Tsukauchi said before making his way out of the room. Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles said their goodbyes as they were about to leave. But Principal Nezu stopped them. Hang on, you three. Stay here for a while. All Might and I needs to talk with you. Especially you, Sonic, he said. Sure, the Hedgehog said as he looks back at Tails and Knuckles with curious looks. Snipe, Midnight, you guys can head home. We'll see you in the morning. Nezu said. Toshinori and Nezu exit with the three anthropomorphic out of the conference room. Snipe and Midnight look on with curious looks. Wonder why All Might and Nezu want to talk with them for. Snipe asked. No idea. Midnight said. At the apartment complex, Izuku was in his bedroom, watching the rescue by All Might on the computer like he did during childhood. He was waiting on dinner with Inko cooking it. School was closed the day after the incident for him and the students so security would be tight again. Of course, it gave him enough time to rest and heal his injuries after the brutal beating at the hands of both Shigaraki and the Nomu. Those memories would still haunt him, but he promised to his friends that he would get more stronger to make sure it won't happen again. I wish I would never gotten myself in that situation. He thought as he'd pick up a dumbbell and begin using it as his exercise. All I did, along with my classmates, we slowed both Mr. Aizawa, Vlad King, and 13 in trying to defeat the villains. But they got injured. As for me, I almost faced death after rescuing Sue. Momo was right. She had every right to slap me what I did. I never seen her so scarred in my life. Imaging if I would have died, my mom would be devastated if that happened. But thanks to Sonic, he saved my life and I escaped death. He turned to his desk to see the green Chaos Emerald, still in black after all its energy was drained during his fight with the Nomu. I'm surprised the emerald hasn't gotten its energy back. I really gonna need it again in case of things like this happens again. Including now that Eggman has arrived. Never got a chance to see him since I was unconscious. But what Sonic told me back in UA, I believe the planet itself could be in grave danger. Flashback. In the nurse's office at UA, Izuku, Nezu, Toshinori, Tsukauchi, and Recovery Girl were hearing Sonic and Tails' explanation on Eggman's invasion of Earth after the USJ incident. They were surprised by the information they were getting thanks to the Miles Electric. There's reasons on why we came back to Earth. Not only to see Izuku as a hero, but also to warn everyone that Eggman is preparing to launch an invasion of this planet. Now we don't know when will it happen, but after today he made his appearance here at UA. He pretty much gave us a sneak preview of what it would be like. And we have a ton of evidence to prove it's gonna happen, the Hedgehog said. An invasion? You're kidding. Izuku asked. You missed out on Dr. Eggman when you were unconscious. He was looking for you and was gonna try to steal the Chaos Emerald from you. Tails said. Eggman was planning to come after me. Izuku asked, shockingly. But lucky, he didn't manage to capture the Chaos Emerald as they withdrew from the scene. Plus, those two villains that were there made their escape. Knuckles said. I see. Where is the Chaos Emerald? He asked as Recovery Girl gave him the jewel. Thank you. Unfortunately, the jewel is still black. Therefore all that energy has been drained. Sonic said. So let me get this straight. You two know this child before? Tsukauchi asked. It's been 10 years since they last met. Except for the red guy, I believe this is his first time. Nezu said. Anyway, you mention an invasion of Earth by Dr. Eggman. Toshinori said. Exactly. There's reason why we came to this planet. Plus, with the Chaos Emerald losing power, there's a good chance we can regain it back. There's an island coming to Earth right now and there's a place where we can restore the emerald back to life. Tails said. Floating island. Is this some kind of science fiction I'm hearing? Tsukauchi asked. We're not lying. Because there's a temple that I keep guard of the other 6 emeralds including a big emerald. Knuckles said. 6 emerald. Wait a second, are you saying that what young Midoriya is holding there are 6 of them? Toshinori asked in a shocking tone. In terms, there are 7 total emerald. Sonic said. I see. And what about this giant emerald you're referring to? Nezu asked. It's another emerald that holds strong power like the emeralds. Sadly, Dr. Eggman has that one for a weapon he's using as part of the invasion. Knuckles said. Here we thought the League of Villains were a threat, seems Dr. Eggman is more of a threat to the world. Nezu said. Never thought this day would go crazier by the day. Izuku said. Hate to be left out but, do you know more anything about these emeralds? Tsukauchi said. Promise one thing if you don't tell anyone about the invasion. Including to the world. We can't let anyone go into panic. Sonic said. That we can agree on. Nezu said. From then on, Tsukauchi agreed to keep the Eggman invasion out of the public including the Chaos Emeralds until the time was right. Only person that would know more was Nezu, Toshinori, Izuku and Recovery Girl. They all agreed to keep it out of the public. Only the League of Villains would be mentioned for the time being. End flashback. I just gotta keep what I'm doing. If this invasion that Eggman is planning, then I have to be prepared for what's coming up. Tails said he has the 5 Chaos Emeralds. Question is who the one with the 6th emerald. And I got the 7th and final emerald. No doubt he wants my emerald and he'll do whatever he can to take it from me. I'll make sure he doesn't take it away from me. I'll make both Sonic and Tails proud. Including All Might. He gave his quirk. I'll make him proud as well. He thought when he heard a knock on his door. Izuku. Inko's voice was heard from the other side. Yeah, Izuku responded as his mother opened the door. Dinner's ready. Your food's getting cold, she said. I'll be right there. Thanks, Mom, he responded as she smiled at him before closing the door. Suddenly, another knock was heard. This time coming from his window. Izuku turned around to see Sonic waving at him. It was just like old times all over again. He climbed to the bed to open the window as the hedgehog jumps into his room. Almost like the good old days when you snuck Tails and I to your room. Sonic said. Luckily my mom exit out of my room right before you knocked. Imaging if you did when she saw you, she would have freaked out of seeing a talking animal. Izuku said. Maybe so. I can just meet her in person. Sonic said. I'm not sure if she's ready to meet you. Give it time until I decide. Anyway, what are you doing here? Izuku asked. Oh yeah, I was planning on taking you with me back to the airfield. A chance to meet the other freedom fighters. Sonic said. Wait a second, are you saying that you, Tails, and Knuckles aren't the only ones? There's more of your kind. Izuku asked. Of course. I told them about you and they'll be glad to see you. So you're coming or what? Sonic asked. But my mom just made me dinner. I have to eat something since it's getting cold. Izuku said. Just tell your mom save the food. Besides, we're cooking food over there. I'll wait for you outside. You don't have to be school anyway for the couple of days after what happened. Sonic said as he exit from the window. Izuku didn't want to say no. He was eager to meet the other freedom fighters, get to know them very well. He didn't even had a chance at eating the food Inko made for him. He quickly grabbed his phone and the Chaos Emerald, making his way out his bedroom. He saw his mom sitting at the table eating the food she made for themselves. Inko looked up to see her son making her way to the doorway. Izuku, where you going? She asked. I'm sorry. I'll promise to eat when I get back. I have to be somewhere. I'll see you later. Izuku said as he ran out before closing the door. Inko tried to stop but was too late once he left. She looked down in disappointment, wanting to spend time with her son during dinner. She was worried for him after the news of the USJ incident was reported on television. Luckily, her son survived it but she didn't realize the beating he went through almost resulted in his death. She doesn't know how long her son would be around before becoming a hero, but spending with him more would be nice despite doing other things in secret. Across town, at the Yaoyorozu mansion, Momo was in her bedroom sitting at her desk, reading a book. Her spiky ponytail was untied, revealing her long beautiful black hair. She wore pajamas and her glasses on for ready. Though she was trying her hardest to focus reading through of a page. The memories of the USJ incident was flooding in her mind. Mostly, it was about the time she was holding Izuku's body in her arms and the part of her slapping the boy's face for his insane part of fighting the Nomu. She took her glasses off, flicking them on her book. She covered her face with her hands, dragging them down slowly. The whole thing became a distraction from her. Despite the days off from the academy, she was hoping reading a book would get her away from the incident. I can't focus. Ever since that incident, my mind is still on the time I fought with real villains. I'm glad the others are okay. Including the ones from Class 1B. She thought. Haven't spoke to Izuku in a while. I'm hope he's okay. I know he did apologize to us for his actions, but I bet he's angry that I slapped him for it. Maybe I was too hard on him. I'll talk with him when we get back to the academy. Suddenly, her phone rang. She snapped from her thoughts as she grabbed her phone. Looking at the screen, she saw Kami's name on it. She placed her thumb on the green call logo, scrolling it to answer it. The screen changes to show Kami's smiling face. Momo's face was shown on the top right of the screen. Yao Momo, you're still awake? The Mist Quirk user asked. You know I go to bed early every night. Why you called? It's 8:30 in the evening. She said, looking the clock near her bed. I'm just calling if you want to come over to Dagoba Beach. Don't worry, I'm not alone. Itsuka along with friends from Class 1B and a girl with earphone jack from your class is here as well. Kami said. That late at night? Momo asked. Well, since you and Itsuka are off from UA since that incident, we thought it was a great idea to have some fun and get away from all of it as a distraction. Just like old days. Besides, I know you're still worried for Midoriya. Perhaps you can invite him over. Kami said. I doubt it. Haven't spoke to him since the incident. Probably is mad for slapping him in front of everyone. Momo said. Just don't worry about it. Just try to call him and see what he says. So are you coming or not? Kami asked as Momo let out a sigh. Fine. I guess I'll come. I needed something to distract myself from what happened at the academy. She said. I'll let everyone know. See you here. Kami said as she hung up the phone. I don't feel like going anywhere. But if something can cheer me up, this would be the one. I'll try calling Izuku to see if he wants to come by while I'm on my way there. Momo thought before getting up and getting dressed in different clothes before leaving the mansion. Sonic and Izuku were near the roadside outside the city. The street lights were the only light source they can see. The boy pulled his phone out by turning on the flashlight on it. The two proceed towards the forest following the dirt road that led to the airfield. They saw the gates up ahead along with lights behind it. Izuku opened it and walked past it. He turned his flashlight off before looking up. His jaw dropped in a comical way when he saw the blue typhoon in front of him. Sonic saw that look, only to shake his head. Anytime you want to regain composure, now is the time. Sonic asked. This SS ship is large. Is this where to flew all the to Earth? Izuku asked. Of course. Tails built this thing for far distance missions. Just ask him. Sonic said as he walked off to the hangar. Tails built this? Izuku asked when he saw the Hedgehog walking off. Hey, wait up. The boy caught up with the Hedgehog as they stood in front of the hangar doors. Sonic opens the doors by sliding it. Izuku got a glimpse of inside when he was shocked to see what it was. A large DJ music set created by Vector. A mini HQ set located in the middle for radar and other information computers set up by Tails. A mini kitchen set on the left side of the hangar for food created by both Amy and Cream. A training set to the right created by Knuckles for exercises. Izuku looks on, surprised by everything. Not like it was back 10 years ago when it was just an empty hangar used by him, Sonic, and Tails. Pretty cool, huh? We're still continue to build this place. This is our HQ for the time being so we can keep an eye on Dr. Eggman when the invasion begin. Sonic said. Wow, this is amazing. With all the hard work you guys have done everything. Izuku said, looking around the hangar. Suddenly, he sensed something. He turned around only for nobody to be outside. Once he turned back around, he encountered a small blue figure floating in front of him. Chow. Cheese said. What the? Izuku flinched by falling to the ground. He rubbed his head from the pain. He looked to see Cheese floating in front of him with a smile. You're a little guy, aren't you? Who are you? Sorry about that. The boy turned to see Cream running towards them. Cheese didn't mean to scare you. It's okay. I just didn't see him. Izuku said, getting back up on his feet. He turned to the rabbit. Why, you're a rabbit, aren't you? Yes, I am. My name is Cream. You must be the human boy that Mr. Sonic's been talking about, she said. My name's Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you, too. He said, smiling at her. Cheese nudged his left cheek. You really are a nice fella, aren't you? Everyone, come and meet Izuku. I brought him here, Sonic said as everyone walked to the boy. No way. This is him, Charmy B said, flying around him. Izuku saw him for the first time. AABB. That large? Izuku asked, shaking, don't want be stunned by his stinger. Relax. I'm a friendly bee. Charmy B's the name, he said, shaking his hand excitedly. It's nice to meet you. Izuku said, still nervous. I'm Amy Rose. It's an honor to meet you. She said, smiling. You're a hedgehog, too. You must be Sonic's sister then. Izuku asked. Sister. No, I'm his girl free. She couldn't finish that sentence because Sonic jumped in, placing his hand on her mouth. Let's don't go there, he said. I'm Vector the crocodile, he said. Espio the chameleon, he said by bowing. Blaze the cat, she said. Rouge the bat, the other said. E123 Omega, the robot said. I'm Silver the hedgehog, he said, floating above him. I'm Shadow the hedgehog, the other said, walking towards him with his arms crossed. Izuku looks around, amazed by the other anthropomorphic people in front of him. Never thought he would meet Sonic's friends. Including two hedgehog, that were similar to Sonic. He want to write down all their quirks but forgot his notebook at home. Pretty cool, isn't it? These guys are the freedom fighters. Sonic said. Freedom fighters? Izuku asked. Sonic explained on how the freedom fighters was formed after Eggman took over Mobotropolis and Sonic's first victory against the Doctor. He told him that a person named Sally Acorn was the first to form the group, made Sonic the leader. The Hedgehog told him of the past members of Bunny, Antony, and Rotor that were part of the group until they retired. Since then, the group is still fighting hard with Eggman and now the fight was taken to a new level to Earth. Wow. Didn't think you guys had the courage to take on Eggman like that. Izuku said. Sadly, we wish we just have peace throughout. But Eggman is not going down without a fight. And now he's preparing for the invasion of Earth. You already known by now. Tails said. You guys told me he made an appearance at USJ. He was trying to capture the Chaos Emerald. I know he has 5 of the 7 Chaos Emeralds. I was wondering, do you know who has the 6th? Izuku asked. Still don't know. We tried finding out who's the unknown person holding the red Chaos Emerald. Nothing so far. Knuckles said. Sonic told us about what happened at this USJ place you were in. You got injured by these guys including a big humanoid monster that Eggman robotized. Vector said. Izuku told them about the USJ incident. The others except Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles were surprised by the boy talking about his teachers being injured by villains. He told them that him along with classmates were teleported through other zones by Kurogiri. He fought with thugs with the help of other classmates. He told them about his teacher, Aizawa along with Vlad King being injured by the Nomu. He told them that he saved Suyu from death by Shigaraki before saving her in time. Then told them about the beatings and near death he went through before Sonic showed up and saved him. The others were horrified by it. You had to be that crazy to save somebody. You almost got yourself killed. Rogue said. I know. I just lost control of my anger, that's all. Couldn't see someone die. At the same time, the emerald lost all its power when I almost beat the Nomu. Izuku said, pulling the emerald to show everyone. It's black. It lost all its power. Espio said. I heard that this island was on its way to Earth. Knuckles told me that there's a place that can charge the emerald back to life. Izuku said. Better hope it get here soon. No telling when Eggman would strike again. Plus, now we're dealing with those 2 guys that you face against. They're called the League of Villains. Tails said. So now we got Eggman and the League of Villains we're dealing with at the same time. They both going after the same thing. Knuckles said. Another question. You know this All Might person. How did you know him? Silver asked. Izuku told them about meeting the symbol of peace when he was captured by the sludge villain. But he fought the villain with the help of the Chaos Emerald until his idol jumped in and finished him off. However, there was a mistake. The bottle that All Might caught the villain dropped into the city, causing the villain to escape and wreak havoc again. Only for the hero to beat the villain again. He didn't mention about being rescued again nor talking about one for all. He did mention of All Might, training him to be the hero he want. He told them he knew the Chaos Emerald. That's really awesome. I like to meet him someday. Charmy B said. Mr. Sonic told him about the hero. He always has that smile on his face with the toy you gave him a while back. Cream said. Chow. Cheese responded. Don't worry. Maybe I'll convince him to come meet you guys. He's a nice guy. I always idolized him as an influence for me to become a hero. Izuku said. By the way, you also go to this school called UA. What's it like? Amy asked. Izuku told them about the school where students can learn and train to become heroes. He told them about the teachers that are pro-heroes, helping them in the process. So there's students like you that are training to be heroes too? Silver asked. I always want to go to UA. It was the place where I can become a hero. It takes hard work though. Izuku said. Speaking of teachers, how are those 3 heroes doing? Sonic asked, referring to 13, Aizawa, and Vlad King. I did hear that they're doing well. They're healing pretty good and hoping we'll see them when I go back to school. Haven't been back there since the incident after the principal gave everyone the day off. Izuku said. Well, that's good. Tails said. Do you guys know more about this infinite person? The one that Eggman has as his weapon? Izuku asked. Not really. But he is really strong. We still trying to find out more about this phantom ruby he got. Gonna be a ton of work to try to see what it does. But we know, we're gonna have to keep an eye on this person. He'll strike again soon. We saw what he did against the heroes. Tails said as Sonic grabbed a plate with a chili dog and handed to Izuku. What is this? He asked, looking at the food. It's a chili dog. My favorite. The Hedgehog said. I've never tried this type of food nor I've never seen it. Izuku said. Give it try. See if you like it. Sonic said. The boy grabbed on the chili dog. Some of the chili drip on the ground. Taking one last look at the food before opening his mouth, he takes a bite out of the food and chewing at it. Took a couple of seconds before swallowing it. Wow, this is good. I didn't think it wouldn't be that good. But it is good. He said, taking another bite out of it, finishing the entire thing. Just don't grab the entire thing. Sonic said as everyone except Shadow laughed. On board the Death Egg, it was already quiet. Many of the crew were asleep. Some robots were on night watch, even though it was impossible for any intruders to infiltrate the ship. Unless it was the freedom fighters. In the bridge, Scratch and Grounder were on night watch, looking for anyone or anything that coming towards the space station. A view of the Earth was shown on screen. They were keeping eye on the drones being sent for a nighttime recon mission in the city. However, the badniks were sleeping on the job, again. Eggman and other minions were asleep. Suddenly, the alarms rang, causing the two to wake up. Both bump heads at one another, falling on the floor. Ow! They both said, rubbing their heads. The doors behind them open, revealing Eggman in his pajamas with Snively, Orbot, Cubot, Coconuts, Deku, and Boko trailing from behind, entering the bridge. What's going on? The doctor asked. Boss, Scratch quickly jumped to his to check the radar on the screen. It appears that one of the motion sensors we set back on the direction of where the freedom fighters came through, was triggered. Looks like something large is heading towards our direction. Large. Impossible. The only one that was large was the freedom fighters, ship that came through during our fight. Eggman said as the alarms turn off. So what is it then? Orbot asked. Then it finally hit Eggman. He didn't realize it until now. Grounder, are the cameras activated on the motion sensors? He asked. They should be, boss, the drilling badnik said as he changed the screen to the view of the camera from the motion sensors. The others look on screen of the object that was heading their way. Their eyes grew wide of what they saw. No way. It's, Snively said but couldn't finish speaking. So it finally arrived. Eggman said as they see the floating object making its way towards Earth. Back in Musutafu, at Dagoba Beach Park, Kami and Itsuka invited Tetsu, Setsuna, Yui, and Pony Tsunotori as one of the members of Class 1B. Jiro was also invited by Itsuka. She became friends with Momo during their time in Class 1A. They created a bonfire in the middle so they can get some light. Throughout the night, they chatted with one another, even talking about the events of the USJ incident from their point of view. While the others continued chatting, Momo sat there with her knees bent up, with her arms around them. She looks up at the stars above her. Her mind still on Izuku. Before she was coming, she tried giving a phone call to Izuku so she can invite him to the beach. There was no answer from him throughout. You okay? A voice was heard as she turned to Jiro, who was looking at her. I'm fine. Really trying to get myself in a fun mood tonight, she said. Is this about Deku? Jiro asked as Momo looked at her with a surprised look. You don't have to hide it. You were worried about him that day when you were holding his body while crying at the same time. How did you know that name? She asked. I heard it a lot from Uraraka and Bakugo. I thought it was nice to call him by that name, unless it was a bad idea. Jiro said. No, it's okay. I mean, Izuku doesn't have a problem hearing that name from Uraraka. But maybe from Bakugo, let's just say that's a different story. Momo said, referring to Bakugo's bullying to Izuku. I see. Anyway, Kendo told me what happened. I heard you slapped him for fighting against that monster, almost risking his life. At the same time, he did save Asui from that Shigaraki guy. Hiryu from Class 1B told me about it when we're heading back to the campus after the incident. He said that he saw Deku use his emerald to take on the beast. After that, the emerald lost all its power and we knew how it ended up for him. Jiro explained. I'm wondering, how did he knew both those talking animals? The one with two tails that resemble of a fox. And the hedgehog that is fast. Are those the friends Izuku met a while back who gave him that emerald? Momo asked. Let's not forget about that man with the mustache. His name was Dr. Eggman from what I heard. He was planning to steal that emerald from Deku. Plus I did heard him say he was planning an invasion of Earth. Does he know something that we don't know? Jiro asked. I need to talk to Izuku about this. He knows something we don't know. Momo said. Perhaps give him a call. You could invite him to the beach. Jiro said. I tried. He won't answer. Momo said, looking at her phone to see he hasn't called back. Yao Momo. The girls look up to see Kendo and Kami walking towards them. Hey, guys. Sorry, but if you were asking about Izuku, I couldn't get him to answer his phone. Momo said. Probably still recovering from those injuries by the villains. Kendo said. Maybe. I just hope he ain't mad at me for slapping him. Momo said as Kami placed a hand on her shoulder. It's okay. You'll probably see him once you go back to UA. Give it time, she said. Maybe you're right, Momo said. Hey, guys, the girls turned to Setsuna, who was running towards them. You need to come see this. There's something coming from the sky. The girls had curious looks on their faces. Momo and Jiro got up from the sand, following Kendo and Kami to the others. They were looking at the sky where they saw something bright in the distance. Is that a shooting star? Kami asked. Not sure. We were all chatting until Setsuna saw it. Almost looked like a fireball. Tetsu said. Or you can call it an asteroid or a meteorite. Yui said. If it is, then those should be turned to small rocks once it enters the atmosphere. Pony Tsunotori said. Looks like it heading for the ocean. Jiro said. The others looked to see the fireball making its way towards the ocean. They hurried towards the small hut to get another view. Then came the weirder part. The object began to slow itself down. The fire below it died out as it floated above the ocean. They were all surprised of what they're seeing. Did you guys see that? It just stopped. Tetsu said. There's no way fireballs would stop by itself. Jiro said. Momo used her quirk to create binoculars from her arm. She uses them to get a good look of the object. She gasped of what she was seeing. That got the others' attention. What is it? Kendo asked. Call me crazy, but that's not a rock, it looks like an island. She said. The others were shocked. They took turns to see it for themselves. Kami and Setsuna pulled out their phones to take videos of the floating island in the distance. Back at the airfield, Izuku and the freedom fighters continue to chat. He didn't know that his phone had missed calls from Momo because he put his phone on silent mode. While chatting, the alarm from the radar Tails built came on. Everyone turned around at the radar as Tails flew towards it. What's going on? Knuckles asked. I'm not sure. Seems the sonar that I built on the tower pick up something. Tails said, pushing a couple of buttons. Is it Eggman? It has to be. Sonic said. Tails turned the alarm off. He looked at the radar on screen to see an object blinking to the right of them. He quickly realized it. Oh, no, he said. What's wrong? Amy asked. It's here. Tails said. What's here? Charmy B asked as Tails flew out the hangar. Izuku and the others exit from the hangar where they saw the fox cub standing near the ocean. They rushed to join him as he was looking at the distance. The others look on and they had shocked faces. Izuku saw the floating island in the distance with a shocked face. Is that a floating island? He asked. It's not just any floating island, Knuckles said. It's Angel Island. Sonic said. The island landed on the waters, connecting it inside the Earth's crust. Once it landed, a crashing sound was heard. The landed created a mini tsunami with small waves coming towards the country like a tsunami would do. Angel Island was finally at its new home planet where it landed distance near the coast of Japan. With the island's arrival, it means more danger was yet to come. Chapter 22. Journey to Angel Island. The morning sun rises in the city for a new day to begin. At an apartment building located at Yamanashi Prefecture, the building itself looks run down and abandoned. Windows are broken out and pieces of the building were falling off. Above the front door, a sign saying, "Welcome," tipped downward to the left. The building is surrounded by a tall fence and gate. Inside, there's a couch with a table and chairs to it. On the back wall, there's a bookshelf, a stool and a board with lots of papers stuck to it. There's also a chandelier on the ceiling. The sound of the microwave turn off with a bell sound heard. A short, elderly man with short spiky white hair and a beard. He's currently dressed in his hero costume. The same costume in Sonic's dream but was short. The man turn open the microwave door, pulling out a plate of taiyaki, a Japanese fish-shaped cake made with filling inside it. The man's favorite is chocolate inside it. He took the plate to the table before grabbing the remote on the couch, turning on the television. On screen, the morning news came on. The man takes a bite out the cake while watching the news. Today our top story. Social media went wild on perhaps of usually UFO objects flying in the skies. This, however, wasn't a UFO. A phone filmed by two teens who were hanging out with friends at Dagoba Beach Park last night. One of the teens' friends saw this object as an asteroid falling from the sky. Then the story gets weird. One of them said the asteroid stopped its destination near the ocean where the fire below extinguished. Turns out that it was a floating island that slowly landed in the ocean just miles apart from Japan. The footage showed the island landing but was cut short because of the waves from the island creating a mini tsunami, forcing the group to leave the beach quickly. Today, officials including the government are investigating this island of where it came from. The news anchorman explained. Floating island. The man thought, eating another taiyaki. Has to be some type of science fiction stuff. In other news, the investigating continues on the USJ incident that occurred days ago where villains sneak into UA Academy, injuries many teachers. Almost attacking students in the process. Police continues their investigation on two individuals named Tamura Shigaraki and Kurogiri. The two were the masterminds behind this attack. As of this moment, their whereabouts are unknown. Police has offered rewards to these people if they are caught, the anchorman said. The man looked at letters on the table from a certain person he remembered a while back. So, Toshinori has found a successor. Interesting. He told me this person holds an emerald that contains powers that make a person stronger. Perhaps I'll meet this individual soon. He thought as he ate another taiyaki. At Dagoba Beach, the area was closed from spectators. Police force blocked the area of the beach next to the edge of the seawall. Civilians stood behind the barricades with phones in their hands, filming or taking pictures of Angel Island in the distance. News reporters were at the scene doing their live updates for their news company. Suakuchi looked at the island with binoculars. We had a chance to see the kids' phones of the island. We're gonna see if there's evidences of any tampering with the video to a video analyst. Tamakawa said, standing next to him. That's fine. Interesting, the kids said, an island floating from the sky. Almost like it one of those videos on the internet, thinking it's real but it's not. This one though is different. Sukauchi said. Do we know anything on why is landed here? Tamakawa asked. Not sure. That I would need to find out soon. Right now, I need to talk with the media about it. Sukauchi said. You mean your girlfriend? Tamakawa asked, making fun of him. Shut up. Sukauchi said as Tamakawa laughed. The detective made his way to give updates to the media, standing at a nearby barricades. At UA, inside the principal's office, Nezu and Toshinori look at the television from the wall watching the news on Angel Island. Didn't take too long from the previous night that the Hedgehog was right all along for the island to make landfall on the planet. Seems the Hedgehog was right. The island did make it here to Earth. Nezu said. Well, I can't decide if it's a good thing or a bad thing for the island to be here. Toshinori said. I would say it a good thing because there's a place Knuckles said that can get the Chaos Emerald that Izuku has regaining it energy back. Now on the bad thing, Eggman may have saw it. There's a good chance he could strike again. Nezu said. Including that infinite guy. Toshinori said when his watch was beeping. He pressed the button to see Sonic and Tails on screen. All Might, Nezu, this is Sonic. I got Tails with me. You guys saw it? The Hedgehog asked, referring to Angel Island. Yeah, it's all over the news. Is there something you want? Toshinori asked. You guys know the location of the airfield. If not, I activated a map where you can find our location. We're planning to call Izuku up so he can join us. From there, we'll be making our way towards Angel Island so we can get the Chaos Emerald to the Gaia Temple to restore the energy it needs. Tails said. We're doing it now. I understand young Midoriya needs that emerald back to life, but the teachers are getting healed 100%. We're about to reopen the academy for the students to come back tomorrow to resume the usually day. Also, I still need to get back my energy after my fight with that replica of myself Infinite created. Toshinori said as the principal grabbed his arm. We'll be there as soon as possible. Let Midoriya know. He said. See you there. Sonic said as the watch deactivates. Nezu, what are you doing? Toshinori asked. We have to agree Sonic's decision. Midoriya needs that emerald back at full strength. Can't let his arms or legs being broken by one for all. Don't forget we got the sports festival coming up in a couple of days. It will give us a test of how he can show off his power to the world in order to become the next symbol of peace. Also, this will be a test to how Sonic is worthy to protect Midoriya. You did warn him about it, remember? That's true. Toshinori said, placing his hand on his chin, going back to last night on the rooftop. Flashback. The previous night at UA. After the meeting, Toshinori and Nezu invited Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles to the rooftop for their private meeting. The symbol of peace and the principal look on the view of the city as they heard the door open where the anthropomorphic arrive on the rooftop. The two turned see them approaching them. So what is it you want to talk to us? Sonic asked. I want to bring up something about that piece of evidence that Detective Tsukauchi found the other day. You guys said it came from a piece of an egg drone. Have any idea what these things does? Toshinori asked. These robots are used for spying. They fly around with cameras inside to look around for anything interesting. They have a cloaking device so they be invisible for anyone to see. They're like ghost. They record it and bring the footage and data back to Dr. Eggman to review it. We've seen them many times in our past battles with Eggman. He used them to spy on us. Tails explained. Why you ask about that? Knuckles asked. When Eggman encountered me for the first time, he said something interesting. He said for many months I've been watching you train with young Midoriya. I was freaked out by what he meant. Then I saw him show hologram screens of the time Midoriya was training at the beach. Then the hero's gauntlet, the quirk assessment test, and the combat training. I had that sense of feeling that someone was watching me. Now I found that answer. Toshinori explained. So that's how he was watching Izuku the whole past months. He had egg drones everywhere around this city. Tails said. And what All Might said about both the assessment test and combat training, not only Midoriya but students of Class 1A and 1B were spied on as well. This is very troublesome. Nezu said. Why didn't you bring this up during the meeting? Sonic asked. All Might and I agree we didn't bring this up to the teachers. It would be better not to tell them, especially to the students. It'll be more panic like what the villains did when they enter the campus. Nezu said. There's another question that I want to bring up. You said that you were training Izuku for the past couple of months. What do you mean by that? Even though you are his favorite idol and I understand that. But we're just wondering. Sonic asked as Toshinori and Nezu look at one another. The principal nod his head in approval. All right. I'll tell you. But promise me you keep it to yourselves. Only people that knows about my quirk is young Midoriya, the principal, recovery girl, the detective, and the heroes that works here. Toshinori said. Our lips are sealed. The Hedgehog said as Tails and Knuckles nod their heads in approval. Toshinori begin explaining one for all and the power to pass on to another person. Then talks about the day his met Izuku when he saved him from the sludge villain. He told them from the time his real identity was seen after a time limit expired on his quirk. He mentioned about a fight that led him to this condition but didn't go on about it, keeping it a secret. Once the sludge villain escaped, he told them he lost hope. He saw Izuku went in and tried to save Bakugo, much to the surprise of Sonic, Tails and Knuckles. After that, he met the boy and from there, he became the person he inherited the quirk. He told them about the Chaos Emerald, giving him enough powers from saving Izuku and Bakugo from the villain along with the scar he used to had on his left body. He continue on the day from the 10-month training where Izuku pick up trash off the beach. He said it was finished for the first 5 months. Then on, he talk about the gallant training Izuku went through against multiple heroes. He told them about the entrance exam that Izuku used one for all to punch the 0-point robot, saving Uraraka and Kendo. He went on the day the boy got accepted to UA. He told them about going through the quirk assessment test with his homeroom teacher, Mr. Aizawa. Then told them about the combat training where Izuku went against Bakugo and won. No way. He beat that piece of trash in the combat training. Sonic asked. If only we came sooner, we would have seen Izuku that strong. Tails said. And perhaps get a big bucket of tears from Bakugo. I would have laughing big time to see him get a beat down. Sonic said. So that's that. Now in return, I would ask you to tell us about how you met young Midoriya before. Plus, giving him the Chaos Emerald. Nezu said. The Hedgehog told them the day that he met Izuku. From the time, he told them he seen the bullying Bakugo was giving to the boy. That day on the playground, he saw Izuku was in big trouble where he tried to defend a boy who was bullied by Bakugo. The bully and the minions used their quirks to charge towards Izuku, only for the Hedgehog to jump in and save him. From there, he became best friends. He said that he and Tails would spend time with him at the airfield. He didn't mention about the night he saw Izuku being heartbroken that he was quirkless. He told them that he and Tails were about to leave the planet that day, only to give Izuku the Chaos Emerald to help him become a hero. They promised they would return to Earth to see the boy become that hero. And that's how the whole thing played out. Sonic said. I see. I'm not surprised about the bullying part. Young Midoriya told me about his past dealings with young Bakugo. When I watched that combat training, I saw young Midoriya was determined to give everything he can against his bully. As long as nothing gets serious, it'll be okay. Toshinori said. I still can't trust Bakugo. Remember he interfered in my fight against that beast when I had almost won. I know he'll still have a chance to go after Izuku. Sonic said. That's true. It'll be best to keep an eye on him throughout. No telling what could happen next. Tails said. Now that's settled, we have to focus what the next plan will be coming up. We must get the Chaos Emerald revived as soon as possible for Midoriya. Plus, you said early on Eggman has 5 of the Chaos Emeralds. Nezu said. We still need to know who has the red Chaos Emerald. Hopefully we can identify the person who has it. Tails said. I guess this concludes this meeting for now. Toshinori said. Oh, and take these. Tails said, giving the symbol of peace a watch. A watch, I guess. He asked. It's a radio transmission watch. We can communicate in case of anything happens. Like we can call in rescue or support. We gave one to Izuku after we left his apartment. If you need help, we'll be there. Tails said. That's fine with me. I'm gladly we can get the help with need. Now with the League of Villains and Dr. Eggman making their move, they're already targeting me. Toshinori said. Guess we'll call you guys again once Angel Island arrives. See y'all soon. Let's go guys. Sonic said as they were about to leave. Hang on, Sonic. I need to talk to you about something. Toshinori said. What is it? The Hedgehog asked as he approached him. There's something I want to say. I know young Midoriya is very important to you. He's also important to me to get him to become the next symbol of peace. I want you to promise me something. If anything happens to him or he'll be in trouble like he was yesterday, will you promise me on thing, to protect him at all cost? Toshinori said, moving his right forward towards the Hedgehog. Sonic looked at the hand. He turned back to his friends where they look at him. They know what he meant by it. The Hedgehog turned towards the symbol of peace, waiting for his hand to be shake. Sonic used his right hand as they shook their hands together. You have my word. I'll make sure to protect Izuku at all cost. He said. Very good then. I hope I can trust you. Toshinori said as Sonic tries to break the handshake. The hero gripped on it tightly. However, his entire body transformed back to his muscular form. His green eyes glow, staring at the Hedgehog. If anything were to happen to young Midoriya and if fail to those you agree to, I will not hold back to take you down. Is that understood? Tails and Knuckles were shocked by his face. No doubt the symbol of peace has put enormous pressure on Sonic to protect Izuku. I won't let you down, All Might. I'll make sure Izuku is protected. Sonic said. End flashback. Perhaps I gotten too hard on the Hedgehog. All Might said. No, you did the right thing. It will be nice to see how it goes to see what Sonic can do to protect Midoriya. Right now, we need to make our way to the airfield. I'll tell the staff to keep tabs on the building. Also, make sure to get Midoriya's hero suit. He's gonna need it. Nezu said, exiting from the office. Well, here goes nothing. Toshinori thought as he exited from the office. At the apartment complex, Izuku sat in the living room watching the news report of Angel Island. He saw the landing of the island last night while hanging out with the freedom fighters at the airfield. They knew it was only a matter of time for it to make an appearance. But it was his chance to get the green Chaos Emerald back to life. He heard a beeping sound as he looked down to see the watch Tails gave him while walking home from UA with his friends the previous night. Izuku activates to see the fox cub on screen. Izuku, you're awake. Sonic and the others are making plans to head for Angel Island. You better get here. Also, we're having 2 guests joining us on this mission. Tails said. Guests? He asked. You see, once you get here. Better hurry up or leave without. Don't forget the Chaos Emerald. Tails said as the watch deactivates. Izuku got up from the couch, rushing to his room to get the Chaos Emerald. He grabbed his phone and made his way towards the front door. His shoes were near the doorway as he put them on. Izuku, where you going? Inko came from the laundry room to see her son at the doorway. Sorry, I have to go see my friends. Izuku said. You've been going out for quite some time. Never you've done it before. Even though I'm happy you're making friends. But I was wondering you and I would spend time together today. Like going out to eat or all that. Inko said. I love to, Mom. But there's some very important I have to do. Maybe another time. I'll see you later. Izuku said as he exited from the doorway. After he left, Inko looked down in sadness. She want to spend time with him like before. At a public park, Kirishima, Iida, Shiro, Tsuyu, Mina, Hokage, Kaminari, Momo, and Jiro were joined by Kendo, Tetsu, Yui, Setsuna, Hirayu, and Awase. Both Kami and Inasa were among the group. Everyone were at the playground, talking about the island. I saw the footage on the news. I didn't think you guys are famous. I'm so jealous. Mina said. Please take this serious, Ishido. Momo said. This island just appeared from the sky. Kirishima asked. At first we thought it was a fireball coming down from space, towards the ocean. Then what surprised us is just slowly stopped and extinguished the fire by itself. Yao Momo created binoculars to get a good look. It was an island floating. Then made land fall on the water, creating like a mini tsunami. We on top of the sea wall to escape the waves. After that, we call the police about it. Kendo explained. Now it's all over the news. Police closed the beach and the government will be investigating. I heard they could send the heroes to investigate the island. Tetsu said. Wonder what's on the island? Hagakure asked. No clue. Be nice if we can take a look at it. Shiro said. Here's my question. Iida said with his hand on his chin. A piece of rock would have broke apart once it entered the atmosphere like a meteorite would. This one didn't. Begs the question, where did this island came from? This has been a crazy week. First we dealt with villains at USJ. Then a mad scientist by the name of Dr. Eggman appeared out of nowhere, then a blue hedgehog shows up and saved Midoriya. Then a day later, an island arrives on our planet. What's next? Aliens. Kaminari asked. Were those animals Midoriya's friends? Kami asked. I think so. If I remember, the blue animal's named Sonic. That thing was way fast. Almost like the same speed as Iida's quirk. Kirishima said. Same quirk as mine. Seriously. The engine quirk user asked. You should have saw it. The way he came down from the roof to save Midori. Then went on to fight that monster. But stupid Bakugo had to jump in and interfere in the fight. Mina said. If I remember, I heard that guy want payback on the Hedgehog for whatever happened 10 years ago. Awase said. I asked Bakugo about it after the incident on the bus. He just told me to F off. Kirishima said. Probably HDING, something he didn't want to talk about. Yui said. He's noth NG but a jerk anyway. Especially at Midoriya. I don't know what his problem is. Setsuna said. Just want to be a big shot. You know how he is. Kaminari said. Where is Deku? Ochako asked, changing subjects before turning to Momo. Have you got a chance to call him to see how he doing? I tried calling to invite him to the beach. He didn't call back or reply to my texts. I'm hoping he ain't mad at me for slapping him. She said with a sad face. You shouted slapped him. I know it was a mistake to fight that beast and that Shigaraki guy. But I was about face death. If it weren't for him rescuing him, I wouldn't be standing here right now. Ribbit. Suyu said. Perhaps we should go to his home. It's the only way to know he's okay or not. Inasa said. But we don't know where he live. Hiryu said. That's true. Inasa replied. Suddenly, Kirishima's phone vibrates. Pulling it out from his pocket, he looked on screen to see a notification text. Looking at the text, it came from UA. I just got a text from UA. School will be back in session tomorrow. Everyone should have their text by now, he said. The others except for Inasa and Kami look on their phone, revealing they got the same text. Yeah, you're right, Tetsu said. Tell you the truth, glad we're going back to school. Shiro said. Me too. Try to get ourselves back in the game to become heroes. Kirishima said. At the airfield, the freedom fighters were preparing to make plans to head for the island. Tails pulled out the tornado plane from inside the Blue Typhoon's hangar as it was on the runway. He's planning to pull out the other vehicles he brought from Mobius later on after the mission. Everyone continued to get plans ready to go when they saw Izuku running from the gates towards them. Hey, guys. Sorry I was late, he said, waving and running at them at the same time. It's all good. We're just getting things ready. Tails said. Everyone is inside the hangar. By the way, remember that thing. The fox cub pointed his finger at the tornado on the runway. Izuku saw it for the first time in 10 years. Wow. Haven't seen that thing in a long time. We're riding on that? He asked. Of course. Just like 10 years ago. Tails said. So who are the guests that are here? Izuku asked. They should be here by now. Tails said, looking at his watch. On cue, a laughter was heard from the sky. The two turn around to see a figure flying down, landing inches away, creating cracks on the ground. Izuku was shocked to see who it was. All Might. He's here. He asked, shockingly. Yes, I am here. Good to see you, young Midoriya. Hope your body is 100% for this mission we're about to embark. He said. You're coming along, too. Izuku asked. Don't think he ain't the only one. Nezu's voice was heard as he appeared on the symbol of peace's shoulder. The principal's here, too. Izuku asked as Sonic exit from the hangar. Everyone's here. Perfect. Come on in. There's not that much time, the Hedgehog said as they enter inside the hangar. The freedom fighters turn around and were shocked to see the symbol of peace. They were all amazed to see him for the first time. The hero greeted them. He introduced Principal Nezu to them. Everyone was shocked to see another animal that can talk. After introduction, Tails began explaining the mission on hand, showing the map of the island on screen. All right. As we expected, Angel Island finally made landfall on this planet last night. For Izuku, All Might, and Nezu, who are new. Let me explain about the island itself. He said. The island contains many places. Sandopolis, Marble Garden, Mushroom Hill, Sandopolis, Icecap, Hydra City, and a carnival. I know it's weird but these locations are all on one island. You can ask about them once I conclude the briefing. Right now, the island is landed. The reason is because of the Master Emerald. The large emerald can be used to let the island float in the sky. But thanks to Eggman stealing it, the island landed on water. The only thing we're focusing now is trying to get the Green Chaos Emerald revived, and by doing it, there's a location on the island. It's called the Gaia Temple. Tails pushed a couple of buttons, showing on screen the picture of the temple on Angel Island. Gaia Temple? Izuku asked. This temple was found by us during our adventures of the island. Of course it was back many years ago before it would come to Earth today. But this temple is the way to revive the Chaos Emerald back to where it was before. The temple is located in a jungle near the mountains. The good news is there's no activity from Eggman. He does have a base on the island but was abandoned once he made his way towards Earth. Won't be surprised if he has a chance at operating the base. Knuckles said. Interesting that on the island has everything. All Might said. A desert where pyramids just like Egypt. A zone that has ice caps resembles of Antarctica. A carnival, a temple garden, and underwater temple place. Never thought I've seen anything like it. No wonder everyone is taking interest on this island. It would be a nice place to explore all its mysteries. But now it's not the time for it. Nezu said. So here's the plan. Sonic, Knuckles, and myself will be joining Izuku, All Might, and Nezu on our trip to the island. Then we'll make our way into the jungles and towards the temple. We should be there in no time. Just need to get there and get the emerald back. After that, we're out of there. Tails said. I've also planned map on the watches so that way we know where we're going. Then we're not wasting time. We have to get that emerald back to life. For him, there's a big event coming up in the coming days at the academy and we have to get Midoriya ready for it. Nezu said. What event is this? Sonic asked. I'll tell you when we return from the island. Nezu said. Young Midoriya, Nezu and I brought you your briefcase of your hero costume. Go to another room, change into it your costume and meet us outside. All Might said, handing the case to the boy. What about Eggman? Blaze asked. The rest of you will contact us through the computer. If Eggman shows up on radar, trying to head towards the island, let us know. Tails said. Later on, the group exit from the hangar. Izuku was the last to exit, dressed in his hero costume. The freedom fighters were examining his costume. Wow, that's a nice costume. Charmy B said. Still a work in progress though. But, I do like it. Izuku said. Ready, Izuku? Sonic asked. Let's go. He said. Wait. Before you go, I totally forgot to mention something and I should have brought it up when we were coming to Earth. Amy said. Did you forget something? Tails asked. Don't hate me for this but, can you go by Big the Cat's house to see how's he doing? She asked, shocking everyone. Seriously? You telling us right now? Knuckles asked. We totally forgot about him. Cream said. Chow. Cheese said. You should have told us about him when we left Mobius. Sonic said. I didn't realize it until now. We were so busy with other things when the island arrived. Then it snapped in my head about him. Amy said. Who's this Big the Cat? Izuku asked. You'll meet him once we get to the island. Sonic said, turning back to Amy. We'll get to his hut and see how's he doing. Hopefully he's still alive after the island hit the atmosphere. How many of you animal friends got? Is he friend? All Might asked. You'll find out soon enough. Now let's go. Sonic said. We'll be back in no time. Tails said. Be careful, you guys. Espio said. Tails jumped into the cockpit, getting the engine turn on. Sonic stood on the right side of the wing while Izuku stood to the left. Knuckles and All Might were stunned of what they were seeing from the boy. Young Midoriya, are you insane? You'll fly out once the plane is in the air, the symbol of peace said. Here, get on my back for safety like before. It's okay, All Might. Sonic and Tails showed me how to do this years ago. Izuku said. He has to be insane to stand on the wing. Nezu said. Here we go, everyone. Sonic yelled. The tornado moved forward towards the end of the runway. The symbol of peace was ready in case of his student flying off the wing. The plane lifted off from the runway and in the sky. Everyone was shocked to see the boy holding still on the wing while flying. Guess Sonic taught him to ride a plane like that. Knuckles said. See you guys on the island. The echidna jumped in the air, flying in the sky to follow. All Might salute the freedom fighters, slingshot to the sky, catching up with the others. He flew near the plane, seeing Izuku standing still. The boy turned to see his idol giving him a thumbs up. He returned doing a thumbs up as they made their way towards Angel Island. On board the Death Egg, Eggman and his minions were on the bridge as they continued to regroup after the USJ incident. But a new danger arose. They saw Angel Island floating past them once it entered the atmosphere last night. On screen, they see the aerial view of the island on the Pacific near Japan. With the island on Earth now, any plans moving forward? Snively asked. We still have our other base on the island. The one where we constructed the Death Egg a while back against Sonic. We can move many of our robots and ships there as part of expanding operations since the freedom fighters are here. Eggman said. Perhaps we can make plans later in the middle of the night. That way many people are asleep. From there, we'll start rebuilding the base. Snively said. Exactly. Eggman said when the alarms rang. What the? Boston, it appears we got activity. Orbot said, showing the screen of small targets on radar. Multiple targets are heading for the island. What? Get the live satellite feed and zoom in on the targets. Eggman ordered. Orbot presses buttons in front of him. The screen zooms in a live feed multiple times. After the last zoom, it shows the tornado with Sonic and Izuku standing on the wing with All Might, Knuckles, and Nezu who was on the hero's back flying towards the island. It's the tornado with Sonic, Izuku, Knuckles, and All Might. Orbot said. That's weird. Why are they heading for the island? Snively asked. I have no idea, unless. Eggman began seeing flashes from the USJ incident. He remembered that the emerald Izuku had was black after losing power. No. Sorry, what is it? Snively asked. The emerald that the Izuku boy had ran out of power, that means they're heading for the Gaia temple on the island to recharge it. Eggman yelled, clenching his fist. Order all robots to launch. Get the Egg Dragoon ready. We must stop them. Chapter 23. Transported to a new world. Somewhere in an unknown location, the unknown man dressed in a suit with a tube line through his mouth watched the news of Angel Island being landed near Japan on television. Though he wasn't interested on the island, he wanted to hear more about it on why it landed. He was hoping to hear more news updates of the USJ incident that Shigaraki and Kurogiri took part in it on trying to kill All Might, along with the students of Class 1A and 1B that resulted in a failure. He was still interested in trying to find Dr. Eggman to try to get him part of League of Villains and the Eggman Empire to join forces. It already been day one and noting, until. Sir, another unknown figure rushed into the room. What is it? The unknown man asked. You not gonna believe this. One of our guards at the warehouse outside the city found something you need to see. The security cameras had it all recorded last night, the second man said. Why wasn't informed by this last night? The unknown man asked with an angry tone. Sorry, sir. But I do have the clip to prove it. You'll be shocked at what it is on video, the second man said, grabbing a USB driver from his pocket. He rushed over to the television, sliding in the USB to the right side of the television where the USB slots were. He grabbed the remote switching to the channel of the USB. The video from the security camera shows the entrance of the warehouse doors from the outside. The warehouse itself located somewhere in a wooded area outside the city. It was only silence from the camera until the motion sensors were triggered, causing multiple guards armed with M4 carbine rifles, running to that location and aiming it at the doors. What was shocking was that nobody was there and the sensors were still triggered. All the guards were confused. They decided to send one guard towards the door. Until he bumped into something that was in front of the door. Something invisible. The guard used the back of the rifle by hitting the invisible object multiple times. During that, the object appeared, revealing itself to be a robotic object. The video paused on that part. That's how it was caught. The object used some type of cloaking device, approaching the doorway. That's how the alarms got triggered. Try to use something sneaking, the second man said. So where is it? If you destroyed it, you should have brought it to me, the unknown man said. Don't worry. We didn't destroy it. The second man snapped his fingers, where a guard walked in the room, carrying the object before placing it on the table. We examining more on the robot. We found inside a camera. Turns out that someone or something was spying despite not entering the warehouse. Plus, we found this logo on it. The unknown man examines the logo. It was the Eggman Empire logo. This logo is very interesting. It has below the globe, a man's face smiling. Not sure what it meant. He said. We couldn't figure what it is either. Not sure where this come from, the second man said. It does have a face of a man with a mustache, smiling, the man said where he began having deep thoughts, going back to the USJ incident. Get me Shigaraki on screen. What? The second man asked. This face could give us something. If there's one person who's about it, then it's Shigaraki that knows who it is, the unknown man said. Back in the city, on board the Oki Mariner ship docked at the harbor, a crew of sailors look on at Angel Island in the distance from the front. They were talking to one another about the island. They were interested in exploring it, if their captain were to set sail. While talking, a girl, a young woman with smart blue eyes, sloping inwards, and short, shoulder-length hair of a lighter blue color which she wears side-swept to the right. Her costume is a sleeveless white sailor uniform with a dark blue, double-trimmed collar and a short three-piece skirt which is buttoned together on either side. She wore a loosely tied red scarf and blue gloves with white striped wrist guards, and on her feet, thigh-high boots with wavy lines running down them from thigh to toe. She sports a flat hat with a ribbon around the base and two large communication devices on her ears to aid with the use of her quirk, which are shaped like large blue fins. Hey, what's going on? Sirius asked, walking towards the group as the sailors turn around to see her. We were just talking about that island in the distance, the sailor said, pointing his finger at Angel Island. It's been on the news throughout the day. Even on social media. The video has millions of views on YouTube. She said. Are there any plans to explore the island? The other sailor asked. I'm not sure. We've been notified by the Coast Guard to stay at dock for now. Not sure what the next plan will be. Sirius said. I see, the first sailor said. Suddenly, a voice was heard, causing everyone to turn around to see a man with a muscular physique but with the appearance of a humanoid spotted seal that has a gray beard. He sports a full-body wetsuit as his hero costume featuring yellow goggles, retractable flippers and a stylized S featured on the shoulder as he approached towards them. What's going on here? All I see is people slacking off. Get back to work. Captain Selkie said as the sailors scattered everywhere around the ship for work. Only one didn't move as his sidekick. You really had to yell at them? Sirius asked as he stood next to her. To get them to back to focus rather than have their eyes on the island. Selkie said, looking at Angel Island in the distance. Guess we're not ordered to go anywhere near the island. Sirius asked. I'm not sure how this island got here. They said it was brought from the sky. How in the world an island would come from space? Almost like a science fiction movie we're seeing. Selkie said. Suddenly, Sirius could hear something. She used her good ear quirk that can hear high frequencies that humans normally cannot. That's odd. I can hear something coming from the island. She said. Seriously? Selkie asked when he heard squawking sounds. He looked up to see multiple seagulls flying towards the island. Hey, look. Sirius looked to see the seagulls flying. All of them are heading to the island. They must have sensed that sound. Something's weird going on, she said. I'm getting that vibe as well. There's something on that island that we don't know about. Selkie said, looking at Angel Island again. Meanwhile, Sonic, Izuku, Tails, Knuckles, All Might and Nezu continue flying to the island. The Hedgehog and the boy were standing on top of the wing with Tails flying the tornado. Knuckles was flying on the right side of the plane while the symbol of peace, with Nezu on his back, flies on the left side. Izuku looked below to see seagulls flying towards the island. All Might, those seagulls are flying to the island. He yelled as the hero looks down. That's weird. Never seen anything like it. The hero said as Nezu looks down to see. Wonder what's leading them to the island. Nezu asked. Has to be the Gaia Temple. Knuckles said. Ever since the island landed, it perhaps power it up by itself. That's impossible. Because the only way the temple would gain power if the Master Emerald was on the island, floating. Tails said. Unless, there's something we don't know about. Izuku said. Either way, we're about to find out right now. Sonic said. Suddenly, Tails heard a voice from the radio. Tails, do you read? A female's voice was heard as the fox cub grabbed the radio. This is Tails, Amy. We're still flying to the island. Anything on the radar? He asked. So far, everything's okay. You're pretty much in the, wait, I'm picking up something on the radar, oh no. You got a large object coming from behind. Dodge it, she yelled. Tails turned his head when he saw a large drill coming towards them. All Might. Get out of the way. Sonic, Izuku. Hang on to something, he yelled. The symbol of peace turned around when he saw the drill. He dodges to the left while Tails moved the tornado to the right. Izuku almost slipped but quickly grabbed the edge of the wing with both hands. Sonic stood still, making sure he didn't fall. The large drill passed as they gained control of their flying. What the hell was that? Knuckles yelled. Everyone turned around to see none other than Dr. Eggman, riding the Egg Dragoon. Both Izuku, All Might, and Nezu was shocked by how large the robot was. It has a bulky humanoid torso with spiked shoulder guards, several highlights on the front, a smaller platform-like torso inside the main torso for the Egg Mobile to be inserted into is a cockpit, blue prongs on its lower chest, thin arms, two wing units and exhaust pipes on the back. On its left arm it has a long and gigantic drill, and on the right arm it has a six-barreled cannon. Along the cannon's hexagonal carapace, its small barrels can extend outward from the primary mechanism. Its shoulder joints also have a spike protruding from each of them. Also, on the bottom of its upper torso dangles a lower belly with two smaller cores, the lowest of which has protrusions on the side, and two talon-like feet cannons. It's Eggman. Tails yelled. How the hell Egghead knows we were heading to the island? Knuckles asked. Must have had recon satellite installed on the Death Egg. Plus, he saw the island coming to Earth so he knew we were heading there. Tails yelled. If he knew we'd going, then that means he's after Izuku with the Chaos Emerald. Sonic yelled as the boy flinched. Eggman wasn't alone. In front of him were multiple Buzz Bombers, Valkyries, Valkynes, and Egg Fleet fighters as extras for the attack. Hold it right there. Eggman grabbed the radio to speak. You have something that I want and I need it now. Hand over the Chaos Emerald or face the consequences. So that's Eggman? Izuku asked. That's him. The person we told you from 10 years ago. Sonic said. Young Sonic, I'll hold off Eggman and the rest of his forces. You take young Midoriya and Nezu to the island. All Might said. You can't be serious. Are you sure you can take on that thing? Izuku asked as the hero flew near the plane, letting the principal jump on the wing of the tornado. It's okay, Midoriya. If there's one person that can take on Eggman, it's the symbol of peace. We have to trust him. Nezu said. He's right, Izuku. Trust him. Sonic said, remembering the talk with All Might the previous night, agree to the Hedgehog's promise to protect Izuku at all cost. The boy didn't like the idea. He did heard about All Might's fight with Infinite by Sonic during the USJ incident. Depending on the limit of his transformation. But he's the symbol of peace for a reason and the person that he idolized as a child to become a hero. Just be careful, he said as All Might gave him a thumbs up. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll catch up with y'all on the island. The hero said as he gave a thumbs up back before flying off towards Eggman. All right. We better make our way to the island before Eggman sends more forces towards our location. Sonic said. Right. Hang on tight. Tails yelled, pushing a red button in front of him, switching the jet engine on, sending the plane full blast like a fighter jet towards the island. Inside the Egg Dragoon, Eggman saw the tornado moving at a rapid pace to the island. But he saw All Might making his way towards him. Damn it. Seems Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles are escorting Izuku to the island. I see that All Might is coming towards me as a distraction. Won't matter. He said as he pushed buttons where a screen of Snively showed up in front of him. Snively, this is Eggman. You called, sir? He asked. Order both Scratch, Grounder, and Coconuts to the island. Send as many forces as possible. Including our robotized beast we made back at the USJ. That Izuku boy has the Emerald and Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles making their way there. Don't let them near the Gaia Temple. Eggman ordered. I let them know and send them to the island at once. Snively said. Oh, and what about All Might? Is he part of the group? Don't worry about All Might, he's mine for the taken. Eggman said, looking at the front to see the hero standing inches away. And he's here now. Snively, order the other robots to protect me. I got some surprises for this fraud of a joke. Yes, sir. Snively said before the screen disappeared as Eggman looked on at All Might. So, All Might, you want to play, let's play then. He thought with that smirk on his face. On board the Death Egg, inside the hangars, red lights were blinking and the alarms were ringing at the same time. Many Egg Robos and Egg Gunners were lifting off to Angel Island. Leading the pack were Scratch, Grounder, and Coconuts who were crowded in the Eggmobile, fighting over who wants to drive it as they exit from the hangar. Behind them is the robotized Nomu, with a jetpack installed on his back thanks to Eggman. Snively looked on as he stayed behind to keep eyes on the space station. He left the hangar once everyone left. He headed to another room where a door said, "Keep out." Pressing his right hand on the hand scanner. Once it scanned, the green light came on, unlocking the door before opening it. He walked inside the darkness. A pair of red lights appeared in the darkness. Everyone, the doctor has ordered you to meet him in Earth. He has a surprise for the rest of you to take down. He said, grinning evilly. Back at the airfield, the Freedom Fighters look on from the radar screen created by Tails inside the hangar. They see the tornado moving towards the island while All Might stayed behind to battle Eggman. All Might staying behind to face Eggman. This should be good. Charmy B said. Wish we got a chance to see what he can do. Too bad we have to stay here to keep an eye on things here. Amy said. Wonder why he stayed behind. Silver asked. Perhaps to give time to stalled Eggman while Sonic and that Izuku boy make their way to the island. Blaze said. That's a good idea. Enough for Izuku to get that Chaos Emerald back to life. Rouge said. I'm not too sure about that. Shadow said, crossing his arms while everyone look at him. What do you mean? Amy asked. I have that sense of feeling that Eggman may be luring All Might into a trap. He could use him as a distraction so the other forces would go on the island to capture the emerald, the Dark Hedgehog said. And don't forget who has as well, the ultimate mercenary to do his deeds for Eggman. That's true. Sonic told us about him last night when he and Knuckles and Tails came back from their mission. They said he has the control of the Phantom Ruby that made him stronger by taking down him and All Might. Espio said, causing others to worry. We should not worry. If there's anyone that can win this, it's Sonic and All Might. We just got to believe in them. Vector said. And trust in Mr. Izuku as well. He wants to become a hero. Cream said. Chow. Cheese said. I hope you're right. Shadow said. Back in the skies, the symbol of peace stood there, floating. In front was the Egg Dragoon with both Buzz Bombers and Bakris floating in front of the machine, awaiting orders from the doctor to attack the hero. Well, if it isn't the so-called symbol of peace standing in my way of capturing something that don't belong to anyone. Eggman said via the PA speakers. Eggman. This ends now. If you're planning to take the Chaos Emerald away from young Midoriya, I won't let you get through me. Please return to whatever you came from and leave or else. All Might yelled. So you threaten me. Nobody threatens the great Dr. Eggman. I tell you what, since you're here and you're so confident on winning, I'll give you the first strike. Buzz Bombers. Bakris. Attack. He yelled. Both badniks charged towards the hero. All Might stood there with a brave face. As Eggman mentioned he let the hero strike first, he was prepared to strike first. Nebraska Smash. The symbol of peace rotates his right arm to generate a small but powerful tornado from his fist. The badniks were being sucked in within seconds, destroying them sending pieces to the ocean. The attack only lasted for 5 seconds. That's all you got, Eggman. I thought you were this so-called smart, Dr. Sonic said. You must have run out of ideas by now. He asked, taunting his opponent. Eggman sat there with his arms crossed. He wasn't panicking but was confident. That was more of a test run for the fight you're about to have. If I was you, I would duck because, here, they are, he said. They. All Might sense something when he turned around and saw multiple missiles coming towards him. He dodges the missiles with a quick fly to the right. He senses another object coming towards him as he turned around to see a Asteron, spinning towards him. All Might dodges it but exploded near him. He used his right arm to cover his face. Then he looked up to see multiple lasers raining down. One by one, he dodges them from left to right. It ended quickly as the hero looked around to see who did these attacks. Right on cue, 5 robotic figures appeared in front of him which are Egg Robos. Say hello to your worst nightmare, the hard-boiled heavies. Eggman said. Hard-boiled heavies? All Might asked. Are these the ones that Sonic told me about last night to keep an eyes on? They were originally Egg Robos, the one that you saw at USJ a couple days ago. Thanks to the Phantom Ruby, they received a makeover. Eggman said. All Might look on at the 5 Egg Robos. The first decorated is a police officer. The heavy gunner's design reflects that of a blue and black uniform and a white motorcycle helmet with a red siren on top. The heavy gunner has 2 yellow straps crossing over on his chest in an X shape, with a star-shaped badge in the middle. He also possesses a microphone communicator on his helmet, red eyes, white gloves, gray-colored appendages, and blue 4 feet. It's equipped with a jetpack on his back and carries a white and green rectangular prism-shaped rocket launcher on its left arm. The second Egg Robo decorated is a magician. The heavy magician's design reflects that of a yellow-colored jacket with a standard black and white tuxedo underneath her chest. She also possesses a yellow top hat with a red band, a red bow tie, red eyes, gray appendages, and a black lower torso. Her forefront is yellow. She also possesses a pair of bumpers on her belt line. As her name implies, is a master of magic and illusions. Using her shape-shifting hat, she has the ability to transform herself into any individual. The third Egg Robo decorated is a knight. The heavy rider's design reflects that of a purple knight with a gray-colored helmet. She also has a black lower torso, red eyes, and gray appendages. She possesses as well 3 spikes on her chest and has purple forefeet. Her main weapon of choice is a large, gray-colored mace that she uses to protect herself and attack her opponents. The fourth Egg Robo decorated is a mixture between a king and a knight. The heavy king has a red cape. Has spiked knee joints and triangular shoulder pads along with red boots with golden forefeet. He also has bronze-colored armor plating on his chest with a white crown symbol. He also has gray appendages and red eyes. It possessed a powerful scepter that could fire purple lasers and conjure up spheres of powerful energy which the Heavy King could control telekinetically. The one in the red cape has to be their leader. The second is some type of magician-type robot. The third is like a cop. The fourth is like a knight in medieval times. And the fifth one is ninja type. All Might thought when his mind flashback to the day that Tsukauchi mentioned about a ninja robot fighting Kamui Woods. That must be the one that took on Kamui Woods on the rooftop when he saw that egg drone along with the 3 minions Sonic talked about. These robots had to be this strong if Eggman created them. He mentioned about the Phantom Ruby. The one Infinite has that I encounter before. He used it to redesign them. But how? So there you have it, All Might. The ones that you'll be fighting before me if you manage to beat them, that is. I love to stay and chat, but I have other fish to fry. And that's by going after Izuku and getting that Chaos Emerald. But don't worry, you won't be there to see it, when you're in another world. Eggman said. Another world? All Might asked as the heavy magician took her hat off, letting it float and waving her hands around from the opening. Appearing from it was none other than the Phantom Ruby. Is that the Phantom Ruby? Of course. The same one you saw where Infinite held it during the USJ incident. Eggman said. You witnessed the power of what the ruby is. But you never seen the other side of it before. Well, you'll about to find out, now. The ruby lights up, creating an impact like shockwave. All Might could feel it around him. Suddenly, a portal appears below him, causing it to suck him into it. The hero did what he could to fight it, but it was so strong, it sent him in, going to an unknown place. Excellent. He's out of the picture for now. Depends that he can fight his way out of beating the hard-boiled heavies one by one. Eggman said, turning to the robotic group. You have your orders. Make sure you give him pain and bring him back to me. As for me, I have other things to attend to on the island. The hard-boiled heavies jumped into the portal. Once they were in it, the portal disappeared along with the Phantom Ruby. Eggman drove his Egg Dragoon to Angel Island to continue capturing Izuku and the Chaos Emerald. Back in UA, Recovery Girl look on from the computer showing All Might's health. Despite the scar was gone because of the Emerald's power during his fight with the sludge villain, his time limit of his muscular form was still the one keep an eye on. While looking, the status on the computer froze. The screen turned blink with words blinking offline. Offline. Did All Might lost power on his watch? She asked, looking on screen showing on radar the last location of his whereabouts. This is not good. He just disappeared. I have to call Nezu about this. How did All Might disappeared?